France. Madagascar. New radio relay route to Mauritius. 85,900 telephones. Stations. 3 AM, 13 FM, 1. 18 relays. TV. 1 Indian Ocean Intelsat Earth Station. Defense Forces military manpower. Males 15 to 49, 158,812. 82,400 fit for military service. 6,075 reach. Military age 18. Annually note. Defense is the responsibility of France. Country. Romania. Geography. Total area. 237,500 square kilometers. Land area. 230,340 square kilometers. Comparative area. Slightly smaller than Oregon land boundaries. 2,904 kilometers total. Bulgaria 608 kilometers. Hungary 443 kilometers. USSR 1,307 kilometers. Yugoslavia 546 kilometers coastline. 225 kilometers maritime claims. Continental shelf 200 meters or to depth of exploitation. Extended economic zone 200 nanometers. Territorial sea 12 nanometers. Disputes: Transylvania question with Hungary. Bessarabia question with USSR. Climate: temperate, cold, cloudy winters with frequent snow and fog. Sunny summers with frequent showers and thunderstorms. Terrain: Central Transylvanian Basin is separated from the plain of Moldavia on the east by the Carpathian Mountains and separated from the Wallachian Plain on the south by the Transylvanian Alps. Natural resources: crude oil, reserves being exhausted. Timber, natural gas, coal, iron, ore, salt land. Use: 43% arable land, 3% permanent crops, 19% meadows and pastures, 28% forest and woodland, 7% other, includes 11% irrigated environment. Frequent earthquakes most severe in south and southwest. Geologic structure and climate promote landslides, air pollution in south note. Controls most easily traversable land route between the Balkans and western USSR. People population 23,273,285, July 1990. Growth rate 0.5%, 1990. Birth rate 16 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate 10 deaths/1, 000. Population 1990. Net migration rate 1 migrants/1, 000. Population 1990. Infant mortality rate 19 deaths/1, 000. Live births 1990. Life expectancy at birth 69 years male, 75 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate 2.2 children born/woman, 1990. Nationality: noun, Romanians. Adjective, Romanian ethnic divisions: 89.1% Romanian, 7.8% Hungarian, 1.5% German, 1.6% Ukrainian, Serb, Croat, Russian, Turk, and Gypsy religion. 80% Romanian Orthodox, 6% Roman Catholic, 4% Calvinist, Lutheran, Jewish, Baptist. Language: Romanian, Hungarian, German. Literacy: 98% labor force, 10,690,000, 34% industry, 28% agriculture, 38% other. 1987, organized labor. Until December 1989, a single trade union system organized by the General Confederation of Romanian Trade Unions, UGSR, under control of the Communist Party. Since Ceausescu's overthrow, newly created trade and professional trade unions are joining two rival umbrella organizations: Organization of Free Trade Unions and Fratia, Brotherhood. Government long-form name: none. Type: former communist state. Current multi-party provisional government has scheduled a general democratic election for May 20th, 1990. Capital: Bucharest. Administrative divisions: 40 counties, Judate, singular, Judit, and 1 municipality asterisk, municipal: Alba, Arad, Argeș, Bacău, Bihor, Bistrița Nisad, Bătășani, Brăila, Brașov, Bucuresti asterisk, Buzău, Călărași, Caraseverin, Cluj, Constanta, Covasna, Dâmbovița, Dolj, Galati, Gorj, Giurgiu, Harghita, Hunedoara, Alameda, Iași, Marimures Mehedinti, Mures. Neemt, Alt, Prahova, Salaj, Sudamer, Sibiu, Susiava, Tellerman, Timmys, Tulsia, Vaslui, Vilsia, Vrancia Independence. 1881 from Turkey. Republic proclaimed December 30th, 1947 Constitution. August 21st, 1965. New Constitution being drafted. Legal system. Former mixture of civil law system and communist legal theory that increasingly reflected Romanian traditions is being revised. Communist regime had not accepted compulsory ICJ jurisdiction. Provisional Council of National Unity will probably accept ICJ jurisdiction. National holiday. Liberation Day, August 23, 1944. New National Day to commemorate popular anti-Ceausescu uprising under discussion. Executive branch. President, Vice President, Prime Minister, and Council of Ministers Cabinet, appointed by Provisional Government. Legislative branch. Bicameral Parliament consists of an upper house or Senate, and a lower house or House of Deputies. Agenaria Deputatular, Judicial branch. Supreme Court of Justice leaders. Chief of State. President of Provisional Council of National Unity Ion Iliescu, since December 23, 1989. Head of Government, Prime Minister of Council of Ministers Petre Roman, since December 23, 1989. Political parties and leaders. Social Democratic Party, Sergiu Cunescu. National Liberal Party, Radu Simpinu. National Christian Peasants Party, Corneliu Caposu. Free Democratic Social Justice Party, Gheorghe Susanna. Several others being formed. Communist Party has ceased to exist. Formation of left-wing parties is uncertain. Suffrage. Universal at age 18 elections. Senate. Elections for the new upper house to be held May 20th, 1990. House of Deputies. Elections for the new lower house to be held May 20th, 1990. Communists. 3,400,000. November 1984. Communist Party has ceased to exist. Member of CCC, CIMA, FAO, G77, GATT, IEA, IBEC, IBRD, ICAO, IFAD, ILO, IMF, IMO, Interpol, IPU, ITC, ITU, UN, UNESCO, UPU, Warsaw Pact, WFDU, WHO, WIPO, WMO, WDO, Diplomatic Representation. Ambassador Virgil Constantinescu. Chancery at 1607, 23rd Street Northwest, Washington, D.C., 20008. Telephone 202-232 for 747. U.S. Ambassador Alan Green, Jr., recalled to Washington, May 1990. Embassy at Strata Tudor Arghizi 7-9, Bucharest. Mailing address is APO New York 09213. Telephone 40-10-40-40 flag. 3 equal vertical bands of blue, hoist side, yellow, and red. The national coat of arms that used to be centered in the yellow band has been removed, now similar to the flags of Andorra and Chad. Economy. Overview. Industry, which accounts for 1/3 of the labor force and generates over half the GNP, suffers from an aging capital plant and persistent shortages of energy. In recent years, the agricultural sector has had to contend with drought, mismanagement, and shortages of inputs. Favorable weather in 1989 helped produce a good harvest, although far below government claims. The new government is slowly loosening the tight central controls of Ceausescu's command economy. It has instituted moderate land reforms, with close to 1/3 of cropland now in private hands, and it has allowed changes in prices for private agricultural output. Also, the new regime is permitting the establishment of private enterprises of 20 or fewer employees in services, handicrafts, and small-scale industry. Furthermore, the government has halted the old policy of diverting food from domestic consumption to hard currency export markets. So far, the government does not seem willing to adopt a thoroughgoing market system. GNP, $79.8 billion. Per capita, $3,445. Real growth rate, 1.5%. 1989 EST. Inflation rate, consumer prices 0%. 1987. Unemployment rate. In a percent budget. Revenues $26 billion. Expenditures $21.6 billion, including capital expenditures of $13.6 billion. 1987, exports. $11.5 billion, FOB. 1988, commodities. Machinery and equipment, 34.7%. Fuels, minerals, and metals, 24.7%. Manufactured consumer goods, 16.9%. Agricultural materials and forestry products, 11.9%. Other, 11.6%. 1986. Partners. USSR, 27%. Eastern Europe, 23%. EC, 15%. US, 5%. China, 4%. 1987. Imports. $8.75 billion. FOB. 1988. Commodities, fuels, minerals and metals, 51%. Machinery and equipment, 26.7%. Agricultural and forestry product, 11%. Manufactured consumer goods, 4.2%. 1986. Partners. Communist countries, 60%. Non-communist countries, 40%. 1987. External debt. None. Mid-1989. Industrial production. Growth rate, 3.6%. 1988. Electricity. 22,640,000 kilowatts capacity. 80,000 million kilowatt hours produced. 3,440 kilowatt hours per capita. 1989. Industries. Mining, timber, construction materials, metallurgy, chemicals, machine building, food processing, petroleum, agriculture. Account for 15% of GNP and 28% of labor force. Major wheat and corn producer. Other products, sugar beets, sunflower seed, potatoes, milk, eggs, meat, grapes. Aid. Donor. $4.3 billion in bilateral aid to non-communist, less developed countries. 1956 to 88. Currency. Lu. Plural A. 1 Lu, L, equals 100 Bani exchange rates. Lei L, per 1 US dollar. 20.96, February 1990. 14.922, 1989. 14.277, 1988. 14.557, 1987. 16.153, 1986. 17.141, 1985. Fiscal year. Calendar year. Communications railroads. 11,221 kilometers total. 10,755 kilometers 1.435 meter standard gauge. 421 kilometers narrow gauge. 45 kilometers broad gauge. 3,328 kilometers electrified. 3,060 kilometers double track. Government owned. 1986. Highways. 70,799 kilometers total. 15,762 kilometers concrete. Asphalt. Stone block. 20,208 kilometers asphalt treated. 27,729 kilometers gravel, crushed stone, and other paved surfaces. 9,100 kilometers unpaved roads. 1985. Inland waterways. 1,724 kilometers. 1984. Pipelines. 2,800 kilometers crude oil. 1,429 kilometers refined products. 6,400 kilometers natural gas ports. Constanta, Galati, Brela, Mangalia. Inland ports are Giurgiu, Drobeta Turnăseverin, Orsova Merchant Marine. 282 ships, 1,000 GRT or over, totaling 3,313,320 GRT/5, 134, 335 DWT. Includes 1 passenger cargo, 184 cargo, 1 container, 1 rail car carrier, 14 roll-on/roll-off cargo, 2 livestock carrier, 10 petroleum, oils, and lubricants, fuel, tanker, 69 bulk civil air, 70 major transport aircraft airports, 165 total, 165 usable, 25 with permanent surface runways, 15 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m, 15 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications stations, 39 AM, 30 FM, 38 TV, 3,910,000 TV sets, 3,225,000 radio receivers, satellite earth stations, 1 Indian Ocean Intelsat and 1 Atlantic Ocean Intelsat. Defense Forces branches. Romanian Army, Security Troops, Air and Air Defense Forces, Romanian Navy military manpower. Males 15 to 49, 5,736,783, for 1,860,427 fit for military service. 193,537 reach military age. 20. Annually defense expenditures. 11.8 billion Romanian lei, 2.8%. Of total budget, 1989. Note, conversion of the military budget into U.S. dollars using the official administratively set exchange rate would produce misleading results. Country, Rwanda. Geography, total area, 26,340 square kilometers. Land area, 24,950 square kilometers. Comparative area, slightly smaller than Maryland. Land boundaries, 893 kilometers total. Burundi, 290 kilometers. Tanzania, 217 kilometers. Uganda, 169 kilometers. Zaire, 217 kilometers coastline. None. Landlocked maritime claims. None. Landlocked climate. Temperate. 2 rainy seasons, February to April, November to January. Mild in mountains with frost and snow possible terrain. Mostly grassy uplands and hills. Mountains in west. Natural resources. Gold, cassiterite, tin ore, wolframite, tungsten ore, natural gas, hydropower. Land use. 29% arable land. 11%. Permanent crops, 18% meadows and pastures, 10% forest and woodland, 32% other, includes NEGL% irrigated environment. Deforestation, overgrazing, soil exhaustion, soil erosion, periodic droughts. Note, landlocked, people population, 7,609,119, July 1990, growth rate 3.8%, 1990. Birth rate, 53 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate, 15 deaths/1,000 population, 1990. Net migration rate, 0 migrants/1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate, 113 deaths/1,000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth, 50 years male, 54 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate, 8.5 children born/woman, 1990. Nationality, noun and adjective. Rwandans. Ethnic divisions: Hutu 90%, Tutsi 9%, TWA, Pygmoid 1%. Religion: Roman Catholic 65%, Protestant 9%, Muslim 1%. Indigenous beliefs and other 25%. Language: Kinyarwanda, French, official. Kiswahili used in commercial centers. Literacy, 46.6%. Labor force, 3,600,000. 93% agriculture, 5% government and services, 2% industry and commerce, 49% of. Population of working age, 1985. Organized labor. In a government long-form name. Republic of Rwanda type. Republic, presidential system in which military leaders hold key offices. Capital, Kigali. Administrative divisions, 10 prefectures, singular, prefecture in French, plural. In a, singular, prefectura in Kinyarwanda, Butare, Byumba, Sangu, Gikongoro, Gisenyi, Gitarama, Kabungo, Kabai, Rigali, Rohingya. Constitution, December 17, 1978. Independence, July 1, 1962, from UN. Trusteeship under Belgian administration. Legal system, based on German and Belgian civil law systems and customary law. Judicial review of legislative acts in the Supreme Court. Has not accepted compulsory ICJ jurisdiction. National holiday, Independence Day, July 1, 1962. Executive branch, President, Council of Ministers, Cabinet, Legislative branch. Unicameral National Development Council, Conseil pour le Développement National. Judicial branch. Constitutional Court consists of the Court of Cassation and the Council of State in joint session. Leaders: Chief of State and Head of Government. President Major General Juvenal Habyarimana. Since July 5, 1973. Political parties and leaders. Only party. National Revolutionary Movement for Development, MRND. Major General Juvenal Habyarimana. Officially a development movement, not a party. Suffrage. Universal adult. Exact age in A elections. President. Last held December 19th, 1988. Next to be held December 1993. Results. President Major Gen. Juvenal Habyarimana re-elected. National Development Council. Last held December 19th, 1988. Next to be held December 1993. Results. MRND is the only party. Seats, 70 total. MRND 70 communists. No Communist Party member of ACP, FDB, EMA, CCC, FAO, G77, GATT, IBRD, ICAO, ICO, IDA, IFAD, IFC, ILO, IMF, Intelsat, Interpol, IPU, ITU, NM, OSIM, YIN, UNESCO, UPU, WHO, WMO, WDO, diplomatic representation. Ambassador Alois Uwamana. Chancery at 1714, New Hampshire Avenue Northwest, Washington, D.C., 20009. Telephone 202-232-2882. U.S. Ambassador Leonard H. O. Spearman, Sr. Embassy at Boulevard de la Revolution, Kigali. Mailing address is B. P. 28 Kigali. Telephone 205-75601 through 75603 or 72126 through 72128 flag. 3 equal vertical bands of red, hoist side, yellow, and green with a large black letter are centered in the yellow band. Uses the popular Pan-African colors of Ethiopia, similar to the flag of Guinea, which is a plain yellow band. Economy overview. About 40% of GDP comes from the agricultural sector. Coffee and tea make up 80 to 90% of total exports. The amount of fertile land is limited, however, and deforestation and soil erosion have created problems. The industrial sector in Rwanda is small, contributing less than 20% to GDP. Manufacturing focuses mainly on the processing of agricultural products. The Rwandan economy remains dependent on coffee exports and foreign aid, with no relief in sight. Weak international prices since 1986 have caused the economy to contract and per capita GDP to decline. GDP, $2.3 billion. Per capita, $325. Real growth rate, 2.5%. 1988 EST. Inflation rate, consumer prices 3%. 1988 unemployment rate. NA percent budget. Revenues $413 million. Expenditures $522 million, including capital expenditures of $230 million. 1988 EST. Exports $118 million. FOB 1988. Commodities: coffee 85%, tea, tin, cassiterite, wolframite, pyrethrum. Partners: FRG, Belgium, Italy, Uganda, UK, France, US. Imports $278 million. FOB 1988. Commodities: textiles, foodstuffs, machines and equipment, capital goods, steel, petroleum products, cement, and construction material. Partners: US, Belgium, FRG, Kenya, Japan. External debt $645 million. December 1989 EST. Industrial production. Growth rate 1.2%. 1988. Electricity 26,000 kilowatts. Capacity 112 million kilowatt hours. Produced 15 kilowatt hours per capita. 1989. Industries: mining of cassiterite, tin ore, and wolframite, tungsten ore, tin, cement, agricultural processing, small-scale beverage production, soap, furniture, shoes, plastic goods, textiles, cigarettes. Agriculture: cash crops, coffee, tea, pyrethrum, insecticide made from chrysanthemums. Main food crops: bananas, beans, sorghum, potatoes. Stock raising, self-sufficiency declining. Country imports foodstuffs as farm production fails to keep up with a 3.8% annual growth in population aid. U.S. commitments, including ex-IM, FI 70-88, $118 million. Western Non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1970 to 87, $1.7 billion. OPEC bilateral aid, 1979 to 89, $45 million. Communist countries, 1970 to 88, $58 million currency. Rwandan franc, plural, francs, 1 Rwandan franc, RF, equals 100 centimes exchange rates. Rwandan francs, RF, per 1 US dollar, 78.99. December 1989, 79.98, 1989, 76.45, 1988, 79.67, 1987, 87.64, 1986, 101.26, 1985, fiscal year, calendar year, communications highways, 4,885 kilometers total, 460 kilometers paved, 1,725 kilometers gravel and or improved earth, 2,700 kilometers unimproved inland waterways. Lac Kivu navigable by shallow draft barges and native craft civil air. 1 major transport aircraft airports. 8 total, 8 usable. 2 with permanent surface runways. None with runways over 3,659 m. 1 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m. 2 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications. Fare system with low-capacity radio relay system centered on Kigali. 6,600 telephones. Stations. 2 AM, 5 FM, no TV. Satellite Earth stations. 1 Indian Ocean Intelsat and 1 Zimphony. Defense Forces branches. Army, paramilitary, gendarmerie military manpower. Males 15 to 49. 1,586,989. 810,560 fit for military service. No conscription defense expenditures. 2.1% of GDP. 1987. Country, St. Helena, dependent territory of the UK. Geography, total area. 410 square kilometers. Land area. 410 square kilometers. Includes Ascension, Gough Island, Inaccessible Island, Nightingale Island, and Tristan da Cunha comparative area. Slightly more than 2.3 times the size of Washington, D.C. land boundaries. None coastline. 60 kilometers maritime claims. Exclusive fishing zone. 200 nanometers. Territorial sea. 12 nanometers climate. Tropical. Marine. Mild. Tempered by trade winds terrain. Rugged. Volcanic. Small scattered plateaus and plains natural resources. Fish. Ascension is a breeding ground for sea turtles and sooty terns. No minerals land use. 7% arable land. 0% permanent crops. 7% meadows and pastures. 3% forest and woodland. 83% other environment. Very few perennial streams note. Napoleon Bonaparte's place of exile and burial. The remains were taken to Paris in 1840. People population. 6,657, July 1990. Growth rate 0.6%, 1990. Birth rate, 13 births per 1,000 population. 1990. Death rate, 8 deaths/1,000 population. 1990. Net migration rate, NEGL migrants/1,000 population. 1990. Infant mortality rate, 46 deaths/1,000 live births. 1990. Life expectancy at birth, 70 years male, 75 years female. 1990. Total fertility rate, 1.4 children born/woman. 1990. Nationality. Noun, St. Helenians. Adjective, St. Helenian ethnic divisions. NA religion, Anglican majority, also Baptist, Seventh-day Adventist, and Roman Catholic language. English literacy, NA percent but probably. High labor force, NA organized labor. St. Helena General Workers Union, 472 members, 17% crafts, 10% professional and technical, 10% service, 9% management and clerical, 9% farming and fishing, 6% transport, 5% sales, 1% security, and 33% other, government long-form name. None type. Dependent territory of the UK capital. Jamestown administrative divisions. 2 dependencies and 1 administrative area asterisk. Ascension asterisk. St. Helena, Tristan da Cunha Independence. None. Dependent territory of the UK. Constitution. January 1st, 1967 legal system. NA national holiday. Celebration of the birthday of the Queen, 2nd Saturday in June. June 10th, 1989 executive branch. British monarch, governor, executive council, cabinet, legislative branch, unicameral legislative council, judicial branch, Supreme Court leaders, chief of state, Queen Elizabeth II. Since February 6, 1952, head of government, governor and commander-in-chief Robert F. Stimson. Since 1987, political parties and leaders, St. Helena. Labour Party, G.O. Thornton, St. Helena Progressive Party, leader unknown. Note, both political parties inactive since 1976 suffrage. NA elections, Legislative Council. Last held October 1984, next to be held in A. Results, percent of vote by party in A. Seats, 15 total, 12 elected. Number of seats by party in A. Communists. Probably none. Diplomatic representation. None. Dependent territory of the UK. Flag. Blue with the flag of the UK in the upper hoist side quadrant and the St. Helenian. Shield centered on the outer half of the flag. The shield features a rocky coastline and 3-masted sailing ship. Economy overview. The economy depends primarily on financial assistance from the UK. The local population earns some income from fishing, the rearing of livestock, and sales of handicrafts. Because there are few jobs, a large proportion of the workforce have left to seek employment overseas. GDP, dollar in A, per capita, dollar in A, real growth rate in A, percent inflation rate, consumer prices, 1.1%, 1986, unemployment rate, in A, percent budget, revenues $3.2 million, expenditures $2.9 million, including capital expenditures of NA, 1984, exports, $23.9 thousand, FOB, 1984. Commodities, fish, frozen skipjack, tuna, salt-dried skipjack, handicrafts. Partners, South Africa, UK imports, $2.4 million, CF, 1984. Commodities, food, beverages, tobacco, fuel, oils, animal feed, building materials, motor. Vehicles and parts, machinery and parts. Partners, UK, South Africa, external debt. Dollar in A, industrial production. Growth rate in A, percent electricity. 9,800 kilowatts capacity. 10 million kilowatt hours produced. 1,390 kilowatt hours per capita. 1989. Industries. Crafts, furniture, lacework, fancy woodwork, fish agriculture, maize, potatoes, vegetables, timber production being developed, crawfishing on Tristan da Cunha aid, Western, non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1970 to 87, $168 million currency, St. Helenian. Pound, plural, pounds, 1 St. Helenian pound, LS, equals 100 pence exchange rates. St. Helenian pounds, LS, per 1 U.S. dollar, 0.6055, January 1990, 0.6099, 1989, 0.5614, 1988, 0.6102, 1987, 0.6817, 1986, 0.7714, 1985. Note, the St. Helenian pound is at par with the British pound fiscal year, April 1st, 31 March, communications highways, 87 kilometers bitumen-sealed roads, 20 kilometers earth roads on St. Helena, 80 kilometers bitumen-sealed on Ascension, 2.7 kilometers bitumen-sealed on Tristan da Cunha ports, Jamestown, St. Helena, Georgetown, Ascension, Merchant Marine, 1 passenger cargo ship totaling 3,150 GRT/2, 264 AWT airports, 1 with permanent surface runway, 2,440 to 3,659 m on Ascension. Telecommunications, 1,500 radio receivers, stations, 1 AM, no FM, no TV, 550 telephones and automatic network. HF radio links to Ascension, then into worldwide submarine cable and satellite networks. Major coaxial cable relay point between South Africa, Portugal, and UK at Ascension. 2 Atlantic Ocean Intelsat Earth stations. Defense Forces note. Defense is the responsibility of the UK. Country, Street Kits and Nevis. Geography total area, 360 km2. Land area, 360 square kilometers. Comparative area, slightly more than twice the size of Washington, D.C. Land boundaries. None coastline, 135 kilometers. Maritime claims. Contiguous zone, 24 nanometers. Extended economic zone, 200 nanometers. Territorial sea, 12 nanometers. Climate, subtropical tempered by constant sea breezes. Little seasonal temperature variation. Rainy season, May to November. Terrain, volcanic with mountainous interiors. Natural resources, negligible land use. 22% arable land, 17% permanent crops, 3% meadows and pastures, 17% forest and woodland, 41% other environment. Subject to hurricanes July to October. Note, located 320 kilometers southeast of Puerto Rico. People population, 40,157, July 1990. Growth rate 0.3%, 1990. Birth rate, 24 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate, 10 deaths/1,000 population, 1990. Net migration rate, 11 migrants/1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate, 40 deaths/1,000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth, 64 years male, 71 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate, 2.7 children born/woman, 1990. Ethnic divisions, mainly of Black African descent. Nationality. Noun, Kitsians, Nevisians. Adjective, Kitsin, Nevisian. Religion, Anglican, other Protestant sects. Roman Catholic. Language, English. Literacy, 80%. Labor force, 20,000, 1981. Organized labor, 6,700. Government. Long form name, Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. Type, constitutional monarchy. Capital, Bastair. Administrative divisions, 14 parishes. Christchurch, Nicola Town, St. Anne, Sandy Point, St. George Bastair, St. George Gingerland, St. James Windward, St. John Capistair, St. John Fig Tree, St. Mary Caen, St. Paul Capistair, St. Paul Charlestown, St. Peter Bastair, St. Thomas Lowland, St. Thomas Middle Island, Trinity Palmetto Point. Independence, September 19, 1983, from UK. Constitution, September 19, 1983. Legal system, based on English common law. National holiday, Independence Day, September 19, 1983. Executive branch, British monarch, Governor General, Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister, Cabinet. Legislative branch, unicameral House of Assembly, sometimes referred to as the National Assembly. Judicial branch, Eastern Caribbean Supreme Court. Leaders, Chief of State, Queen Elizabeth II, since February 6, 1952, represented by Governor-General Sir Clement Athelstan Arundel, since September 19, 1983, previously Governor-General of the Associated States since November 1981. Head of Government, Prime Minister, Dr. Kennedy. Alphonse Simmons, since September 19, 1983, previously Premier of the Associated States since February 1980. Deputy Prime Minister Michael Oliver Powell, Cincinnati. Political parties and leaders, People's Action Movement, PAM, Kennedy Simmons, Street Kits and Nevis Labor Party, SKNLP. Lee Moore, Nevis Reformation Party, NRP, Simeon Daniel. Concerned Citizens Movement, CCM, Vance Amory Suffrage. Universal Adult at Age NA elections. House of Assembly, last held March 21, 1989, next to be held by March 21, 1994. Seats, 14 total, 11 elected, PAM 6, SKNLP 2, NRP 2, CCM 1 Communists. None known member of ACP, CARICOM, Commonwealth, FAO, IBRD, IMF, ISO, OS, OECS, UN Diplomatic Representation. Minister Counselor, Deputy Chief of Mission, Charge d'Affaires ad interim, Erstian M. Edwards, Chancery at Suite 540, 2501 M Street in W. Washington, D.C. 20037. Telephone 202-833-3550. U.S. None flag. Divided diagonally from the lower hoist side by a broad black band bearing two white five-pointed stars. The black band is edged in yellow. The upper triangle is green. The lower triangle is red. Economy overview. The economy has historically depended on the growing and processing of sugarcane and on remittances from overseas workers. In recent years, tourism and export-oriented manufacturing have assumed larger roles. GDP, $119 million. Per capita, $3,240. Real growth rate 6%, 1988 EST. Inflation rate, consumer prices 0.9%, 1987. Unemployment rate, 20 to 25%, 1987. Budget, revenues $38.5 million. Expenditures $45.0 million, including capital expenditures of $15.8 million. 1988. Exports, $30.3 million. FOB, 1988. Commodities, sugar, manufacturers, postage stamps, partners, U.S. 44%, UK 30%, Trinidad and Tobago 12%, 1987. Imports, $94.7 million. CF, 1988. Commodities, foodstuffs, intermediate manufacturers, machinery, fuels, partners, U.S. 35%, UK 18%, Trinidad and Tobago 10%, Canada 6%, Japan 4%, 1987. External debt, $27.6 million, 1988. Industrial production, growth rate 5.8%, 1986. Electricity, 15,800 kilowatts capacity, 45 million kilowatt hours produced, 1,120 kilowatt hours per capita. 1989. Industries, sugar processing, tourism, cotton, salt, copra, clothing, footwear, beverages. Agriculture accounts for 10% of GDP. Cash crop, sugarcane, subsistence crops, rice, yams, bananas, fishing potential not fully exploited. Most food imported aid. U.S. commitments, including ex-im, FI 70-87. $13.6 million. Western, non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1970 to 87. $46 million currency. East Caribbean dollar, plural, dollars. 1 EC dollar, equals 100 cents exchange rates. East Caribbean dollars, EC dollar, per 1 U.S. dollar. 2.70, fixed rate since 1976. Fiscal year, calendar year, communications railroads. 58 kilometers 0.760 meter narrow gauge on St. Kitts for sugarcane highways. 300 kilometers total. 125 kilometers paved, 125 kilometers otherwise improved. 50 kilometers unimproved earthports. Basse-Terre, Street Kitts. Charlestown, Nevis, Civil Air. No major transport aircraft airports. 2 total, 2 usable. 2 with permanent surface runways. None with runways over 3,659 m. 1 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m. None with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications. Good inter-island VHF/UHF/SHF radio connections and international link via Antigua and Barbuda and St. Martin. 2,400 telephones, stations, 2 AM, no FM, for TV, Defense Forces branches, Royal Street Kitts and Nevis Police Force military manpower, NA Defense. Expenditures. NA, country, St. Lucia. Geography, total area, 620 square kilometers. Land area, 610 square kilometers. Comparative area, slightly less than 3.5 times the size of Washington, D.C. land boundaries. None coastline. 158 kilometers maritime claims. Contiguous zone, 24 nanometers. Extended economic zone, 200 nanometers. Territorial sea, 12 nanometers climate. Tropical, moderated by northeast trade winds. Dry season from January to April. Rainy season from May to August. Terrain volcanic and mountainous with some broad, fertile valleys. Natural resources: forests, sandy beaches, minerals, pumice, mineral springs, geothermal potential. Land use: 8% arable land, 20% permanent crops, 5% meadows and pastures, 13% forest and woodland, 54% other. Includes 2% irrigated environment, subject to hurricanes and volcanic activity. Deforestation, soil erosion. Note: located 700 kilometers southeast of Puerto Rico. People population, 153,196, July 1990. Growth rate, 2.6%, 1990. Birth rate, 33 births / 1,000. Population, 1990. Death rate, 5 deaths / 1,000. Population, 1990. Net migration rate, 2 migrants / 1,000. Population, 1990. Infant mortality rate, 18 deaths / 1,000. Live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth, 69 years male, 74 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate, 3.8 children born / woman, 1990. Nationality: noun, St. Lucians. Adjective, St. Lucian ethnic divisions. 90.3% African descent, 5.5% mixed, 3.2% East Indian, 0.8%. Caucasian religion: 90% Roman Catholic, 7% Protestant, 3% Anglican language. English official, French patois literacy. 78% labor force, 43,800, 43.4% agriculture, 38.9% services, 17.7% industry and commerce. 1983 EST. Organized labor, 20% of labor force. Government long-form name. None type. Parliamentary democracy capital. Castries administrative divisions. 11 parishes. Onsloray, Castries, Choiseul, Dauphin, Dennery, Gros Islet, Laborie, Mycoud, Praslin, Soufriere, Vieux-Fort. Independence. February 22, 1979, from UK. Constitution. February 22, 1979. Legal system. Based on English common law. National holiday. Independence Day, February 22, 1979. Executive branch. British monarch, Governor-General, Prime Minister, Cabinet. Legislative branch. Bicameral parliament consists of an upper house or Senate and a lower house or House of Assembly. Judicial branch. Eastern Caribbean Supreme Court leaders. Chief of State, Queen Elizabeth II, since February 6, 1952, represented by Governor-General Stanislaus Anthony James, since October 10, 1988. Head of Government, Prime Minister John George Melvin Compton, since May 3, 1982. Political parties and leaders. United Workers' Party, UWP, John Compton, ST. Lucia Labour Party, SLP, Julian Hunt. Progressive Labour Party, PLP, George Odlum. Suffrage. Universal at age 18 elections. House of Assembly. Last held April 6, 1987. Next to be held April 1992. Results, percent of vote by party. NA. Seats, 17 total. UWP 10, SLP 7. Communists. Negligible member of ACP. CARICOM, FAOG 77, GATT, de facto, IBRD, IKO, IDA, IFAD, IFC, ILO, IMF, IMO, NM, OS, OECS, PEHON, UNESCO, UPU, WFDU, who WMO diplomatic representation. Ambassador Dr. Joseph Edsel. Edmonds, Chancery at Suite 309, 2100 M Street in W. Washington, D.C. 3037. Telephone 202 for 63-7378 or 7379. There's a St. Lucian Consulate General in New York, U.S. None flag. Blue with a gold isosceles triangle below a black arrowhead. The upper edges of the arrowhead have a white border. Economy overview. Since 1983, the economy has shown an impressive average annual growth rate of almost 5% because of strong agricultural and tourist industry sectors. There is also an expanding industrial base supported by foreign investment in manufacturing and other activities, such as in data processing. The economy, however, remains vulnerable because the important agricultural sector is dominated by banana production. St. Lucia is subject to periodic droughts and/or tropical storms, and its protected market agreement with the UK for bananas may end in 1992. GDP, $172 million, per capita $1,258. Real growth rate 6.8%, 1988 EST. Inflation rate, consumer prices 7%, 1987. Unemployment rate 18.6%, 1986. Budget, revenues $71.7 million. Expenditures $79.3 million, including capital expenditures of $19.6 million. 1987. Exports, $76.8 million. FOB, 1987. Commodities, bananas 67%, cocoa, vegetables, fruits, coconut oil, clothing. Partners, UK 55%, CARICOM 21%, US 18%, other 6% imports. $178.1 million. CF, 1987. Commodities, manufactured goods 22%, machinery and transportation equipment 21%, food and live animals 20%, mineral fuels, foodstuffs, machinery and equipment, fertilizers, petroleum products. Partners, US 33%, UK 16%, CARICOM 14.8%, Japan 6.5%, other 29.7%. External debt, $39.5 million. December 1987. Industrial production. Growth rate 2.4%. 1987. Electricity, 20,000 kilowatts capacity. 80 million kilowatt hours produced, 530 kilowatt hours per capita. 1989. Industries. Clothing, assembly of electronic components, beverages, corrugated boxes, tourism, lime processing, coconut processing. Agriculture accounts for 15% of GDP and 43% of labor force. Crops, bananas, coconuts, vegetables, citrus fruit, root crops, cocoa. Imports, food for the tourist industry. Aid, U.S. commitments, including Exim, FI 70-87, for $1 million. Western, non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1970 to 87, $93 million currency. East Caribbean dollar, plural, dollars. 1 EC dollar equals 100 cents. Exchange rates. East Caribbean dollars, EC dollar, per 1 U.S. dollar, 2.70. Fixed rates since 1976. Fiscal year, April 1st, 31 March. Communications highways, 760 kilometers total. 500 kilometers paved. 260 kilometers otherwise improved. Ports, Castries Civil Air, 2 major transport aircraft airports. 2 total, 2 usable. 2 with permanent surface runways. None with runways over 3,659 m. 1 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m. 1 with runways 1,220 to 2,439. Telecommunications. Fully automatic telephone system. 9,500 telephones. Direct radio relay link with Martinique and St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Inter-island troposcatter link to Barbados. Stations, 4 AM, 1 FM, 1 TV cable. Defense Forces branches. Royal St. Lucia Police Force military manpower. And aid defense expenditures. And country, Saint Pierre and Miquelon, territorial collectivity of France. Geography, total area, 242 square kilometers. Land area, 242 square kilometers. Includes 8 small islands in the Saint Pierre and the Miquelon group's comparative area. Slightly less than 1.5 times the size of Washington. D.C. land boundaries. None coastline. 120 kilometers maritime claims. Contiguous zone. 12 nanometers. Continental shelf. 200 meters or to depth of exploitation. Extended economic zone. 200 nanometers. Territorial sea. 12 nanometers disputes. Focus of maritime boundary dispute between Canada and France. Climate: cold and wet, with much mist and fog. Spring and autumn are windy terrain. Mostly barren rock. Natural resources: fish, deep water. Ports. Land use: 13% arable land, 0% permanent crops, 0% meadows and pastures, 4% forest and woodland, 83% other environment. Vegetation. Scanning note: located 25 kilometers south of Newfoundland, Canada, in the North Atlantic Ocean. People. Population: 6,330, July 1990. Growth rate: 0.4%, 1990. Birth rate: 17 births per 1,000. Population: 1990. Death rate: 7 deaths/1,000. Population: 1990. Net migration rate: 6 migrants/1,000. Population: 1990. Infant mortality rate: 9 deaths/1,000. Live births: 1990. Life expectancy at birth: 72 years male, 79 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate: 2.2 children born/woman, 1990. Nationality: noun, Frenchman men, Frenchwoman women. Adjective, French. Ethnic divisions: originally Basques and Bretons. French fishermen. Religion: 98% Roman Catholic. Language: French. Literacy: an A%, but compulsory education between 6 and 16 years of age. Labor force: 2,510. 1982. Organized labor. Workers' force. Trade union. Government. Long form name. Territorial collectivity of Saint-Pierre and Miquelon. Type: territorial collectivity of France. Capital: Saint-Pierre. Administrative divisions: none. Territorial collectivity of France. Independence: none. Territorial collectivity of France. Constitution: September 28, 1958. French Constitution. Legal system: French law. National holiday: National Day, July 14th. Executive branch: Commissioner of the Republic. Legislative branch: Unicameral. General Council. Judicial branch: Superior Tribunal of Appeals. Tribunal Superieur d'Appel. Leaders: Chief of State, President François Mitterrand, since May 21st, 1981. Head of Government, Commissioner of the Republic. Jean-Pierre Marquis, since February 1989. President of the General Council. Marc Plantagenet, since NA. Political parties and leaders: Socialist Party, PS. Union for French Democracy, UDF/CDS. Gerard Grignon. Suffrage: universal at age 18. Elections: General Council. Last held September-October 1988. Next to be held September 1994. Results: percent of vote by party. NA. Seats: 19 total. Socialist and other left-wing parties 13. UDF and right-wing parties 6. French president. Last held May 8, 1988. Next to be held May 1995. Results: second ballot: Jacques Chirac 56%, François Mitterrand 44%. French Senate. Last held September 24, 1989. Next to be held September 1992. Results: percent of vote by party. NA. Seats: 1 total. PS 1. French National Assembly. Last held the 5th and the 12th of June 1988. Next to be held June 1993. Results: percent of vote by party. NA. Seats: 1 total. UDF/CDS 1. Diplomatic representation. As a territorial collectivity of France, local interests are represented in the U.S. by France flag. The flag of France is used. Economy overview: the inhabitants have traditionally earned their livelihood by fishing and by servicing fishing fleets operating off the coast of Newfoundland. The economy has been declining, however, because the number of ships stopping at Saint-Pierre has steadily dropped over the years. In March 1989, an agreement between France and Canada set fish quotas for Saint-Pierre's trawlers fishing in Canadian and Canadian-claimed waters for 3 years. The agreement settles a long-standing dispute that had virtually brought fish exports to a halt. The islands are heavily subsidized by France. Imports come primarily from Canada. GDP: $NA per capita $2,495, 1984. Real growth rate in %, inflation rate. Consumer prices in %, unemployment rate. 13.3%, 1987. Budget. Revenues $in million. Expenditures $13.9 million, including capital expenditures of $in a. 1988. Exports $23.3 million. FOB. 1986. Commodities: fish and fish products, fox and mink pelts. Partners: US 58%, France 17%, UK 11%, Canada. Portugal imports $50.3 million. CF. 1986. Commodities: meat, clothing, fuel, electrical equipment, machinery, building. Materials: partners: Canada, France, US, Netherlands, UK. External debt. $in a. Industrial production. Growth rate in %. Electricity: 10,000 kilowatts capacity. 25 million kilowatt hours produced. 3,970 kilowatt hours per capita. 1989. Industries: fishing and supply base for fishing fleets. Tourism, agriculture. Vegetables: cattle, sheep, and pigs for local consumption. Fish catch: 14,750 metric tons. 1986. Aid. Western non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1970 to 87. $477 million currency. French franc, plural. Francs: 1 French franc F equals 100 centimes. Exchange rates: French francs F per $1 US. 5.7598, January 1990. 6.3801, 1989. 5.9569, 1988. 6.0107, 1987. 6.9261, 1986. 8.9852, 1985. Fiscal year, calendar year. Communications highways: 120 kilometers total. 60 kilometers paved. 1985. Ports: St. Pierre Civil Air, Air St. Pierre Airports. 2 total. 2 usable. 2 with permanent surface runways. None with runways over 2,439 m. 1 with runway 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications: 3,601 telephones. Stations: 1 AM, 3 FM, no TV. Radio telecommunication with most countries in the world. 1 satellite Earth station in French domestic system. Defense Forces note: defense is the responsibility of France. Country: St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Geography: total area, 340 square kilometers. Land area: 340 square kilometers. Comparative area: slightly less than twice the size of Washington, D.C. Land boundaries. None. Coastline: 84 kilometers. Maritime claims. Contiguous zone: 24 nanometers. Extended economic zone: 200 nanometers. Territorial sea: 12 nanometers. Climate: tropical. Little seasonal temperature variation. Rainy season, May to November. Terrain: volcanic, mountainous. Soufriere volcano on the island of St. Vincent. Natural resources: negligible land use. 38% arable land. 12% permanent crops. 6% meadows and pastures. 41% forest and woodland. 3% other. Includes 3% irrigated environment. Subject to hurricanes. Soufriere volcano is a constant threat. Note: some islands of the Grenadines group are administered by Grenada. People population: 112,646, July 1990. Growth rate 1.4%, 1990. Birth rate: 27 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate: 6 deaths/1,000 population, 1990. Net migration rate: 8 migrants/1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate: 32 deaths/1,000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth: 68 years male, 72 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate: 2.9 children born/woman, 1990. Nationality: noun, St. Vincentians or Vincentians. Adjectives: St. Vincentian or Vincentian. Ethnic divisions: mainly of Black African descent. Remainder mixed, with some white, East Indian, Carib Indian religion. Anglican, Methodist, Roman Catholic, Seventh-day Adventist language. English, some French patois literacy. 82% labor force. 67,000, 1984 EST. Organized labor. 10% of labor force. Government long-form name. None. Type. Constitutional monarchy capital. Kingstown administrative divisions. 6 parishes. Charlotte, Grenadines, St. Andrew, St. David, St. George, St. Patrick Independence. October 27, 1979, from UK. Constitution. October 27, 1979 legal system. Based on English common law and national holiday. Independence Day. October 27, 1979, executive branch. British monarch, Governor-General, Prime Minister, Cabinet legislative branch. Unicameral House of Assembly. Includes 15 elected representatives and 6 appointed senators. Judicial branch. Eastern Caribbean Supreme Court leaders. Chief of State, Queen Elizabeth II, since February 6, 1952, represented by Governor-General David Jack, since 29 September 1989, Head of Government, Prime Minister James F. Mitchell, since July 30, 1984, political parties and leaders. New Democratic Party, NDP, James, son, Mitchell, St. Vincent Labour Party, SVLP, Vincent Beach, United People's Movement, UPM, Adrian Saunders, Movement for National Unity, MNU, Ralph Gonsalves, National Reform Party, NRP, Joel Miguel Suffrage, Universal at age 18 elections, House of Assembly, last held May 16, 1989, next to be held July 1994. Results, percent of vote by party NA, seats, 15 total, NDP 15 member of, ACP, CARICOM, FAO, G, 77, GATT de facto, IBRD, ICAO, IDA, IFAD, IMF, IMO, OS, OECS, UN, UNESCO, UPU, WFDU, who diplomatic representation, none flag. 3 vertical bands of blue, hoist side, gold, double width, and green. The gold band bears 3 green diamonds arranged in AV pattern. Economy overview. Agriculture, dominated by banana production, is the most important sector of the economy, providing employment for over 60% of the labor force and contributing about 20% to GDP. The services sector is next in importance, based mostly on a growing tourist industry. The economy continues to have a high unemployment rate of 30% because of an overdependence on the weather-plagued banana crop as a major export earner. Government progress toward diversifying into new industries has been relatively unsuccessful. GDP, $136 million, per capita $1,305, real growth rate 8.4%, 1988, inflation rate, consumer prices 2%, 1988, unemployment rate 30%, 1989 EST. Budget, revenues $42.7 million, expenditures $67.5 million, including capital expenditures of $25.80, FY 88, exports, $63.8 million, FOB, 1986, commodities, bananas, Edos and Dasheen, taro, arrowroot starch, copra, partners, CARICOM 60%, UK 27%, US 10% imports, $87.3 million, CF, 1986, commodities, foodstuffs, machinery and equipment, chemicals and fertilizers, minerals and fuels, partners, US 37%, CARICOM 18%, UK 13% external debt, $35 million, July 1987, industrial production. Growth rate, 1.2%, 1986, electricity, 16,600 kilowatts capacity, 64 million kilowatt hours produced, 610 kilowatt hours per capita, 1989, industries, food processing, sugar, flour, cement, furniture, rum, starch, sheet metal, beverage agriculture, account for 20% of GDP and 60% of labor force, provides bulk of exports, products, bananas, arrowroot, world's largest producer, coconuts, sweet potatoes, spices, Small numbers of cattle, sheep, hogs, goats, small fish catch used locally aid. U.S. commitments, including Exim. FI 70-87. $11 million. Western, non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1970 to 87. $71 million currency. East Caribbean dollar, plural, dollars. 1 EC dollar equals 100 cents exchange rates. East Caribbean dollars, EC dollar, per 1 U.S. dollar, 2.70. Fixed rates since 1976, fiscal year, July 1st, 30 June, communications highways, about 1,000 kilometers total, 300 kilometers paved, 400 kilometers improved, 300 kilometers unimproved ports, Kingstown Merchant Marine, 175 ships, 1,000 GRT or over, totaling 1,305,945 GRT /2 029,935. DWT includes 2 passenger, 1 passenger cargo, 103 cargo, 10 container, 8 roll-on/roll-off cargo, for refrigerated cargo, 9 petroleum, oils, and lubricants POL, tanker, for chemical tanker, 2 liquefied gas, 28 bulk, for combination bulk. Note, a flag of convenience registry civil air. No major transport aircraft airports. 6 total. 6 usable, for with permanent surface runways. None with runways over 2,439 m. 1 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications. Island-wide, fully automatic telephone system. 6,500 telephones. VHF/UHF inter-island links to Barbados and the Grenadines. New SHF links to Grenada and St. Lucia. Stations, 2 AM, no FM, 1 TV cable. Defense Forces branches, Royal St. Vincent and the Grenadines Police Force military manpower. NA defense expenditures. NA country, San Marino. Geography, total area, 60 square kilometers. Land area, 60 square kilometers. Comparative area, about 0.3 times the size of Washington, D.C. land boundary, 39 kilometers with Italy. Coastline, none. Landlocked maritime claims, none. Landlocked climate, Mediterranean, mild to cool winters, warm, sunny summers. Terrain, rugged mountains. Natural resources, building stones. Land use, 17% arable land, 0% permanent crops, 0% meadows and pastures, 0% forest and woodland, 83% other environment, dominated by the Apennines. Note, landlocked, world's smallest republic, enclave of Italy. People population, 23,123, July 1990, growth rate 0.6%, 1990, birth rate, 8 births/1,000. Population, 1990, death rate, 7 deaths/1,000. Population, 1990, net migration rate, 5 migrants/1,000. Population, 1990, infant mortality rate, 9 deaths/1,000. Live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth, 74 years male, 79 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate, 1.3 children born/woman, 1990. Nationality, noun, Sammarinese Singh, and PL. Adjective, Sammarinese ethnic divisions, Sammarinese, Italian religion, Roman Catholic language, Italian literacy, 97% labor force, about 4,300 organized labor. Democratic Federation of Sammarinese Workers, affiliated with ICFDU, has about 1,800 members. Communist-dominated General Federation of Labor, 1,400 members. Government long-form name, Republic of San Marino. Type, Republic. Capital, San Marino. Administrative divisions, 9 municipalities. Castelli, singular, Castello. Acquaviva, Borgo Maggiore, Chiesa Nuova, Domagnano, Faetano, Fiorentino, Monte Giardino, San Marino, Serravalle. Independence, 301, by tradition, Constitution, October 8, 1600, Electoral Law of 1926 serves some of the functions of a constitution legal system. Based on civil law system with Italian law influences, has not accepted compulsory ICJ jurisdiction national holiday. Anniversary of the foundation of the Republic, September 3rd, Executive Branch. 2 Captains Regent, Congress of State, Cabinet. Real executive power is wielded by the Secretary of State. 4 Foreign Affairs and the Secretary of State for Internal Affairs Legislative Branch. Unicameral Grand and General Council, Consiglio Grande e General, Judicial Branch. Council of 12, Consiglio de 12. Leaders, co-chiefs of state and co-heads of government. Captain Regent Salvatore Reeves, since April 1989, and Captain Regent Luciano Cardelli, since April 1989. Captains Regent are elected for 6-month terms. Political parties and leaders. Christian Democratic Party, DCS, Gabriele Gatti. Communist Party, PCS, Gilberto Ghiatti. Socialist Unity Party, PSU, Emilio Della Balda and Patricia Buzignani. San Marino Socialist Party, PSS, Antonio Volpinari. San Marino Social Democratic Party, PSDS, Augusto Casali. San Marino Republican Party, PRS, Cristoforo Buscarini. Suffrage. Universal at age 18 elections. Grand and General Council. Last held May 29, 1988. Next to be held by May 1993. Results, percent of vote by party NA. Seats, 60 total. DCS 27, PCS 18, PSU 8, PSS 7. Communists, about 300 members. The PCS, in conjunction with the PSS, PSU, and PSDS, has led the government since 1978. Other political parties or pressure groups. Political parties influenced by policies of their counterparts in Italy. Member of ICJ, ITU, IRC, UNESCO, UPU, WFTU, WDO. Observer status in NAM diplomatic representation. San Marino maintains honorary consulate general in Washington and New York and an honorary consulate in Detroit. U.S. No mission in San Marino, but the consul general in Florence, Italy, is accredited to San Marino. Consulate General at 38 Lungarno Amerigo Vespucci, Florence, Italy. Mailing address is APO New York 09019. Telephone 39 55 298 to 276. Flag. 2 equal horizontal bands of white, top, and light blue with the national coat of arms superimposed in the center. The coat of arms has a shield, featuring 3 towers on 3 peaks, flanked by a wreath, below a crown, and above a scroll bearing the word Libertas, liberty. Economy overview. The economy relies heavily on the tourist industry as a source of revenue. More than 2 million tourists visit each year, contributing about 60% to GDP. The sale of postage stamps to foreign collectors is another important income producer. The manufacturing sector employs nearly 40% of the labor force, and agriculture less than 4%. The per capita level of output and standard of living are comparable to northern Italy. GDP, $NA, per capita, $NA, real growth rate in a percent inflation rate. Consumer prices 6.4%, 1986, unemployment rate 6.5%, 1985, budget, revenues $99.2 million, expenditures $NA, including capital expenditures of $NA, 1983, exports. Trade data are included with the statistics for Italy. Commodity trade consists primarily of exchanging building stone, lime, wood, chestnuts, wheat, wine, baked goods, hides, and ceramics for a wide variety of consumer manufacturers' imports. See exports, external debt. NA industrial production. Growth rate NA percent electricity. Supplied by Italy industries. Wine, olive oil, cement, leather, textile, tourist agriculture. Employs less than 4% of labor force. Products, wheat, grapes, corn, olives, meat, cheese, hides, small numbers of cattle, pigs, horses. Depends on Italy for food imports aid. NA currency. Italian lira, plural lire. 1 Italian lira, lit, equals 100 centesimi. Also mints its own coins exchange rates. Italian lire, lit, per 1 US dollar, 1,262.5, January 1990. 1,372.1, 1989. 1,301.6, 1988. 1,296.1, 1987. 1,490.8, 1986. 1,909.4, 1985. Fiscal year, calendar year, communications highways. 104 kilometers telecommunications, automatic. Telephone system, 11,700 telephones. Stations, no AM, 20 FM, no TV. Radio relay and cable links into Italian networks. No communications satellite facilities, defense forces branches, public security or police force of less than 50 people military manpower. All fit men ages 16 to 60 constitute a militia that can serve as an army defense expenditures. In a country, São Tomé and Príncipe. Geography, total area, 960 square kilometers. Land area, 960 square kilometers. Comparative area, slightly less than 5.5 times the size of Washington, D.C. land boundaries. None coastline, 209 kilometers maritime claims. Measured from claimed archipelagic baselines. Extended economic zone, 200 nanometers. Territorial sea, 12 nanometers. Climate, tropical, hot, humid. 1 rainy season, October to May. Terrain, volcanic. Mountainous natural resources, fish. Land use, 1% arable land, 20% permanent crops, 1% meadows and pastures, 75% forest and woodland, 3% other environment. Deforestation, soil. Erosion note. Located south of Nigeria and west of Gabon near the equator in the North Atlantic Ocean. People population, 124,765, July 1990. Growth rate 3%, 1990. Birth rate, 38 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate, 8 deaths/1,000 population, 1990. Net migration rate, 0 migrants/1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate, 61 deaths/1,000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth, 64 years male, 67 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate, 5.4 children born/woman, 1990. Nationality, noun, São Tomeans. Adjective, São Tomean ethnic divisions. Mestico, Angolares, descendants of Angolan slaves. Foros, descendants of freed slaves. Cervicais, contract laborers from Angola, Mozambique, and Cape Verde. Tongas, children of cervicais born on the islands. And Europeans, primarily Portuguese. Religion, Roman Catholic, Evangelical Protestant. Seventh-day Adventist language. Portuguese, official. Literacy, 50%. EST, labor force, 21,096, 1981. Most of population. Engaged in subsistence agriculture and fishing. Labor shortages on plantations and of skilled workers. 56% of population of working age, 1983. Organized labor. In a government long-form name. Democratic Republic of São Tomé and Príncipe type. Republic capital. São Tomé administrative divisions. 2 districts, Conselhos singular, Conselho, Príncipe. São Tomé independence. July 12, 1975, from Portugal. Constitution, November 5, 1975, approved December 15, 1982. Legal system, based on Portuguese law. System and customary law, has not accepted compulsory ICJ jurisdiction. National holiday. Independence Day, July 12, 1975, Executive Branch. President, Prime Minister, Council of Ministers, Cabinet. Legislative Branch, Unicameral National People's Assembly, sometimes referred to as the National Popular Assembly, Asamblea Popular Nacional. Judicial Branch. Supreme Court leaders, Chief of State, President Dr. Manuel Pinto da Costa, since July 12, 1975. Head of Government, Prime Minister. Celestino Rocha da Costa, since January 8, 1988. Political parties and leaders. Only party, Movement for the Liberation of Sao Tome and Principe, MLSTP, Dr. Manuel Pinto da Costa suffrage. Universal at age 18 elections. President. Last held September 30th, 1985. Next to be held September 1990. Results. President Dr. Manuel Pinto da Costa was re-elected without opposition by the National People's Assembly. National People's Assembly. Last held September 30th, 1985. Next to be held September 1990. Results. MLSTP is the only party. Seats, 40 total. MLSTP 40, indirectly elected. Member of ACP, FDB, FAO, G77, GATT de facto, IBRD-ICAO, IDA, IFA, DIFC, ILO, IMF, ITU, NIM, EU, IN, UNESCO, UPU, WHO WMO diplomatic representation. Ambassador Joaquim Rafael Branco. Chancery, temporary, at 801 2nd Avenue, Suite 1504, New York, New York, 10017. Telephone 212-697-4211. U.S. The U.S. Ambassador in Gabon is accredited to Sao Tome and Principe on a non-resident basis and makes periodic visits to the island's flag. 3 horizontal bands of green, top, yellow, double width, and green with 2 black 5-pointed stars placed side by side in the center of the yellow band, and a red isosceles triangle based on the hoist side. Uses the popular Pan-African colors of Ethiopia. Economy overview. The economy has remained dependent on cocoa since the gained independence nearly 15 years ago. Since then, however, cocoa production has gradually deteriorated because of drought and mismanagement, so that by 1987 output had fallen to less than 50% of its former levels. As a result, a shortage of cocoa for export has created a serious balance of payments problem. Production of less important crops, such as coffee, copra, and palm kernels, has also declined. The value of imports generally exceeds that of exports by a ratio of 4-to-1. The emphasis on cocoa production at the expense of other food crops has meant that Sao Tome has to import 90% of food needs. It also has to import all fuels and most manufactured goods. Over the years, Sao Tome has been unable to service its external debt, which amounts to roughly 80% of export earnings. Considerable potential exists for development of a tourist industry, and the government has taken steps to expand facilities in recent years. The government also implemented a 5-year plan covering 1986 to 90 to restructure the economy and reschedule external debt service payments in cooperation with the International Development Association and Western lenders. GDP, $37.9 million, per capita $340, real growth rate 1.8%, 1986, inflation rate, consumer prices 4.2%, 1986, unemployment rate. In A% budget. Revenues $19.2 million. Expenditures $25.1 million. Including capital expenditures of $19.9 million. 1987 exports. $9.1 million. FOB. 1988 EST. Commodities, cocoa 90%, copra, coffee, palm oil. Partners, FRG, GDR, Netherlands, China imports. $17.3 million, CF, 1988 EST. Commodities, machinery and electrical equipment, 59%. Food products, 32%. Fuels, 9%. Partners, Portugal, GDR, Angola, China, external debt. $95 million, 1988, industrial production. Growth rate, 7.1%. 1986, electricity. 6,000 kilowatts capacity, 12 million kilowatt hours produced, 100 kilowatt hours per capita. 1989, industries. Light construction, shirts, soap, beer, fisheries, shrimp processing, agriculture. Dominant sector of economy, primary source of exports. Cash crops, cocoa, 90%. Coconuts, palm kernels, coffee. Food products, bananas, papaya, beans, poultry, fish. Not self-sufficient in. Food, grain, and meat aid. U.S. commitments, including Exim, FI 70-87, $7 million. Western, non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1970 to 87, 41.9 million currency. Dobra, plural, dobras, 1 dobra, dB, equals 100 Cinemo's exchange rates. Dobras, dB, per 1 US dollar. 122.48, December to 1988, 72.827, 1987, 36.993, 1986, 41.195, 1985, fiscal year, calendar year, communications highways. 300 kilometers, 2/3 are paved. Roads on Principe are mostly unpaved and in need of repair ports. Sao Tome. Santo Antonio Civil Air. 8 major transport aircraft airports. 2 total, 2 usable. 2 with permanent surface runways 1,220 to 2,439 m telecommunications. Minimal system. 2,200 telephones. Stations. 1 AM, 2 FM, no TV. 1 Atlantic Ocean Intelsat Earth Station. Defense Forces branches. Army. Navy military manpower. Males 15 to 49, 27,805. 14,662 fit for military service defense expenditures. 1.6% of GDP. 1980. Country. Saudi Arabia. Geography. Total area. 2,149,690 square kilometers. Land area. 2,149,690 square kilometers comparative area. Slightly less than 1/4 the size of U.S. land boundaries. 4,410 kilometers total. Iraq 488 kilometers. Iraq Saudi Arabia neutral zone 198 kilometers. Jordan 742 kilometers. Kuwait 222 kilometers. Oman 676 kilometers. Qatar 40 kilometers. UAE 586 kilometers. PDRY 830 kilometers. YR 628 kilometers coastline. 2,510 kilometers maritime claims. Contiguous zone, 18 nanometers. Continental shelf, not specific. Exclusive fishing zone, not specific. Territorial sea, 12 nanometers disputes. No defined boundaries with PDRY, UAE, and YR. Shares. Neutral zone with Iraq. In July 1975, Iraq and Saudi Arabia signed an agreement to divide the zone between them. But the agreement must be ratified, however, before it becomes effective. Kuwaiti ownership of Karoo and Al Mardim Islands is disputed by Saudi Arabia. Climate. Harsh, dry desert with great extremes of temperature terrain. Mostly uninhabited, sandy desert natural resources. Crude oil, natural gas, iron, ore, gold, copper land use. 1% arable land. NEGL % permanent crops. 39% meadows and pastures. 1% forest and woodland. 59% other. Includes NEGL %. Irrigated environment. No perennial rivers or permanent water bodies. Developing extensive coastal seawater desalination facilities. Desertification note. Extensive coastlines on Persian Gulf and Red Sea provide great leverage on shipping, especially crude oil, through Persian Gulf and Suez Canal. People population, 17,115,728, July 1990. Growth rate 4.4%, 1990. Note, the population figure is based on growth since the last official Saudi census of 1974 reported a total of 7 million persons. It includes foreign workers, while estimates from other sources may be 15 to 30% lower birth rate. 37 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate, 7 deaths/1, 000 population, 1990. Net migration rate, 13 migrants/1, 000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate, 71 deaths/1, 000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth, 64 years male, 67 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate, 6.8 children born/woman, 1990. Nationality. Noun Saudis. Adjective, Saudi or Saudi Arabian ethnic divisions. 90% Arab. 10% Afro-Asian religion. 100% Muslim language. Arabic literacy. 52% labor force, for 1,200,000. About 60% are foreign workers, 34% government, 28% industry and oil, 22% services, and 16% agriculture organized labor. Trade unions are illegal. Government long-form name. Kingdom of Saudi Arabia type. Monarchy capital. Riyadh administrative divisions. 14 Emirates, Emirat, singular, Emara. Al-Baha, Al-Hudud Ash-Shamaliya, Al-Jaf, Al-Medina, Al-Qasim, Al-Kharayat, Ar-Riyadh, Ash-Sharqiya, Asur, Hale, Jizan, Makkah, Najran, Tabuk independence. September 23, 1932, unification, constitution, none, governed according to Sharia, Islamic law, legal system. Based on Islamic law, several secular codes have been introduced. Commercial disputes handled by special committees. Has not accepted compulsory ICJ jurisdiction national holiday. Unification of the kingdom. September 23, 1932, executive branch. Monarch and Prime Minister, Crown Prince and Deputy Prime Minister, Council Ministers. Legislative branch. Non-judicial branch. Supreme Council of Justice leaders. Chief of State and Head of Government. King and Prime Minister Fahd bin Abd al-Aziz al-Saud. Since June 13, 1982. Crown Prince and Deputy Prime Minister Abdullah bin Abd al-Aziz al-Saud. Half-brother to the King. Appointed heir to the throne June 13, 1982. Suffrage. None elections. None communists. Negligible member of Arab League, CCC, FAO, G77, GCC, IBRD, ICAO, IDA, IDB, Islamic Development Bank, IFAD, IFC, ILO, IMF, IMO, Intelsat, Interpol, ITU, IWC, International Wheat Council, NAM, OPEC, OIC, OPEC, UN, UNESCO, UPU, WMO Diplomatic Representation, Ambassador Bandar bin Sultan, Chancery at 601, New Hampshire Avenue Northwest, Washington, D.C., 20037. Telephone 202-342-3800. There are Saudi Arabian consulates general in Houston, Los Angeles, and New York, U.S. Ambassador Charles W. Freeman. Embassy at Collector Road M. Diplomatic Quarter, Riyadh. Mailing address is P.O. Box 9041, Riyadh 11143, or APO New York 09038. Telephone 966-1-488-3800. There are U.S. consulates general in Dhahran and Jeddah, Jeddah flag, green with large white Arabic script, that may be translated as there is no God but God. Muhammad is the messenger of God, above a white horizontal saber. The tip points to the hoist side. Green is the traditional color of Islam. Economy overview. By far the most important economic activity is the production of petroleum and petroleum products. The petroleum sector accounts for about 85% of budget revenues, 80% of GDP, and almost all export earnings. Saudi Arabia has the largest reserves of petroleum in the world, is the largest exporter of petroleum, and plays a leading role in OPEC. Oil wealth has provided a per capita GDP that is comparable to most industrialized countries. Saudi Arabia is one of the few countries where consumer prices have been dropping or showing little change in recent years. GDP, $73 billion. Per capita, $4,720. Real growth rate, 3.2%, 1988. Inflation rate, consumer prices, 1.5%, 1989 EST. Une emploi mohat, 0%, 1989. Budget. Revenues $31.5 billion. Expenditures $38.1 billion, including capital expenditures of $1. 1990. Exports $24.5 billion. FOB 1989 EST. Commodities, petroleum and petroleum products 89%. Partners, Japan 26%, US 26%, France 6%, Bahrain 6%. Imports $21.8 billion. FOB 1989 EST. Commodities, manufactured goods, transportation equipment, construction materials, processed food products. Partners, US 20%, Japan 18%, UK 16%, Italy 11%. External debt, $18.9 billion, December 1989. Industrial production. Growth rate 6.1%, 1980 to 86. Electricity. 25,066,000 kilowatts capacity. 50,000 million kilowatt hours produced. 3,100 kilowatt hours per capita. 1989. Industries. Crude oil production, petroleum refining, basic petrochemicals, cement, small steel rolling mill, construction. Fertilizer, plastic agriculture. Accounts for about 10% of GDP, 16% of labor force. Fastest growing economic sector. Subsidized by government. Products, wheat, barley, tomatoes, melons, dates, citrus fruit, mutton, chickens, eggs. Milk. Approaching self-sufficiency in food. Aid. Donor. Pledged $64.7 billion in bilateral aid. 1979 to 89. Currency. Saudi Riyal, plural, Riyals. 1 Saudi Riyal, SR, equals 100 halalas exchange rates. Saudi Riyals, SR, per 1 US dollar. 3.745 euro. Fixed rate since late 1986. 3.7033, 1986. 3.6221, 1985. Fiscal year, calendar year, communications railroads. 886 kilometers, 1.435 meters standard gauge highways. 74,000 kilometers total. 35,000 kilometers bituminous. 39,000 kilometers gravel and improved earth pipelines. 6,400 kilometers crude oil. 150 kilometers refined products. 2,200 kilometers natural gas. Includes 1,600 kilometers of natural gas liquids ports. Jeddah, Ad Damam, Ras Tanura, Jizan, Al Jubail, Yanbu Al Bar, Yanbu, Al Sinai Al Merchant Marine. 94 ships, 1,000 GRT or over, totaling 1,988,322 GRT/3 for 74, 788 DWT. Includes 1 passenger, 6 short sea passenger, 1 passenger cargo, 15 cargo, 12 roll-on/roll-off cargo, 3 container, 6 refrigerated cargo, for livestock carrier, 32 petroleum, oils, and lubricants, P-well, tanker, 8 chemical tanker, 1 liquefied gas, 1 combination or/oil, 1 specialized tanker. 3 bulk civil air, 182 major transport aircraft available airports, 204 total, 179 usable, 66 with permanent surface runways, 13 with runways over 3,659 m, 33 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m, 98 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications. Good system with extensive microwave and coaxial cable systems. 1,624,000 telephones, stations, 21 AM, 16 FM, 97 TV, radio relay to Bahrain, Jordan, Kuwait, Qatar, UAE, YR, and Sudan, coaxial cable to Kuwait, submarine cable to Djibouti and Egypt, satellite. Earth stations, 3 Atlantic Ocean Intelsat, 2 Indian Ocean Intelsat, 1 Arabsat, 1 Inmarsat, 1 Arabsat, Defense Forces branches, Saudi Arabian Land Forces, Royal Saudi Naval Forces, Royal Saudi Air Force, Royal Saudi Air Defense Force, Saudi Arabia National Guard, Coast Guard of Frontier Forces, Special Security Force, Public Security Force, Special Emergency Force military manpower. Males 15 to 49, 6,437,039. 3,606,344 fit for military service. 159,186 reach military age, 18, annually defense. Expenditures, 16.9% of GDP, or $12.3 billion. 1990 EST. Country, Senegal. Geography, total area, 196,190 square kilometers. Land area, 192,000 square kilometers. Comparative area, slightly smaller than South Dakota land boundaries. 2,640 kilometers total. The Gambia is 740 kilometers. Guinea 330 kilometers. Guinea-Bissau 338 kilometers. Mali 419 kilometers, Mauritania 813 kilometers coastline, 531 kilometers maritime claims, contiguous zone, 24 nanometers, continental shelf, edge of continental margin or 200 nanometers, exclusive fishing zone, 200 nanometers, territorial sea, 12 nanometers disputes. Short section of the boundary with the Gambia is indefinite. The International Court of Justice, ICJ, rendered its decision on the Guinea-Bissau/Senegal maritime boundary in favor of Senegal. That decision has been rejected by Guinea-Bissau. Boundary with Mauritania climate. Tropical, hot, humid, rainy season. December to April has strong southeast winds. Dry season. May to November, dominated by hot, dry Harmattan wind terrain. Generally low, rolling. Plains rising to foothills and southeast natural resources. Fish, phosphates, iron, or land use. 27% arable land. 0% permanent crops. 30% meadows and pastures. 31% forest and woodland. 12% other. Includes 1% irrigated environment. Lowlands seasonally flooded. Deforestation. Overgrazing. Soil erosion. Desertification note. The Gambia is almost an enclave. People population, 7,713,851, July 1990. Growth rate 3%, 1990. Birth rate, 44 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate, 14 deaths/1, 000. Population, 1990. Net migration rate, 0 migrants/1, 000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate, 87 deaths/1, 000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth, 53 years male, 56 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate, 6.3 children born/woman, 1990. Nationality. Noun, Senegalese, Sing. NPL. Adjective, Senegalese ethnic divisions. 36% Wolof, 17% Fulani, 17% Serer, 9% Tuvalu, 9% Diola, 9% Mandingo, 1% European and Lebanese, 2% other religion, 92% Muslim, 6% indigenous beliefs, 2% Christian, mostly Roman Catholic. Language. French, official. Wolof, Pulaar, Diola. Mandingo literacy. 28.1% labor force. 2,509,000. 77% subsistence agricultural workers. 175,000 wage earners. 40% private sector. 60% government and parapublic. 52% of population of working age, 1985. Organized labor. Majority of wage labor force represented by unions. However, dues-paying membership very limited. Major confederation is National Confederation of Senegalese Labor, CNTS, an affiliate of governing party, government long-form name. Republic of Senegal type. Republic under multi-party democratic rule capital. Dakar administrative divisions. 10 regions, regions singular, region. Dakar, Diourbel, Fatick, Kaolack, Kolda, Louga, St. Louis, Tambacounda, Thiès, Ziguinchor Independence. April 4th, 1960 from France. The Gambia and Senegal signed an agreement on December 12, 1981. Effective February 1st, 1982. That called for the creation of a loose confederation to be known as Senegambia, but the agreement was dissolved on 30. September 1989 Constitution. March 3, 1963, last revised in 1984 legal system, based on French civil law system. Judicial review of legislative acts and Supreme Court, which also audits the government's accounting office, has not accepted compulsory ICJ jurisdiction national holiday. Independence Day, April 4, 1960, Executive Branch. President. Council of Ministers, Cabinet, Legislative Branch. Unicameral National Assembly. Assembly Nationale, Judicial Branch. Supreme Court, Cour Supreme. Leaders, Chief of State and Head of Government. President Abdou Diouf, since January 1, 1981. Political parties and leaders. Socialist Party, PS, Abdou Diouf. Senegalese Democratic Party, PDS, Abdoulaye Wade. 13 other small, uninfluential parties suffrage. Universal at age 21 elections. President. Last held February 28, 1988. Next to be held February 1993. Results. Abdu Diouf, PS, 73%. Abdoulaye Wade, PDS, 26%. Others 1%. National Assembly. Last held February 28, 1988. Next to be held. February 1993. Results. PS 71%. PDS 25%. Others 4%. Seats. 120 total. PS 103. PDS 17 communists. Small number of communists and sympathizers, other political or pressure groups. Students, teachers, labor, Muslim Brotherhood's member of ACP, AFDB, APC, CCC, CO, EMA, ECA, ECOWAS, EIB, Associate, FAO, G77, GATT, IBRD, ICAO, IDA, IDB, Islamic Development Bank, IFAD, IFC, ILO, IMF, IMO, Intelsat, Interpol, ITU, NEM, OU, OSIM, OIC, OMVS, Organization for the Development of the Senegal, River Valley, UN, UNESCO, UPU, WFDU, WHO, WIPO, WMO, WDO, Diplomatic Representation, Ambassador Ibra D. Guin-Ka, Chancery at 2112, Wyoming Avenue Northwest, Washington, D.C., 20008, telephone 202-234-0540 or 0541, U.S., Ambassador Georgia Moose, Embassy on Avenue Jean XEI at the corner of Avenue Kleber, Dakar, mailing address is B.P. 49 Dakar, telephone 221-21-42-96 flag, 3 equal vertical bands of green, hoist side, yellow, and red with a small green 5-pointed star centered in the yellow. Band uses the popular Pan-African colors of Ethiopia. Economy overview. The agricultural sector accounts for about 20% of GDP and provides employment for about 75% of the labor force. About 40% of the total cultivated land is used to grow peanuts, an important export crop. The principal economic resource is fishing, which brought in about $200 million, or about 25% of total foreign exchange earnings in 1987. Mining is dominated by the extraction of phosphate, but production has faltered because of reduced worldwide demand for fertilizers in recent years. Over the past 10 years, tourism has become increasingly more important to the economy. GDP, $5.0 billion, per capita $680. Real growth rate 5.1%, 1988 EST. Inflation rate, consumer prices 1.8%, 1988 EST. Unemployment rate 3.5%, 1987. Budget. Revenues $921 million. Expenditures $1,024 million, including capital expenditures of $14 million. FY 89 EST. Exports $761 million. FOB 1988. Commodities, manufactures 30%, fish products 27%, peanuts 11%, petroleum products 11%, phosphates 10%. Partners, U.S., France, other EC. Ivory Coast, India imports $1.1 billion CF, 1988. Commodities, semi-manufactures 30%, food 27%, durable consumer goods 17%, petroleum 12%, capital goods 14%. Partners, U.S., France, other EC, Nigeria, Algeria, China, Japan. External debt, $3.8 billion, 1988. Industrial production, growth rate 4.9%, 1986. Electricity, 210,000 kilowatts capacity, 760 million kilowatt hours produced, 100 kilowatt hours per capita, 1989. Industries, fishing, agricultural processing, phosphate mining, petroleum refining, building materials. Agriculture, including fishing, accounts for 20% of GDP and 75% of labor force. Major products, peanuts, cash crop, millet, corn, sorghum, rice, cotton, tomatoes, green vegetables. Estimated two-thirds self-sufficient in food. Fish catch of 299,000 metric tons in 1987 aid. U.S. commitments, including ex-IM, FI 70-88. $492 million. Western, non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1970-87, for $0.4 billion. OPEC bilateral aid, 1979-89, $589 million. Communist countries, 1970-88, $295 million. Currency. Communauté financière africaine franc, plural, francs, 1 CFA franc, CFAF, equals 100 centimes exchange rates. Communauté financière africaine francs, CFAF, per 1 U.S. dollar, 287.99, January 1990, 319.01, 1989, 297.85, 1988, 300.54, 1987, 346.30, 1986, 449.26, 1985, fiscal year, July 1st, 30 June, communications railroads, 1,034 kilometers 1.000 meter gauge, all single track except 70 kilometers double track Dakar to Thies highways, 14,000 kilometers total, 3,770 kilometers paved, 10,230 kilometers laterite or improved. Earth inland waterways, 900 kilometers total, 785 kilometers on the Senegal, 115 kilometers on the Saloum ports. Dakar, Kaolack Merchant Marine, 3 ships 1,000 GRT and over, totaling 9,263 GRT/15, 167 DWT. Includes 2 cargo, 1 bulk civil air, 2 major transport aircraft airports, 25 total, 20 usable, 10 with permanent surface runways, none with runways over 3,659 m, 1 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m, 15 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications, above average urban system, using radio relay and cable, 40,200 telephones, stations, 8 AM, no FM, 1 TV, 3 submarine cables, 1 Atlantic Ocean Intelsat Earth Station, Defense Forces branches, Army, Navy, Air Force, paramilitary gendarmerie military manpower. Males 15 to 49, 1,682,786. 878,812 fit for military service. 88,940 reach military age 18. Annually defense expenditures, 2% of GDP or $100 million. 1989 EST. Country, Seychelles. Geography, total area, 455 square kilometers. Land area, 455 square kilometers. Comparative area, slightly more than 2.5 times the size of Washington, D.C. Land boundaries. None coastline, 491 kilometers. Maritime claims. Continental shelf, edge of continental margin or 200 nanometers. Extended economic zone, 200 nanometers. Territorial sea, 12 nanometers. Disputes, claims Tromelin Island climate, tropical marine, humid, cooler season during southeast monsoon, late May to September, warmer season during northwest monsoon, March to May. Terrain, Mahé Group is granitic, narrow coastal strip, rocky, hilly. Others are coral, flat, elevated. Reefs. Natural resources, fish, copra, cinnamon trees. Land use, for percent arable land, 18% permanent crops, 0% meadows and pastures, 18% forest and woodland, 60% other environment. Lies outside the cyclone belt, so severe storms are rare, shore droughts possible. No fresh water, catchments collect rain. 40 granitic and about 50 coralline islands. Note, located north-northeast of Madagascar in the Indian Ocean. People population, 68,336, July 1990. Growth rate 0.9%. 1990. Birth rate, 24 births/1, 0, 0, 0. Population, 1990. Death rate, 7 deaths/1, 1,000 population, 1990, net migration rate. 8 migrants/1,000 population, 1990, infant mortality rate. 15 deaths/1,000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth. 65 years male, 75 years female, 1990, total fertility rate. 2.6 children born/woman, 1990, nationality. Noun, Seychellois, Sing. NPL. Adjective, Seychelles ethnic divisions. Seychellois, mixture of Asians, Africans, Europeans, religion. 90% Roman Catholic, 8% Anglican, 2% other language. English and French official. Creole. Literacy, 60% labor force, 27,700. 31% industry and commerce, 21% services, 20% government, 12% agriculture, forestry, and fishing, 16% other, 1985. 57% of population of working age, 1983, organized labor. 3 major trade unions. Government long-form name, Republic of Seychelles type, Republic. Member of the Commonwealth Capital. Victoria Administrative Divisions. None. Note, there may be 21 administrative districts named Anse Boileau, Anse Etoile, Anse Louis, Anse Royale Belle-Lazare, Bay Saint and Beauvalin, Bel Air, Belle Amber, Cascade, Glassy, Grand Anse on Mahe Island, Grand Anse on Praslin Island, Lac Diga, Montfleury, Plaisance, Point Leroux, Port Claude, Rivière Anglaise, St. Louis, Takamaka Independence. June 29, 1976, from UK. Constitution. June 5, 1979 legal system. Based on English common law, French civil law, and customary law, national holiday. Liberation Day, anniversary of coup, June 5, 1977, executive branch. President, Council of Ministers Legislative. Branch, Unicameral National Assembly, Assembly Nationale, Judicial Branch. Court of Appeal, Supreme Court leaders. Chief of State and Head of Government. President France Albert René, since June 5, 1977, political parties and leaders. Only party, Seychelles People's Progressive Front, SPPF. France Albert René suffrage. Universal at age 17 elections. President. Last held 9 to 11 June 1989. Next to be held June 1994. Results. President France Albert René, re-elected without opposition. National Assembly. Last held December 5, 1987. Next to be held December 1992. Results. SPPF is the only party. Seats. 25 total, 23 elected. SPPF 23 communists. Negligible, although some cabinet ministers espouse pro-Soviet line, other political or pressure groups. Trade unions, Roman Catholic Church member of ACP, FDB, FAOG, 77, GATT, de facto, IBRD, ICAO, IFAD, IFC, ILO, IMF, IMO, Interpol, INM, ON, UNESCO, UPU, who WMO diplomatic representation. Second Secretary, charged d'affaires ad. Interim Mark R. Marengo, Chancery, temporary, at 820 2nd Avenue, Suite 201, New York, New York 10017. Telephone 212-687-9766, U.S. Ambassador James Moran. Embassy at 4th floor, Victoria House, Victoria. Mailing address is Box 148, Victoria, or APO New York 09030. Telephone 23921 or 23,922 flag. 3 horizontal bands of red, top, white, wavy, and green. The white band is the thinnest, the red band is the thickest. Economy overview. In this small, open tropical island economy, the tourist industry employs about 30% of the labor force and provides the main source of hard currency earnings. In recent years, the government has encouraged foreign investment in order to upgrade hotels and other services. At the same time, the government has moved to reduce the high dependence on tourism by promoting the development of farming, fishing, and small-scale manufacturing. GDP, $255 million. Per capita, $3,720. Real growth rate 6.2%. 1988 EST. Inflation rate, consumer prices 2.3%. 1988. Unemployment rate, 15%. 1986. Budget. Revenues $106 million. Expenditures $130 million, including capital expenditures of $21 million. 1987. Exports, $17 million. FOB, 1988 EST. Commodities, fish, copra, cinnamon bark, petroleum products, re-exports. Partners, France 63%, Pakistan 12%, Reunion 10%, UK 7%, 1987. Imports, $116 million. FOB, 1988 EST. Commodities, manufactured goods, food, tobacco, beverages, machinery, and transportation. Equipment, petroleum products, partners, UK 20%, France 14%, South Africa 13%, PDRY 13%, Singapore 8%, Japan 6%, 1987. External debt, $178 million, December 1988. Industrial production, growth rate 7%, 1987. Electricity, 25,000 kilowatts capacity, 67 million kilowatt hours produced, 960 kilowatt hours per capita. 1989. Industries, tourism, processing of coconut and vanilla, fishing, core rope factory, boat building, printing, furniture, beverage agriculture. Account for 7% of GDP, mostly subsistence farming. Cash crops, coconuts, cinnamon, vanilla. Other products, sweet potatoes, cassava, bananas, broiler chickens. Large share of food needs imported. Expansion of tuna fishing underway. Aid. U.S. commitments, including Exim, FI 78-88, $23 million. Western, non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1978 to 87, $297 million. OPEC bilateral aid, 1979 to 89, $5 million. Communist countries, 1970 to 88, $56 million currency. Seychelles rupee, plural, rupees. 1 Seychelles rupee, equals 100 cents exchange. Rates, Seychelles rupees SR per 1 US dollar. 5.4884, January 1990. 5.6457, 1989. 5.3836, 1988. 5.6000, 1987. 6.1768, 1986. 7.1343, 1985. Fiscal year, calendar year, communications highways. 260 kilometers total. 160 kilometers bituminous. 100 kilometers crushed stone or earth ports. Victoria Merchant Marine. 1 refrigerated cargo, 1,000 GRT or over, totaling 1,827 GRT/2, 170 WT Civil Air. 3 major transport aircraft airports. 14 total, 14 usable. 8 with permanent surface runways. None with runways over 3,659 m. 1 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m. 1 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications. Direct radio communications with adjacent islands and African coastal countries. 13,000 telephones. Stations. 2 AM. No FM. 1 TV. 1 Indian Ocean Intelsat, Earth Station. USAF Tracking Station. Defense Forces branches. Army, Navy, Air Force, militia and military manpower. Males 15 to 49, 17,073. 8,776 fit for military service defense expenditures. 6% of GDP, or $12 million, 1990 EST. Country, Sierra Leone. Geography, total area, 71,740 square kilometers. Land area, 71,620 square kilometers. Comparative area, slightly smaller than South Carolina land boundaries. 958 kilometers total. Guinea 652 kilometers. Liberia 306 kilometers coastline. 402 kilometers maritime claims. Territorial sea, 200 nanometers climate, tropical, hot, humid, summer rainy season, May to December. Winter dry season, December to April, terrain, coastal belt of mangrove swamps, wooded hill country, upland plateau, mountains and east natural resources, diamonds, titanium or bauxite, iron or gold, chromite land use, 25% arable land, 2% permanent crops, 31% meadows and pastures, 29% forest and woodland, 13% other, includes NEGL% irrigated environment. Extensive mangrove swamps hinder access to sea. Deforestation, soil degradation, people population. 4,165,953, July 1990. Growth rate 2.6%, 1990. Birth rate, 47 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate, 21 deaths/1,000 population, 1990. Net migration rate, 0 migrants/1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate, 154 deaths/1,000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth, 42 years male, 47 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate, 6.2 children born/woman, 1990. Nationality. Noun, Sierra Leoneans. Adjective, Sierra Leonean ethnic divisions. 99% Native African. 30% Temni, 30% Mand. 1% Creole, European, Lebanese, and Asian. 13 tribes religion. 30% Muslim, 30% indigenous beliefs. 10% Christian, 30% other or none language. English official. Regular. Use limited to literate minority. Principal vernaculars are Mend in South and Temni in North. Creole is the language of the resettled ex-slave population of the Freetown area and is lingua franca literacy. 31%, 1986, labor force. 1,369,000 EST. 65% agriculture, 19% industry, 16% services. 1981. Only about 65,000 earn wages, 1985. 55% of population of working age organized labor. 35% of wage earners. Government long form name. Republic of Sierra Leone type. Republic under presidential. Regime capital. Freetown administrative divisions. For provinces, Eastern, Northern, Southern, Western Dependence. April 27, 1961 from UK. Constitution, June 14, 1978 legal system. Based on English law and customary laws indigenous to local tribes. Has not accepted compulsory ICJ jurisdiction national holiday. Republic Day. April 27, 1961, Executive Branch. President, 2 Vice Presidents, Cabinet Legislative Branch, Unicameral House of Representatives Judicial Branch, Supreme Court Leaders. Chief of State and Head of Government, President General Joseph Saidamomo, since November 28, 1985. First Vice President Abu Bakar Kamara, since April 4, 1987. Second Vice President Salia Jussa Sharif, since April 4, 1987. Political parties and leaders. Only party. All People's Congress, APC. General Joseph Saidamomo suffrage. Universal at age 21 elections. President. Last held October 1, 1985. Next to be held October 1992. Results. General Joseph Saidamomo was elected without opposition. House of Representatives. Last held May 30, 1986. Next to be held May 1991. Results. APC is the only party. Seats, 127 total, 105 elected. APC 105 communists. No party, although there are a few communists and a slightly larger number of sympathizers member of. ACP, FDB, Commonwealth, ECA, ECOWAS, FAO, G77, GATT, IBA, IBRD, ICAO, ICO, IDA, Islamic Development Bank, IFAD, IFC, ILO, IMF, IMO, Interpol, IPU, IRC, ITU, Mano River Union, INEM, UOICU, and UNESCO, UPU, WMO, Diplomatic representation. Ambassador George Carew. Chancery at 1701. 19th Street Northwest, Washington, D.C. 20009. Telephone 202-939-9261. U.S. Ambassador Johnny Young. Embassy at the corner of Walpole and Siaka Stevens Street, Freetown. Telephone 26481 flag. 3 equal horizontal bands of light green, top, white, and light blue. Economy overview. The economic and social infrastructure is not well developed. Subsistence agriculture dominates the economy, generating about 1/3 of GDP and employing about 2/3 of the working population. Manufacturing accounts for less than 10% of GDP, consisting mainly of the processing of raw materials and of light manufacturing for the domestic market. Diamond mining provides an important source of hard currency. The economy suffers from high unemployment, rising inflation, large trade deficits, and a growing dependency on foreign assistance. GDP, $965 million, per capita, $250. Real growth rate 1.8%, FY87. Inflation rate, consumer prices 42%, September 1988. Unemployment rate, an 8% budget. Revenues $86 million. Expenditures $128 million, including capital expenditures of $1 FY90 EST. Exports $106 million, FOB 1988. Commodities, rutile 50%, bauxite 17%, cocoa 11%, diamonds 3%, coffee 3%. Partners, US, UK, Belgium, FRG, other Western Europe imports, $167 million, CF, 1988. Commodities, capital goods 40%, food 32%, petroleum 12%, consumer goods 7%, light industrial goods. Partners, US, EC, Japan, China, Nigeria. External debt, $805 million, 1989 EST. Industrial production, growth rate, 19%, FY88 EST. Electricity, 83,000 kilowatts capacity, 180 million kilowatt-hours produced, 45 kilowatt-hours per capita, 1989. Industries, mining, diamonds, bauxite, rutile, small-scale manufacturing, beverages, textiles, cigarettes, footwear, petroleum refinery. Agriculture account for over 30% of GDP and 2/3 of the labor force. Largely subsistence farming, cash crops, coffee, cocoa, palm kernels. Harvests of food staple rice meets 80% of domestic needs. Annual fish catch averages 53,000 metric tons aid. U.S. commitments, including XIM, FI 70-88, $149 million. Western, non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1970-87, $698 million. OPEC bilateral aid, 1979-89, $18 million. Communist countries, 1970-88, $101 million currency. Leone, plural, leones, 1 leone equals 100 cents. Exchange rates. Leones per 1 U.S. dollar. 87.7193, January 1990. 58.1395, 1989. 31.2500, 1988. 30.7692, 1987. 8.3963, 1986. 4.7304, 1985. Fiscal year, July 1st, 30 June. Communications railroads. 84 kilometers, 1.067 meter narrow gauge. Mineral line is used on a limited basis because the mine at Marampa is closed. Highways, 7,400 kilometers total. 1,150 kilometers bituminous, 490 kilometers laterite, some gravel. Remainder improved earth inland waterways, 800 kilometers, 600 kilometers navigable year-round ports. Freetown, People Civil Air. No major transport aircraft. Airports, 12 total, 8 usable, 5 with permanent surface runways, none with runways over 3,659 m, 1 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m, 3 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications, marginal telephone, and telegraph service. National microwave radio relay system unserviceable at present. 23,650 telephones, stations, 1 AM, 1 FM, 1 TV, 1 Atlantic Ocean Intelsat Earth Station, Defense Forces branches, Army, Navy military manpower, males 15 to 49, 918,078, 433,350 fit for military service. No conscription defense expenditures, 1% of GDP, 1986, country, Singapore, geography, total area, 632.6 square kilometers, land area, 622.6 square kilometers comparative area, slightly less than 3.5 times the size of Washington, D.C. land boundaries, none coastline, 193 kilometers maritime claims, exclusive fishing zone, not specific, territorial sea, 3 nanometers climate, tropical, hot, humid, rainy, no pronounced rainy or dry seasons. Thunderstorms occur on 40% of all days, 67% of days in April. Terrain, lowland. Gently undulating central plateau contains water catchment area and nature preserve natural resources. Fish, deepwater ports land use. For percent arable land, 7% permanent crops, 0% meadows, and pastures, 5% forest and woodland, 84% other environment. Mostly urban and industrialized. Note. Focal point for Southeast Asian sea routes. People population, 2,720,915, July 1990. Growth rate 1.3%, 1990. Birth rate, 18 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate, 5 deaths/1,000 population, 1990. Net migration rate, 0 migrants/1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate, 8 deaths/1,000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth, 72 years male, 77 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate, 2.0. Children born/woman, 1990. Nationality. Noun, Singaporeans. Adjective, Singapore ethnic divisions, 76.4% Chinese, 14.9% Malay, 6.4% Indian, 2.3% other religion. Majority of Chinese are Buddhists or atheists. Malays nearly all Muslim. Minorities include Christians, Hindus, Sikhs, Taoists, Confucianists. Language, Chinese, Malay, Tamil, and English. Official, Malay. National, literacy, 86.8%, 1987. Labor force, 1,280,000, 34.4% industry, 1.2% agriculture, 61.7% services, 1988. Organized labor, 211,200, 16.5% of labor force, 1988. Government long form name, Republic of Singapore type, Republic within Commonwealth capital. Singapore administrative divisions, none independence. August 9, 1965, from Malaysia, Constitution, June 3, 1959, amended 1965. Based on pre-independent state of Singapore Constitution legal system. Based on English common law, has not accepted compulsory ICJ jurisdiction national holiday. National Day, August 9, 1965, Executive Branch, President, Prime Minister, 2 Deputy Prime Ministers, Cabinet Legislative Branch, Unicameral Parliament Judicial Branch, Supreme Court Leaders, Chief of State, President W. Kim Wee, since September 3, 1985, Head of Government, Prime Minister Lee Kuan Yew, since June 5, 1959, First Deputy Prime Minister Goh Chok Tong, since January 2, 1985, Second Deputy Prime Minister Ong Tong Chong, since January 2, 1985, Political parties and leaders, Government, People's Action Party, PAP, Lee Kuan Yew, Opposition, Workers' Party, WP, JB, Jeyaretnam, Singapore, Democratic Party, SDP, Chiam Si Tong, National Solidarity Party, NSP, Soon Kia Sung, United People's Front, UPF, Harbans Singh, Barisan Socialis, BS. Communist Party illegal suffrage. Universal and compulsory at age 20 elections. President. Last held August 31st, 1989. Next to be held in August 1993. Results. President Wee Kim Wee was re-elected by Parliament without opposition. Parliament. Last held September 3rd, 1988. Next to be held in September 1993. Results. PAP 61.8%, WP 18.4%, SDP 11.5%, NSP 3.7%, UPF 1.3%, others 3.3%, seats 81 total, PAP 80, SDP 1. Note: BS has one non-voting seat. Communists 200 to 500. Barisan Socialis infiltrated by communist member of ADB, ANRPC, ASEAN, CCC, Colombo Plan, Commonwealth, SGAP, G77, GATT, IEA, IBRD, IKO, IFC, ICHO, ILO, IMF, IMO, Intelsat, Interpol, IPU, ISO, ITU, and EM, UN, UNESCO, UPU, WHO, WMO, WDO, Diplomatic Representation. Ambassador Tommy KOH Tong B. Chancery at 1824 R Street in W. Washington, D.C. 20009. Telephone 202-667-7555. U.S. Ambassador Robert D. R.R. Embassy at 30 Hill Street, Singapore 0617. Mailing address is FPO San Francisco 96699. Telephone 65-338-0251. Flag. 2 equal horizontal bands of red, top, and white. Near the hoist side of the red band, there is a vertical, white crescent. Closed portion is toward the hoist side. Partially enclosing 5 white 5-pointed stars arranged in a circle. Economy overview. Singapore has an open entrepreneurial economy with strong service and manufacturing sectors, and excellent international trading links derived from its entrepot history. During the 1970s and early 1980s, the economy expanded rapidly, achieving an average annual growth rate of 9%. Per capita GDP is among the highest in Asia. In 1985, the economy registered its first drop in 20 years and achieved less than a 2% increase in 1986. Recovery was strong. Estimates for 1989 suggest a 9.2% growth rate based on rising demand for Singapore's products in OECD countries, a strong Japanese yen, and improved competitiveness of domestic manufacturers. GDP, $27.5 billion, per capita $10,300. Real growth rate 9.2%. 1989 EST. Inflation rate, consumer prices 3.5%. 1989 EST. Un emploi hat, 2%, 1989. Budget, revenues $6.6 billion. Expenditures $5.9 billion, including capital expenditures of $2.2 billion. FY88, exports, $46 billion. FOB, 1989 EST. Commodities includes transshipments to Malaysia, petroleum products, rubber, electronics, manufactured goods. Partners, U.S. 24%, Malaysia 14%, Japan 9%, Thailand 6%, Hong Kong 5%, Australia 3%, FRG 3% imports, $53 billion. CF, 1989 EST. Commodities include transshipments from Malaysia, capital equipment, petroleum, chemicals, manufactured goods, foodstuffs. Partners, Japan 22%, U.S. 16%, Malaysia 15%, EC 12%, Kuwait 1%. External debt, $5.2 billion. December 1988 industrial production, growth rate 9%, 1989 EST. Electricity, for million kilowatts capacity, 12,000 million kilowatt hours produced, 4,490 kilowatt hours per capita. 1989 industries, petroleum refining, electronics, oil drilling equipment, rubber processing and rubber products, processed food and beverages, ship repair, entrepot trade, financial services, biotechnology. Agriculture occupies a position of minor importance in the economy. Self-sufficient in poultry and eggs, must import much of other food. Major crops, rubber, copra, fruit, vegetables aid, U.S. commitments, including Exim, FI 70-83, $590 million, Western, non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1970 to 87, $882 million currency, Singapore dollar, plural, dollars, 1 Singapore dollar is dollar, equals 100 cents exchange rates, Singapore dollars per 1 U.S. dollar, 1.8895, January 1990, 1.9503, 1989, 2.0124, 1988, 2.1060, 1987, 2.1774, 1986, 2.2002, 1985, fiscal year, April 1st, 31 March, communications railroads, 38 kilometers of 1.000 meter gauge highways, 2,597 kilometers total, 1984, ports, Singapore Merchant Marine, 407 ships, 1,000 GRT or over, totaling 7,286,824 GRT/11, 921, 610 DWT. Includes 126 cargo, 52 container, 5 roll-on/roll-off cargo, 11 refrigerated cargo, 13 vehicle carrier, 1 livestock carrier, 103 petroleum, oils and lubricants, P-well, tanker, 5 chemical tanker, for combination or /oil, 1 specialized tanker, 15 liquefied gas, 68 bulk, 3 combination bulk. Note: many Singapore flagships are foreign-owned civil air, 38 major transport aircraft, EST, airports, 6 total, 6 usable, 6 with permanent surface runways, 2 with runways over 3,659 m, 2 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m, 1 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications, good domestic facilities, good international service, good radio and television broadcast coverage, 1,110,000 telephones, stations, 13 AM for FM, 2 TV, submarine cables extend to Malaysia, Sabah, and Peninsular Malaysia, Indonesia, and the Philippines, satellite Earth stations, 1 Indian Ocean Intelsat and 1 Pacific Ocean Intelsat. Defense Forces branches, Army, Navy, Air Force, Army Reserve military manpower, males 15 to 49, 834,720, 621,497 fit for military service defense expenditures, 5% of GDP, or $1.4 billion. 1989 EST. Country, Solomon Islands. Geography, total area, 28,450 square kilometers. Land area, 27,540 square kilometers. Comparative area, slightly larger than Maryland land boundaries. None coastline, 5,313 kilometers. Maritime claims, measured from claimed archipelagic baselines. Extended economic zone, 200 nanometers. Territorial. Sea, 12 nanometers. Climate, tropical monsoon. Few extremes of temperature and weather. Terrain, mostly rugged mountains with some low coral atolls and natural resources. Fish, forests, gold, bauxite, phosphates. Land use, 1% arable land, 1% permanent crops, 1% meadows and pastures, 93% forest and woodland, 4% other environment. Subject to typhoons, which are rarely destructive. Geologically active region with frequent earth tremors. Note: located just east of Papua New Guinea in the South Pacific Ocean. People population, 335,082, July 1990. Growth rate 3.5%, 1990. Birth rate, 41 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate, 5 deaths/1,000 population, 1990. Net migration rate, 0 migrants/1,000. Population, 1990. Infant mortality rate, 40 deaths/1,000. Live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth, 67 years male, 72 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate, 6.3 children born/woman, 1990. Nationality. Noun, Solomon Islanders. Adjective, Solomon Islander ethnic divisions. 93% Melanesian, 4% Polynesian, 1.5% Micronesian, 0.8% European, 0.3% Chinese, 0.4% other religion. Almost all at least nominally Christian. Anglican, Seventh-day Adventist, and Roman Catholic churches dominant. Language. 120 indigenous languages. Melanesian Pidgin in much of the country is lingua franca. English spoken by 1 to 2% of population literacy. 60% labor force. 23,448 economically active. 32.4% agriculture, forestry, and fishing. 25% services, 7% construction, manufacturing, and mining. 4.7% commerce, transport, and finance. 1984, organized labor. But most of the cash economy workers have trade union representation. Government long-form name. None type. Independent parliamentary state. Within Commonwealth capital. Honiara administrative divisions. 7 provinces and 1 town asterisk. Central, Guadalcanal, Honiara asterisk, Isabel, Makura, Malaita, Tumotu, Western Independence. July 7, 1978 from UK. Formerly British Solomon Islands. Constitution. July 7, 1978 legal system. Common law and national holiday. Independence Day, July 7, 1978. Executive branch. British monarch, Governor-General, Prime Minister, Cabinet Legislative branch. Unicameral National Parliament Judicial branch. High Court leaders. Chief of State. Queen Elizabeth II. Since February 6, 1952, represented by Governor-General George Lepping. Since June 27, 1989, previously acted as Governor-General since July 7, 1988. Head of Government, Prime Minister Solomon Mamaloni, since March 28, 1989. Deputy Prime Minister Danny Phillip, since March 31, 1989. Political parties and leaders. People's Alliance Party, PEP, Solomon Mamaloni. United Party, UP, Sir Peter Kinaloria. Solomon Islands Liberal Party, SGLP, Bartholomew Alufolu. Nationalist Front for Progress, NFP, Andrew Nori. Labour Party, LP, Jose's Tahanaku Suffrage. Universal at age 21 elections, National Parliament. Last held February 22, 1989, next to be held February 1993. Results, percent of vote by party NA, seats, 38 total, PAP 13, UP 6, NFB 4, SGLP 4, LP 2, Independence 9 member of, ACP, ADB, Commonwealth, SGAP, G, 77, GATT, de facto, IBRD, IDA, IFAD, IFC, ILO, IMF, SPF, UN, UPU, who diplomatic representation. Ambassador, vacant, resides in Honiara. Solomon Islands, U.S. The ambassador in Papua New Guinea is accredited to the Solomon Islands. Embassy at Mud Alley, Honiara. Mailing address is American Embassy, P.O. Box 561, Honiara. Telephone, 677-23488 flag, divided diagonally by a thin yellow stripe from the lower Hoi side corner. The upper triangle, Hoi side, is blue with 5 white 5-pointed stars arranged in an X pattern. The lower triangle is green. Economy overview. About 90% of the population depend on subsistence. Agriculture, fishing, and forestry for at least part of their livelihood. Agriculture, fishing, and forestry contribute about 75% to GDP, with the fishing and forestry sectors being important export earners. The service sector contributes about 25% to GDP. Manufacturing activity is negligible. Most manufactured goods and petroleum products must be imported. The islands are rich in undeveloped mineral resources such as lead, zinc, nickel, and gold. The economy suffered from a severe cyclone in mid-1986, which caused widespread damage to the infrastructure. GDP, $156 million, per capita $500, real growth rate 4.3%, 1988, inflation rate, consumer prices 11.2%, 1988, unemployment rate, an 8% budget. Revenues $139.0 million. Expenditures $154.4 million, including capital expenditures of $113.4 million. 1987 exports $80.1 million. FOB 1988 commodities: fish 46%, timber 31%, copper 5%, palm oil 5%. Partners: Japan 51%, UK 12%, Thailand 9%, Netherlands 8%, Australia 2%, US 2%. 1985 imports $101.7 million. FOB 1988 commodities: plant and machinery 30%, fuel 19%, food 16%. Partners: Japan 36%, US 23%, Singapore 9%, UK 9%, NZ 9%, Australia 4%, Hong Kong 4%, China 3%. 1985 external debt $128 million. 1988 EST industrial production growth rate 0%. 1987 electricity 15,000 kilowatts capacity, 30 million kilowatt hours produced, 90 kilowatt hours per capita. 1989 industries copra, fish, tuna. Agriculture, including fishing and forestry, account for about 75% of GDP, mostly subsistence farming. Cash crops: cocoa, beans, coconuts, palm kernels, timber. Other products: rice, potatoes, vegetables, fruit, cattle, pigs. Not self-sufficient in food grains. 90% of the total fish catch of 44,500 metric tons was exported. 1988 aid. Western, non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments. 1985 $16.1 million currency. Solomon Islands dollar, plural, dollars. 1 Solomon Islands dollar, SI dollar, equals 100 cents exchange rates. Solomon Islands dollars, SI dollar, per 1 U.S. dollar. 2.4067, January 1990. 2.3090, 1989. 2.0825, 1988, 2.0033, 1987, 1.7415, 1986, 1.4808, 1985. Fiscal year, calendar year, communications highways, about 2,100 kilometers total. 1982, 30 kilometers sealed, 290 kilometers gravel, 980 kilometers earth, 800 private logging and plantation. Roads of varied construction. Ports: Honiara, Ringi Cove, Civil Air. No major transport aircraft. Airports: 29 total, 27 usable, 2 with permanent surface runways, none with runways over 2,439 m, 5 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications: 3,000 telephones, stations, for AM, no FM, no TV. 1 Pacific Ocean Intelsat Earth Station. Defense Forces branches. NA military manpower. NA defense expenditures. NA country, Somalia. Geography, total area 637,660 square kilometers. Land area 627,340 square kilometers. Comparative area slightly smaller than Texas land boundaries. 2,340 kilometers total. Djibouti 58 kilometers. Ethiopia 1,600 kilometers. Kenya 682 kilometers coastline. 3,025 kilometers maritime claims. Territorial sea. 200 nanometers disputes. Southern half of boundary with Ethiopia is a provisional administrative line. Territorial dispute with Ethiopia over the Ogaden. Possible claims to Djibouti, Ethiopia, and Kenya based on unification of ethnic Somalis. Climate: desert. Northeast monsoon, December to February. Cooler southwest monsoon, May to October. Irregular rainfall. Hot, humid periods, Tangambili, between monsoons. Terrain: mostly flat to undulating plateau, rising to hills and north. Natural resources: uranium and largely unexploited reserves of iron, ore, tin, gypsum, bauxite, copper, salt. Land use: 2% arable land, NEGL % permanent crops, 46% meadows and pastures, 14% forest and woodland, 38% other. Includes 3% irrigated environment, recurring droughts, frequent dust storms over eastern plains in summer, deforestation, overgrazing, soil erosion, desertification. Note: strategic location on Horn of Africa along southern approaches to Bab el-Mandeb and route through Red Sea and Suez Canal. People population: 8,424,269, July 1990. Growth rate 0.8%, 1990. Birth rate: 47 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate: 15 deaths/1,000 population, 1990. Net migration rate: 24 migrants/1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate: 125 deaths/1,000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth: 53 years male, 54 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate: 7.3 children born/woman, 1990. Nationality: Noun: Somalis. Adjective: Somali ethnic divisions: 85% Somali, rest mainly Bantu, 30,000 Arabs, 3,000 Europeans, 800 Asians. Religion: almost entirely Sunni Muslim. Language: Somali, official. Arabic, Italian, English. Literacy: 11.6% government est. Labor force: 2,200,000. Very few are skilled laborers. 70% pastoral nomad, 30% agriculture, government, trading, fishing, handicrafts, and other. 53% of population of working age, 1985. Organized labor: General Federation of Somali Trade Unions is controlled by the government. Government long form name: Somali Democratic Republic. Type: Republic. Capital: Mogadishu. Administrative divisions: 16 regions, plural. In singular: Gobalka, Bakul, Banadir, Bari Bay, Gugud, Ghetto, Iran. Jabata Dex, Jabata. Huz, Mudug, Nugal, Sanag, Shabilaha Dex, Shabilaha, Huz, Tagkir, Wokuyi, Galbeed. Independence: July 1, 1960, from a merger of British Somaliland, which became independent from the UK on June 26, 1960, and Italian Somaliland, which became independent from the Italian-administered UN trusteeship on July 1, 1960, to form the Somali Republic. Constitution: August 25, 1979, presidential approval September 23, 1979, national holiday. Anniversary of the Revolution: October 21, 1969, executive branch: President, 2 Vice Presidents, Prime Minister, Council of Ministers, Cabinet, Legislative Branch, Unicameral People's Assembly, Judicial Branch, Supreme Court leaders: Chief of State, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Army Major General Mohammed Said Bar. Since October 21, 1969. Head of Government: Prime Minister Lieutenant General Mohammed Ali Samantar. Since February 1, 1987. Political parties and leaders: Only party: Somali Revolutionary Socialist Party, SRSP, Major General Mohammed Said Bar. General Secretary. Suffrage: universal at age 18. Elections: President: last held December 23, 1986, next to be held December 1993. Results: President Said was re-elected without opposition. People's Assembly: last held December 31, 1984, next scheduled for December 1989 was postponed. Results: SRSB is the only party. Seats: 177 total, 171 elected. SRSB won, 71 communists. Probably some communist sympathizers in the government hierarchy. Member of ACP, IFTB, Arab League, EMA, FAO, G77, IBRD, IKO, IDA, IDB, Islamic Development Bank, IFAD, IFC, ILO, IMF, IMO, Intelsat, Interpol, ITU, NEM, EU, OIC, UN, UNESCO, UPU, WFDU, WHO, WMO Diplomatic Representation. Ambassador Abdikarim Ali Omar. Chancery at Suite 710, 600, New Hampshire Avenue Northwest, Washington, D.C. 20037. Telephone 342-1575. There's a Somali Consulate General in New York, U.S., Ambassador T. Frank Krigler. Embassy at Corso Primo Luglio, Mogadishu. Mailing address is P.O. Box 574, Mogadishu. Telephone 252-01-20811. Flag. Light blue with a large white five-pointed star in the center. Designed based on the flag of the UN, Italian Somaliland with a UN Trust territory. Economy overview. One of the world's least developed countries, Somalia has few resources. In 1988, per capita GDP was $210. Agriculture is the most important sector of the economy, with the livestock sector accounting for about 40% of GDP and about 65% of export earnings. Nomads and semi-nomads who are dependent upon livestock for their livelihoods make up about 50% of the population. Crop production generates only 10% of GDP and employs about 20% of the workforce. The main export crop is bananas, sugar, sorghum, and corn are grown for the domestic market. The small industrial sector is based on the processing of agricultural products and accounts for less than 10% of GDP. At the end of 1988, serious economic problems facing the nation were the external debt of $2.8 billion and double-digit inflation. GDP, $1.7 billion, per capita, $210. Real growth rate, 1.4%, 1988. Inflation rate, consumer prices, 81.7%, 1988 EST. Unemployment rate, in a percent budget. Revenues, $273 million. Expenditures, $405 million, including capital expenditures of $219 million. 1987, exports, $58.0 million. FOB, 1988. Commodities, livestock, hides, skins, bananas, fish. Partners, U.S. 0.5%. Saudi Arabia, Italy, FRG, 1986. Imports, $354.0 million. CF, 1988. Commodities, textiles, petroleum products, foodstuffs, construction materials. Partners, U.S. 13%, Italy, FRG, Kenya, UK, Saudi Arabia. 1986. External debt, $2.8 billion, 1989. Industrial production. Growth rate in a percent. Electricity, 71,000 kilowatts capacity. 65 million kilowatt-hours produced, 8 kilowatt-hours per capita. 1989. Industries. A few small industries, including sugar refining, textiles, petroleum refining, agriculture. Dominant sector, led by livestock raising, cattle, sheep, goats, crops, bananas, sorghum, corn, mangoes, sugarcane. Not self-sufficient in food. Fishing potential, largely unexploited aid. U.S. commitments, including Exim, FI 70-88, $618 million. Western, non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1970 to 87, $2.8 billion. OPEC bilateral aid, 1979 to 89, $1.1 billion. Communist countries, 1970 to 88, $336 million currency. Somali shilling, plural, shillings. 1 Somali shilling, so.sh, equals 100 centesimi exchange rates. Somali shillings, so. SH, per 1 U.S. dollar, 643.92, December 1989, 170.45, 1988, 105.18, 1987, 72.00, 1986, 39.49, 1985, fiscal year, calendar year, communications highways, 15,215 kilometers total, including 2,335 kilometers bituminous surface, 2,880 kilometers gravel, and 10,000 kilometers improved earth or stabilized soil. 1983. Pipelines, 15 kilometers crude oil ports, Mogadishu, Berbera, Chisame, and Merchant Marine. 3 cargo ships, 1,000 GRT or over, totaling 6,563 GRT/9, 512 DWT. Includes 2 cargo, 1 refrigerated cargo civil air, 2 major transport. Aircraft airports, 60 total, 45 usable, 8 with permanent surface runways, 2 with runways over 3,659 m, 5 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m, 20 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications, minimal telephone and telegraph service. Radio relay and troposcatter system centered on Mogadishu connects a few towns. 6,000 telephones, stations, 2 AM, no FM, 1 TV. 1 Indian Ocean Intelsat Earth Station. Scheduled to receive an Arabsat station. Defense Forces branches, Somali National Army, including Navy Air Force and Air Defense Force. National Police Force military manpower. Males 15 to 49, 1,878,939. 1,052,644 fit for military service defense expenditures. NA. Country. South Africa. Geography. Total area. 1,221,040 square kilometers. Land area. 1,221,040 square kilometers. Includes Walvis Bay, Marion Island, and Prince Edward Island comparative area. Slightly less than twice the size of Texas land boundaries. 4,973 kilometers total. Botswana 1,840 kilometers. Lesotho 909 kilometers. Mozambique 491 km. Namibia 1,078 kilometers. Swaziland 430 kilometers. Zimbabwe 225 kilometers coastline. 2,881 kilometers maritime claims. Continental shelf 200 meters or to depth of exploitation. Exclusive fishing zone, 200 nanometers, territorial sea, 12 nanometers disputes. South Africa administered Namibia until independence was achieved on March 21, 1990. Possible future claim to Walvis Bay by Namibia climate. Mostly semi-arid, subtropical along coast. Sunny days, cool nights terrain. Vast interior plateau rimmed by rugged hills and narrow coastal. Plain natural resources, gold, chromium, antimony, coal, iron ore, manganese, nickel, phosphates, tin, uranium, gem diamonds, platinum, copper, vanadium, salt, natural gas land use. 10% arable land, 1% permanent crops, 65% meadows and pastures, 3% forest and woodland, 21% other. Includes 1% irrigated environment. Lack of important arterial rivers or lakes requires extensive water conservation and control measures. Note: Walvis Bay is an exclave of South Africa in Namibia. Completely surrounds Lesotho. Almost completely surrounds Swaziland. People population 39,549,941. July 1990. Growth rate 2.67%. Includes the 10 so-called homelands, which are not recognized by the U.S. 4 independent homelands. Bophuthatswana, 2,352,296. Growth rate 2.8%. Ciskei, 1,025,873. Growth rate 2.93%. Transkei, 4,367,648. Growth rate 4.19%. Vinda 665,197, growth rate 3.86%. 6 other homelands. Gazankala 742,361, growth rate 3.99%. Conwain 556,009, growth rate 3.64%. Kwandebele 348,655, growth rate 3.35%. KwaZulu 5,349,247, growth rate 3.62%. Leboa 2,704,641, growth rate 3.92%. Kwaibwa 268,138, growth rate 3.59%. Birth rate 35 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate 8 deaths/1,000 population, 1990. Net migration rate. NEGL migrants/1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate 52 deaths/1,000 live births. 1990. Life expectancy at birth: 61 years male, 67 years female. 1990. Total fertility rate: 4.5 children born/woman. 1990. Nationality: Noun, South Africans. Adjective, South African. Ethnic divisions: 73.8% black, 14.3% white, 9.1% colored, 2.8% Indian religion. Most whites and coloreds, and roughly 60% of blacks are Christian. Roughly 60% of Indians are Hindu, 20% Muslim language. Afrikaans, English official. Many vernacular languages including Zulu, Xhosa, North and South Sotho, Swana literacy. Almost all white population literate. Government estimates 50% of blacks literate labor force. 11 million economically active. 34% services, 30% agriculture, 29% industry and commerce, 7% mining. 1985. Organized labor, about 17% of total labor force is unionized. African unions represent 15% of black labor force. Government long-form name: Republic of South Africa. Abbreviated RSA type. Republic capital. Administrative: Pretoria. Legislative: Cape Town. Judicial: Bloemfontein. Administrative divisions: for provinces: Cape, Natal, Orange Free State, Transvaal. There are 10 homelands not recognized by the U.S. For independent: Bophuthatswana, Ciskei, Transkei, Venda, and 6 other: Gazankulu, Kongwane, Kwandebele, KwaZulu, Lebowa, Kwakwa. Independence: May 31, 1910, from UK. Constitution: September 3, 1984. Legal system: based on Roman Dutch law and English common law. Accepts compulsory ICJ jurisdiction, with reservations. National holiday: Republic Day, May 31, 1910. Executive branch: State President, Cabinet, Executive Council, Cabinet Ministers, Councils, from the 3 houses of Parliament. Legislative branch: tricameral parliament consists of the House of Assembly, whites, House of Representatives, coloreds, and House of Delegates. Indians. Judicial branch: Supreme Court leaders, Chief of State and Head of Government, State President Frederick W. D. Clerk. Since September 13, 1989. Political parties and leaders: white political parties and leaders. National Party, MP, Frederick W. de Klerk. Majority Party, Conservative Party, CP, Dr. Andries P. Chernicht. Official Opposition Party: Herstate National Party, HNP, Yap Murray. Democratic Party, DP, Zach de Beer, Wynam Allen, and Dennis Worrell. Colored political parties and leaders: Labor Party, LP, Alan Hendricks. Majority Party. Democratic Reform Party, DRP, Carter Ibrahim. United Democratic Party, UDP, Jack Raby. Freedom Party. Indian political parties and leaders: Solidarity, JN Reddy. Majority Party. National People's Party, NPP, Amikandrij Bansi. Merit People's Party. Suffrage universal at age 18, but voting rights are racially based elections. House of Assembly, whites. Last held September 6, 1989. Next to be held by September 1994. Results: MP 58%, CP 23%, DP 19%. Seats: 178 total, 166 elected. MP 103, CP 41, DP 34. House of Representatives, coloreds. Last held September 6, 1989. Next to be held by September 1994. Results: percent of vote by party in A. Seats: 85 total, 80 elected. LP 69, DRP 5, UDP 3, Freedom Party 1, Independence 2. House of Delegates, Indians. Last held September 6, 1989. Next to be held by September 1994. Results: percent of vote by party in A. Seats: 45 total, 40 elected. Solidarity 16, NPP 9, Merit People's Party 3, United Party 2, Democratic Party 2, People's Party 1, National Federal Party 1, Independents 6. Communists. Small Communist Party illegal since 1950. Party in exile maintains headquarters in London. Daniel Tlum, Chairman, and Joe Slovo, General Secretary. Other political groups. Insurgent groups in exile: African National Congress, ANC, Oliver Tambo, Pan-Africanist Congress, PAC, Safania Mothapang, Internal Anti-Apartheid Groups, PAN, Africanist Movement, PAM, Clarence Makwetu, United Democratic Front, UDF, Albertina Sisulu, and Archibald Gummy, member of CCC, GATT, IBRD, ICAO, IDEA, IFC, IHO, ILZSG, IMF, INULSAT, ISO, ITU, IWC, International Whaling Commission, IWC, International Wheat Council, Southern African Customs Union, UN, UPU, WFTU, WHO, WIPO, WMO, WSG, membership rights in IEA, ICAO, ITU, WHO, WIPO, and WMO suspended or restricted diplomatic representation. Ambassador P.G.J. Kornhoff, Chancery at 3051 Massachusetts Avenue Northwest, Washington, D.C., 20008, telephone 202-232-4400. There are South African Consulates General in Beverly Hills, California, Chicago, Houston, and New York, U.S. Ambassador William L. Swing. Embassy at Tebow House, 225 Pretoria Street, Pretoria, telephone 27-12-28 to 4266. There are U.S. Consulates General in Cape Town, Durban, and Johannesburg. Flag. Actually 4 flags in one. 3 miniature flags reproduced in the center of the white band of the former flag of the Netherlands, which has 3 equal horizontal bands of orange. Top, white and blue. The miniature flags are a vertically hanging flag of the old Orange Free State, with a horizontal flag of the UK adjoining on the hoist side, and a horizontal flag of the old Transvaal Republic adjoining on the other side. Economy overview. Many of the white 1/7 of the South African population enjoy incomes, material comforts, and health and educational standards equal to those of Western Europe. In contrast, most of the remaining population suffers from the poverty patterns of the Third World, including unemployment, lack of job skills, and barriers to movement into higher-paying fields. Inputs and outputs thus do not move smoothly into the most productive employments, and the effectiveness of a market is further lowered by international constraints on dealings with South Africa. The main strength of the economy lies in its rich mineral resources, which provide 2/3 of exports. Average growth of 2% in output in recent years falls far short of the level needed to cut into the high unemployment level. GDP, $83.5 billion, per capita $2,380. Real growth rate 3.2%, 1988. Inflation rate, consumer prices 14.67%, 1989. Unemployment rate, 22%, 1988. Blacks 25 to 30%, up to 50% in homelands, 1988 EST. Budget, revenues $24.3 billion, expenditures $27.3 billion, including capital expenditures of $8 billion, FY91, exports, $21.5 billion, FOB, 1988 EST. Commodities, gold 40%, minerals and metals 23%, food 6%, chemicals 3%. Partners, FRG, Japan, UK, US, other EC, Hong Kong imports, $18.5 billion, CF, 1989 EST. Commodities, machinery 27%, chemicals 11%, vehicles and aircraft 11%, textiles, scientific instruments, base metals. Partners, US, FRG, Japan, UK, France, Italy, Switzerland. External debt, $21.2 billion, 1988 EST. Industrial production, growth rate 5.6%, 1988. Electricity, 34,941,000 kilowatts capacity, 158,000 million kilowatt hours produced, for 1,100 kilowatt hours per capita, 1989. Industries, mining, world's largest producer of diamonds, gold, chrome, automobile assembly, metalworking, machinery, textile, iron and steel, chemical, fertilizer, foodstuffs, agriculture, account for 6% of GDP and 30% of labor force. Diversified agriculture, with emphasis on livestock, products, cattle, poultry, sheep, wool, milk, beef, corn, wheat. Sugarcane, fruits, vegetables, self-sufficient in food aid. An A currency. Rand, plural, rand. 1 rand are equals 100 cents exchange rates. Rand are per 1 US dollar, 2.5555, January 1990. 2.6166, 1989. 2.2611, 1988. 2.0350, 1987. 2.2685, 1986. 2.1911, 1985. Fiscal year. April 1st, 31 March. Communications railroads. 20,638 kilometers route distance total. 35,079 kilometers of 1.067 meter gauge trackage. Counts double and multiple tracking as single track. 314 kilometers of 610 millimeters gauge highways. 188,309 kilometers total. 54,013 kilometers. Paved 134,296 kilometers crushed stone, gravel, or improved earth pipelines. 931 kilometers crude oil. 1,748 kilometers refined products. 322 kilometers natural gas ports. Durban, Cape Town, Port Elizabeth, Richards Bay, Saldanha, Mossel Bay, Walvis Bay Merchant Marine. 9 ships. 1,000 GRT or over. Totaling 275,684 GRT/273, 973 DWT. Includes 7 container, 1 vehicle carrier, 1 petroleum, oils and lubricants, POL, tanker civil air, 81 major transport aircraft airports. 931 total, 793 usable. 124 with permanent surface runways. 4 with runways over 3,659 m, 10 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m, 213 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications. The system is the best developed, most modern, and has the highest capacity in Africa. It consists of carrier-equipped open-wire lines, coaxial cables, radio relay links, fiber optic cable, and radio communication stations. Key centers are Bloemfontein, Cape Town, Durban, Johannesburg, Port Elizabeth, and Pretoria. For 1,500,000 telephones. Stations, 14 AM, 286 FM, 67 TV. 1 submarine cable. Satellite Earth stations. 1 Indian Ocean Intelsat and 2 Atlantic Ocean Intelsat. Defense Forces branches. Army, Navy, Air Force, Medical Services, Military manpower. Males 15 to 49, 9,544,357. 5,828,167 fit for military service. 419,815 reach military age, 18, annually. Obligation for service in citizen force or commandos begins at 18. Volunteers for service in permanent force must be 17. National service obligation is 2 years. Figures include the so-called homelands not recognized by the U.S. defense expenditures. 5% of GDP, or $4 billion. 1989 EST. Country. South Georgia and the South Sandwich Islands. Dependent territory of the UK. Geography. Total area. For 1,066 square kilometers. Land area. For 1,066 square kilometers. Includes shag and Clerk Rocks. Comparative area. Slightly larger than Rhode Island land boundaries. None coastline. Undetermined maritime claims. Continental shelf. 200 meters or to depth of exploitation. Exclusive fishing zone. 200 nanometers. Territorial sea. 12 nanometers disputes. Administered by the UK. Claimed by Argentina climate. Variable, with mostly westerly winds throughout the year, interspersed with periods of calm. Nearly all precipitation falls as snow to rain. Most of the islands, rising steeply from the sea, are rugged and mountainous. South Georgia is largely barren and has steep, glacier-covered mountains. The South Sandwich Islands are of volcanic origin with some active volcanoes and natural resources. Fish land use. 0% arable land. 0% permanent crops. 0% meadows and pastures. 0% forest and woodland. 100% other. Largely covered by permanent ice and snow with some sparse vegetation consisting of grass, moss, and lichen environment. Reindeer, introduced early in this century, live on South Georgia. Weather conditions generally make it difficult to approach the South Sandwich Islands. The South Sandwich Islands are subject to active volcanism. Note: the north coast of South Georgia has several large bays, which provide good anchorage. People population: no permanent population. There is a small military garrison on South Georgia, and the British Antarctic Survey has a biological station on Bird Island. The South Sandwich Islands are uninhabited. Government long-form name: South Georgia, and the South Sandwich Islands. No short-form name. Type: dependent territory of the UK capital. Grytviken Harbour on South Georgia is the chief town administrative divisions. None. Dependent territory of the UK. Independence. None. Dependent territory of the UK. Constitution. October 3rd, 1985. Legal system: English common law. National holiday: Liberation Day, June 14th. 1982. Executive branch: British monarch. Commissioner. Legislative branch: none. Judicial branch: none. Leaders: Chief of State, Queen Elizabeth II, since February 6, 1952, represented by Commissioner William Hugh Fullerton, since 1988, resident at Stanley, Falkland Islands. Economy overview: some fishing takes place in adjacent waters. There is a potential source of income from harvesting fin fish and krill. The islands receive income from postage stamps produced in the UK. Budget: revenues $291,777. Expenditures $451,011, including capital expenditures of $88 EST. Electricity: 900 kilowatts capacity, 2 million kilowatt hours produced, in a kilowatt hour per capita, 1989. Communications highways: in a ports, Grytviken Harbour on South Georgia airports, none. Telecommunications: coastal radio station at Grytviken, no broadcast stations. Defense forces. Note: defense is the responsibility of the UK. Country: Soviet Union. Geography: total area 22,402,200 square kilometers. Land area: 22,272,000 square kilometers. Comparative area: slightly less than 2.5 times the size of U.S. land boundaries. 19,933 kilometers total. Afghanistan 2,384 kilometers. Czechoslovakia 98 kilometers. China 7,520 kilometers. Finland 1,313 kilometers. Hungary 135 kilometers. Iran 1,690 kilometers. North Korea 17 kilometers. Mongolia 3,441 kilometers. Norway 196 kilometers. Poland 1,215 kilometers. Romania 1,307 kilometers. Turkey 617 kilometers coastline. 42,777 kilometers maritime claims. Continental shelf: 200 meters or to depth of exploitation. Extended economic zone: 200 nanometers. Territorial sea: 12 nanometers. Disputes: bilateral negotiations are underway to resolve 4 disputed sections of the boundary with China: Pamir, Argun, Amur, and Khabarovsk areas. U.S. government has not recognized the incorporation of Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania into the Soviet Union. Habamai Islands: Etarofu, Kunashiri, and Shikotan Islands occupied by Soviet Union since 1945, claimed by Japan. Kuril Islands administered by Soviet Union. Maritime dispute with Norway over portion of Barents Sea. Has made no territorial claim in Antarctica, but has reserved the right to do so, and does not recognize the claims of any other nation. Bessarabia question with Romania. Kurdish question among Iran, Iraq, Syria, Turkey, and the USSR. Climate: mostly temperate to Arctic continental. Winters vary from cool along Black Sea to frigid in Siberia. Summers vary from hot in southern deserts to cool along Arctic coast terrain. Broad plain with low hills west of Urals. Vast coniferous forest and tundra in Siberia. Deserts in Central Asia. Mountains in South. Natural resources: self-sufficient in oil, natural gas, coal, and strategic minerals, except bauxite, alumina, tantalum, tin, tungsten, fluorspar, and molybdenum, timber, gold, manganese, lead, zinc, nickel, mercury, potash, phosphates. Land use: 10% arable land, NEGL% permanent crops, 17% meadows and pastures, 41% forest and woodland, 32% other. Includes 1% irrigated environment. Despite size and diversity, small percentage of land is arable and much is too far north. Some of most fertile land is water deficient or has insufficient growing season. Many better climates have poor soils, hot, dry, desiccating Sukhoi wind effect south. Desertification, continuous permafrost over much of Siberia is a major impediment to development. Note: largest country in world, but unfavorably located in relation to major sea lanes of world. People population, 290,938,469, July 1990. Growth rate 0.7%, 1990. Birth rate, 18 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate, 10 deaths/1,000 population, 1990. Net migration rate, 0 migrants/1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate, 24 deaths/1,000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth, 65 years male, 74 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate, 2.4 children born/woman, 1990. Nationality: noun, Soviets. Adjective, Soviet ethnic divisions. Russian 50.78%, Ukrainian 15.45%, Uzbek 5.84%, Belarusian 3.51%, Kazakh 2.85%, Azerbaijan 2.38%, Armenian 1.62%, Tajik 1.48%, Georgian 1.39%, Moldavian 1.17%, Lithuanian 1.07%, Turkmen 0.95%, Kyrgyz 0.89%, Latvian 0.51%, Estonian 0.36%, others 9.75%. Religion: 20% Russian Orthodox, 10% Muslim, 7% Protestant, Georgian Orthodox, Armenian Orthodox, and Roman Catholic, less than 1% Jewish, 60% atheist, EST. Language: Russian official. More than 200 languages and dialects, at least 18 with more than 1 million speakers, 75% Slavic group, 8% other Indo-European, 12% Altaic, 3% Uralian, 2% Caucasian literacy, 99% labor force, 152,300,000 civilians, 80% industry and other non-agricultural fields, 20%. Agriculture: shortage of skilled labor, 1989. Organized labor: 98% of workers are union members. All trade unions are organized within the All Unions Central Council of Trade Unions, AUCCTU, and conduct their work under guidance of the Communist Party. Government long form name: Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, abbreviated USSR type. Communist state capital: Moscow. Administrative divisions: 1 Soviet Federative Socialist Republic *, Sovetskaya Federativnaya Sotsialistiskaya Respublika, and 14 Soviet Socialist Republics, Sovetskaya Sotsialistiskaya Respubliki, singular, Sovetskaya Sotsialistiskaya Respublika, Armenian Soviet Socialist Republic, Azerbaijan Soviet Socialist Republic, Belarusian Soviet Socialist Republic, Estonian Soviet Socialist Republic, Georgian Soviet Socialist Republic, Kazakh Soviet Socialist Republic, Kyrgyz Soviet Socialist Republic, Latvian Soviet Socialist Republic, Lithuanian Soviet Socialist Republic, Moldavian Soviet Socialist Republic, Russian Soviet Federative Socialist Republic *, Tajik Soviet Socialist Republic, Turkmen Soviet Socialist Republic, Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic, Uzbek Soviet Socialist Republic. Note: the Russian Soviet Federative Socialist Republic is often abbreviated RSFSR, and Soviet Socialist Republic is often abbreviated SSR. Independence. 1721. Russian Empire proclaimed. Constitution, October 7, 1977 legal system. Civil law system as modified by communist legal theory. No judicial review of. Legislative acts. Has not accepted compulsory ICJ jurisdiction national holiday. Great October Socialist Revolution. 7 to 8 November, 1917. Executive branch. President Legislative branch. The Congress of People's Deputies is the supreme organ of USSR state power and selects the bicameral USSR Supreme Soviet, Verkhovny Soviet, which consists of two co-equal houses, Council of the Union, Sovet Seza, and Council of Nationalities, Sovet Nationalnosti, Judicial Branch, Supreme Court of the USSR. Leaders, Chief of State, President Mikhail Sergeyevich Gorbachev, since March 14, 1990, General Secretary of the Central Committee of the Communist Party since March 11, 1985, Head of Government, Chairman of the USSR Council of Ministers Nikolai Ivanovich Rizkov, since September 28, 1985, Political parties and leaders. Only party. Communist Party of the Soviet Union, CPSU, President Mikhail Sergeyevich Gorbachev, General Secretary of the Central Committee of the CPSU. Note, the CPSU is the only party, but others are forming suffrage. Universal at age 18 elections. President. Last held March 14, 1990, next to be held in 1995. Results. Mikhail Sergeyevich Gorbachev was elected by the Congress of People's Deputies. Congress of People's Deputies. Last held March 12, 1990, next to be held in A. Results. CPSU is the only party. Seats. 2,250 total. CPSU 1,931. Non-CPSU 319. USSR Supreme Soviet. Last held in A. June 1989. Next to be held in A. Results. CPSU is the only party. Seats. 542 total. CPSU 475. Non-CPSU 67. Council of the Union. Last held spring 1989. Next to be held in A. Results. CPSU is the only party. Seats. 271 total. CPSU 239. Non-CPSU 32. Council of Nationalities. Last held spring 1989. Next to be held in A. Results. CPSU is the only party. Seats. 271 total. CPSU 236. Non-CPSU 35 communists. About 19 million party members, other political or pressure groups. Komsomol, trade unions, and other organizations that facilitate communist control. Regional. Popular fronts, informal organizations, and nascent parties with varying attitudes toward the Communist Party establishment member of SEMA, ESCAP, IEA, IBEC, ICAC, ICAO, ICCO, ISIS, ILO, ILZSG, IMO, INRO, Interpol, IPU, ISO, ITC, ITU, International Whaling Commission, IWC, International Wheat Council, UN, UNCTAD, UNESCO, UPU, Warsaw Pact, WFTU, WHO, WIPO, WMO, WDO Diplomatic Representation, Ambassador-designate Alexander Besmernik. Chancery 1125, 16th Street Northwest, Washington, D.C., 20036. Telephone 202-628-7551 or 8548. There is a Soviet Consulate General in San Francisco, U.S., Ambassador Jack F. Matlock, Jr., Embassy at Ulitsa Tchaikovskogo 19/21/23, Moscow. Mailing address is APO New York 09862. Telephone 7-096-252-2451-59. There is a U.S. Consulate General in Leningrad flag. Red with the yellow silhouette of a crossed hammer and sickle below, a yellow-edged five-pointed red star in the upper hoist side corner. Economy overview. The first 5 years of perestroika, economic restructuring, have undermined the institutions and processes of the Soviet command economy without replacing them with efficiently functioning markets. The initial reforms featured greater authority for enterprise managers over prices, wages, product mix, investment, sources of supply, and customers. But in the absence of effective market discipline, the The result was the disappearance of low-price goods, excessive wage increases, and even larger volume of unfinished construction projects, and, in general, continued economic stagnation. The Gorbachev regime has made at least 4 serious errors in economic policy in these 5 years. The unpopular and short-lived anti-alcohol campaign, the initial cutback in imports of consumer goods, the failure to act decisively for the privatization of agriculture, and the buildup of a massive overhang of unspent rubles in the hands of households and enterprises. In October 1989, a top economic advisor, Leonid Balkan, presented an ambitious but reasonable timetable for the conversion to a partially privatized market system in the 1990s. In December 1989, however, Premier Rizkov's conservative approach prevailed, namely, the contention that a period of retrenchment was necessary to provide a stable financial and legislative base for launching further reforms. Accordingly, the new strategy was to put the reform process on hold in 1990 to 92 by re-centralizing economic authority and to placate the rank and file through sharp increases in consumer goods output. In still another policy twist, the leadership in early 1990 was considering a marked speed-up in the marketization process. Because the economy is caught in between 2 systems, there was in 1989 an even greater mismatch between what was produced and what would serve the best interests of enterprises and households. Meanwhile, the seething nationality problems have been dislocating regional patterns of economic specialization and pose a further major threat to growth prospects over the next few years. GNP, $2,659.5 billion, per capita $9,211, real growth rate 1.4%, 1989 est. Based on Soviet statistics, cutbacks in Soviet reporting on products included in sample make the estimate subject to greater uncertainty than in earlier years. Inflation rate, consumer prices 6%, 1989 EST. Unemployment rate, officially no unemployment budget. Revenues $622 billion, expenditures $781 billion, including capital expenditures of $119 billion, 1989 EST. Exports, $110.7 billion, FOB, 1988. Commodities, petroleum and petroleum products, natural gas, metals, wood, agricultural products, and a wide variety of manufactured goods, primarily capital goods and arms. Partners, Eastern Europe 49%, EC 14%, Cuba 5%, U.S., Afghanistan, 1988. Imports, $107.3 billion, CF 1988. Commodities, grain and other agricultural products, machinery and equipment, steel products, including large-diameter pipe, consumer manufacturers, partners, Eastern Europe 54%, EC 11%, Cuba, China, U.S., 1988. External debt, $27.3 billion, 1988. Industrial production, growth rate 0.2%, 1989 EST. Electricity, 355 million kilowatts capacity, 1,790,000 million kilowatt hours produced, 6,150 kilowatt hours per capita, 1989. Industries, diversified, highly developed capital goods and defense industries. Consumer goods industries, comparatively less developed agriculture. Accounts for roughly 20% of GNP and labor force. Production based on large collective and state farms. Inefficiently managed. Wide range of temperate crops and livestock produced. World's second largest grain producer after the U.S. Shortages of grain. Oilseeds and meat. World's leading producer of sawnwood and roundwood. Annual fish catch among the world's largest. 11.2 million metric tons, 1987. Illicit drugs. Illegal producer of cannabis and opium poppy, mostly for domestic consumption. Government has begun an eradication program to control cultivation. Used as a transshipment country aid. Donor. Extended to non-communist, less developed countries. 1954 to 88, $47.4 billion. Extended to other communist countries. 1954 to 88, $147.6 billion. Currency, ruble, plural, rubles, 1 ruble, R, equals 100 kopecks exchange rates. Rubles are per 1 US dollar. 0.600, February 1990. 0.629, 1989. 0.629, 1988. 0.633, 1987. 0.704, 1986. 0.838, 1985. Note: the exchange rate is administratively set and should not be used indiscriminately to convert domestic rubles to dollars. On November 1st, 1989, the USSR began using a rate of 6.26 rubles to the dollar for Western tourists buying rubles and for Soviets traveling abroad, but retained the official exchange rate for most trade transactions. Fiscal year. Calendar year. Communications railroads. 146,100 kilometers total. 51,700 kilometers electrified. Does not include industrial lines. 1987. Highways. 1,609,900 kilometers total. 1,196,000 kilometers hard surfaced. Asphalt, concrete, stone block, asphalt treated, gravel, crushed stone. 413,900 kilometers earth. 1987. Inland waterways. 122,500 kilometers navigable, exclusive of Caspian Sea. 1987. Pipelines. 81,500 kilometers crude oil and refined products. 195,000 kilometers natural gas. 1987. Ports. Leningrad, Riga, Tallinn, Kaliningrad, Liepāja, Ventspils, Murmansk, Arkhangelsk, Odessa, Novorossiysk, Ilyachevsk, Nikolaev, Sevastopol, Vladivostok, Nikotka. Inland ports are Astrakhan, Baku, Gorky, Kazan, Khabarovsk, Krasnoyarsk, Kybyshev, Moscow, Rostov, Volgograd, Kiev. Merchant marine. 1,646 ships, 1,000 GRT or over, totaling 16,436,063 GRT /22, 732, 215 DWT, includes 53 passenger, 937 cargo, 52 container, 11 barge carrier, 5 roll-on/float-off cargo, 5 railcar carrier, 108 roll-on/roll-off cargo, 251 petroleum, oils and lubricants, fuel, tanker, 11 liquefied gas, 21 combination or /oil for specialized liquid carrier, 17 chemical tanker, 171 bulk. Note: 639 merchant ships are based in Black Sea, 383 in Baltic Sea, 408 in Soviet Far East, and 216 in Barents Sea and White Sea. The Soviet Ministry of Merchant Marine is beginning to use foreign registries for its merchant ships to increase the economic competitiveness of the fleet in the international market. The first re-registered ships have gone to the Cypriot flag Civil Air for 1,500 major transport aircraft airports. 6,950 total for 1,530 usable, 1,050 with permanent surface runways, 30 with runways over 3,659 m, 490 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m, 660 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications. Extensive network of AM/FM stations broadcasting both Moscow and regional programs. Main TV centers in Moscow and Leningrad, plus 11 more in the Soviet republics. Hundreds of TV stations. 85 million TV sets. 162 million radio receivers. Many satellite Earth stations and extensive satellite networks, including 2 Atlantic Ocean Intelsat and 1 Indian Ocean Intelsat Earth stations. Defense Forces branches, Ground Forces, Navy, Air Defense Forces, Air Forces, Strategic Rocket Forces, military manpower. Males 15 to 49, 69,634,893. 55,588,743 fit for military service. 2,300,127 million reach military age, 18. Annually, down somewhat from 2,500,000 a decade ago. Defense expenditures. In a country, Spain, geography, total area, 504,750 square kilometers. Land area, 499,400 square kilometers. Includes Balearic Islands, Canary Islands, Ceuta, Melilla, Islas Chafarinas, Peninda Alhucemas, and Peninda Valesta, La Gomera comparative area. Slightly more than twice the size of Oregon land boundaries. 1,903.2 kilometers total. Andorra 65 kilometers, France 623 kilometers, Gibraltar 1.2 kilometers. Portugal 1,214 kilometers coastline. 4,964 kilometers maritime claims. Extended economic zone. 200 nanometers. Territorial sea. 12 nanometers disputes. Gibraltar question with UK. Controls 2 presidios or places of sovereignty, Ceuta and Melilla, on the north coast of Morocco. Climate. Temperate. Clear, hot summers in interior. More moderate and cloudy along coast. Cloudy, cold winters in interior. Partly cloudy and cool along coast terrain. Large, flat to dissected plateau, surrounded by rugged hills. Pyrenees and north natural resources. Coal, lignite, iron ore, uranium, mercury, pyrites, fluorspar, gypsum, zinc, lead, tungsten, copper, kaolin, potash. Hydropower land use. 31% arable land. 10% permanent crops. 21% meadows and pastures. 31%. Forest and woodland. 7% other. Includes 6% irrigated environment. Deforestation. Air pollution note. Strategic location along approaches to Strait of Gibraltar. People population, 39,268,715, July 1990. Growth rate 0.3%, 1990. Birth rate, 11 births per 1,000 population. 1990. Death rate, 8 deaths/1,000 population. 1990. Net migration rate, 0 migrants/1,000 population. 1990. Infant mortality rate, 6 deaths/1,000 live births. 1990. Life expectancy at birth, 75 years male, 82 years female. 1990. Total fertility rate, 1.4 children born/woman. 1990. Nationality. Noun, Spaniards. Adjective, Spanish. Ethnic divisions, composite of Mediterranean and Nordic types. Religion, 99% Roman Catholic, 1% other sex language. Castilian Spanish. Second languages include 17% Catalan, 7% Galician, and 2% Basque. Literacy, 97% labor force, 14,621,000. 53% services, 24% industry, 14% agriculture, 9% construction. 1988. Organized labor, less 10% of labor force. 1988. Government long form name, Kingdom of Spain type. Parliamentary monarchy capital, Madrid. Administrative divisions, 17 autonomous communities. Comunidades autónomas, singular, Comunidad Autónoma. Andalusia, Aragon, Asturias, Canarias, Cantabria, Castilla-La Mancha, Castilla y León, Catalunya, Extremadura, Galicia, Islas Baleares, La Rioja, Madrid, Murcia, Navarra, País Vasco. Valenciana independence. 1492. Expulsion of the Moors and unification. Constitution, December 6, 1978. Effective December 29, 1978. Legal system, civil law. System, with regional applications, does not accept compulsory ICJ jurisdiction. National holiday. National Day, October 12th. Executive branch. Monarch, President of the government, Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister, Council of Ministers, Cabinet, Council of State. Legislative branch, bicameral. The General Courts or National Assembly, Las Cortes Generales, consists of an upper house or Senate, Senado, and a lower house or Congress of Deputies, Congreso de los Diputados. Judicial branch, Supreme Court, Tribunal Supremo. Leaders, Chief of State, King Juan Carlos I, since November 22, 1975. Head of Government, Prime Minister Felipe González Marquez, since December 2, 1982. Deputy Prime Minister Alfonso Guerra González, since December 2, 1982. Political parties and leaders. Principal national parties, from right to left: Popular Party, PP, Jose Maria Aznar. Popular Democratic Party, PDP, Luis de Grandes. Social Democratic Center, CDS, Adolfo Suarez González. Spanish Socialist Workers' Party, PSOE, Felipe González Marquez. Spanish Communist Party, PC, Julio Anguita. Chief regional parties: Convergence and Unity, SU, Jordi Pujol Saley. In Catalonia: Basque Nationalist Party, PNV, Xavier Arzales. Basque Solidarity, EA, Carlos Garaycoetzea Uriza. Basque Popular Unity, HB, John Itagoras. Basque Left, Juan Maria Bandrais Malay. Andalusian Party, PA. Independent Canary Group, AIC. Aragon Regional Party, PAR. Valencian Union, UV, Suffrage. Universal at age 18 elections. The Courts General, last held October 29, 1989, next to be held October 1993. Results: PSOE 39.6%, PP 25.8%, CDS 9%, Communist-led coalition, IU 9%, CIU 5%, Basque Nationalist Party 1.2%, HB 1%, Andalusian Party 1%, others 8.4%, seats 350 total, 18 vacant pending new elections caused by voting irregularities. PSOE 176, PP 106, CIU 18, IU 17, CDS 14, PMV 5, HB 4, others 10 communists. PCE membership declined for a possible high of 160,000 in 1977 to roughly 60,000 in 1987. The party gained almost 1 million voters and 10 deputies. In the 1989 election, voters came mostly from the disgruntled socialist left. Remaining strength is in labor, where it dominates the Workers' Commission's trade union, one of the country's two major labor centrals, which claims a membership of about 1 million, experienced a modest recovery in 1986 national election, nearly doubling the share of the vote it received in 1982 other political or pressure groups. On the extreme left, the Basque Fatherland and Liberty, ETA, and the 1st of October. Anti-fascist resistance group, GRAPO, used terrorism to oppose the government. Free labor unions, authorized in April 1977, include the communist-dominated Workers' Commissions, CCO, the Socialist General Union of Workers, UGT, and the smaller Independent Workers' Syndical Union, USO, the Catholic Church, business and landowning interests, Opus Dei, University Students member of Andean Pact Observer, ASIMR, CCC, Council of Europe, EC, ESFAO, IBRD, ICAC, ICAO, ISIS, ICO, IDA, IDB, Inter-American Development Bank, IEA, IFAD, IFC, IHO, ILO, ILZSG, IMF, IMO, Intelsat, Interpol, IVOC, IPU, ITC, ITU, IWC, International Wheat Council, NATO, OS, Observer, OECD, UN, UNESCO, UPU, WHO, WIPO, WMO, WSG, WDO Diplomatic Representation. Ambassador Julian Santa Maria. Chancery at 2700 15th Street Northwest, Washington, D.C., 20009. Telephone 202-265-0190 or 0191. There are Spanish consulates general in Boston, Chicago, Houston, Los Angeles, Miami, New Orleans, New York, San Francisco, and San Juan, Puerto Rico, U.S. Ambassador Joseph Zapala. Embassy at Serrano 75, Madrid 6. Mailing address is APO New York 09285. Telephone 34 1-276-3400 or 3600. There is a U.S. Consulate General in Barcelona and a consulate in Bilbao. Flag. 3 horizontal bands of red, top, yellow, double width, and red with the national coat of arms on the hoist side of the yellow band. The coat of arms includes the royal seal framed by the Pillars of Hercules, which are the 2 promontories, Gibraltar and Ceuta, on either side of the eastern end of the Strait of Gibraltar. Economy overview. This Western capitalistic economy has done well since Spain joined the European Economic Community in 1986. With increases in real GNP of 5.5% in 1987 and about 5% in 1988 and 1989, Spain has been the fastest growing member of the EC. Increased investment, both domestic and foreign, has been the most important factor pushing the economic expansion. Inflation moderated to 4.8% in 1988, but an overheated economy caused inflation to reach an estimated 7% in 1989. Another economic problem facing Spain is an unemployment rate of 16.5%, the highest in Europe. GNP, $398.7 billion. Per capita, $10,100. Real growth rate, 4.8%, 1989 EST. Inflation rate, consumer prices, 7%, 1989 EST. Unemploiement rate, 16.5%, 1989. Budget, revenues $57.8 billion. Expenditures $66.7 billion, including capital expenditures of $10.4 billion. 1987, exports. $40.2 billion, FOB, 1988. Commodities, foodstuffs, live animals, wood, footwear, machinery, chemicals. Partners, EC 66%, US 8%. Other developed countries 9% imports. $60.4 billion, CF, 1988. Commodities, petroleum, footwear, machinery, chemicals, grain, soybeans, coffee, tobacco, iron and steel, timber, cotton, transport equipment. Partners, EC 57%, US 9%. Other developed countries 13%. Middle East 3% external debt. $32.7 billion, 1988, industrial production. Growth rate 3%, 1988, electricity. 46,589,000 kilowatts capacity. 157,040 million kilowatt hours produced. 3,980 kilowatt hours per capita. 1989, industries. Textiles and apparel including footwear, food and beverages, metals and metal manufacturers, chemicals, shipbuilding, automobiles, machine tools, agriculture, account for 5% of GNP and 14% of labor force. Major products, grain, vegetables, olives, wine, grapes. Sugar, beets, citrus fruit, beef, pork, poultry, dairy. Largely self-sufficient in food. Fish catch of 1.4 million metric tons among top 20 nations aid. U.S. commitments, including XIM, FI 70-87. $1.9 billion. Western, non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1970 to 79. $545.0 million currency. Peseta, plural, pesetas. 1 peseta, PDA, equals 100 cinnamos exchange rates. Pesetas TAS, per 1 U.S. dollar, 109.69, January 1990. 118.38, 1989. 116.49, 1988, 123.48, 1987, 140.05, 1986, 170.04, 1985, fiscal year, calendar year, communications railroads, 15,430 kilometers total. Spanish National Railways, RENF, operates 12,691 kilometers 1.668 meter gauge. 6,184 kilometers electrified, and 2,295 kilometers double track, FEV. Government-owned narrow-gauge railways. Operates 1,821 kilometers of predominantly 1.000 meter gauge and 441 kilometers electrified. Privately owned railways operate 918 kilometers of predominantly 1.000 meter gauge. 512 kilometers electrified, and 56 kilometers double-track highways, 150,839 kilometers total, 82,513 kilometers national, includes 2,433 kilometers limited access divided highway, 63,042 kilometers bituminous treated, 17,038 kilometers intermediate bituminous, concrete, or stone block, and 68,326 kilometers provincial or local roads, bituminous treated, intermediate bituminous, or stone block, inland waterways. 1,045 kilometers but of minor economic importance pipelines. 265 kilometers crude oil. 1,794 kilometers refined products. 1,666 kilometers natural gas ports. Algeciras, Alicante, Almeria, Barcelona, Bilbao, Cádiz, Cartagena, Castellón de la Plana, Ceuta, El Ferrol del Cataló, Puerto de Gijón, Huelva, La Coruña, Las Palmas, Canary Islands, Mahón, Malaga, Melilla, Rota, Santa Cruz de Tenerife, Sagunta, Tarragona, Valencia, Vigo, and 175 minor ports merchant marine. 324 ships, 1,000 GRT or over, totaling 3,492,563 GRT/6, 128. 190 DWT. Includes 2 passenger, 9 short-sea passenger, 121 cargo, 19 refrigerated cargo, 17 container, 23 roll-on/roll-off cargo, 51 petroleum, oils, and lubricants (POL) tanker, 16 chemical tanker, 10 liquefied gas, 1 specialized tanker, 1 combination or/oil, 49 bulk, 5 vehicle carrier civil air, 142 major transport aircraft airports, 110 total, 103 usable, 62 with permanent surface runways, 4 with runways over 3,659 m, 20 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m, 29 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications. Generally adequate, modern facilities. 15,310,000 telephones. Stations. 196 AM. 404. 134 relays. FM. 143. 1,297 relays. TV. 17 coaxial submarine cables. Communications satellite earth stations operating in Intelsat, 5 Atlantic Ocean, 1 Indian Ocean, Marisat and Intelsat systems, Defense Forces branches, Army, Navy, Air Force military manpower, males 15 to 49, 10,032,649, 8,141,384 fit for military service, 338,582 reach military age, 20 annually defense expenditures, 2.1% of GDP, or $8.4 billion, 1989 EST. Country, Spratly Islands. Geography, total area, less than 5 square kilometers. Land area, less than 5 square kilometers, includes 100 or so islets, coral reefs, and seamount scattered over the South China Sea comparative area. Undetermined land boundaries. None coastline. 926 kilometers maritime claims. Undetermined disputes. China, Malaysia, the Philippines, Taiwan, and Vietnam claim all or part of the Spratly Islands climate. Tropical terrain. Flat natural resources. Fish, guano, oil, and natural gas potential. Land use. 0% arable land. 0% permanent crops. 0% meadows and pastures. 0% forest and woodland, 100% other environment, subject to typhoons, includes numerous small islands, atolls, shoals, and coral reefs. Note, strategically located near several primary shipping lanes in the central South China Sea. Serious navigational hazard. People population. No permanent inhabitants. Garrisons. Government long-form name. None. Economy overview. Economic activity is limited to commercial fishing and phosphate mining. Geological surveys carried out several years ago suggest that substantial reserves of oil and natural gas may lie beneath the islands. Commercial exploitation has yet to be developed. Industries, some guano mining, communications airports, 3 total, 2 usable, none with runways over 2,439 m. 1 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m ports. None. Offshore anchorage only. Defense Forces note. Approximately 50 small islands or reefs are occupied by China, Malaysia, the Philippines, Taiwan, and Vietnam. Country, Sri Lanka. Geography, total area, 65,610 square kilometers. Land area, 64,740 square kilometers comparative area, slightly larger than West Virginia land. Boundaries: none coastline, 1,340 kilometers maritime claims, contiguous zone, 24 nanometers, continental shelf, edge of continental margin or 200 nanometers, extended economic zone, 200 nanometers, territorial sea, 12 nanometers climate, tropical, monsoonal, northeast monsoon, December to March, southwest monsoon, June to October, terrain, mostly low, flat to rolling plain. Mountains and south-central interior natural resources, limestone, graphite, mineral sands, gems, phosphates, clay land use, 16% arable land, 17% permanent crops, 7% meadows and pastures, 37% forest and woodland, 23% other, includes 8% irrigated environment, occasional cyclones, tornadoes, deforestation, soil erosion note. Only 29 kilometers from India across the Pak Strait, near major Indian Ocean sea lanes. People population, 17,196,436. July 1990. Growth rate 1.5%. 1990. Birth rate, 21 births per 1,000 population. 1990. Death rate, 6 deaths/1,000 population. 1990. Net migration rate, NEGL migrants/1,000 population. 1990. Infant mortality rate, 31 deaths/1,000. Live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth, 68 years male, 72 years female. 1990. Total fertility rate, 2.3 children born/woman. 1990. Nationality. Noun, Sri Lankans. Adjective, Sri Lankan ethnic divisions, 74% Sinhalese, 18% Tamil, 7% Moor, 1% Burgher, Malay, and Veda religion, 69% Buddhist, 15% Hindu, 8% Christian, 8% Muslim language. Sinhala, official. Sinhala and Tamil listed as national languages. Sinhala spoken by about 74% of population, Tamil spoken by about 18%. English, commonly used in government and spoken by about 10% of the population. Literacy, 87% labor force, 6,600,000, 45.9% agriculture, 13.3% mining and manufacturing, 12.4% trade and transport, 28.4% services and other. 1985 EST. Organized labor, about 33% of labor force, over 50% of which are employed on tea, rubber, and coconut estates. Government long-form name, Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka type. Republic capital, Colombo. Administrative divisions, 24 districts, Amperai, Anuradhapura, Badulla, Batticaloa, Colombo, Gal, Gampaha, Hambantota, Jaffna, Kalatura, Kandy, Kagala, Kunagola, Manor, Matale, Madura, Monaragala, Mulatu, Mora, Elia, Polonurwa, Puttalam, Ratnapura, Trincomalee, Vavunia. Note: the administrative structure may now include 8 provinces: Central, North Central, Northeastern, Northwestern, Sabaragamuwa, Southern, Yuva, and Western, and 25 districts, with Kilinachi added to the existing districts. Independence, February 4, 1948, from UK, formerly Ceylon. Constitution, August 31, 1978. Legal system, a highly complex mixture of English common law, Roman Dutch, Muslim, and customary law, has not accepted compulsory ICJ jurisdiction. National holiday, Independence, and National Day, February 4, 1948. Executive branch, President, Prime Minister, Cabinet, Legislative branch, Unicameral Parliament, Judicial branch, Supreme Court leaders, Chief of State, President Ranasinghe Premadasa, since January 2, 1989, Head of Government, Prime Minister Dinjiri Banda Wijtong, since March 6, 1989, Political parties and leaders, United National Party, UNP, Ranasinghe Premadasa, Sri Lanka Freedom Party, SLFP, Sirimavo Bandaranaike, Sri Lanka Muslim Congress, SLMC, MHM, Ashraf, All Ceylon Tamil Congress, ECDC, Kumar Ponambalam, Mahajanak South Paramuna, MEP, or People's United Front, Dinesh Gunawardene, Sri Lanka Mahajana Party, SLMP, or Sri Lanka People's Party, Chandrika Badarana Kumarnatunga, Lanka Sama Samaja Party, LSSB, Lanka Socialist Party / Trotskyite, Kalinar, De Silva, Nava, Sama Samaja Party, NSSB, or New Socialist Party, Vasudeva Nanayakkara, Tamil United Liberation Front, TULF, Leader in A, Communist Party / Moscow, CP / M, K, P, Silva, Communist Party / Beijing, CP / B, N, Shamagathison Suffrage, Universal at age 18 elections, President, last held December 19, 1988, next to be held December 1994. Results, Ranasinghe Premadasa, UNP, 50%, Siramavo Bandaranak, SLFB, 45%, others 5%, Parliament, last held February 15, 1989, next to be held by February 1995. Results, percent of vote by party NA, seats, 225 total, UNP 125, SLFB 67, others 33, other political or pressure groups, Liberation Tigers of Tamil Elam, LTT, and other smaller Tamil separatist groups, Janatha Vimukthi Paramuna, JVP, or People's Liberation Front, Buddhist clergy, Sinhalese Buddhist lay groups, labor unions member of ADB, ANRPC, CCC, Colombo Plan, Commonwealth, SCAP, FAO, G77, GATT, IBRD, ICAO, IDA, IFADIFC, ILO, IMF, IMO, INULSAT, Interpol, IPU, IRC, ITU, and IMSARC, and UNESCO, UPU, WFDU, WHO, WIPO, WMO, WDO, Diplomatic Representation, Ambassador W. Sasanta de Alwas, Chancery at 2148, Wyoming Avenue Northwest, Washington, D.C., 20008, telephone 202 483 4025 through 4028. There is a Sri Lankan consulate in New York, U.S. Ambassador Marion V. Creekmore, Embassy at 210 Gow Road, Colombo 3, mailing address is P.O. Box 106, Colombo, telephone 94 1 548007 flag, yellow with 2 panels. The smaller hoist side panel has 2 equal vertical bands of green, hoist side, and orange. The other panel is a large dark red rectangle with a yellow lion holding a sword, and there is a yellow bow leaf in each corner. The yellow field appears as a border that goes around the entire flag and extends between the 2 panels. Economy overview. Agriculture, forestry, and fishing dominate the economy, employing about half of the labor force and accounting for about 25% of GDP. The plantation crops of tea, rubber, and coconuts provide about 50% of export earnings and almost 20% of budgetary revenues. The economy has been plagued by high rates of unemployment since the late 1970s. GDP, $6.1 billion, per capita $370, real growth rate 2.7%, 1988, inflation rate, consumer prices 15%, 1988, unemployment rate 20%, 1988 EST. Budget, revenues $1.5 billion, expenditures $2.3 billion, including capital expenditures of $0.7 billion, 1989, exports, $1.5 billion, FOB, 1988, commodities, tea, textiles and garments, petroleum products, coconut, rubber, agricultural products, gems and jewelry, marine products, partners, U.S. 26%, Egypt, Iraq, UK, FRG, Singapore, Japan imports, $2.3 billion, CF, 1988. Commodities, petroleum, machinery and equipment, textiles and textile materials, wheat, transportation equipment, electrical machinery, sugar, rice, partners, Japan, Saudi Arabia, U.S. 5.6%, India, Singapore, FRG, UK, Iran external debt, $5.6 billion, 1989, industrial production, growth rate 5%, 1988 electricity, 1,300,000 kilowatts capacity, 4,200 million kilowatt-hours produced. 250 kilowatt-hours per capita, 1989. Industries: processing of rubber, tea, coconuts, and other agricultural commodities, cement, petroleum refining, textiles, tobacco, clothing, agriculture, accounts for 25% of GDP and nearly half of labor force. Most important staple crop is paddy rice. Other field crops: sugarcane, grains, pulses, oilseeds, roots, spices, cash crops, tea, rubber, coconuts, animal products, milk, eggs, hides, meat. Not self-sufficient in rice production aid. U.S. commitments, including Exim, FI 70-88, $932 million. Western, non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1980 to 87, for $0.3 billion. OPEC bilateral aid, 1979 to 89, $169 million. Communist countries, 1970 to 88, $369 million currency. Sri Lankan rupee, plural. Rupees. 1 Sri Lankan rupee, SLR, equals 100 cents. Exchange rates: Sri Lankan rupees, SLRs, per 1 US dollar. 40.000, January 1990. 36.047, 1989. 31.807, 1988. 29.445, 1987. 28.017, 1986. 27.163, 1985. Fiscal year, calendar year, communications railroads, 1,868 kilometers total, 1985. All 1.868-meter broad gauge, 102 kilometers double track. No. Electrification, government-owned highways, 66,176 kilometers total, 1985. 24,300 kilometers paved, mostly bituminous treated. 28,916 kilometers crushed stone or gravel. 12,960 kilometers improved earth or unimproved earth. Several thousand km of mostly unmotorable tracks, inland waterways, for 130 kilometers, navigable by shallow draft craft pipelines. Crude and refined products, 62 kilometers, 1987. Ports: Colombo, Trincomalee Merchant Marine, 40 ships, 1,000 GRT or over, totaling 258,923 GRT/334. 702 DWT. Includes 22 cargo, 8 refrigerated. Cargo for container, 1 livestock carrier, 2 petroleum, oils and lubricants, POL, tanker, 3 bulk civil air, 8 major transport, including 1 leased, airports, 14 total, 13 usable, 12 with permanent surface runways, none with runways over 3,659 m, 1 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m, 7 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications. Good international service, 109,900 telephones, 1982. Stations, 12 AM, 5 FM, 1 TV. Submarine cables extend to Indonesia, Djibouti, India, 2 Indian Ocean Intelsat Earth. Stations: Defense Forces branches, Army, Air Force, Navy, Police Force, Special Police Task Force, National Auxiliary Force military manpower. Males 15 to 49 for 1,568,648. 3,574,637 fit for military service. 177,610 reach military age. 18. Annually defense expenditures, 5% of GDP, or $300 million. 1989 EST. Country: Sudan. Geography: total area, 2,505,810 square kilometers. Land area: 2,376,000 square kilometers. Comparative area: slightly more than 1/4 the size of U.S. land boundaries, 7,697 kilometers total. Central African Republic 1,165 kilometers. Chad 1,360 kilometers. Egypt 1,273 kilometers. Ethiopia 2,221 kilometers. Kenya 232 kilometers. Libya 383 kilometers. Uganda 435 kilometers. Zaire 628 kilometers coastline. 853 kilometers maritime claims. Contiguous zone 18 nanometers. Continental shelf 200 meters or to depth of exploitation. Territorial sea 12 nanometers disputes. International boundary and administrative boundary with Kenya. International boundary and administrative boundary with Egypt. Climate tropical in south, arid desert in north. Rainy season April to October. Terrain generally flat, featureless plain. Mountains in east and west. Natural resources modest reserves of crude oil, iron ore, copper, chromium ore, zinc, tungsten, mica, silver, crude oil. Land use 5% arable land. NEGL% permanent crops, 24% meadows and pastures, 20% forest and woodland, 51% other. Includes 1% irrigated environment, dominated by the Nile and its tributaries, dust storms, desertification. Note, largest country in Africa. People, population, 24,971,806, July 1990. Growth rate, 2.9%, 1990. Birth rate, 44 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate, 14 deaths/1,000 population, 1990. Net migration rate, 2 migrants/1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate, 107 deaths/1,000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth, 51 years male, 55 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate, 6.5 children born/woman, 1990. Nationality, noun Sudanese, Singh. NPL, adjective Sudanese ethnic divisions, 52% black, 39% Arab, 6% Beja, 2% foreigners, 1% other religion, 70% Sunni Muslim, in north, 20% indigenous beliefs, 5% Christian, mostly in south and Khartoum. Language, Arabic, official, Nubian, Tabadawi, diverse dialects of Nilotic, Nilo-Hamitic, and Sudanic languages. English, program of Arabization and process literacy, 31%, 1986, labor force, 6,500,000. 80% agriculture, 10% industry and commerce, 6% government. Labor shortages for almost all categories of skilled employment, 1983 EST. 52% of population of working age, 1985, organized labor. Trade union suspended following June 30th, 1989 coup. Now in process of being legalized anew. Government long-form name. Republic of the Sudan type. Military. Civilian government suspended and martial law imposed after June 30th. 1989 coup capital. Khartoum administrative divisions. 9 regions, Akalim, singular, Iklim. Ali and Nil, Al-Awsat, Al-Istaway, Al-Khartoum, Ash-Shamali, Ash-Sharqi, Bar Al-Ghazal, Darfur, Kurdistan independence. January 1st, 1956 from Egypt and UK, formerly Anglo-Egyptian Sudan, Constitution, April 12, 1973. Suspended following coup of April 6, 1985. Interim Constitution of October 10, 1985, suspended following coup of June 30th, 1989 legal system. Based on English common law and Islamic law. In September 1983, then President Numeri declared the penal code would conform to Islamic law, some separate religious courts, accepts compulsory ICJ jurisdiction. With reservations national holiday. Independence Day, January 1st, 1956, executive branch. Executive and legislative authority vested in a 15-member Revolutionary Command Council, RCC. Chairman of the RCC acts as Prime Minister. In July 1989, RCC appointed a predominantly civilian 22-member cabinet to function as advisors legislative branch, non-judicial branch, Supreme Court, Special Revolutionary Courts leaders, Chief of State and Head of Government. Revolutionary Command Council Chairman and Prime Minister Brig General Umar Hassan Ahmad al-Bashir. Since June 30, 1989, Deputy Chairman of the Command Council and Deputy Prime Minister Brig. Gen al-Zubair Muhammad Salih. Since July 9, 1989, political parties and leaders. None. Banned following June 30, 1989 coup suffrage. None elections. None member of ACP, AFDB, APC, Arab League, CCC, FAO, G77, IBRD, ICAC, ICAO, IDA, IDB, Islamic Development Bank, IFAD, IFC, ILO, IMF, IMO, Intelsat, Interpol, ITU, NAM, OEU, OIC, IN, UNESCO, UPU, WFDU, WHO, WIPO, WMO, WDO, Diplomatic Representation. Ambassador Abdullah Ahmad Abdullah. Chancery at 2210 Massachusetts Avenue Northwest, Washington, D.C. 20008. Telephone 202-338-8565 through 8570. There's a Sudanese Consulate General in New York, U.S. Ambassador James Sheikh. Embassy at Shari Ali Abdul Latif, Khartoum. Mailing address is P.O. Box 699, Khartoum, or APO New York 09668. Telephone 74700 or 75680, 74611 flag. 3 equal horizontal bands of red, top, white and black with a green isosceles triangle based on the hoist side. Economy overview. Sudan, one of the world's poorest countries, is buffeted by civil war, chronic political instability, adverse weather, and counterproductive economic policies. The economy is dominated by governmental entities that account for more than 70% of new investment. The private sector's main areas of activity are agriculture and trading, with most private industrial investment predating 1980. The economy's base is agriculture, which employs 80% of the workforce. Industry mainly processes agricultural items. A high foreign debt and arrearages of about $13 billion continue to cause difficulties. Since 1979, the International Monetary Fund has provided assistance and has forced Sudan to make economic reforms aimed at improving the performance of the economy. GDP, $8.5 billion. Per capita, $340. FY87. Real growth rate 7%. FY89 EST. Inflation rate, consumer prices 70%. FY89. Unemployment rate. NA budget. Revenues $514 million. Expenditures $1.3 billion, including capital expenditures of $183 million. FY89 EST. Exports $550 million. FOB FY89 EST. Commodities cotton 43%, sesame, gum Arabic, peanuts. Partners Western Europe 46%, Saudi Arabia 14%, Eastern Europe 9%, Japan 9%, US 3%, FY88, imports $1.2 billion CF, FY89 EST. Commodities, petroleum products, manufactured goods, machinery and equipment, medicines and chemicals. Partners, Western Europe 32%, Africa and Asia 15%, US 13%, Eastern Europe 3%, FY88, external debt, $11.6 billion, December 1989 EST. Industrial production, growth rate, 1.7%, FY89 EST. Electricity, 606,000 kilowatts capacity, 900 million kilowatt hours produced, 37 kilowatt hours per capita, 1989. Industries, cotton ginning, textiles, cement, edible oils, sugar, soap distilling, shoes, petroleum refining, agriculture, account for 35% of GNP and 80% of labor force. Untapped potential for higher farm production. 2/3 of land area suitable for raising crops and livestock. Major products, cotton, oilseeds, sorghum, millet, wheat, gum Arabic, sheep. Marginally self-sufficient in most foods aid. U.S. Commitments, including Exim, FI 70-88, $1.4 billion. Western, non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1970 to 87, for $0.4 billion. OPEC bilateral aid, 1979 to 89, $3.1 billion. Communist countries, 1970 to 88, $588 million currency. Sudanese pound, plural, pounds, 1 Sudanese pound, LSD, equals 100 piastres exchange rates. Official rate, Sudanese pounds, LSD, per 1 US dollar, 4.5004. Fixed rate since 1987. 2.8121, 1987. 2.5000, 1986. 2.2883, 1985. Note, commercial exchange rate is set daily. 12.2, March 1990. Fiscal year, July 1st, 30 June. Communications railroads, 5,500 kilometers total. 4,784 kilometers 1.067 meter gauge, 716 kilometers 1.609 6 meter gauge plantation line highways, 20,000 kilometers total. 1,600 kilometers bituminous treated, 3,700 kilometers gravel, 2,301 kilometers improved earth, 12,399 kilometers unimproved earth and track inland waterways, 5,310 kilometers navigable pipelines, refined products, 815 kilometers ports, Port Sudan, Swakin Merchant Marine, 10 ships, 1,000 GRT or over, totaling 91,107 GRT/122, 222 DWT, includes 8 cargo, 2 roll on/roll-off cargo civil air, 14 major transport aircraft airports, 78 total, 68 usable, 8 with permanent surface runways, none with runways over 3,659 m, for with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m, 31 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications. Large, well-equipped system by African standards, but barely adequate and poorly maintained, consists of radio relay, cables, radio communications, and troposcatter. Domestic satellite system with 14 stations, 73,400 telephones, stations, for AM, 1 FM, 2 TV. Satellite Earth stations, 1 Atlantic Ocean Intelsat and 1 Arabsat. Defense Forces branches, Army, Navy, Air Force, Air Defense Force military manpower. Males 15 to 49, 5,621,469, 3,437,004 fit for military service. 273,011 reach military age, 18. Annually defense expenditures, 7.2% of GDP, or $610 million. 1989 Est. Country, Suriname. Geography, total area, 163,270 square kilometers. Land area, 161,470 square kilometers. Comparative area, slightly larger than Georgia land. Boundaries, 1,707 kilometers total. Brazil, 597 kilometers. French Guiana, 510 kilometers. Guyana, 600 kilometers coastline. 386 kilometers maritime claims. Extended economic zone, 200 nanometers. Territorial sea, 12 nanometers. Disputes. Claims area in French Guiana between Litani Riviere and Rivière Marini, both headwaters of Alawa. Claims area in Guyana between New, Upper Corentyne, and Corentyne/Catering rivers, all headwaters of the Corentyne. Climate, tropical, moderated by trade winds. Terrain, mostly rolling hills, narrow coastal plain width. Swamps. Natural resources, timber, hydropower potential, fish, shrimp, bauxite, iron, ore, and modest amounts of nickel, copper, platinum, gold. Land use, NEGL% arable land, NEGL% permanent crops, NEGL% meadows and pastures, 97% forest and woodland, 3%. Other includes NEGL% irrigated environment, mostly tropical rainforest. People population, 396,813, July 1990. Growth rate 1.4%, 1990. Birth rate, 27 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate, 6 deaths/1, 000 population. 1990, net migration rate, 7 migrants/1, 000 population. 1990, infant mortality rate, 40 deaths/1, 000 live births. 1990, life expectancy at birth, 66 years male, 71 years female. 1990, total fertility rate, 2.9 children born/woman. 1990, nationality, noun Surinamers. Adjective, Surinamese ethnic divisions, 37% Hindustani, East Indian, 31% Creole, Black and mixed, 15.3% Javanese, 10.3% Bush Black, 2.6% Amerindian, 1.7% Chinese, 1% Europeans, 1.1% other religion, 27.4% Hindu, 19.6% Muslim, 22.8% Roman Catholic, 25.2% Protestant, predominantly Moravian, about 5% indigenous beliefs language. Dutch official. English widely spoken. Sranantongo, Surinamese, sometimes called Taki-Taki, is native language of Creoles and much of the younger population, and is lingua franca among others. Also Hindi, Suriname Hindustani, a variant of Bhojpuri, and Javanese literacy. 65% labor force. 104,000, 1984, organized labor. 49,000 members of labor force. Government long form name. Republic of Suriname type. Republic capital. Paramaribo administrative divisions. 10 districts, districten. Singular, district. Brokapondo, Cumwin, Corny, Marawin, Nikiri, Para, Paramaribo, Saramacca, Sapalawini, Wanaka Independence. November 25, 1975 from Netherlands, formerly Netherlands Guiana or Dutch Guiana. Constitution, ratified September 30th, 1987 legal system. Inane national holiday. Independence Day, November 25th, 1975, executive branch. President, Vice President, and Prime Minister, Cabinet of Ministers, Council of State. Note, Commander-in-Chief of the National Army maintains significant power legislative branch. Unicameral National Assembly judicial branch. Supreme Court leaders. Chief of State and Head of Government. President Ramswak. Shankar, since January 25, 1988. Vice President and Prime Minister Hank Alphonsus Eugene Aaron, since January 25, 1988. Political parties and leaders. February 25th movement established by Lieutenant Colonel Desire Boudersay in November 1983, but much of its activity taken over by New Democratic Party, NDP. In May 1987, leftists, all small groups. Revolutionary People's Party, RVP, Michael Narendorp. Progressive Workers and Farmers, Paulu, Ewan Crowley's. Traditional Parties, Progressive Reform Party, VHP. Jagannath Lachman. National Party of Suriname, NPS, Henk Aaron. Indonesian Peasants Party, KTPI, Willy Soemida. The VHP, NPS, and KTPI formed a coalition known as the Front in July 1987 that overwhelmingly defeated the NDP in the November 1987 election suffrage. Universal at age 18 elections. National Assembly. Last held November 25, 1987. Next to be held November 1992. Results, the Front 80%, others 20%, seats, 51 total, the Front 40, NDP 3, Paulu 4, Pinwalwa for member of ACP, CLA, FAO, GATT, G, 77, IBA, IBRD, ICAO, IB, Inter-American Development Bank, IFAD, ILO, IMF, IMO, Interpol, ITUNM, OS, PEHOSILA, and UNESCO, UPU, who WIPO, WMO diplomatic representation. Ambassador Willem A. Udenhout, Chancery at Suite 108, 4301. Connecticut Avenue Northwest, Washington, D.C., 20008. Telephone 202-244-7488 or 7490 through 7492. There is a Surinamese Consulate General in Miami, U.S. Ambassador Richard Howland. Embassy at Dr. Sophie Redmonstrat 129, Paramaribo. Mailing address is P.O. Box 1821, Paramaribo. Telephone 597 700 or 76459 flag. 5 horizontal bands of green, top, double width, white, red, quadruple width, white and green, double width. There's a large yellow 5-pointed star centered in the red band. Economy overview. The economy is dominated by the bauxite industry, which accounts for about 80% of export earnings and 40% of tax revenues. The economy has been in trouble since the Dutch ended development aid in 1982. A drop in world bauxite prices that started in the late 1970s and continued until late 1986 was followed by the outbreak of a guerrilla insurgency in the interior. The guerrillas targeted the economic infrastructure, crippling the important bauxite sector and shutting down other export industries. These problems have created both high inflation and high unemployment. A small gain in economic growth of 3.6% was registered in 1988 due to reduced guerrilla activity and improved international markets for bauxite. GDP, $1.27 billion, per capita $3,215. Real growth rate, 3.6%, 1988 EST. Inflation rate, consumer prices, 50%, 1988 EST. Unemployment rate, 27%, 1988. Budget, revenues $466 million, expenditures $716 million, including capital expenditures of $123 million, 1989 EST. Exports, $425 million, FOB, 1988 EST. Commodities, alumina, bauxite, aluminum, rice, wood and wood products, shrimp and fish, bananas. Partners, Netherlands 28%, US 22%, Norway 18%, Japan 11%, Brazil 10%, UK 4% imports. $365 million, FOB, 1988 EST. Commodities, capital equipment, petroleum, foodstuffs, cotton, consumer goods. Partners, US 34%, Netherlands 20%, Trinidad and Tobago 8%, Brazil 5%, UK 3% external debt. $65 million, 1989 EST. Industrial production, growth rate 3.1%, 1986 electricity, 458,000 kilowatts capacity, 2018 million kilowatt hours produced, 5,030 kilowatt hours per capita, 1989 industries, bauxite mining, alumina and aluminum production, lumbering, food processing, fishing agriculture. Accounts for 11% of both GDP and labor force. Paddy rice planted on 85% of arable land and represents 60% of total farm output. Other products, bananas, palm kernels, coconuts, plantains, peanuts, beef, chicken, shrimp, and forestry products of increasing importance, self-sufficient in most foods aid. U.S. commitments, including XIM, FI 70-83, $2.5 million. Western, non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1970 to 87. $1.4 billion currency. Surinamese guilder, gulden, or florin, plural, guilders, gulden, or florins. 1 Surinamese guilder, gulden, or florin, SEF, equals 100 cents exchange rates. Surinamese guilders, gulden, or florins, SF, per 1 U.S. dollar, 1.7850, fixed rate. Fiscal year, calendar year, communications railroads, 166. km total. 86 kilometers 1.000 meter gauge, government-owned, and 80 kilometers 1.435 meter standard gauge. All single-track highways. 8,300 kilometers total. 500 kilometers paved. 5,400 kilometers bauxite gravel, crushed stone, or improved earth. 2,400 kilometers sand or clay inland waterways. 1,200 kilometers. Most important means of transport. Ocean-going vessels with drafts ranging from 4.2 m to 7 m can navigate many of the principal waterways ports. Paramaribo, Moengo Merchant Marine, 3 ships 1,000 GRT or over, totaling 6,472 GRT/8, 914 DWT. Includes 2 cargo, 1 container civil air, 2 major transport aircraft airports, 47 total, 43 usable, 6 with permanent surface runways, none with runways over 3,659 m, 1 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m, 1 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications. International facilities good. Domestic radio relay system. 27,500 telephones. Stations. 5 AM, 14 FM, 6 TV, 1 shortwave. 2 Atlantic Ocean Intelsat Earth stations. Defense Forces branches. National Army, including Support Battalion. Infantry Battalion. Mechanized Cavalry Unit. Military Police Brigade. Navy, which is company size. Small Air Force element. Military manpower. Males 15 to 49, 105,328, 62,896 fit for military service defense expenditures. 7.2% of GDP, or $91 million. 1990 ST. Country, Svalbard, territory of Norway. Geography, total area, 62,049 square kilometers. Land area, 62,049 square kilometers. Includes Spitsbergen and Bjornoya, Bear Island. Comparative area, slightly smaller than West Virginia land. Boundaries, none coastline. 3,587 kilometers maritime claims. Contiguous zone, 10 nanometers. Continental shelf, 200 meters or to depth of exploitation. Extended economic zone, 200 nanometers unilaterally claimed by Norway, not recognized by USSR. Territorial sea. For nanometers disputes. Focus of maritime boundary dispute between Norway and USSR climate. Arctic, tempered by warm North Atlantic current. Cool summers, cold winters. North Atlantic. Current flows along west and north coasts of Spitsbergen, keeping water open and navigable most of the year to rain. Wild, rugged mountains. Much of high land ice covered. West coast clear of ice about half the year. Fjord along west and north coast natural resources. Coal, copper, iron or phosphate, zinc, wildlife, fish land use. 0% arable land. 0% permanent crops. 0% meadows and pastures. 0% forest and woodland. 100% other. There are no trees, and the only bushes are crowberry and cloudberry environment. Great calving glaciers descend to the sea note. Located 445 kilometers north of Norway, where the Arctic Ocean, Barents Sea, Greenland Sea, and Norwegian Sea meet. People population, 3,942, July 1990. Growth rate in a %, 1990. About one-third of the population resides in the Norwegian areas, Longyearbyen and Svea on Vestspitsbergen, and two-thirds in the Soviet areas, Barentsburg and Pyramiden on Vestspitsbergen. About 9 persons live at the Polish research station birth rate. In a births/1,000 population, 1990, death rate. In a deaths/1,000 population, 1990, net migration rate. In a migrants/1,000 population, 1990, infant mortality rate. In a deaths/1,000 live births, 1990, life expectancy at birth. In a years male, in a years female, 1990. Total fertility rate. In a children born/woman, 1990. Ethnic divisions, 64% Russian, 35% Norwegian, 1% other, 1981. Language, Russian, Norwegian literacy. In a % labor force. In a organized labor. None government long form name. None type, territory. Of Norway administered by the Ministry of Industry, Oslo, through a governor, Sysselman, residing in Longyearbyen, Spitsbergen. By treaty, February 9, 1920, sovereignty was given to Norway capital. Longyearbyen leaders. Chief of State, King Olav V, since September 21, 1957. Head of government, Governor Leif Yeldiorengi, since in a flag. The flag of Norway is used. Economy overview. Coal mining is the major economic activity on Svalbard. By treaty, February 9, 1920, The nationals of the treaty powers have equal rights to exploit mineral deposits, subject to Norwegian regulation. Although U.S., UK, Dutch, and Swedish coal companies have mined in the past, the only companies still mining are Norwegian and Soviet. Each company mines about 500,000 tons of coal annually. The settlements on Svalbard are essentially company towns. The Norwegian state-owned coal company employs nearly 60% of the Norwegian population on the island, runs many of the local services, and provides most of the local infrastructure. There's also some trapping of seal, polar bear, fox, and walrus. Electricity, 21,000 kilowatts capacity, 45 million kilowatt-hours produced, 11,420 kilowatt-hours per capita. 1989. Currency. Norwegian krone, plural kroner, 1 Norwegian krone, NKR, equals 100 or exchange rates. Norwegian kroner, NKR, per 1 US dollar, 6.5405, January 1990. 6.9045, 1989. 6.5170, 1988. 6.7375, 1987. 7.3947, 1986. 8.5972, 1985. Communications ports, limited facilities, New York Alesund, Advent Bay airports, for total, for usable, 1 with permanent surface runways, none with runways over 2,439 m, 1 with runways, 1,220 to 2,439 m telecommunications, 5 meteorological/radio stations, 1 AM, 1, 2 relays FM, 1 TV. Defense Forces Note. Demilitarized by Treaty, February 9, 1920. Country, Swaziland. Geography, total area, 17,360 square kilometers. Land area, 17,200 square kilometers. Comparative area, slightly smaller than New Jersey land boundaries, 535 kilometers total. Mozambique, 105 kilometers. South Africa, 430 kilometers coastline. None. Landlocked maritime claims. None. Landlocked climate. Varies from tropical to near-temperate terrain. Mostly mountains and hills. Some moderately sloping plains. Natural resources. Asbestos, coal, clay, tin, hydroelectric power, forests, and small gold and diamond deposits. Land use. 8% arable land. NEGL% permanent crops. 67% meadows and pastures, 6% forest and woodland, 19% other. Includes 2% irrigated environment. Overgrazing, soil degradation, soil erosion. Note. Landlocked, almost completely surrounded by South Africa. People population, 778,525, July 1990. Growth rate 3.1%, 1990. Birth rate, 46 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate, 15 deaths/1,000 population, 1990. Net migration rate, 0 migrants/1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate, 126 deaths/1,000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth, 48 years male, 55 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate, 6.0 children born/woman, 1990. Nationality. Noun, Swazis. Adjective, Swazi ethnic divisions, 97% African, 3% European. Religion, 60% Christian, 40% indigenous beliefs. Language, English and Swati. Official government business conducted in English. Literacy, 67.9% labor force, 195,000, over 60,000 engaged in subsistence agriculture, about 92,000 wage earners, many only intermittently, with 36% agriculture and forestry, 20% community and social services, 14% manufacturing, 9% construction, 21% other, 24,000 to 29,000 employed in South Africa. 1987, organized labor, about 10% of wage earners. Government long-form name, Kingdom of Swaziland type. Monarchy, independent member of Commonwealth capital. Mbabane, administrative. Lobamba, legislative, administrative divisions. For districts, Hoho, Labombo, Manzini, Shiselweni Independence. September 6, 1968, from UK. Constitution. None. Constitution of September 6, 1968 was suspended on April 12, 1973. A new constitution was promulgated October 13, 1978, but has not been formally presented to the people legal system, based on South African Roman Dutch law and statutory courts. Swazi traditional law and custom in traditional courts has not accepted compulsory ICJ jurisdiction national holiday. Samlolo, Independence Day, September 6, 1968, Executive Branch. Monarch, Prime Minister, Cabinet Legislative Branch. Bicameral Parliament, Labandla, is advisory and consists of an upper house or Senate and a lower house or House of Assembly judicial branch. High Court, Court of Appeal Leaders. Chief of State, King Mswati III, since April 25, 1986. Head of Government, Prime Minister Obad Mfanyana, since July 12, 1989. Political parties. None. Banned by the Constitution promulgated on October 13, 1978. Suffrage. None elections. No direct elections. Communists. No Communist Party member of ACP, FDB, CCC, FAO, G77, GATT, de facto, IBRD, ICAO, IDEA, IFAD, IFC, ILO, IMF, Interpol, ISO, ITU, NM, EU, Southern African Customs Union, SADCC, UN, UNESCO, UPU, Diplomatic Representation, Ambassador Absalom Vusani Mamba, Chancery at 4301, Connecticut Avenue, NW, Washington, D.C. 20008, telephone 202-362-6683, U.S., Ambassador, vacant. Deputy Chief of Mission Armajane Karar, Embassy at Central Bank Building, Warner Street, Mbabane. Mailing address is P.O. Box 199, Mbabane. Telephone 22281 through 22285 flag. 3 horizontal bands of blue, top, red, triple width, and blue. The red band is edged in yellow. Centered in the red band is a large black and white shield covering 2 spears and a staff decorated with feather tassels, all placed horizontally. Economy. Overview. The economy is based on subsistence agriculture, which occupies much of the labor force and contributes about 25% to GDP. Manufacturing, which includes a number of agro-processing factories, accounts for another 25% of GDP. Mining has declined in importance in recent years. High-grade iron ore deposits were depleted in 1978, and health concerns cut world demand for asbestos. Exports of sugar and forestry products are the main earners of hard currency. Surrounded by South Africa, except for a short border with Mozambique, Swaziland is heavily dependent on South Africa, from which it receives 90% of its imports and to which it sends about 1/3 of its exports. GNP, $539 million, per capita $750. Real growth rate 5.7%, 1989 EST. Inflation rate, consumer prices 17%, 1989 EST. Unemployment rate, NA percent budget. Revenues $255 million. Expenditures $253 million, including capital expenditures of $1 million, FY 91 EST. Exports $394 million, FOB 1988. Commodities: sugar, asbestos, wood pulp, citrus, canned fruit, soft drink concentrates. Partners: South Africa, UK, US. Imports $386 million, FOB 1988. Commodities: motor vehicles, machinery, transport equipment, chemicals, petroleum products, foodstuffs. Partners: South Africa, US, UK. External debt $275 million, December 1987. Industrial production. Growth rate 24%, 1986. Electricity 50,000 kilowatts capacity, 130 million kilowatt hours produced, 170 kilowatt hours per capita. 1989. Industries: mining, coal, and asbestos. wood pulp, sugar agriculture, account for 25% of GDP and over 60% of labor force. Mostly subsistence agriculture. Cash crops, sugarcane, citrus fruit, cotton, pineapples. Other crops and livestock, corn, sorghum, peanuts, cattle, goats, sheep, not self-sufficient in grain aid. U.S. commitments, including Exim, FI 70-88, $132 million. Western, non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1970 to 87, $468 million currency. Lalangani, plural, Emelangani. 1 Lalangani, E equals 100 cents exchange rates. Emelangani, E, per 1 U.S. dollar, 2.5555, January 1990, 2.6166, 1989, 2.2611, 1988, 2.0350, 1987, 2.2685, 1986, 2.1911, 1985. Note, the Swazi Emelangani is at par with the South African Rand fiscal year. April 1st, 31 March, communications railroads, 297 kilometers plus 71 kilometers disused, 1.067 meter gauge, single-track highways, 2,853 kilometers total, 510 kilometers paved, 1,230 kilometers crushed stone, gravel, or stabilized soil, and 1,113 kilometers improved earth civil. Air, 1 major transport aircraft airports, 23 total, 22 usable, 1 with permanent surfaced runways, none with runways over 3,659 m, 1 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m, none with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications system consists of carrier-equipped open wire lines and low-capacity radio relay links. 15,400 telephones, stations, 6 AM, 6 FM, 10 TV, 1 Atlantic Ocean Intelsat Earth Station, Defense Forces branches, Umbutfo Swaziland Defense Force, Royal Swaziland Police Force military manpower. Males 15 to 49, 166,537. 96,239 fit for military service defense expenditures. NA, country, Sweden, geography, total area, 449,960 square kilometers, land area, 411,620 square kilometers, comparative area, slightly larger than California land boundaries, 2,193 kilometers total, Finland 536 kilometers, Norway 1,657 kilometers coastline, 3,218 kilometers maritime claims, continental shelf, 200 meters or to depth of exploitation, exclusive fishing zone, 200 nanometers, territorial sea, 12 nanometers climate, tempered in, south with cold, cloudy winters and cool, partly cloudy summers, subarctic and north terrain, mostly flat or gently rolling lowlands. Mountains and west natural resources, zinc, iron ore, lead, copper, silver, timber, uranium, hydropower potential land use, 7% arable land, 0% permanent crops, 2% meadows and pastures, 64% forest and woodland, 27% other, includes NEGL% irrigated environment, water pollution, acid rain note, strategic location along Danish Straits linking Baltic and North Seas. People population, 8,526,452, July 1990. Growth rate, 0.5%, 1990. Birth rate, 13 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate, 11 deaths/1, 0 population, 1990. Net migration rate, 3 migrants/1, 0 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate, 6 deaths/1, 0 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth, 75 years male, 81 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate, 1.9 children born/woman, 1990. Nationality, noun, Swedes, Adjective, Swedish ethnic divisions. Homogeneous white population, small Lappish. Minority, about 12% foreign-born or first-generation immigrants. Finns, Yugoslavs, Danes, Norwegians, Greeks, Turks. Religion, 93.5% Evangelical Lutheran, 1% Roman Catholic, 5.5% other language. Swedish, small Lapp, and Finnish-speaking minorities. Immigrants speak native. Languages. Literacy, 99% labor force, 4,531,000, 1988. 32.8% private services, 30% government services, 22% mining and manufacturing, 5.9% construction, 5% agriculture, forestry, and fishing, 0.9% electricity, gas, and waterworks, 1986. Organized labor, 90% of labor force, 1985 EST. Government long-form name, Kingdom of Sweden type. Constitutional monarchy capital, Stockholm. Administrative divisions, 24 provinces. Län, singular and plural, Älvsborgs län, Blekinge län, Gävleborgs län. Göteborg och Bohuslän, Gotland län, Halland län, Jämtland län, Jönköping län, Kalmar län, Kopparbergs län, Kristianstads län, Kronobergs län, Malmöhus län, Norrbottens län, Östergötland, Östergötland, Skåne län, Södermanland län, Stockholm län, Uppsala län, Värmland län, Västerbotten län, Vättern län, Västmanland län. Inden pen, Saudun mot nin damjam lingtin, Konstitution monarkiet stalit konstituen, mot januari mot nin tinjambay mulam lego system, civilos system infrun bi gustomalo. Accepts compulsory ICJ jurisdiction, with reservations. National holiday. Day of the Swedish flag, June 6th. Executive branch, monarch, prime minister, cabinet. Legislative branch, unicameral parliament, Riksdag. Judicial branch, Supreme Court, Högsta domstolen. Leaders, chief of state, King Carl XVI Gustav, since September 19, 1973. Heir apparent, Princess Victoria Ingrid Alice Desiree, daughter of the king, born July 14, 1977. Head of government, Prime Minister Ingvar Carlsson, since March 12, 1986. Deputy Prime Minister Kjell-Olof Feldt, since NA March 1986. Political parties and leaders. Moderate conservative, Carl Bildt. Center, Olof Johansson. Liberal People's Party, Bengt Westerberg. Social Democratic, Ingvar Carlsson. Left Party Communist, VPK. Lars Werner, Swedish Communist Party, SKP. Rune Pettersson, Communist Workers' Party. Rolf Hagel, Green Party. No formal leader suffrage. Universal at age 18 elections. Parliament. Last held September 18, 1988. Next to be held. September 1991. Results. Percent of vote by party NA. Seats. 349 total. Social Democratic 156. Moderate Conservative 66. Liberals 44. Center 42. Communist 21. Greens 20. Communists. VPK and SKP. VPK, the major Communist Party, is reported to have roughly 17,800 members. In the 1988 election, the VPK attracted 5.8% of the vote member of ADB, CCC, Council of Europe, DAC, EFTA, ESA, FAO, GATT, IBRD, ICAC, ICAO, ISIS, ICO, IDA, IDB, Inter-American Development Bank, IEA, IFAD, IFC, IHO, ILO, ILZSG, IMF, IMO, Interpol, Intelsat, IPU, ISO, ITU, IWC, International Whaling Commission, IWC, International Wheat Council, Nordic Council, OECD, UN, UNESCO, UPU, WHO, WIPO, WMO, WSG Diplomatic Representation, Ambassador Anders Thunborg, Chancery at Suite 1200, 600 New Hampshire Avenue Northwest, Washington, D.C., 20037, telephone 202-944-5600. There are Swedish consulates general in Chicago, Los Angeles, Minneapolis, and New York, U.S. Ambassador Charles E. Redman. Embassy at Strandvägen 101, S. 11527 Stockholm. Telephone 46-8783-5300 flag. blue with a yellow cross that extends to the edges of the flag. The vertical part of the cross is shifted to the hoist side in the style of the Dannebrog, Danish flag. Economy overview. Aided by a long period of peace and neutrality during World War I through World War II, Sweden has achieved an enviable standard of living under a mixed system of high-tech capitalism and extensive welfare benefits. It has essentially full employment, a modern distribution system, excellent internal and external communications, and a skilled and intelligent labor force. Timber, hydropower, and iron constitute the resource base of an economy that is heavily oriented toward foreign trade. Privately owned firms account for about 90% of industrial output, of which the engineering sector accounts for 50% of output and exports. As the 1990s open, however, Sweden faces serious economic problems. Long waits for adequate housing, the decay of the work ethic, and a loss of competitive edge in international markets. GDP, $132.7 billion per capita, $15,700. Real growth rate, 2.1%, 1989 EST. Inflation rate, consumer prices, 5.7%, September 1989. Unemployment rate, 1.5%, 1989 budget. Revenues, $58.0 billion. Expenditures, $57.9 billion, including capital expenditures of $1 FY 89. Exports, $52.2 billion, FOB, 1989 EST. Commodities, machinery, motor vehicles, paper products, pulp and wood, iron and steel products, chemicals, petroleum and petroleum products. Partners, EC 52.1%, FRG 12.1%, UK 11.2%, Denmark 6.8%, US 9.8%, Norway 9.3% imports. $48.5 billion, CF. 1989 EST. Commodities, machinery, petroleum and petroleum products, chemicals, motor vehicles, foodstuffs, iron and steel, clothing. Partners, EC 55.8%, FRG 21.2%, UK 8.6%, Denmark 6.6%, US 7.5%, Norway 6%. External debt, $17.9 billion, 1988. Industrial production, growth rate 3.3%, 1989. Electricity, 39,716,000 kilowatts capacity, 200,315 million kilowatt hours produced, 23,840 kilowatt hours per capita, 1989. Industries, iron and steel, precision equipment, bearings, radio and telephone parts. Armaments, wood pulp and paper. Products, processed foods, motor vehicles, agriculture. Animal husbandry predominates, with milk and dairy product accounting for 37% of farm income. Main crops, grains, sugar beets, potatoes, 100% self-sufficient in grains and potatoes, 85% self-sufficient in sugar beets aid. Donor, ODA and OOF commitments, 1970 to 87. $7.9 billion currency. Swedish krona, plural, kronor. 1 Swedish krona, SKR, equals 100 or exchange rates. Swedish kronor, SKR, per 1 US dollar. 6.1798, January 1990. 6.4469, 1989. 6.1272, 1988. 6.3404, 1987. 7.1236, 1986. 8.6039, 1985. Fiscal year, July 1st, 30 June. Communications railroads, 12,000 kilometers total. Swedish State Railways, SJ. 10,819 kilometers, 1.435 meter standard gauge. 6,955 kilometers electrified and 1,152 kilometers double track. 182 kilometers, 0.891 meter gauge. 117 kilometers rail ferry service, privately owned railways. 511 kilometers, 1.435 meter standard gauge. 332 kilometers electrified. 371 kilometers, 0.891 meter gauge, all electrified. Highways, 97,400 kilometers, 51,899 kilometers paved, 20,659 kilometers gravel, 24,842 kilometers. Unimproved earth, inland waterways, 2,052 kilometers navigable for small steamers and barges pipelines, 84 kilometers natural gas ports, Gävle, Göteborg, Halmstad, Helsingborg, Kalmar, Malmö, Stockholm, numerous secondary and minor ports, merchant marine, 173 ships, 1,000 JRT or over, totaling 1,856,217 JRT/2, 215, 659 DWT, includes 9 short sea passenger, 29 cargo, 3 container, 42 roll-on/roll-off cargo, 11 vehicle carrier, 2 railcar carrier, 27 petroleum, oils, and lubricants, POL, tanker, 25 chemical tanker, 1 liquefied gas, 5 combination or/oil, 6 specialized tanker, 12 bulk, 1 combination bulk civil air, 65 major transports airports, 259 total, 256 usable, 138 with permanent surface runways, none with runways over 3,659 m, 11 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m, 91 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications. Excellent domestic and international facilities. 8,200,000 telephones. Stations. 4 AM, 56, 320 relays. FM, 110. 925 relays. TV. 5 submarine coaxial cables. Communication satellite earth stations. Operating in the Intelsat, 1 Atlantic Ocean, and Eutelsat systems. Defense Forces branches. Royal Swedish Army, Royal Swedish Air Force, Royal Swedish Navy military manpower. Males 15 to 49, 2,133,101. 1,865,526 fit for military service. 56,632 reach military age, 19. Annually defense expenditures. For $0.5 billion, 1989 EST. Country, Switzerland. Geography, total area, 41,290 square kilometers. Land area, 39,770 square kilometers. Comparative area, slightly more than twice. The size of New Jersey land boundaries, 1,852 kilometers total. Austria, 164 kilometers. France, 573 kilometers. Italy, 740 kilometers. Liechtenstein, 41 kilometers. FRG, 334 kilometers coastline. None. Landlocked maritime claims. None. Landlocked climate. Temperate but varies with altitude. Cold, cloudy, rainy/snowy winters. Cool to warm, cloudy, humid summers with occasional showers. Terrain. Mostly mountains, Alps in south, Jura in northwest, with a central plateau of rolling hills, plains, and large lakes. Natural resources. Hydropower potential, timber, salt land use, 10% arable land, 1% permanent crops, 40% meadows and pastures, 26% forest and woodland, 23% other, includes 1% irrigated environment, dominated by Alps. Note. Landlocked, crossroads of northern and southern Europe, people population, 6,742,461, July 1990. Growth rate 0.6%, 1990. Birth rate, 12 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate, 9 deaths/1,000 population, 1990. Net migration rate, 3 migrants/1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate, 5 deaths/1,000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth, 75 years male, 83 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate, 1.6 children born/woman, 1990. Nationality. Noun Swiss sing. And amp. PL. Adjective Swiss ethnic divisions. Total population, 65% German, 18% French, 10% Italian, 1% Romansh, 6% other. Swiss nationals, 74% German, 20% French, 4% Italian, 1% Romansh, 1% other religion, 49% Roman Catholic, 48% Protestant, 0.3% Jewish language. Total population, 65% German, 18% French, 12% Italian, 1% Romansh, 4% other. Swiss nationals, 74% German, 20% French, 4% Italian, 1% Romansh, 1% other literacy, 99% labor force, 3,220,000. 841,000 foreign workers, mostly Italian, 42% services, 39% industry and crafts, 11% government, 7% agriculture and forestry, 1% other. 1988, organized labor, 20% of labor force, government long-form name, Swiss Confederation type, Federal Republic capital, Bern administrative divisions, 26 cantons, cantons singular, canton in French, cantoni singular, cantoni in Italian, canton singular, canton in German, Aargau, Osserrhoden, Basellandschaft, Baselstadt, Bern, Fribourg, Genève, Glarus, Graubünden, Innerrhoden, Jura, Luzern, Neuchâtel, Nidwalden, Obwalden, St. Gallen, Schaffhausen, Schwitz, Solothurn, Thurgau, Ticino, Uri, Valais, Vaud, Zug, Zurich Independence. August 1st, 1291 Constitution. May 29th, 1874 Legal system. Civil law system influenced by customary law. Judicial review of legislative acts, except with respect to federal decrees of general obligatory character. Accepts compulsory ICJ jurisdiction, with reservations national holiday. Anniversary of the founding of the Swiss Confederation. 1. August 1291. Executive branch. President, Vice President, Federal Council, German, Bundesrat, French, Conseil Federal, Legislative branch, Bicameral Federal Assembly, German, Bundesversammlung, French, Assembly Fédérale, consists of an upper council or council of states, German, Ständerat, French, Conseil d'États, and a lower council or national council, German, Nationalrat, French, Conseil National, judicial branch, federal Supreme Court leaders, chief of state and head of government, President Arnold Kohler, 1990 calendar year. Presidency rotates annually. Vice President Flavio Cotty. Term runs concurrently without a president. Political parties and leaders. Social Democratic Party, SPS. Helmut Hubacher, Chairman. Radical Democratic Party, FDP. Bruno Hunziker, President. Christian Democratic People's Party, CVP. Eva Segmüller-Weber, President. Swiss People's Party, SVP. Hans Ullmann, President. Workers' Party, PDA. Armand Magnin, Secretary General. National Action Party, NA. Hans Zwicky, Chairman. Independence Party, LDU. Dr. Franz Jaeger, President. Republican Movement, Rep. Dr. James Schwarzenbach, Franz Baumgartner, Leaders. Liberal Party, LPS. Gilbert Kutow, President. Evangelical People's Party, EVP. Max Dunkey, President. Progressive Organizations of Switzerland, POCH. George Deegan, Secretary. Federation of Ecology Parties, GP. Laurent Ribaud, President. Autonomous Socialist Party, PSA. Werner Carabio, Secretary Suffrage. Universal at age 20 elections. Council of State. Last held throughout 1987, next to be held in A. Results, percent of vote by party in A. Seats, 46 total. CVP 19, FDP 14, SBS 5, SVP 4, Others 4. National Council. Last held October 18, 1987, next to be held October 1991. Results. FDP 22.9%, CVP 20%, SBS 18.4%, SVP 11%, GP 4.8%, Others 22.9%, Seats, 200 total, FDP 51, CVP 42, SBS 41, SVP 25, GP 9, Others 32 Communists, 4,500 members EST, member of ADB, CCC, Council of Europe, DAC, EFTA, ESA, FAO, GATT, ICAC, ICAO, ICO, IDB, Inter-American Development Bank, IEA, IFAD, ILO, IMO, Intelsat, Interpol, IPU, ITU, IWC, International Wheat Council, OECD, UNESCO, UPU, WCL, WFDU, WHO, WIPO, WMO, WSG, WDO, permanent observer status at the UN diplomatic representation. Ambassador Edward Brunner. Chancery at 2900 Cathedral Avenue Northwest, Washington, D.C. 20008. Telephone 202-745-7900. There are Swiss consulates general in Atlanta, Chicago, Houston, Los Angeles, New York, and San Francisco, U.S. Ambassador Joseph B. Gildenhorn. Embassy at Jubileumstrasse 93, 3005 Bern. Telephone 41 31 437,011. There is a branch office of the embassy in Geneva and a consulate general in Zurich. Flag. Red square with a bold, equilateral white cross in the center that does not extend to the edges of the flag. Economy overview. Switzerland's economic success is matched in few, if any, other nations. Per capita output, general living standards, education and science, healthcare, and diet are unsurpassed in Europe. Inflation remains low because of sound government policy and harmonious labor management relations. Unemployment is negligible, a marked contrast to the larger economies of Western Europe. This economic stability helps promote the important banking and tourist sectors. Since World War II, Switzerland's economy has adjusted smoothly to the great changes in output and trade patterns in Europe and presumably can adjust to the challenges of the 1990s. In particular, the further economic integration of Western Europe and the amazingly rapid changes in East European political/economic prospects. GDP, $119.5 billion, per capita $17,800, real growth rate 3%, 1989 EST. Inflation rate, consumer prices 2.8%, 1989 EST. Un emploi hat, 0.5%, 1989. Budget, revenues $17.0 billion. Expenditures $16.8 billion, including capital expenditures of $1988. Exports, $51.2 billion. FOB, 1988. Commodities, machinery and equipment, precision instruments, metal products, foodstuffs, textiles and clothing. Partners, Europe 64%, EC 56%, other 8%, US 9%, Japan 4% imports. $57.2 billion. CF, 1988. Commodities, agricultural products, machinery and transportation equipment, chemicals, textiles, construction materials. Partners, Europe 79%, EC 72%, others 7%, US 5% external debt. $A industrial production. Growth rate 7%, 1988 electricity, 17,710,000 kilowatts capacity, 59,070 million kilowatt hours produced, 8,930 kilowatt hours per capita. 1989 industries. Machinery, chemicals, watches, textiles, precision instruments, agriculture. Dairy farming predominates. Less than 50% self-sufficient. Food shortages, fish, refined sugar, fats and oils, other than butter, grains, eggs, fruits, vegetables, meat aid. Donor, ODA and OOF commitments, 1970 to 87, $2.50. Billion currency, Swiss franc, franken, or franco, plural, francs, franken, or franci. 1 Swiss franc, franken, or franco, SWIF, equals 100 centimes, rappen, or centesimi exchange rates. Swiss francs, franken, or franci, SWIF, per $1 US. 1.5150, January 1990. 1.6359, 1989. 1.4633, 1988. 1.4912, 1987. 1.7989, 1986. 2.4571, 1985. Fiscal year. Calendar year. Communications railroads. 5,174 kilometers total. 2,971 kilometers are government-owned and 2,203 kilometers are non-government-owned. The government network. consists of 2,897 kilometers 1.435 meter standard gauge and 74 kilometers 1.000 meter narrow gauge track, 1,432 kilometers double track, 99% electrified. The non-government network consists of 710 kilometers 1.435 meter standard gauge, 1,418 kilometers 1.000 meter gauge, and 75 kilometers 0.790 meter gauge track, 100% electrified highways, 62,145 kilometers total, all paved, of which 18,620 kilometers are canton and 1,057 kilometers are national highways, 740 kilometers Autobahn, 42,468 kilometers are communal roads pipelines, 314 kilometers crude oil, 1,506 kilometers natural gas inland. Waterways, 65 kilometers. Rhine, Basel to Rheinfelden, Schaffhausen to Bodensee. 12 navigable lakes ports, Basel, river port, merchant marine, 20 ships, 1,000 JRT or over, totaling 215,851 JRT/365, 131 DWT. Includes 4 cargo, 2 roll-on/roll-off cargo, 3 chemical tanker, 3 specialized liquid cargo, 8 bulk civil air, 89 major transport aircraft airports, 72 total, 70 usable, 42 with permanent surface runways, 2 with runways over 3,659 m, 6 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m, 17 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications, excellent domestic, international, and broadcast services. 5,808,000 telephones, stations, 6 AM, 36 for 100 relays, FM, 145, 1,250 relays, TV, communications satellite earth stations operating in the Intelsat, 4 Atlantic Ocean and 1 Indian Ocean, and Eutelsat systems. Defense Forces branches, Army, Air Force military manpower, males 15 to 49, 1,800,211, 1,550,662 fit for military service, 44,154 reach military age, 20, annually defense expenditures, $1.2 billion, 1989 EST. Country, Syria, geography, total area, 185,180 square kilometers, land area, 184,050 square kilometers, including 1,295 square kilometers of Israeli-occupied territory. Comparative area, slightly larger than North Dakota land boundaries, 2,253 kilometers total. Iraq 605 kilometers, Israel 76 kilometers, Jordan 375 kilometers, Lebanon 375 kilometers, Turkey 822 kilometers coastline, 193 kilometers maritime claims. Contiguous zone, 6 nanometers beyond territorial sea limit. Territorial sea, 35 nanometers disputes, separated from Israel by the 1949 armistice line. Golan Heights is Israeli-occupied. Hatay question with Turkey. Periodic disputes with Iraq over Euphrates water rights. Ongoing dispute over water development plans by Turkey for the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. Kurdish question among Iran, Iraq, Syria, Turkey, and the USSR climate. Mostly desert, hot, dry, sunny summers, June to August, and mild, rainy winters, December to February. Along coast terrain, primarily semi-arid and desert plateau, narrow coastal plain, mountains and west natural resources, crude oil, phosphates, chrome and manganese ores, asphalt, iron ore, rock salt, marble, gypsum land use, 28% arable land, 3% permanent crops, 46% meadows and pastures, 3% forest and woodland, 20% other, includes 3% irrigated environment, deforestation, overgrazing, soil erosion, desertification. Note, there are 35 Jewish settlements in the Israeli-occupied Golan Heights. People. Population, 12,483,440, July 1990. Growth rate 3.8%, 1990. In addition, there are 13,500 Druze and 10,500 Jewish settlers in the Israeli-occupied Golan Heights birth rate. 44 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate, 6 deaths/1, 000 population. 1990. Net migration rate, 0 migrants/1, 000 population. 1990. Infant mortality rate, 38 deaths/1, 000 live births. 1990. Life expectancy at birth, 68 years male, 70 years female. 1990. Total fertility rate, 6.7 children born/woman. 1990. Nationality. Noun, Syrians. Adjective, Syrian ethnic divisions. 90.3% Arab, 9.7% Kurds, Armenians, and other religion. 74% Sunni Muslim, 16% Alawite, Druze, and other Muslim sects. 10% Christian various sects. Tiny Jewish communities in Damascus, Al-Kamishli, and Aleppo language. Arabic official, Kurdish, Armenian, Aramaic, Circassian, French widely understood literacy. 49% labor force, 2,400,000. 36% miscellaneous and government services. 32% agriculture. 32% industry and construction. Majority, unskilled, shortage of skilled labor. 1984. Organized labor, 5% of labor force. Government long-form name, Syrian Arab Republic type. Republic, under left-wing military regime since March 1963. Capital, Damascus. Administrative divisions, 14 provinces. Mahafazat, singular, Muhafaza, Al-Hasaka, Al-Adhikia, Al-Quneitra, Ar-Raqqa, As-Suwaida, Dara, Deir Az-Zor, Dimashq, Halab, Hama, Hims, Idlib, Madanat, Dimashq. Tartus independence. April 17, 1946, from League of Nations mandate under French administration. Formerly United Arab Republic Constitution. March 13, 1973 legal system. Based on Islamic law and civil law system. Special religious courts. Has not accepted compulsory ICJ jurisdiction. National holiday. National Day, April 17, 1946, Executive Branch. President, 3 Vice Presidents, Prime Minister, 3 Deputy Prime Ministers, Council of Ministers, Cabinet, Legislative Branch. Unicameral People's Council, Majlis Ash-Shab, Judicial Branch. Supreme Constitutional Court. High Judicial Council, Court of Cassation, State Security Courts Leaders. Chief of State, President Lieutenant General Hafiz al-Assad, since February 22, 1971. Vice Presidents Abd al-Halim Khadim, Dr. Rafat al-Assad, and Mohammad Zahir Masharika, since March 11, 1984. Head of Government, Prime Minister Mahmoud Zubi, since November 1, 1987. Deputy Prime Minister Lieutenant General Mustafa Talas, since March 11, 1984. Political parties and leaders. Ruling party is the Arab Socialist Resurrectionist, Ba'ath Party. The Progressive National Front is dominated by Baathists but includes independents and members of the Syrian Arab Socialist Party, SP, Arab Socialist Union, ASU, Socialist Unionist Movement, and Syrian Communist Party, SCP, suffrage. Universal at age 18 elections. President. Last held 10 to 11 February 1985. Next to be held February 1992. Results. President Hafiz al-Assad was re-elected without opposition. People's Council, last held 10 to 11 February 1986. Next to be held May 22, 1990. Results. Ba'ath 66%, ASU 5%, SCP 5%, Socialist Unionist Movement 4%, ASP 2%, Independents 18%, seats 195 total, Ba'ath 129, Communist 9, ASU 9, Socialist Unionist Movement 8, ASP 5, Independents 35. The People's Council will have 250 seats total in the May 22, 1990 election. Communists, mostly sympathizers, numbering about 5,000 other political or pressure groups. Non-Ba'ath parties have little effective political influence. Communist Party ineffective. Greatest threat to Assad regime lies in factionalism. In the military, conservative religious leaders. Muslim Brotherhood member of Arab League, CCC, FAO, G77, IBRD, ICAO, IDA, IDB, Islamic Development Bank, IFAD, IFC, ILO, IMF, IMO, Intelsat, Interpol, IOC, IPU, ITU, IWC, International Wheat Council, NAM, OPEC, OIC, UN, UNESCO, UPU, WFDU, WHO, WMO, WSG, WDO Diplomatic Representation. Ambassador Walid Mualim. Chancery at 2215, Wyoming Avenue Northwest, Washington, D.C., 20008. Telephone 202-232-6313, U.S. Ambassador Edward P. Jerigian. Embassy at Abu Ramana, Al Mansur Street No. 2, Damascus. Mailing address is P.O. Box 29, Damascus. Telephone 963 11 333,052 or 332557 330-416 332-814 332-315 flag. 3 equal horizontal bands of red, top, white, and black with 2 small green 5-pointed stars in a horizontal line centered in the white band. Similar to the flags of the YR, which has 1 star, and Iraq, which has 3 stars, in a horizontal line centered in the white band. All green and 5-pointed. Also similar to the flag of Egypt, which has a symbolic eagle centered in the white band. Economy overview. Syria's rigidly structured Ba'athist economy is turning out roughly the same amount of goods in 1989 as in 1983, when the population was 20% smaller. Economic difficulties are attributable, in part, to severe drought in several recent years, costly but unsuccessful attempts to match Israel's military strength, a fall-off in Arab aid, and insufficient foreign exchange earnings to buy needed inputs for industry and agriculture. Socialist policy, embodied in a thicket of bureaucratic regulations, in many instances has driven away or pushed underground the mercantile and entrepreneurial spirit for which Syrian businessmen have long been famous. 2 bright spots. A sizable number of villagers have benefited from land redistribution, electrification, and other rural development programs. And a recent find of light crude oil has enabled Syria to cut back its substantial imports of light crude. A long-term concern is the additional drain of upstream Euphrates water by Turkey when its vast dam and irrigation projects are completed toward the end of the 1990s. GDP, $18.5 billion, per capita $1,540. Real growth rate, 2%, 1989 EST. Inflation rate, consumer prices 70%, 1989 EST. Unemployment rate, NA percent budget. Revenues $NA. Expenditures $3.2 billion, including capital expenditures of $1.92 billion. 1989 exports $1.3 billion, FOB, 1988 EST. Commodities, petroleum, textiles, fruits and vegetables, phosphates. Partners, Italy, Romania, USSR, US, Iran. France imports, $1.9 billion, FOB, 1988 EST. Commodities, petroleum, machinery, base metals, foodstuffs and beverages. Partners, Iran, FRG, USSR, France, GDR, Libya, U.S. external debt, $5.3 billion in hard currency, 1989 fait. Industrial production, growth rate NA percent electricity, 2,867,000 kilowatts capacity, 6,000 million kilowatt hours produced, 500 kilowatt hours per capita. 1989, industries, textiles, food processing, beverages, tobacco, phosphate rock mining, petroleum agriculture. Accounts for 27% of GDP and 1/3 of labor force. All major crops, wheat, barley, cotton, lentils, chickpeas, grown on rain-fed land causing wide swings in yields. Animal products, beef, lamb, eggs, poultry, milk, not self-sufficient in grain or livestock. Products aid, U.S. commitments, including FI 70-81, $538 million. Western, non-U.S., ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1970 to 87, $1.0 billion. OPEC bilateral aid, 1979 to 89, $12.3 billion. Communist countries, 1970 to 88, $3.3 billion currency. Syrian pound, plural, pounds, 1 Syrian pound, LS, equals 100 piastres exchange rates. Syrian pounds, LS, per 1 US dollar. 11.2250, fixed rate since 1987. 3.9250, fixed rate 1976 to 87. Fiscal year, calendar year, communications railroads. 2,241 kilometers total. 1,930 kilometers. Standard gauge, 311 kilometers, 1.050 meter narrow gauge. Note, the Tartus-Latakia line is nearly complete highways. 27,000 kilometers total. 21,000 kilometers paved, 3,000 kilometers gravel or crushed stone, 3,000 kilometers improved earth inland waterways. 672 kilometers. Of little economic importance pipelines. 1,304 kilometers crude oil, 515 kilometers refined products ports. Tartus, Latakia. Benia's merchant marine. 19 ships, 1,000. GRT or over, totaling 53,938 GRT/72. 220 WT. Includes 16 cargo, 2 roll-on/roll-off cargo, 1 bulk civil air, 35 major transport aircraft airports, 97 total, 94 usable, 24 with permanent surface runways, none with runways over 3,659 m, 21 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m, 5 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications. Fare system currently undergoing significant improvement. 512,600 telephones, stations, 9 AM, 1 FM, 40 TV, satellite Earth stations, 1 Indian Ocean Intelsat Earth station, with 1 Inter-Sputnik station under construction, 1 submarine cable, coaxial cable and radio relay to Iraq, Jordan, Turkey, and Lebanon, inactive. Defense Forces branches, Syrian Arab Army, Syrian Arab Air Force, Syrian Arab Navy military manpower. Males 15 to 49, 2,712,360. 1,520,798 fit for military service. 144,791 reach military age 19. Annually defense expenditures. In a country, Tanzania. Geography, total area, 945,090 square kilometers. Land area, 886,040 square kilometers. Comparative area, slightly larger than twice the size of California land boundaries, 3,402 kilometers total. Burundi 451 kilometers, Kenya 769 kilometers, Malawi 475 kilometers, Mozambique 756 kilometers, Rwanda 217 kilometers, Uganda 396 kilometers, Zambia 338 kilometers coastline, 1,424 kilometers maritime claims, extended economic zone, 200 nanometers, territorial sea, 12 nanometers disputes, boundary dispute with Malawi in Lake Nyasa. Tanzania or Zambia tripoint in Lake Tanganyika may no longer be indefinite, since it is reported that the indefinite section of the Zaire, Zambia boundary has been settled climate. Varies from tropical along coast to temperate in highlands terrain. Plains along coast, central plateau, highlands in north, south natural resources. Hydropower potential, tin, phosphates, iron or coal, diamonds, gemstones, gold, natural gas. Nickel land use, 5% arable land, 1% permanent crops, 40% meadows and pastures, 47% forest and woodland, 7% other, includes NEGL% irrigated environment, lack of water and tsetse fly limit agriculture, recent. Droughts affected marginal agriculture. Kilimanjaro is highest point in Africa. People population, 25,970,843, July 1990. Growth rate 3.4%, 1990. Birth rate 50 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate 16 deaths/1,000 population, 1990. Net migration rate NEGL migrants/1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate 107 deaths/1,000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth 49 years male, 54 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate 7.1 children born/woman, 1990. Nationality noun Tanzanians. Adjective Tanzanian ethnic divisions. Mainland 99% native African consisting of well over 100 tribes. 1% Asian, European, and Arab religion. Mainland 33% Christian, 33% Muslim, 33% indigenous beliefs. Zanzibar almost all Muslim language. Swahili and English official. English primary language of commerce, administration, and higher education. Swahili widely understood and generally used for communication between ethnic groups. First language of most people is one of the local languages. Primary education is generally in Swahili literacy. 79% labor force. 732,200 wage earners. 90% agriculture, 10% industry and commerce. 1986 EST. Organized labor. 15% of labor force. Government long-form name. United Republic of Tanzania type. Republic capital. Dar es Salaam. Some government offices have been transferred to Dodoma, which is planned as the new national capital in the 1990s administrative divisions. 25 regions. Arusha, Dar es Salaam, Dodoma, Iringa, Kigoma, Kilimanjaro, Lindi, Mara, Mbeya, Morogoro, Mtwara, Mwanza, Pemba North, Pemba South, Pwani, Rukwa, Ruvuma, Shinyanga, Singida, Tabora, Tanga, Zanzibar Central/South, Zanzibar North, Zanzibar Urban/West, Ziwa Magharibi Independence. Tanganyika became independent December 9, 1961, from UN trusteeship under British administration. Zanzibar became independent December 19, 1963, from UK. Tanganyika united with Zanzibar April 26, 1964 to form the United Republic of Tanganyika and Zanzibar. Renamed United Republic of Tanzania, October 29, 1964 Constitution. 15. March 1984. Zanzibar has its own constitution but remains subject to provisions of the Union Constitution. Legal system. Based on English common law. Judicial review of legislative acts limited to matters of interpretation. Has not accepted compulsory ICJ jurisdiction national holiday. Union Day, April 26, 1964, Executive Branch. President. First Vice President and Prime Minister of a Union. Second Vice President and President of Zanzibar. Cabinet Legislative Branch. Unicameral National Assembly, Bunge Judicial Branch. Court of Appeal, High Court Leaders. Chief of State, President Ali Hassan Mwinyi, since November 5, 1985. Head of Government, First Vice President and Prime Minister Joseph Sindo Warioba, since November 6, 1985. Political parties and leaders. Only party, Chama Cha Mapinduzi, CCM or Revolutionary Party. Julius Nyerere, Party Chairman Suffrage. Universal at age 18 elections. President. Last held October 27, 1985. Next to be held October 1990. Results, Ali Hassan Mwinyi was elected without opposition. National Assembly. Last held October 27, 1985. Next to be held October 1990. Results, CCM is the only party. Seats, 244 total, 168 elected. CCM 168 Communists. No Communist Party. A few Communist sympathizers member of ACP, AFDB, CCC, Commonwealth, FAOG, 77, GATT, IBRD, ICAC, ICAO, ICO, IDA, IFAD, IFC, ILO, IMF, IMO, Intelsat, Interpol, ITU, and UNESCO, UPU, Who WMOWO Diplomatic Representation, Ambassador Designate. Charles Muzama Nairabu, Chancery at 2139 R Street in W. Washington, D.C. 2008. Telephone 202-939-6125. U.S. Ambassador Edmund D. Jarnett. Embassy at 36 Liban Road, off Bagamoyo Road, Dar es Salaam. Mailing address is P.O. Box 9123, Dar es Salaam. Telephone 255 51 37501 through 37504 flag. Divided diagonally by a yellow-edged black band from the lower hoist side corner. The upper triangle, hoist side, is green and the lower triangle is blue. Economy overview. Tanzania is one of the poorest countries in the world. The economy is heavily dependent on agriculture, which accounts for about 40% of GDP, provides 85% of exports, and employs 90% of the workforce. Industry accounts for about 10% of GDP and is mainly limited to processing agricultural products and light consumer goods. The Economic Recovery Program, announced in mid-1986, has generated notable increases in agricultural production and financial support for the program by bilateral donors. The World Bank and the International Monetary Fund have increased the availability of imports and provided funds to rehabilitate Tanzania's deteriorated economic infrastructure. GDP, $5.92 billion, per capita, $235. Real growth rate, 4.5%, 1989 EST. Inflation rate, consumer prices 29%, 1989. Unemployment rate. In a percent budget. Revenues $568 million. Expenditures $835 million, including capital expenditures of $230 million. FY89. Exports $394 million. FOB. FY89. Commodities: coffee, cotton, sisal, cashew nuts, meat, tobacco, tea, diamonds, coconut products, pyrethrum, cloves, Zanzibar. Partners: FRG, UK, US, Netherlands, Japan. Imports $1.3 billion. CF. FY89. Commodities: manufactured goods, machinery and transportation equipment. Cotton, piece goods, crude oil, foodstuffs. Partners: FRG, UK, US, Iran, Japan, Italy. External debt $4.5 billion. December 1989 EST. Industrial production. Growth rate 6%, 1988 EST. Electricity, 401,000 kilowatts capacity. 895 million kilowatt hours produced, 35 kilowatt hours per capita. 1989. Industries. Primarily agricultural processing, sugar, beer, cigarettes, sisal, twine. Diamond mine, oil refinery, shoes, cement, textiles, wood products, fertilizer. Agriculture accounts for over 40% of GDP. Topography and climatic conditions limit cultivated crops to only 5% of land area. Cash crops: coffee, sisal, tea, cotton, pyrethrum, insecticide made from chrysanthemums, cashews, tobacco, cloves. Zanzibar. Food crops: corn, wheat, cassava, bananas, fruits and vegetables. Small numbers of cattle, sheep, and goats. Not self-sufficient in food grain production. Aid. U.S. commitments, including FI 70-88, $387 million. Western, non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1970-87, $8.5 billion. OPEC bilateral aid, 1979-89, $44 million. Communist countries, 1970-88, $607 million currency. Tanzanian shilling, plural, shillings. 1 Tanzanian shilling, TSH, equals 100 cents. Exchange rates: Tanzanian shillings, TSH, per 1 U.S. dollar, 192.901, January 1990, 143.377, 1989, 99.292, 1988, 64.260, 1987, 32.698, 1986, 17.472, 1985. Fiscal year: July 1st, 30 June, Communications railroads. 3,555 kilometers total. 960 kilometers 1.067 meter gauge. 2,595 kilometers 1.000 meter gauge. 6.4 kilometers double track. 962 kilometers Tazara Railroad 1.067 meter gauge. 115 kilometers 1.000 meter gauge planned by end of decade. Highways. Total 81,900 kilometers. 3,600 kilometers paved. 5,600 kilometers gravel or crushed stone. Remainder improved and unimproved earth pipelines. 982 kilometers crude oil inland waterways. Lake Tanganyika, Lake Victoria, Lake Nyasa ports. Dar es Salaam, Mtwara, Tanga, and Zanzibar are ocean ports. Mwanza on Lake Victoria and Kigoma on Lake Tanganyika are inland ports merchant marine. 7 ships, 1,000 JRT or over, totaling 29,174 JRT/39, 186 DWT. Includes 2 passenger cargo, 3 cargo, 1 roll-on/roll-off cargo, 1 petroleum. Oils and lubricants, POL, tanker civil air. 6 major transport aircraft airports. 103 total, 92 usable. 13 with permanent surface runways. None with runways over 3,659 m. 3 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m. 44 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications. Fair system of open wire, radio relay, and troposcatter. 103,800 telephones, stations, 12 AM for FM, 2 TV. 1 Indian Ocean Intelsat Earth Station. Defense Forces branches. Tanzanian People's Defense Force includes Army, Navy, and Air Force. Paramilitary Police Field Force Unit. Militia military manpower. Males 15 to 49, 5,351,192. 3,087,501 fit for military service defense expenditures. 3.3% of GDP. 1985. Country. Thailand. Geography. Total area. 514,000 square kilometers. Land area. 511,770 square kilometers. Comparative area. Slightly more than twice the size of Wyoming land boundaries. 4,863 kilometers total. Burma 1,800 kilometers. Cambodia 803 kilometers. Laos 1,754 kilometers. Malaysia 506 kilometers coastline. 3,219 kilometers maritime claims. Continental shelf. Not specific. Extended economic zone. 200 nanometers. Territorial sea. 12 nanometers disputes. Boundary dispute with Laos climate. Tropical. Rainy, warm, cloudy southwest monsoon, mid-May to September. Dry, cool northeast monsoon, November to mid-March. Southern Isthmus always hot and humid terrain. Central Plain, Eastern Plateau, Karat. Mountains elsewhere. Natural resources. Tin, rubber, natural gas, tungsten, tantalum, timber, lead, fish, gypsum, lignite, fluorite. Land use. 34% arable. Land. 4% permanent crops, 1% meadows and pastures, 30% forest and woodland, 31% other. Includes 7% irrigated environment, air and water pollution. Land subsidence in Bangkok area note. Controls only land route from Asia to Malaysia and Singapore. People population, 55,115,683, July 1990. Growth rate 1.3%, 1990. Birth rate, 20 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate, 7 deaths/1,000 population, 1990. Net migration rate, 0 migrants/1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate, 34 deaths/1,000. Live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth, 64 years male, 70 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate, 2.1 children born/woman, 1990. Nationality, noun, Thai Singh. NPL. Adjective, Thai ethnic divisions. 75% Thai, 14% Chinese, 11% other religion, 95.5% Buddhist, 4% Muslim, 0.5% other language. Thai. English is the secondary language of the elite. Ethnic and regional dialects literacy. 82% labor force. 26 million. 73% agriculture. 11% industry and commerce. 10% services. 6% government. 1984, organized labor. 300,000 union members. 1986. Government long-form name. Kingdom of Thailand type. Constitutional monarchy capital. Bangkok administrative. Division by Muibapeng. Jangwat, Singlan, Pluzan, Antong, Budidam, Jiazhonggong, Jianat, Jiayam, Jiantabu, Jiangmai, Jiangzai, John Budi, Jumfon, Galasin, Gamfen Fet, Ganjanubi, Honken, Kherabi, Phungtep Mahankong, Lambang, Lamfun, Loi, Lop Budi, Maya Hongshon, Maha Sadakam, Nakon Nayok, Nakon Batom, Nakon Fanom, Nakon Zatjasma, Nakon Sawan, Nakon Si Tamat, Nan, Nadatiwa, Nongkhai, Nontabu, Batum Tani, Patani, Fangang, Fatatung, Fayao, Fitchaban, Fitchaburi, Fichi, Fitsanulok, Franakonsi Ayutaya, Frai, Phuket, Prachamburi, Prachuapkirikan, Ranong, Ratchaburi, Rayon, Roi, Sakonakon, Samu Prakan, Samu Sakon, Samu Sonkram, Sahaburi, Satin, Singburi, Sizake, Sonkla, Sukote, Sufamburi, Suratani, Surin, Tak, Trang, Trat, Ubon Ratchatani, Udontani, Utetani, Utaradi, Yala. Yassathan independence. 1238, traditional founding date, never colonized constitution. December 22nd, 1978 legal system. Based on civil law system, with influences of common law, has not accepted compulsory ICJ jurisdiction national holiday. Birthday of His Majesty the King, December 5th, 1927 executive branch. Monarch Prime Minister, 3 Deputy Prime Ministers, Council of Ministers Cabinet, Privy Council Legislative Branch, Bicameral National Assembly, Ratha Satha, consists of an upper house, or Senate, Wuti Satha, and a lower house or House of Representatives, Satha Puthan, Judicial Branch. Supreme Court, Sarandika. Leaders. Chief of State, King Bhumibol Adulyadej, since June 9, 1946. Heir apparent Crown Prince Vijayalangkaran, born July 28, 1952. Head of Government Prime Minister Major General Chache Chunawin, since August 9, 1988. Deputy Prime Minister Chuan Likphai. Political parties and leaders. Democrat Party, DP, Social Action Party, SAP, Thai Nation Party, TMP, People's Party, Ratsadon, People's Party, Prakashan, Thai Citizens Party, TCP, United Democracy Party, Solidarity Party, Thai People's Party, Mass Party, Force of Truth Party, Phalang Dharma, Suffrage. Universal at age 21 elections. House of Representatives. Last held July 24, 1988. Next to be held within 90 days of July 1992. Results. TMP 27%, SAP 15%, DP 13%, TCP 9%, others 36%, seats, 357 total, TMP 96, Solidarity 62, SAP 54, DP 48, TCP 31, People's Party, Ratsadon, 21 People's Party, Prakashan, 17, Force of Truth Party, Phalang Dharma, 14, United Democracy Party 5, Mass Party 5, others 4 communists. Illegal Communist Party has 500 to 1,000 members, EST. Armed communist insurgents throughout Thailand total 300 to 500, EST. Member of ADB, ANRPC, ASEAN, ASPAC, Association of Tin Producing Countries, CCC, Colombo Plan, GATT, SGAP, FAOG, 77, IBRD, ICAO, IDA, IFAD, IFC, IHO, ILO, IMF, IMO, INRO, INELSAT, Interpol, IPU, IRC, ITC, ITUN, UNESCO, UPU, WHO, WMO, WDO. Diplomatic representation. Ambassador Vithya Vejajiva. Embassy at 2300 Colorama Road Northwest, Washington, D.C. 20008. Telephone 202-483-7200. There are Thai consulates general in Chicago, Los Angeles, and New York, U.S. Ambassador Daniel O'Donoghue. Embassy at 95 Wireless Road, Bangkok. Mailing address is APO San Francisco 96346. Telephone 66-252-5040. There is a U.S. Consulate General in Chiang Mai and consulates in Songkhla and Udorn Flag. 5 horizontal bands of red, top, white, blue, double width, white, and red. Economy overview. Thailand, one of the more advanced developing countries in Asia, enjoyed its second straight exceptionally prosperous year in 1989. Real output again rose about 11%. The increasingly sophisticated manufacturing sector benefited from export-oriented investment, and agriculture grew by 4% because of improved weather. The trade deficit of $5.2 billion was more than offset by earnings from tourism, $3.9 billion, remittances, and net capital inflows. The government has followed a fairly sound fiscal and monetary policy, aided by increased tax receipts from the fast-moving economy. In 1989, the government approved new projects, roads, ports, electric power communications, needed to refurbish the now overtaxed infrastructure. Although growth in 1990 to 91 must necessarily fall below the 1988 to 89 pace, Thailand's immediate economic outlook is good, assuming the continuation of prudent government policies in the context of a private sector-oriented development strategy. GNP, $64.5 billion, per capita $1,160, real growth rate 10.8%, 1989 EST. Inflation rate, consumer prices 5.4%, 1989, unemployment rate 6%, 1989 EST. Budget, revenues $12.1 billion, expenditures $9.7 billion, including capital expenditures of NA, FY 89, exports, $19.9 billion, FOB, 1989, commodities, textiles 12%, fishery products 12%, rice 8%, tapioca 8%, jewelry 6%, manufactured gas, corn 10, partners, U.S. 18%, Japan 14%, Singapore 9%, Netherlands, Malaysia, Hong Kong, China, 1988, imports, $25.1 billion, CF, 1989, commodities, machinery, and parts 23%, petroleum products 13%, chemicals 11%, iron and steel, electrical appliances, partners, Japan 26%, U.S. 14%, Singapore 7%, FRG, Malaysia, UK, 1987, external debt, $18.5 billion, December 1989 EST. Industrial production, growth rate 12.5%, 1989 electricity, 7,100,000 kilowatts capacity, 28,000 million kilowatt hours produced, 500 kilowatt hours per capita, 1989. Industries. Tourism is the largest source of foreign exchange. Textiles and garments, agricultural processing, beverages, tobacco, cement, other light manufacturing, such as jewelry, electric appliances and components, integrated circuits, furniture, plastics, world's second largest tungsten producer and third largest tin producer. Agriculture accounts for 16% of GNP and 73% of labor force. Leading producer and exporter of rice and cassava, tapioca, other crops, rubber, corn, sugarcane, coconuts, soybeans, except for wheat, self-sufficient in food. Fish catch of 2.2 million tons, 1987, illicit drugs. A minor producer, major illicit trafficker of heroin, particularly from Burma and Laos, and cannabis for the international drug market. Eradication efforts have reduced the area of cannabis cultivation and shifted some production to neighboring countries. Opium poppy cultivation has been affected by eradication efforts, but unusually good weather boosted output in 1989 aid. U.S. commitments, including Exim, FI 70-88, $828 million. Western, non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1970 to 87, $7.0 billion. OPEC bilateral aid, 1979 to 89, $19 million currency. Baht, plural baht, 1 baht B equals 100 Sadong exchange rates. Baht B per 1 U.S. dollar, 25.726, January 1990, 25.699, 1989, 25.294, 1988, 25.723, 1987, 26.299, 1986, 27.159, 1985, fiscal year, October 1st, 30 September, communications railroads, 3,940 kilometers 1.000 meter gauge, 99 kilometers double-track highways, 44,534 kilometers total, 28,016 kilometers paved, 5,132 kilometers earth surface, 11,386 kilometers under development inland waterways, 3,999 kilometers principal waterways, 3,701 kilometers with navigable depths of 0.9 m or more throughout the year, numerous minor waterways navigable by shallow draft native craft pipelines, natural gas, 350 kilometers, refined products, 67 kilometers ports, Bangkok, Patani, Phuket, Sattahip Sea, Ratcha Merchant Marine, 122 ships, 1,000 GRT or over, totaling 483,688 GRT/730, 750 DWT. Includes 2 short sea passenger, 70 cargo, 8 container, 27 petroleum, oils and lubricants, PUL, tanker, 8 liquefied gas, 1 chemical tanker, 3 bulk, 1 refrigerated cargo, 1 roll-on/roll-off, 1 combination bulk civil air, 41 plus 2 leased, major transport aircraft airports, 127 total, 103 usable, 56 with permanent surface runways, 1 with runways over 3,659 m, 13 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m, 26 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications. Service to general public adequate. Bulk of service to government activities provided by multi-channel cable and radio relay network. 739,500 telephones, 1987. Stations, over 2 o'clock a.m., 100 FM, and 11 TV and government-controlled networks. Satellite Earth stations, 1 Indian Ocean Intelsat and 1 Pacific Ocean Intelsat. Domestic satellite system being developed. Defense Forces branches. Royal Thai Army, Royal Thai Navy, includes Royal Thai Marine Corps, Royal Thai Air Force. Paramilitary forces include Border Patrol Police, the Han Fran, irregular soldiers. Village Defense Forces military manpower. Males 15 to 49, 15,617,486. 9,543,119 fit for military service. 610,410 reach military age 18. Annually defense expenditures, 2.9% of GNP, or $1.9 billion. 1989 EST. Country, Togo. Geography, total area, 56,790 square kilometers. Land area, 54,390 square kilometers. Comparative area, slightly smaller than West Virginia land. Boundaries, 1,647 kilometers total. Benin 644 kilometers, Burkina 126 kilometers, Ghana 877 kilometers coastline, 56 kilometers maritime claims, extended economic zone, 200 nanometers, territorial sea, 30 nanometers climate, tropical, hot, humid in south, semi-arid in north terrain, gently rolling savanna in north, central hills, southern plateau, low coastal plain with extensive lagoons and marshes. Natural resources, phosphates, limestone, marble. Land use, 25% arable land, 1% permanent crops, 4% meadows and pastures, 28% forest and woodland, 42% other, includes NEGL % irrigated environment. Hot, Dry harmattan wind can reduce visibility in north during winter. Recent droughts affecting agriculture. Deforestation. People population, 3,674,355, July 1990. Growth rate 3.7%, 1990. Birth rate, 50 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate, 14 deaths/1,000 population, 1990. Net migration rate, 0 migrants/1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate, 112 deaths/1,000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth, 53 years male, 57 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate, 7.2 children born/woman, 1990. Nationality. Noun, Togolese sing. NPL. Adjective, Togolese ethnic divisions, 37 tribes. Largest and most important are you, Mina, and Kabai. Under 1% European and Syrian Lebanese religion. About 70% indigenous beliefs, 20% Christian, 10% Muslim language. French, both official and language of commerce. Major African languages are Yu and Mina in the south and Dagamba, and Kabai in the north. Literacy, 40.7% labor force. Ine, 78% agriculture, 22% industry. About 88,600 wage earners, evenly divided between public and private. Sectors, 50% of population of working age, 1985. Organized labor. One national union, the National Federation of Togolese Workers. Government long-form name. Republic of Togo type. Republic. One-party presidential regime capital. Lomé administrative divisions. 21 circumscriptions. Circumscriptions singular. Circumscription. Amlum, Amu. Aniho Lax. Adik Paim, Oga, Bafilo, Asali, Basar, Basari, Depaontone, Cani, Karen, Clodo, Kpagada, Bina, Lamakara. Koza, Lome, Golfi, Mango, Odi, Niam Tu Dufulga, Natsi, Haho, Sodaba, Tabligbo, Yodo, Chamba, Chowjajo, Savaizo, Vogan. Note, the 21 units may now be called prefectures, singular, prefecture, and reported name changes for individual units are included in parenthesis independence. April 27, 1960. From UN trusteeship under French administration, formerly French Togo, Constitution, December 30, 1979, effective January 13, 1980. Legal system, French-based. Court system, national holiday. Liberation Day, anniversary of coup, January 13, 1967. Executive branch. President, Council of Ministers, Cabinet, Legislative branch. Unicameral National Assembly, Assembly Nationale, Judicial branch. Court of Appeal, Cour d'appel. Supreme Court, Cour supreme. Leaders, Chief of State and Head of Government. President General Gnassingbé Eyadema. Since April 14, 1967. Political parties and leaders. Only party. Rally of the Togolese People, RPT, President Eyadema. Suffrage. Universal adult, at age in a elections. President. Last held December 21, 1986. Next to be held December 1993. Results. General Eyadema was re-elected without opposition. National Assembly. Last held March 4, 1990. Next to be held March 1995. Results. RPT is the only party. Seats, 77 total. RPT 77 communists. No Communist Party member of ACP, FDB, CO Observer, EMA, ECA, ECOWAS, Entente, FAOG, 77, GATT, IBRD, ICAO, ICO, IDA, IFAD, IFC, ILO, IMF, IMO, Intelsat, Interpol, ITU, and YEM, OAU, ASAM, YAN, UNESCO, UPU, WHO, WIPO, WMO, WDO, Diplomatic Representation. Ambassador Elam Kajo Shupius. Chancery at 2208, Massachusetts Avenue Northwest, Washington, D.C., 20008. Telephone 202-234-4212 or 4213, U.S. Ambassador Rush W. Taylor, Jr. Embassy at Rue Pelletier Caventou and Rue Vauban, Lomé. Mailing address is B. P. 852, Lomé. Telephone 228 21-29-91 through 94 and 21-36-09 flag. 5 equal horizontal bands of green, top and bottom, alternating with yellow. There is a white 5-pointed star on a red square in the upper hoist side corner. Uses the popular Pan-African colors of Ethiopia. Economy overview. Togo is one of the least developed countries in the world, with a per capita GDP of about $400. The economy is heavily dependent on subsistence agriculture, which accounts for about 35% of GDP and provides employment for 80% of the labor force. Primary agricultural exports are cocoa, coffee, and cotton, which together account for about 30% of total export earnings. Togo is self-sufficient in basic foodstuffs when harvests are normal. In the industrial sector, phosphate mining is by far the most important activity, with phosphate exports accounting for about 40% of total foreign exchange earnings. GDP, $1.35 billion, per capita $405, real growth rate 4.1%, 1988 EST. Inflation rate, consumer prices 2.5%, 1987 EST. Unemployment rate, 2%, 1987. Budget, revenues $354 million. Expenditures $399 million, including capital expenditures of $102 million, 1988 EST. Exports, $344 million, FOB, 1988. Commodities, phosphates, cocoa, coffee, cotton, manufactures palm kernels. Partners, EC 70%, Africa 9%, US 2%, other 19%, 1985. Imports, $369 million, FOB, 1988. Commodities, food, fuels, durable consumer goods. Other intermediate goods, capital goods. Partners, EC 69%, Africa 10%, Japan 7%, US 4%, other 10%. 1985, external debt, $1.3 billion, December 1988, industrial production. Growth rate 4.9%, 1987 EST. Electricity, 117,000 kilowatts capacity, 155 million kilowatt hours produced, 45 kilowatt hours per capita, 1989. Industries, phosphate mining, agricultural processing, cement, handicrafts, textiles, beverages, agriculture, cash crops, coffee, cocoa, cotton, food crops, yams, cassava, corn, beans, rice, millet, sorghum, fish aid. U.S. commitments, including Exim, FI 70-88, $121 million. Western, non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1970 to 87, $1.6 billion. OPEC bilateral aid, 1979 to 89, $35 million. Communist countries, 1970 to 88, $46 million currency. Communauté financière africaine franc, plural, francs, 1 CFA franc, CFAF, equals 100 centimes exchange rates. Communauté financière africaine francs, CFAF, per 1 US dollar, 287.99, January 1990, 319.01, 1989, 297.85, 1988, 300.54, 1987, 346.30, 1986, 449.26, 1985, fiscal year, calendar year, communications railroads, 515 kilometers 1.000 meter gauge, single track highways, 6,462 kilometers total, 1,762 kilometers paved, 4,700 kilometers unimproved roads, inland waterways, none. Ports, Lomé, Kpim, Phosphate Port, Merchant Marine, 7 ships, 1,000 GRT or over, totaling 41,809 GRT/72, 289 DWT. Includes 4 roll-on/roll-off cargo, 3 multifunction large load carrier civil air, 3 major transport aircraft airports. 9 total. 9 usable. 2 with permanent surface runways. None with runways over 3,659 m. 2 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m. None with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications. Fare system based on network of open wire lines supplemented by radio relay routes. 12,000 telephones. Stations, 2 AM, no FM, 3, 2 relays, TV. Satellite Earth stations. 1 Atlantic Ocean Intelsat and 1 Zimphony. Defense Forces branches. Army, Navy, Air Force, paramilitary gendarmerie military manpower. Males 15 to 49, 767,949, 403,546 fit for military service. No conscription defense expenditures. 3.3% of GDP. 1987. Country, Tokelau, territory of New Zealand. Geography, total area, 10 square kilometers. Land area, 10 square kilometers. Comparative area, about 17 times the size of them all in Washington, D.C. Land boundaries. None coastline. 101 kilometers. Maritime claims. Extended economic zone. 200 nanometers. Territorial sea. 12 nanometers. Climate, tropical, moderated by trade winds. April to November. Terrain, coral atolls enclosing large lagoons. Natural resources, negligible land use. 0% arable land. 0% permanent crops. 0% meadows and pastures. 0% forest and woodland. 100% other environment. Lies in Pacific Typhoon Belt. Note, located 3,750 kilometers southwest of Honolulu in the South Pacific Ocean, about halfway between Hawaii and New Zealand. People population, 1,700 July 1990. Growth rate 0%, 1990. Birth rate, NA births /1, 000 population, 1990. Death rate, NA deaths /1, 000 population, 1990. Net migration rate, NA migrants /1, 000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate, NA deaths /1, 000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth, NA years male, NA years female, 1990. Total fertility rate, NA children born /woman, 1990. Nationality, noun, Tokelauans, adjective. Tokelau ethnic divisions, all Polynesian, with cultural ties to Western Samoa religion. 70% Congregational Christian Church, 30% Roman Catholic. On Adafu, all Congregational Christian Church of Samoa. On Nukunu, all Roman Catholic. On Fakafo, both denominations, with the Congregational Christian Church. Predominant language, Tokelauan, a Polynesian language, and English literacy. NA%, but probably high labor force. NA organized labor. NA government long form name. None type. Territory of New Zealand capital. None. Each atoll has its own administrative center, administrative divisions. None. Territory of New Zealand, independence. None. Territory of New Zealand, Constitution. Administered under the Tokelau Islands Act of 1948, as amended in 1970 legal system. British and local statutes. National holiday. Waitangi Day. Treaty of Waitangi established British sovereignty over New Zealand. February 6, 1840. Executive branch. Administrator appointed by the Minister of Foreign Affairs in New Zealand. Official Secretary Legislative Branch. Council of Elders, Tapualega. On each atoll judicial branch. High Court in Niue. Supreme Court in New Zealand leaders. Chief of State. Queen Elizabeth II, since February 6, 1952. Head of Government. Administrator Neil Walter. Official. Secretary M. Norrish. Office of Tokelau Affairs Suffrage. NA Elections. NA Communists. Probably none diplomatic representation. None. Territory of New Zealand. Flag. The flag of New Zealand is used. Economy overview. Tokelau's small size, isolation, and lack of resources greatly restrain economic development and confine agriculture to the subsistence level. The people must rely on aid from New Zealand to maintain public services, annual aid being substantially greater than GDP. The principal sources of revenue come from sales of copra, postage stamps, souvenir coins, and handicrafts. Money is also remitted to families from relatives in New Zealand. GDP, $1.4 million, per capita, $800. Real growth rate in a percent, 1988 EST. Inflation rate, consumer prices in a percent, unemployment rate. In a percent budget. Revenues $430,830. Expenditures $2.8 million, including capital expenditures of $37,300. FY 87. Exports $98,000. FOB 1983. Commodities, stamps, copra, handicrafts, partners. NZ imports $323,400. CF 1983. Commodities, foodstuffs, building materials, fuel, partners. NZ external debt. Non-industrial production. Growth rate in a percent electricity. 200 kilowatts capacity. 0.30 million kilowatt hours produced. 175 kilowatt hours per capita. 1989. Industries. Small-scale enterprises for copper production. Woodwork, plated craft goods, stamps, coins, fishing agriculture. Coconuts, copra, basic subsistence crops, breadfruit, papaya, bananas, pigs, poultry, goat's aid, Western non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1970 to 87. $21 million currency. New Zealand dollar, plural dollars. 1 New Zealand dollar, NZ dollar, equals 100 cents exchange rates. New Zealand dollars, NZ dollar, per 1 U.S. dollar, 1.6581. January 1990, 1.6708. 1989, 1.5244. 1988, 1.6886. 1987, 1.9088. 1986, 2.0064. 1985, fiscal year. April 1st, 31 March. Communications ports. None. Offshore anchorage only airports. None. Lagoon landings by amphibious aircraft from Western Samoa. Telecommunications. Telephone service between islands and to Western Samoa. Defense Forces note. Defense is the responsibility of New Zealand. Country. Tonga. Geography. Total area 748 square kilometers. Land area 718 square kilometers. Comparative area slightly more than 4 times the size of Washington, D.C. Land boundaries. None coastline. For 119 kilometers. Maritime claims. Continental shelf. No specific limits. Extended economic zone. 200 nanometers. Territorial sea. 12 nanometers. Climate. Tropical. Modified by trade winds. Warm season, December to May. Cool season, May to December. Terrain. Most islands have limestone base formed from uplifted coral formation. Others have limestone overlying volcanic-based natural resources. Fish, fertile soil. Land use, 25% arable land, 55%. Permanent crops, 6% meadows and pastures, 12% forest and woodland, 2% other environment. Archipelago of 170 islands, 36 inhabited. Subject to cyclones, October to April. Deforestation note. Located about 2,250 kilometers north-northwest of New Zealand, about 2/3 of the way between Hawaii and New Zealand. People population, 101,313, July 1990. Growth rate 0.9%, 1990. Birth rate, 27 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate, 7 deaths/1,000 population, 1990. Net migration rate, 11 migrants/1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate, 24 deaths/1,000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth, 65 years male, 70 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate, 3.9 children born/woman, 1990. Nationality, Noun, Tongans. Adjective, Tongan ethnic divisions, Polynesian. About 300 Europeans. Religion, Christian, free. Wesleyan Church claims over 30,000 adherents. Language, Tongan. English literacy, 90 to 95%. Compulsory education for children ages 6 to 14. Labor force, NA. 70% agriculture, 600 engaged in mining. Organized labor, none. Government long form name, Kingdom of Tonga. Type, hereditary constitutional monarchy. Capital, Nuku'alofa. Administrative divisions, 3 island groups, Hapai, Tongatapu, Vavo. Independence, June 4, 1970, from UK. Formerly Friendly Islands. Constitution, November 4, 1875, revised 1. January 1967. Legal system, based on English law. National holiday, Emancipation Day, June 4, 1970. Executive branch, monarch, prime minister, deputy prime minister, council of ministers. Cabinet, privy council. Legislative branch, unicameral legislative assembly. Judicial branch, Supreme Court. Leaders, chief of state, King Taufahau Tupo. Since December 16, 1965. Head of government, Prime Minister Prince Fatafi Huipalhake. Since December 16, 1965. Political parties and leaders, none. Suffrage, all literate, tax-paying males and all literate females over 21. Elections, Legislative Assembly, last held 14 to 15 February 1990, next to be held in February 1993. Results, percent of vote NA, seats, 29 total, 9 elected, 6 pro-reform, 3 traditionalist communists, none known member of ACP, ADB, Commonwealth, FAO, SCAP, GATT, de facto, IFAD, ITU, SPF, UNESCO, UPU, diplomatic representation. Ambassador Sayose Olapekatofa Tuatar resides in London, U.S. The U.S. has no offices in Tonga. The ambassador to Fiji is accredited to Tonga and makes periodic visits. Flag, red with a bold red cross on a white rectangle in the upper Hoi side corner. Economy overview. The economy's base is agriculture, which employs about 70% of the labor force and contributes 50% to GDP. Coconuts, bananas, and vanilla beans are the main crops and make up 2/3 of exports. The country must import a high proportion of its food, mainly from New Zealand. The manufacturing sector accounts for only 10% of GDP. Tourism is the primary source of hard currency earnings, but the island remains dependent on sizable external aid and remittances to sustain its trade deficit. GDP, $86 million, per capita, $850. Real growth rate, 3.6%, FY89 EST. Inflation rate, consumer prices, 8.2%, FY87. Unemployment rate, NA percent budget. Revenues, $54.8 million. Expenditures, $56.2 million, including capital expenditures of $16.9 million, FY88 EST. Exports, $9.1 million, FOB, FY88 EST. Commodities, coconut oil, desiccated coconut, copra, bananas, taro, vanilla beans, fruits, vegetables, fish, partners. NZ 54%, Australia 30%, US 8%, Fiji 5%, FY87. Imports, $60.1 million, CF, FY88 EST. Commodities, food products, beverages and tobacco, fuels, machinery and transport equipment, chemicals, building materials. Partners, NZ 39%, Australia 25%, Japan 9%, US 6%, EC 5%, FY87. External debt, $31.8 million, 1987. Industrial production. Growth rate, 15%, FY86. Electricity, 5,000 kilowatts capacity, 8 million kilowatt hours produced, 80 kilowatt hours per capita, 1989. Industries, tourism, fishing, agriculture, dominated by coconut, copra, and banana production, vanilla beans, cocoa, coffee, ginger, black pepper aid. U.S. commitments, including Exim, FI 70-87. $15 million. Western, non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1970 to 87. $220 million currency. Ponga, plural, Ponga. 1 Ponga, T-dollar, equals 100 Seneti exchange rates. Ponga, T-dollar, per 1 U.S. dollar. 1.23 FY89 EST. 1.37 FY88. 1.51 FY87. 1.43 FY86. 1.30 FY85. Fiscal year. July 1st, 30 June. Communications highways, 198 kilometers sealed road. Tongatapu, 74 kilometers. Vavo, 94 kilometers unsealed roads usable only in dry weather ports. Nuku'alofa, Niafu, Pangai Merchant Marine. 6 ships, 1,000 GRT or over, totaling 37,249 GRT/50, 116 DWT. Includes 2 cargo, 1 roll-on/roll-off cargo, 2 container, 1 liquefied gas civil air. No major transport aircraft airports. 6 total, 6 usable. 1 with permanent surface runways. None with runways over 3,659 m. 1 with runways 2,440 to 3,659. 1 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications. 3,529 telephones. 66,000. Radio receivers, no TV sets. Stations, 1 AM, no FM, no TV. 1 Pacific Ocean Intelsat Earth Station. Defense Forces branches. Land Force, Maritime Force military manpower. NA defense expenditures. And country, Trinidad and Tobago. Geography, total area, 5,130 square kilometers. Land area, 5,130 square kilometers. Comparative area, slightly smaller than Delaware land boundaries. None coastline. 362 kilometers. Maritime claims. Continental shelf, 200 meters or to depth of. Exploitation, exclusive fishing zone, 200 nanometers. Extended economic zone, 200 nanometers. Territorial sea, 12 nanometers. Disputes, maritime boundary with Venezuela in the Gulf of Paria. Climate, tropical. Rainy season, June to December. Terrain, mostly plains with some hills and low mountains. Natural resources, crude oil, natural gas, asphalt. Land use, 14% arable land, 17% permanent crops, 2% meadows and pastures, 44% forest and woodland, 23% other, includes 4% irrigated environment. Outside usual path of hurricanes and other tropical storms. Note, located 11 kilometers from Venezuela. People population, 1,344,639, July 1990. Growth rate 2.2%, 1990. Birth rate, 28 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate, 6 deaths/1,000 population, 1990. Net migration rate, 0 migrants/1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate, 10 deaths/1,000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth, 69 years male, 74 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate, 3.3 children born/woman, 1990. Nationality, noun Trinidadians, Tobagonians, adjective Trinidadian, Tobagonian. Ethnic divisions, 43% black, 40% East Indian, 14% mixed, 1% white, 1% Chinese, 1% other religion, 36.2% Roman Catholic, 23% Hindu, 13.1% Protestant, 6% Muslim, 21.7% unknown language. English, official, Hindi, French, Spanish. Literacy, 98% labor force, 463,900, 18.1% construction and utilities, 14.8% manufacturing, mining, and quarrying, 10.9% agriculture, 56.2% other, 1985 EST. Organized labor, 22% of labor force, 1988. Government long-form name, Republic of Trinidad and Tobago type. Parliamentary democracy capital. Port of Spain administrative divisions. 8 counties, 3 municipalities *, and 1 ward ***. Arima **, Coroni, Mayaro, Naraiva, Port of Spain **, St. Andrew, St. David, St. George, St. Patrick, San Fernando **, Tobago **, Victoria Independence. August 31st, 1962, from UK, Constitution. August 31st, 1976 legal system. Based on English common law. Judicial review of legislative acts in the Supreme Court. Has not accepted compulsory ICJ jurisdiction national holiday. Independence Day, August 31st, 1962, Executive Branch. President, Prime Minister, Cabinet Legislative Branch. Bicameral Parliament consists of an upper house or Senate and a lower house or House of Representatives Judicial Branch. Court of Appeal, Supreme Court leaders. Chief of State, President Nur Muhammad Hassan Ali, since March 18, 1987. Head of Government, Prime Minister Arthur Napoleon. Raymond Robinson, since December 18, 1986. Political parties and leaders. National Alliance for Reconstruction, NAR, ANR. Robinson, People's National Movement, PNM. Patrick Manning, United National Congress, Bastio Ponde. Movement for Social Transformation, Motion, David Abdullah's suffrage. Universal at age 18 elections. House of Representatives. Last held December 15, 1986. Next to be held by December 1991. Results: NAR 66%, PNM 32%, others 2%, seats 36 total. NAR 33, PNM 3. Communists. Communist Party of Trinidad and Tobago. Trinidad and Tobago Peace Council. James Millett. Other political pressure. Groups. National Joint Action Committee, NJAC. Radical Anti-Government Black Identity Organization. Trinidad and Tobago Peace Council. Leftist organization affiliated with the World Peace Council. Trinidad and Tobago Chamber of Industry and Commerce. Trinidad and Tobago Labor Congress. Moderate Labor Federation. Council of Progressive Trade Unions. Radical Labor Federation member of ACP, CARICOM, CCC, Commonwealth, FAO, G77, GATT, IDB, IBRD, ICAO, ICO, IDA, IDB, Inter-American Development Bank, IFC, ILO, IMF, IMO, Intelsat, Interpol, ISO, ITU, IWC, International Wheat Council, INEM, OS, PEHO-SILA, YIN, UNESCO, UPU, WFDU, WHO, WMO, WDO, Diplomatic Representation. Ambassador Angus Albert Kahn. Chancery at 1708, Massachusetts Avenue Northwest, Washington, D.C. 20036. Telephone 202-467-6490. Trinidad and Tobago has a consulate general in New York, U.S. Ambassador Charles A. Gargano. Embassy at 15 Queens Park West, Port of Spain. Mailing address is P.O. Box 752, Port of Spain. Telephone 809-622-6372 or 6376, 6176 flag. Red, with a white-edged black diagonal band from the upper hoist side. Economy overview. Trinidad and Tobago's petroleum-based economy has been in decline since 1982. During the first half of the 1980s, the petroleum sector accounted for nearly 80% of export earnings, 40% of government revenues, and almost 25% of GDP. In recent years, however, the economy has suffered because of the sharp fall in the price of oil. The government, in response to the revenue loss, pursued a series of austerity measures that pushed the unemployment rate to 22% in 1988. Agriculture employs only about 11% of the labor force and produces less than 3% of GDP. Since this sector is small, it has been unable to absorb the large numbers of the unemployed. The government currently seeks to diversify its export base. GDP, $3.75 billion. Per capita, $3,070. Real growth rate, 2%. 1988 EST. Inflation rate, consumer prices 15%. 1989 EST. Unemployment rate, 22%, 1988. Budget, revenues $1.4 billion. Expenditures $2.1 billion, including capital expenditures of $430 million. 1988 EST. Exports, $1.4 billion. FOB, 1987. Commodities, includes re-exports, petroleum and petroleum products 70%, fertilizer, chemicals 15%, steel products, sugar, cocoa, coffee, citrus, 1987. Partners, U.S. 61%, EC 15%, CARICOM 9%, Latin America 7%, Canada 3%, 1986. Imports, $1.2 billion, CF 1987. Commodities, raw materials 41%, capital goods 30%, consumer goods 29%, 1986. Partners, U.S. 42%, EC 21%, Japan 10%, Canada 6%, Latin America 6%, CARICOM 4%. 1986. External debt, $2.02 billion. December 1987. Industrial production, growth rate 5.2%, excluding oil refining. 1986. Electricity, 1,176,000 kilowatts capacity, 3,350 million kilowatt-hours produced, 2,700 kilowatt-hours per capita. 1989. Industries, petroleum, chemicals, tourism, food processing, cement, beverage, cotton, textiles, agriculture, account for about 3% of GDP and 4% of labor force. Highly subsidized sector. Major crops, cocoa and sugarcane. Sugarcane acreage is being shifted into rice, citrus, coffee, vegetables. Must import large share of. Food needs aid. U.S. commitments, including FI 70-85, $370 million. Western, non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1970 to 87, $437 million currency. Trinidad and Tobago dollar, plural, dollars. 1 Trinidad and Tobago dollar, TT dollar, equals 100 cents exchange rates. Trinidad and Tobago dollars, TT dollar, per 1 U.S. dollar. 4.2500, January 1990. 4.2500, 1989. 3.8438, 1988. 3.6000, 1987. 3.6000, 1986. 2.4500, 1985. Fiscal year, calendar year, communications railroads, minimal agricultural. System near San Fernando highways. 8,000 kilometers total. 4,000 kilometers paved, 1,000 kilometers improved earth, 3,000 kilometers unimproved earth pipelines. 1,032 kilometers crude oil, 19 kilometers refined products, 904 kilometers natural gas ports. Port of Spain, Point Lises, Pointe-à-Pierre Civil Air. 14 major transport aircraft airports. 6 total, 5 usable. 3 with permanent surface runways. None with runways over 3,659 m. 1 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m. 3 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications. Excellent international service via tropospheric scatter links to Barbados and Guyana. Good local service. 109,000 telephones. Stations. 2 AM for FM. 5 TV. 1 Atlantic Ocean Intelsat Earth Station. Defense Forces branches. Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force. Trinidad and Tobago Police Service military manpower. Males 15 to 49, 343,292. 248,674 fit for military service defense expenditures. 1.6% of GDP, or $59 million. 1989 EST. Country, Tromelin Island, French possession. Geography, total area. 1 square kilometer. Land area. 1 square kilometer comparative area. About 1.7 times the size of the mall in Washington, D.C. land boundaries. None coastline. 3.7 kilometers maritime claims. Contiguous zone, 12 nanometers. Continental shelf, 200 meters or to depth of exploitation. Extended Economic Zone, 200 nanometers. Territorial Sea, 12 nanometers. Disputes, claimed by Madagascar, Mauritius, and Seychelles. Climate, tropical terrain, sandy natural resources, fish. Land use, 0% arable land, 0% permanent crops, 0% meadows and pastures, 0% forest and woodland, 100% other, scattered bushes. Environment, wildlife sanctuary. Note, located 350 kilometers east of Madagascar and 600 kilometers north of Reunion in the Indian Ocean. Climatologically important location for forecasting cyclones. People population, uninhabited. Government long-form name, none. Type, French possession administered by Commissioner of the Republic Daniel Constantine, resident in Reunion. Economy overview, no economic activity. Communications, airports, one with runway less than 1,220 imports, none. Offshore anchorage only. Telecommunications, important meteorological station. Defense forces. Note, defense is the responsibility of France. Country, Tunisia. Geography, total area, 163,610 square kilometers. Land area, 155,360 square kilometers. Comparative area, slightly larger than Georgia. Land boundaries, 1,424 kilometers total. Algeria, 965 kilometers. Libya, 459 kilometers. Coastline, 1,148 kilometers. Maritime claims, territorial sea, 12 nanometers. Disputes, maritime boundary dispute with Libya. Climate, temperate in north with mild, rainy winters and hot, dry summers. Desert and south terrain. Mountains in north, hot, dry central plain. Semi-arid south merges into the Saharan. Natural resources, crude, oil, phosphates, iron ore, lead, zinc, salt. Land use, 20% arable land, 10% permanent crops, 19% meadows and pastures, 4% forest and woodland, 47% other, includes 1% irrigated environment. Deforestation, overgrazing, soil erosion, desertification. Note, strategic location in central Mediterranean, only 144 kilometers from Italy across the Strait of Sicily. Borders Libya on east. People population, 8,095,492, July 1990. Growth rate, 2.2%, 1990. Birth rate, 28 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate, 6 deaths/1,000 population, 1990. Net migration rate, 0 migrants/1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate, 40 deaths/1,000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth, 68 years male, 70 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate, 4.0 children born/woman, 1990. Nationality, noun, Tunisians. Adjective, Tunisian ethnic divisions, 98% Arab, 1% European, less than 1% Jewish religion, 98% Muslim, 1% Christian, less than 1% Jewish language. Arabic, official, Arabic and French, commerce, literacy. 62% EST, labor force, 2,250,000. 32% agriculture, shortage of skilled labor. Organized labor, about 360,000 members claimed, roughly 20% of labor force. General Union of Tunisian Workers, UGT, quasi-independent of Constitutional Democratic Party. Government long-form name, Republic of Tunisia. Note, may be changed to Tunisian Republic. Type, Republic. Capital, Tunis. Administrative divisions, 23 governorates. Wilayat, singular, Wilaya. Al-Kaf, Al-Madiyah, Al-Munastir, Al-Kasrain, Al-Karawan, Ariana, Baja, Banzar, Benaruz, Jundiba, Madanin, Nabul, Kabis, Kafsa, Kibalai, Safakis, Sidi Bouzaid, Siliana, Susa, Tatewin, Tazar, Tunis, Zagwan. Independence, March 20th, 1956 from France. Constitution, June 1st, 1959. Legal system, based on French civil law system and Islamic law. Some judicial review of legislative acts in the Supreme Court in joint session national holiday. National Day, March 20th, 1956, Executive Branch. President, Prime Minister, Cabinet Legislative Branch. Unicameral National Assembly. Assembly Nationale, Judicial Branch. Court of Cassation, Court of Cassation. Leaders. Chief of State, President General Zine El Abidine Ben Ali, since November 7, 1987. Head of Government, Prime Minister Hamed Karoui, since September 26, 1989. Political parties and leaders. Constitutional Democratic Rally Party, RCD. President Ben Ali, official ruling party. Movement of Democratic Socialists, MDS, Ahmed Mastiri. 5 other political parties are legal, including the Communist Party suffrage. Universal at age 20 elections. President. Last held April 2nd, 1989. Next to be held April 1994. Results. General Zine El Abidine Ben Ali was re-elected without opposition. National Assembly. Last held April 2nd, 1989. Next to be held April 1994. Results. RC 80.7%. Independents/Islamists 13.7%. MDS 3.2%. Others 2.4% seats. 141 total. RCD 141 communists. A small number of nominal communists, mostly students member of FDB, Arab League, OEC, CCC, FAO, G77, GATA, FACTO, IA, IBRD, ICAO, IDA, IDB, Islamic Development Bank, IFAD, IFC, ILO, ILZSG, IMF, IMO, Intelsat, Interpol, IOC, ITU, IWC, International Wheat Council, NEM, OPEC, OU, OIC, UN, UNESCO, UPU, WIPO, WMO, WDO, Diplomatic Representation. Ambassador Abdulaziz Hamzawi. Chancery at 1515, Massachusetts Avenue Northwest, Washington, D.C., 20005. Telephone 202-862-1850. U.S. Ambassador Robert H. Pelletreau, Jr., Embassy at 144 Avenue de la Liberté, 1002 Tunis Belvedere. Telephone 216-1-782-566. Flag. Red with a white disc in the center, bearing a red crescent nearly. Encircling a red 5-pointed star. The crescent and star are traditional symbols of Islam. Economy overview. The economy depends primarily on petroleum, phosphates, and tourism for continued growth. 2 successive drought-induced crop failures have strained the government's budget and increased unemployment. The current account fell from a $23 million surplus in 1988 to a $390 million deficit in 1989. Despite its foreign payments problems, Tunis appears committed to its IMF-supported structural adjustment program. Nonetheless, the government may have to slow its implementation to head off labor unrest. The increasing foreign debt, $7.6 billion at year-end 1989, is also a key problem. Tunis probably will seek debt relief in 1990. GDP, $8.7 billion, per capita $1,105. Real growth rate 3.1%, 1989 EST. Inflation rate, consumer prices 10%, 1989. Unemployment rate 25%, 1989. Budget, revenues $2.9 billion. Expenditures $3.2 billion, including capital expenditures of $0.8 billion, 1989 EST. Exports, $3.1 billion, FOB, 1989. Commodities, hydrocarbons, agricultural products, phosphates, and chemicals. Partners, EC 73%, Middle East 9%, US 1%, Turkey, USSR imports. $4.4 billion, FOB, 1989. Commodities, industrial goods, and equipment 57%. Hydrocarbons 13%, food 12%, consumer goods. Partners, EC 68%, US 7%, Canada, Japan, USSR, China, Saudi Arabia, Algeria. External debt, $7.6 billion, December 1989. Industrial production, growth rate 3.5%, 1988 electricity, 1,493,000 kilowatts. Capacity, 4,210 million kilowatt hours produced, 530 kilowatt hours per capita. 1989 industries, petroleum, mining, particularly phosphate and iron ore, textiles, footwear, food, beverages, agriculture, account for 16% of GDP and one-third of labor force. Output subject to severe fluctuations because of frequent droughts. Export crops, olives, dates, oranges, almonds. Other products, grain, sugar beets, wine, grapes, poultry, beef, dairy, not self-sufficient in food. Fish catch of 99,200 metric tons, 1986 aid. U.S. commitments, including XIM, FI 70-88, $694 million. Western, non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1970 to 87, for $0.6 billion. OPEC bilateral aid, 1979 to 89, $684 million. Communist countries, 1970 to 88, $410 million currency. Tunisian dinar, plural, dinars. 1 Tunisian dinar, TD, equals 1,000 millimes exchange rates. Tunisian dinars, TD, per 1 U.S. dollar, 0.9055, January 1990, 0.9493, 1989, 0.8578, 1988, 0.8287, 1987, 0.7940, 1986, 0.8345, 1985, fiscal year, calendar year. Communications railroads, 2,154 kilometers total, 465 kilometers 1.435 meters standard gauge, 1,689 kilometers 1.000 meter gauge highways, 17,700 kilometers total, 9,100 kilometers bituminous, 8,600 kilometers improved and unimproved earth pipelines, 797 kilometers crude oil, 86 kilometers refined products, 742 kilometers natural gas ports, Bizerta, Gabes, Sfax, Sousse, Tunis, La Galette, Zarzis Merchant Marine, 21 ships, 1,000 GRT or over, totaling 160,172 GRT/218, 970 DWT, includes 1 short sea passenger. For cargo, 2 roll-on/roll-off cargo, 2 petroleum, oils, and lubricants, POL, tanker, 6 chemical tanker, 1 liquefied gas, 5 bulk civil air, 13 major transport aircraft airports, 30 total, 28 usable, 13 with permanent surface runways, none with runways over 3,659 m, 7 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m, 7 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications. The system is above the African average. Facilities consist of open wire lines, multi-conductor cable, and radio relay. Key centers are Sofakis, Susa, Bizerta, and Tunis. 233,000 telephones, stations, 18 AM for FM, 14 TV, 4 submarine cables, satellite earth stations, 1 Atlantic Ocean Intelsat and 1 Arabsat with backup control station, coaxial cable to Algeria, radio relay to Algeria, Libya, and Italy Defense Forces branches, Army, Navy, Air Force military manpower, males 15 to 49, 1,997,197, 1,149,141 fit for military service, 88,368 reach military age, 20, annually defense expenditures, 2.7% of GDP, or $235 million. 1989 EST. Country, Turkey. Geography, total area, 780,580 square kilometers. Land area, 770,760 square kilometers. Comparative area, slightly larger than Texas land boundaries, 2,715 kilometers total. Bulgaria, 240 kilometers. Greece, 206 kilometers. Iran, 499 kilometers. Iraq, 331 kilometers. Syria, 822 kilometers. USSR, 617 kilometers coastline. 7,200 kilometers maritime claims. Extended economic zone. In Black Sea only, to the maritime boundary agreed upon with the USSR. Territorial sea. 6 nanometers, 12 nanometers in Black Sea and Mediterranean Sea. Disputes. Complex maritime and air, but not territorial. Disputes with Greece in Aegean Sea. Cyprus question. Hatui. Question with Syria. Ongoing dispute with downstream recipients, Syria and Iraq, over water development plans for the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. Kurdish question among Iran, Iraq, Syria, Turkey, and the USSR. Climate. Temperate. Hot, dry summers with mild, wet winters. Harsher in interior terrain. Mostly mountains. Narrow coastal plain. High central plateau, Anatolia. Natural resources. Antimony, coal, chromium, mercury, copper, borate, sulfur, iron or land use. 30% arable land. 4% permanent. Crops. 12% meadows and pastures. 26% forest and woodland. 28% other. Includes 3% irrigated environment. Subject to severe earthquakes, especially along major river valleys in west. Air pollution. Desertification note. Strategic location controlling the Turkish Straits, Bosporus, Sea of Marmara, Dardanelles, that link Black and Aegean Seas. Turkey and Norway, only NATO members having a land boundary with the USSR. People population, 56,704,327, July 1990. Growth rate, 2.2%, 1990. Birth rate, 29. Births/1,000 population, 1990. Death rate, 8 deaths/1,000 population, 1990. Net migration rate, 0 migrants/1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate, 74 deaths/1,000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth, 64 years male, 67 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate, 3.6 children born/woman, 1990. Nationality. Noun, Turks. Adjective, Turkish ethnic divisions, 85% Turkish, 12% Kurd, 3% other religion, 98% Muslim, mostly Sunni, 2% other, mostly Christian and Jewish language. Turkish. Official, Kurdish Arabic literacy, 70% labor force, 18,800,000, 56% agriculture, 30% services, 14% industry. About 1 million Turks work abroad. 1987. Organized labor, 10 to 15% of labor force. Government long form name, Republic of Turkey type. Republican Parliamentary Democracy capital. Ankara administrative divisions, 67 provinces. Ilir, singular, El, Adana, Adiman, Afyon, Agri, Amaja, Ankara, Antalya, Artvin, Aydin, Balıkesir, Balsik, Bingöl, Bitlis, Bolu, Burdur, Bursa, Çanakkale, Kankiri, Çorum, Denizli, Diyarbakir, Edirne, Elazığ, Erzincan, Erzurum, Eskişehir, Gaziantep, Giresun, Gümüşhane, Hakkari, Hatay, Isel, Isparta, Istanbul, İzmir, Kahramanmaraş, Kars, Kastamonu, Kayseri, Kırklareli, Kırşehir, Kocaeli, Konya, Kütahya, Mana, Manisa, Mardin, Muğla, Muse, Nevşehir, Nigda, Ordu, Rize, Sakarya, Samsun, Sirt, Sinop, Sivas, Tekirdağ, Tokat, Trabzon, Tunceli, Urfa, Usak, Van, Yazgat, Zonguldak. Note: there may be 4 new provinces named Aksaray, Bayburt, Karaman, and Kırıkkale Independence. October 29, 1923, successor state to the Ottoman Empire, Constitution. November 7, 1982 legal system. Derived from various continental legal systems. Accepts compulsory ICJ jurisdiction. With reservations national holiday. Anniversary of the Declaration of the Republic, October 29, 1923. Executive branch. President, Presidential Council, Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister, Cabinet Legislative Branch. Unicameral Grand National Assembly. Bayuk Millet Meclisi, Judicial. Branch, Court of Cassation leaders. Chief of State, President Turgut Özal, since November 9, 1989. Head of Government, Prime Minister Yildirim Akbulut, since November 9, 1989. Deputy Prime Minister Ali Bozur, since March 31, 1989. Political parties and leaders. Motherland Party, NAP, Yildirim Akbulut. Social Democratic Populist Party, SHP. Erdal İnönü. Correct Way Party, CWP, Süleyman Demirel. Democratic Left Party, DLP, Bülent Ecevit. Prosperity Party, RP, Necmettin Erbakan. National Work Party, MCP, Alparslan Turks. Reform Democratic Party, IDP, Akit Edibali Suffrage. Universal at age 21 elections. Grand National Assembly. Last held November 29, 1987. Next to be held November 1992. Results: ANAP 36%, SHB 25%, CWP 19%, others 20%. Seats: 450 total. ANAP 283, SHB 81, CWP 56. Independents 26, vacant 4 communists. Strength and support negligible member of ASIMR, CCC, Council of Europe, EC, associate member. ECOSOC, FAO, GATT, IA, IBRD, ICAC, ICAO, IDA, IDB, Islamic Development Bank, IEA, IFAD, IFC, IHOLO, IMF, IMO, Intelsat, Interpol, IVOC, IPU, ITC, ITU, NATO, OECD, OIC, UN, UNESCO, UPU, WHO, WIPO, WMO, WSG, WDO, Diplomatic Representation. Ambassador Nuzhat Kandemir, Chancery at 1606, 23rd Street Northwest, Washington, D.C., 20008, telephone 202-387-3200. There are Turkish consulates general in Chicago, Houston, Los Angeles, and New York, U.S. Ambassador Morton Abramovitz. Embassy at 110 Ataturk Boulevard, Ankara. Mailing address is APO New York 09254-0001. Telephone 94-126-5470. There are U.S. consulates general in Istanbul and Izmir, and a consulate in Adana flag, red with a vertical white crescent. The closed portion is toward the hoist side, and white 5-pointed stars centered on the hoist side. Economy overview. The economic reforms that Turkey launched in 1980 continue to bring an impressive stream of benefits. The economy has grown steadily since the early 1980s, with real growth in per capita GDP increasing more than 6% annually. Agriculture remains the most important economic sector, employing about 60% of the labor force, accounting for almost 20% of GDP and contributing about 25% to exports. Impressive growth in recent years has not solved all of the economic problems facing Turkey. Inflation and interest rates remain high, and a large budget deficit will continue to provide difficulties for a country undergoing a substantial transformation from a centrally controlled to a free market economy. The government has launched a multi-million-dollar development program in the southeastern region, which includes the building of a dozen dams on the Tigris and Euphrates rivers to generate electric power and irrigate large tracts of farmland. The planned tapping of huge quantities of Euphrates water has raised serious concern in the downstream riparian nations of Syria and Iraq. GDP, $75 billion, per capita $1,350, real growth rate 1.8%, 1989 EST. Inflation rate, consumer prices 68.8%, 1989. Unemployment rate, 15.8%, 1988. Budget, revenues $12.1 billion, expenditures $14.5 billion, including capital expenditures of $2.08 billion, FY 88 EST. Exports, $11.7 billion, FOB 1988. Commodities, industrial products 70%, crops and livestock products 25%. Partners, FRG 18.4%, Iraq 8.5%, Italy 8.2%, US 6.5%, UK 4.9%, Iran 4.7% imports, $14.3 billion. CF, 1988. Commodities: crude oil, machinery, transport equipment, metals, pharmaceuticals, dyes, plastics, rubber, mineral fuels, fertilizers, chemicals. Partners: FRG 14.3%, US 10.6%, Iraq 10%, Italy 7%, France 5.8%, UK 5.2%. External debt: $36.3 billion. November 1989. Industrial production. Growth rate 7.4%. 1988. Electricity: 14,064,000 kilowatts capacity. 40,000 million kilowatt hours produced, 720 kilowatt hours per capita. 1989. Industries: textiles, food processing, mining, coal, chromite, copper, boron minerals, steel, petroleum, construction, lumber. Paper. Agriculture accounts for 20% of GDP and employs majority of population. Products: tobacco, cotton, grain, olives, sugar beets, pulses, citrus fruit, variety of animal products. Self-sufficient in food, most years illicit. Drugs: one of the world's major suppliers of illicit opiate products. Government maintains strict controls over areas of opium poppy cultivation and output of poppy straw concentrate. Aid. U.S. commitments, including Exim, FI 70-88, $2.2 billion. Western, non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1970-87, $7.9 billion. OPEC bilateral aid, 1979-89, $665 million. Communist countries, 1970-88, for $0.5 billion currency. Turkish lira, plural, liras. 1 Turkish lira, TL, equals 100 kuruş exchange. Rates: Turkish liras, TL, per 1 US dollar, 2,314.7. November 1989, 1,422.3. 1988, 857.2. 1987, 674.5. 1986, 522.0. 1985, fiscal year, calendar year. Communications railroads: 8,401 kilometers, 1.435 meter standard gauge. 479 kilometers electrified highways. 49,615 kilometers total. 26,915 kilometers bituminous. 16,500 kilometers gravel or crushed stone. 4,000 kilometers improved earth. 2,200 kilometers unimproved earth. 1985. Inland waterways: about 1,200 kilometers pipelines. 1,738 kilometers crude oil. 2,321 kilometers refined products. 708 kilometers natural gas ports. Iskenderun, Istanbul, Mersin, Izmir merchant marine. 327 ships, 1,000 JRT or over, totaling 2,972,465 JRT/5, 087, 620 DWT, includes 6 short sea passenger, 1 passenger, 1 passenger cargo, 193 cargo, 1 container, for roll-on/roll-off cargo, 3 refrigerated cargo, 1 livestock carrier, 35 petroleum, oils, and lubricants, POL, tanker, 15 chemical tanker, 2 liquefied gas, for combination or /oil, 1 specialized tanker, 55 bulk, for combination bulk, 1 specialized liquid cargo civil air, 30 major transport aircraft, 1985. Airports: 119 total, 112 usable, 69 with permanent surface runways, 3 with runways over 3,659 m, 30 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m, 28 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications, fair domestic and international systems. Trunk radio relay network: 3,100,000 telephones, stations, 15 AM, 45, 60 repeaters, FM, 61, for 176 repeaters, TV, communications satellite earth stations operating in the Intelsat, 1 Atlantic Ocean, and Eutelsat systems, 1 submarine telephone cable, Defense Forces branches. Land Forces, Navy, Air Force, Gendarmerie, Coast Guard military manpower. Males 15 to 49, 14,413,944. 8,813,430 fit for military service. 597,547 reach military age. 20. Annually defense expenditures. 3.9% of GDP, or $2.9 billion, 1989 EST. Country, Turks and Caicos Islands, dependent territory of the UK. Geography, total area, 430 square kilometers. Land area, 430 square kilometers. Comparative area, slightly less than 2.5 times the size of Washington, D.C. Land boundaries. None. Coastline, 389 kilometers. Maritime claims. Exclusive fishing zone, 200 nanometers. Territorial sea, 12 nanometers. Climate, tropical. Marine, moderated by trade winds. Sunny and relatively dry terrain. Low, flat limestone. Extensive marshes and mangrove swamps. Natural resources. Spiny lobster. Conch land use, 2% arable land. 0% permanent crops. 0% meadows and pastures. 0% forest and woodland. 98% other environment. 30 islands. 8 inhabited. Subject to frequent hurricanes. Note, located 190 kilometers north of the Dominican Republic in the North Atlantic Ocean. People population, 9,761. July 1990. Growth rate 2.3%. 1990. Birth rate, 25 births per 1,000 population. 1990. Death rate, 5 deaths/1,000 population. 1990. Net migration rate, 4 migrants/1,000 population. 1990. Infant mortality rate, 14 deaths/1,000 live births. 1990. Life expectancy at birth, 72 years male, 78 years female. 1990. Total fertility rate, 3.8 children born/woman. 1990. Nationality, no noun or adjectival forms. Ethnic divisions, majority of African descent. Religion, Anglican, Roman Catholic, Baptist, Methodist, Church of God. Seventh-day Adventist. Language, English. Official. Literacy, 99% EST. Labor force, NA, majority engaged in fishing and tourist industries. Some subsistence agriculture. Organized labor. St. George's Industrial Trade Union. Government long form name. None. Type, dependent territory of the UK. Capital, Grand Turk, Cockburn Town. Administrative divisions, none. Dependent territory of the UK. Independence, none. Dependent territory of the UK. Constitution, introduced August 30th, 1976, suspended in 1986. And a constitutional commission is currently reviewing its contents. Legal system, based on laws of England and Wales, with a small number adopted from Jamaica and the Bahamas. National holiday, Constitution Day, August 30th, 1976. Executive branch, British monarch, governor, executive council. Legislative branch, unicameral legislative council. Judicial branch, Supreme Court. Leaders, Chief of State, Queen Elizabeth II, since February 6, 1953, represented by Governor Michael J. Bradley, since 1987. Head of Government, Chief Minister Oswald O. Skippings, since March 3, 1988. Political parties and leaders, People's Democratic Movement, PDM, Oswald Skippings. Progressive National Party, PNP, Dan Malcolm and Norman Saunders. National Democratic Alliance, NDA, Ariel Missick. Suffrage, universal at age 18. Elections, Legislative Council, last held on March 3, 1988. Next to be held in A. Results, PDM 60%, PNP 30%, others 10%. Seats, 20 total, 13 elected, PDM 11. PNP 2 Communists. None diplomatic representation. As a dependent territory of the UK, the interests of the Turks and Caicos Islands are represented in the US by the UK. US. None flag. Blue with the flag of the UK in the upper hoist side quadrant, and the colonial shield centered on the outer half of the flag. The shield is yellow and contains a conch shell, lobster, and cactus. Economy overview. The economy is based on fishing, tourism, and offshore banking. Subsistence farming, corn and beans, exists only on the Caicos Islands, so that most foods, as well as non-food products, must be imported. GDP, $44.9 million, per capita, $5,000. Real growth rate in A%, 1986. Inflation rate, consumer prices in A%, unemployment rate, 12%, 1989. Budget, revenues $12.4 million. Expenditures $15.8 million, including capital expenditures of $2.6 million, FY87. Exports, $2.9 million, FOB, FY84. Commodities, lobster, dried and fresh conch shells. Partners, U.S., U.K. imports, $26.3 million, CF, FY84. Commodities, foodstuffs, drink, tobacco, clothing. Partners, U.S., U.K. external debt, $NA. Industrial production, growth rate in A% electricity, 9,050 kilowatts capacity, 11 million kilowatt hours produced, 1,160 kilowatt hours per capita, 1989. Industries, fishing, tourism, offshore financial services, agriculture, subsistence farming prevails, based on corn and beans, fishing more important than farming. Not self-sufficient in food aid. Western, non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1970 to 87, $92.8 million currency. U.S. currency is used exchange rates. U.S. currency is used fiscal year, calendar year. Communications highways, 121 kilometers, including 24 kilometers tarmac ports. Grand Turk, Salt Cay, Provincials, Cockburn Harbor Civil Air, Air Turks, and Caicos, passenger service, and Turks Air Ltd. Cargo service, airports, 7 total, 7 usable, for with permanent surface runways. None with runways over 2,439 m, for with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications, fair cable and radio services, 1,446 telephones, stations, 3 AM, no FM, several TV, 2 submarine cables, 1 Atlantic Ocean Intelsat Earth Station. Defense Forces note. Defense is the responsibility of the UK. Country, Tuvalu. Geography, total area, 26 square kilometers. Land area, 26 square kilometers. Comparative area, about 0.1 times the size of Washington, D.C. Land boundaries. None coastline, 24 kilometers. Maritime claims, extended economic zone, 200 nanometers. Territorial sea, 12 nanometers. Climate, tropical, moderated by easterly trade winds, March to November. Westerly gales and heavy rain, November to March. Terrain, very low-lying and narrow coral atolls. Natural resources, fish. Land use, 0% arable land, 0% permanent crops, 0% meadows and pastures, 0% forest and woodland, 100% other environment. Severe tropical storms are rare. Note, located 3,000 kilometers east of Papua New Guinea in the South Pacific Ocean. People population, 9,136, July 1990. Growth rate 2%, 1990. Birth rate, 30 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate, 10 deaths/1,000 population, 1990. Net migration rate, 0 migrants/1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate, 33 deaths/1,000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth, 60 years male, 63 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate, 3.1 children born/woman, 1990. Nationality, noun. Tuvaluenses, adjective. Tuvaluan ethnic divisions, 96% Polynesian religion, Christian, predominantly Protestant language. Tuvaluan, English literacy, less than 50% labor force. An A, organized labor. None, government long-form name. None type, democracy capital. Funafuti administrative divisions. None independence. October 1st, 1978, from UK. Formerly Ellis Islands, Constitution, October 1st, 1978, national holiday. Independence Day, October 1st, 1978, executive branch, British monarch, governor, general, prime minister, deputy prime minister, cabinet, legislative branch, unicameral parliament, judicial branch, high court leaders, chief of state, Queen Elizabeth II, since February 6, 1952, represented by Governor-General Tupua Lapina, since March 1, 1986, head of government, Prime Minister by Kinabu Piniu, since October 16, 1989, Deputy Prime Minister Dr. Alice Anna Saluka, since October 1989, political parties and leaders, none suffrage, universal at age 18 elections, Parliament, last, held September 28, 1989, next to be held by September 1993. Results, percent of vote NA, seats, 12 total, member of ACP, SCAP, associate member, GATT de facto, SPF, SPC, UPU, diplomatic representation, ambassador, vacant, U.S., none flag, light blue with the flag of the UK in the upper hoist side quadrant. The outer half of the flag represents a map of the country with 9 yellow 5-pointed stars symbolizing the 9 islands. Economy overview. Tuvalu consists of a scattered group of 9 coral atolls with poor quality soil. The country has a small economy, no known mineral resources, and few exports. Subsistence farming and fishing are the primary economic activities. The islands are too small and too remote for development of a tourist industry. Government revenues largely come from the sale of stamps and coins and worker remittances. Substantial income is received annually from an international trust fund established in 1987 by Australia, New Zealand, and the UK, and supported also by Japan and South Korea. GNP, $4.6 million, per capita, $530. Real growth rate in a percent, 1989 EST. Inflation rate, consumer prices 3.9%, 1984, unemployment rate. In a percent budget, revenues $2.59 million, expenditures $3.6 million, including capital expenditures of NA, 1983 EST. Exports, $1.0 million FOB, 1983 EST. Commodities, copra, partners, Fiji, Australia, NZ imports, $2.8 million CF, 1983 EST. Commodities, food, animals, mineral fuels, machinery, manufactured goods, partners, Fiji, Australia, NZ external. Debt, $NA industrial production, growth rate NA electricity, 2,600 kilowatts capacity, 3 million kilowatt hours produced, 350 kilowatt hours per capita, 1989. Industries, fishing, tourism, copra agriculture, coconuts, copra aid, U.S. commitments, including Exim, FI 70-87, $1 million, Western, non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1970 to 87, $84 million currency, Tuvaluan dollar and Australian dollar, plural, dollars, 1 Tuvaluan dollar, dollar T, or 1 Australian dollar, dollar A, equals 100 cents exchange rates, Tuvaluan, dollars, dollar T, or Australian dollars, dollar A, per 1 U.S. dollar, 1.2784, January 1990, 1.2618, 1989, 1.2752, 1988, 1.4267, 1987, 1.4905, 1986, 1.4269, 1985, fiscal year. A. Communications highways, 8 kilometers gravel ports, Funafuti, Nukufido, merchant marine, 1 passenger cargo, 1,000 GRT or over, totaling 1,043 GRT/450 IWT civil air. No major transport aircraft airports. 1 with runway 1,220 to 2,439 m telecommunications. Stations, 1 AM, no FM, no TV. 300 radio telephones, 4,000 radio receivers, 108 telephones. Defense Forces branches. NA military manpower. NA defense expenditures. NA country. Uganda. Geography. Total area. 236,040 square kilometers. Land area. 199,710 square kilometers. Comparative area. Slightly smaller than Oregon land boundaries. 2,698 kilometers total. Kenya 933 kilometers. Rwanda 169 kilometers. Sudan 435 kilometers. Tanzania 396 kilometers. Zaire 765 kilometers coastline. None. Landlocked maritime claims. None. Landlocked climate. Tropical. Generally rainy with 2 dry seasons. December to February. June to August. Semi-arid in northeast terrain. Mostly plateau with rim of mountains and natural resources. Copper, cobalt, limestone, salt land use. 23% arable land. 9% permanent crops. 25% meadows and pastures. 30% forest and woodland. 13% other. Includes NEGL% irrigated environment. Straddles equator. Deforestation. Overgrazing. Soil erosion note. Landlocked. People population. 17,960,262. July 1990. Growth rate 3.5%. 1990. Birth rate. 52 births per 1,000 population. 1990. Death rate. 17 deaths / 1,000 population. 1990. Net migration rate. 0 migrants / 1,000 population. 1990. Infant mortality rate. 107 deaths / 1,000 live births. 1990. Life expectancy at birth. 48 years male, 50 years female. 1990. Total fertility rate. 7.4 children born / woman. 1990. Nationality. Noun, Ugandans. Adjective, Ugandan ethnic divisions. 99% African. 1% European, Asian, Arab religion. 33% Roman Catholic, 33% Protestant, 16% Muslim. Rest indigenous beliefs language. English official, Luganda, and Swahili. Widely used. Other Bantu and Nilotic languages literacy. 57.3% labor force. For 1,500,000 EST. 94% subsistence activities. 6% wage earners, EST. 50% of population of working age. 1983. Organized labor. 125,000 union members. Government long-form name. Republic of Uganda type. Republic capital. Kampala administrative divisions. 10 provinces. Busoga, Central, Eastern, Karamoja, Nile, North Buganda, Northern, South Buganda, Southern, Western Independence. October 9, 1962, from UK. Constitution, 8. September 1967. Suspended following coup of July 27, 1985. In process of constitutional revision legal system. Government plans to restore system based on English common law and customary law and reinstitute a normal judicial system. Accepts compulsory ICJ jurisdiction with reservations national holiday. Independence Day, October 9, 1962, Executive Branch. President, Prime Minister, 3 Deputy Prime Ministers, Cabinet Legislative Branch. Unicameral National Resistance Council Judicial Branch. Court of Appeal, High Court Leaders. Chief of State, President Lieutenant General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, since January 29, 1986. Head of Government, Prime Minister Samson Bobby Miluluseka, since January 30, 1986. First Deputy Prime Minister Iria Katagaya, since NA. Political parties and leaders. Only party. National Resistance Movement. NRM. Note: the Uganda Patriotic Movement, UPM, Ugandan People's Congress, UPC, Democratic Party, DP, and Conservative Party, CP, are all prescribed from. Conducting public political activities. Suffrage. Universal at age 18 elections. National Resistance Council. Last held 11 to 28 February 1989. Next to be held after January 1995. Results: NRM is the only party. Seats: 278 total, 210 indirectly elected, NRM 210 other political parties or pressure groups. Uganda People's Democratic Movement, UPDM, Uganda People's Front, UPF, Uganda Freedom Movement, UFM, Holy Spirit Movement, HSM, Communists. Possibly a few sympathizers member of ACP, AFDB, CCC, Commonwealth, FAOG. 77, GATT, IA, IBRD, ICAC, IKO, ICO, IDA, IDB, Islamic Development Bank, IFAD, IFC, ILO, IMF, Intelsat, Interpol, ISO, ITU, NEM, OICN, UNESCO, UPU, WHO, WIPO, WMO, WDO, Diplomatic Representation. Ambassador Stephen Kapampina Katena Apuli, 5909, 16th Street Northwest, Washington, D.C., 20011. Telephone 202-726-7100 through 7102, U.S. Ambassador John A. Burroughs, Jr., Embassy at British High Commission Building, Obode Avenue, Kampala. Mailing address is P.O. Box 7007, Kampala. Telephone 256-41-259791 flag. 6 equal horizontal bands of black, top, yellow, red, black, yellow, and red. A white disc is superimposed at the center and depicts a red-crested crane, the national symbol, facing the staff side. Economy overview. Uganda has substantial natural resources, including fertile soils, regular rainfall, and sizable mineral deposits of copper and cobalt. For most of the past 15 years, the economy has been devastated by political instability, mismanagement, and civil war, keeping Uganda poor with a per capita income of about $300. GDP remains below the levels of the early 1970s, as does industrial production. Agriculture is the most important sector of the economy, employing over 80% of the workforce. Coffee is the major export crop and accounted for 97% of export revenues in 1988. Since 1986, the government has acted to rehabilitate and stabilize the economy by undertaking currency reform, raising producer prices on export crops, increasing petroleum prices, and improving civil service wages. The policy changes are especially aimed at dampening inflation, which was running at over 300% in 1987, and boosting production and export earnings. GDP, $4.9 billion, per capita $300, 1988. Real growth rate 6.1%, 1989 EST. Inflation rate, consumer prices 72%, FY 89. Unemployment rate, an A% budget. Revenues $365 million. Expenditures $545 million, including capital expenditures of $165 million. FY 89 EST. Exports $272 million. FOB 1988. Commodities: coffee 97%, cotton, tea. Partners: US 25%, UK 18%, France 11%, Spain 10% imports. $626 million. CF 1988. Commodities: petroleum products, machinery, cotton piece goods, metals, transportation equipment, food. Partners: Kenya 25%, UK 14%, Italy 13%. External debt $1.4 billion, 1989 EST. Industrial production, growth rate 25.1%, 1988. Electricity, 173,000 kilowatts capacity, 312 million kilowatt hours produced, 18 kilowatt hours per capita, 1989. Industries: sugar, brewing, tobacco, cotton, textiles, cement. Agriculture accounts for 57% of GDP and 83% of labor force. Cash crops: coffee, tea, cotton, tobacco. Food crops: cassava, potatoes, corn, millet, pulses. Livestock products: beef, goat meat, milk, poultry. Self-sufficient in food aid. U.S. commitments, including Exim, 1970 to 88, $123 million. Western, non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1970 to 87, $1.0 billion. OPEC bilateral aid, 1979 to 89, $60 million. Communist countries, 1970 to 88, $140 million currency. Ugandan shilling, plural, shillings. 1 Ugandan shilling, USH, equals 100 cents. Exchange rates. Ugandan shillings, USH, per 1 US dollar, 370, December 1989, 223.09, 1989, 106.14, 1988, 42.84, 1987, 14.00, 1986, 6.72, 1985, fiscal year, July 1st. 30 June, communications railroads. 1,300 kilometers, 1.000 meter gauge, single-track highways. 26,200 kilometers total. 1,970 kilometers paved. 5,849 kilometers crushed stone, gravel, and laterite. Remainder earth roads and tracks, inland waterways. Lake Victoria, Lake Albert, Lake Kyoga, Lake George, Lake Edward. Victoria Nile, Albert Nile. Principal inland waterports are at Jinja and Port Bell, both on Lake Victoria Merchant Marine. 1 roll-on/roll-off cargo, 1,000 JRT or over, totaling 1,697 JRT civil air. For major transport aircraft airports, 39 total, 30 usable, 5 with permanent surface runways, 1 with runways over 3,659 m, 3 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m, 10 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications. Fare system with radio relay and radio communication stations. 61,600 telephones. Stations. 10 AM, no FM, 9 TV. Satellite Earth stations. 1 Atlantic Ocean Intelsat and 1 Indian Ocean Intelsat. Defense Forces branches. National Resistance Army, NRA. Military manpower. Males 15 to 49, about 3,836,921. About 2,084,813 fit for military service defense expenditures. 1.4% of GDP. 1985. Country, United Arab Emirates. Geography, total area. 83,600 square kilometers. Land area. 83,600 square kilometers comparative area, slightly smaller than main land boundaries. 1,016 kilometers total. Oman 410 kilometers. Saudi Arabia 586 kilometers. Qatar 20 kilometers coastline. 1,448 kilometers maritime claims. Continental shelf, defined by bilateral boundaries or equidistant line, extended economic zone. 200 nanometers. Territorial sea. 3 nanometers disputes. Boundary with Qatar is in dispute. No defined boundary with Saudi Arabia. No. Defined boundary with most of Oman, but administrative line in far north. Claims 3 islands in the Persian Gulf occupied by Iran. Jaziri Abu Musa or Abu Musa. Jaziri Tumbi Bozorg or Greater Tund, and Jaziri Tumbi Kuchek or Lesser Tund. Climate. Desert. Cooler in eastern mountains terrain. Flat, barren coastal plain merging into rolling sand dunes of vast desert wasteland. Mountains in east, natural resources, crude oil and natural gas land use. NEGL% arable land. NEGL% permanent. Crops, 2% meadows and pastures. NEGL% forest and woodland. 98% other. Includes NEGL% irrigated environment. Frequent dust and sandstorms. Lack of natural freshwater resources being overcome by desalination plants. Desertification note. Strategic location along southern approaches to Strait of Hormuz, a vital transit point for world crude oil. People population, 2,253,624, July 1990. Growth rate 6%, 1990. Birth rate, 31 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate, 3 deaths/1,000 population, 1990. Net migration rate, 33 migrants/1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate, 24 deaths/1,000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth, 69 years male, 73 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate. 4.9 children born/woman. 1990. Nationality. Noun. Amirians. Adjective. Amirian ethnic divisions. 19% Amirian, 23% other Arab, 50% South Asian, fluctuating, 8% other expatriates, includes Westerners and East Asians. Less than 20% of the population are UAE citizens. 1982 religion. 96% Muslim, 16% Shia. 4% Christian, Hindu, and other language. Arabic official. Farsi and English widely spoken in major cities. Hindi, Urdu literacy. 68% labor force. 580,000, 1986 EST. 85% industry and commerce. 5% agriculture. 5% services. 5% government. 80% of labor force is foreign organized labor. Trade unions are illegal. Government long form name. United Arab Emirates, no short form name. Abbreviated. UAE type. Federation with specified powers delegated to the UAE central government and other powers reserved to member sheikdom's capital. Abu Dhabi administrative divisions. 7 Emirates. Emirat, singular, Imara. Abu Zabi, Ayman, Al Fajura, Ash-Sharika, Dubai, Ras Al Khaimah, Al Khawain Independence. December 2nd, 1971, from UK, formerly Trucial States. Constitution. December 2nd, 1971, provisional, legal system. Secular codes are being introduced by the UAE government and in several member sheikdoms. Islamic law remains influential national holiday. National Day, December 2nd, 1971, Executive Branch. President, Vice President, Supreme Council of Rulers, Prime Minister, Council of Ministers Legislative Branch, Unicameral Federal National Council Judicial Branch, Union Supreme Court Leaders, Chief of State, President Sheikh Zayed bin Sultan Al Nahyan of Abu Dhabi. Since December 2nd, 1971, Vice President Sheikh Rashid bin Said Al Maktoum of Dubai. Since December 2nd, 1971, Head of Government Prime Minister Sheikh Rashid bin Said Al Maktoum of Dubai, Prime Minister since April 30th, 1979. Deputy Prime Minister Maktoum bin Rashid Al Maktoum, since December 2nd, 1971. Political parties and leaders. None suffrage. None elections. None communists. And other political or pressure groups. A few small clandestine groups are active member of Arab League, CCC, FAO, G77, GATT, de facto, GCC, IBRD, ICAO, IDA, IDB, Islamic Development Bank, IFAD, IFC, ILO, IMF, IMO, Intelsat, Interpol, ITU, NAM, OPEC, OIC, OPEC, UN, UNESCO, UPU, WHO, WIPO, WDO, Diplomatic Representation, Ambassador Abdullah bin Zayed Al Nahyan. Chancery at Suite 740, 600, New Hampshire Avenue Northwest, Washington, D.C., 20037. Telephone 202-338-6500. U.S. Ambassador Edward S. Walker, Jr., Embassy at Al Sudan Street, Abu Dhabi. Mailing address is P.O. Box 4009, Abu Dhabi. Telephone 971 2-336,691. There is a U.S. Consulate General in Dubai flag. 3 equal horizontal bands of green, top, white, and black with a thicker vertical red band on the hoist side. Economy overview. The UAE has an open economy with one of the world's higher levels of income per capita. This wealth is based on oil and gas, and the fortunes of the economy fluctuate with the prices of those commodities. Since 1973, when petroleum prices shot up, the UAE has undergone a profound transformation from an impoverished region of small desert principalities to a modern state with a high standard of living. At present levels of production, crude oil reserves should last for over 100 years. GNP, $23.3 billion. Per capita, $11,680. Real growth rate, 2.1%. 1988. Inflation rate. Consumer prices 5 to 6%. 1988 EST. Unemployment rate. NEGL 1988. Budget. Revenues $3.5 billion. Expenditures $4.0 billion, including capital expenditures of $1 1989 EST. Exports $10.6 billion, FOB 1988 EST. Commodities, crude oil 75%, natural gas, re-exports, dried fish, dates, partners, U.S., EC, Japan imports, $8.5 billion, CF, 1988 EST. Commodities, food, consumer, and capital goods, partners, EC, Japan, U.S. External debt, $11.0 billion, December 1989 EST. Industrial production, growth rate, 9.3%, 1986. Electricity, 5,590,000 kilowatts capacity, 15,000 million kilowatt hours produced, 7,090 kilowatt hours per capita, 1989. Industries, petroleum, fishing, petrochemicals, construction materials, some boat building, handicrafts, pearling agriculture. Accounts for 1% of GNP and 5% of labor force. Cash crop, dates, food products, vegetables, watermelons, poultry, eggs, dairy, fish, only 25% self-sufficient in food aid. Donor, pledged $9.1 billion in bilateral aid to less developed countries, 1979 to 89. Currency, Emirian dirham, plural, dirhams, 1 Emirian dirham, DH, equals 100 fils exchange rates. Emirian dirhams, DH, per 1 US dollar, 3.6710, fixed rate. Fiscal year, calendar year, communications highways, 2,000 kilometers total, 1,800 kilometers bituminous, 200 kilometers gravel and graded earth pipelines, 830 kilometers crude oil, 870 kilometers natural gas, including natural gas liquids ports, Al Fujairah, Khor Fakkan, Mina Jabal Ali, Mina Khalid, Mina Rashid, Mina Sakr, Mina Zayed Merchant Marine, 47. Ships, 1,000 GRT or over, totaling 728,332 GRT/1. 181. 566 DWT. Includes 14 cargo, 7 container, 2 roll-on/roll-off cargo, 20 petroleum, oils, and lubricants, PUL, tanker, for bulk civil air, 8 major transport aircraft airports, 40 total, 34 usable, 19 with permanent surface runways, 8 with runways over 3,659 m, 5 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m, 4 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications. Adequate system of radio relay and coaxial cable. Key centers are Abu Dhabi and Dubai. 386,600 telephones. Stations, 8 AM, 3 FM, 12 TV. Satellite Earth stations, 1 Atlantic Ocean Intelsat, 2 Indian Ocean Intelsat, and 1 Arabsat. Submarine cables to Qatar, Bahrain, India, and Pakistan. Tropospheric scatter to Bahrain. Radio relay to Saudi Arabia. Defense Forces branches, Army, Navy, Air Force, Central Military Command, Federal Police Force military manpower. Males 15 to 49, 904,690, 498,082 fit for military service defense expenditures. $1.59 billion, 1987. Country, United Kingdom. Geography, total area, 244,820 square kilometers. Land area, 241,590 square kilometers. Includes Rockall and Shetland Islands comparative area, slightly smaller than Oregon land boundary. Ireland 360 kilometers coastline, 12,429 kilometers maritime claims. Continental shelf, 200 meters or to depth of exploitation or in accordance with agreed upon boundaries. Exclusive fishing zone, 200 nanometers, territorial sea, 12 nanometers disputes, maritime boundary with Ireland. Northern Ireland question with Ireland, Gibraltar. Question with Spain. Argentina claims Falkland Islands, Islas Malvinas. Argentina claims South Georgia and the South Sandwich Islands. Mauritius claims island of Diego Garcia in British Indian Ocean Territory. Hong Kong is scheduled to become a special administrative region of China in 1997. Rockall Continental Shelf dispute involving Denmark, Iceland, and Ireland. Ireland and the UK have signed a boundary agreement in the Rockall area. Territorial claim in Antarctica, British Antarctic. Territory, climate, temperate, moderated by prevailing southwest winds over the North Atlantic Current. More than half of the days are overcast terrain, mostly rugged hills and low mountains. Level to rolling plains and east and southeast natural resources. Coal, crude oil, natural gas, tin, limestone, iron, ore, salt, clay, chalk, gypsum, lead, silica land use. 29% arable land. NEGL percent permanent crops. 48% meadows and pastures. 9% forest and woodland. 14% other. Includes 1% irrigated environment. Pollution control measures improving air, water quality. Because of heavily indented coastline, no location is more than 125 kilometers from tidal waters. Note. Lies near vital North Atlantic Sea lanes. Only 35 kilometers from France. People population, 57,365,665, July 1990. Growth rate 0.3%. 1990. Birth rate, 14 births per 1,000 population. 1990. Death rate, 11 deaths/1,000 population. 1990. Net migration rate, 0 migrants/1,000 population. 1990. Infant mortality rate, 7 deaths/1,000 live births. 1990 life expectancy at birth, 73 years male, 79 years female. 1990 total fertility rate, 1.8 children born/woman. 1990 nationality. Noun, Britons, British collective PL. Adjective, British ethnic divisions, 81.5% English, 9.6% Scottish, 2.4% Irish, 1.9% Welsh, 1.8% Ulster, 2.8% West Indian, Indian, Pakistani, and other religion, 27.0 million Anglican, 5.3 million Roman Catholic, 2.0 million Presbyterian, 760,000 Methodist, 410,000 Jewish language. English, Welsh, about 26% of population of. Wales, Scottish form of Gaelic, about 60,000 in Scotland. Literacy, 99% labor force, 28,120,000. 53.3% services, 23.6% manufacturing and construction, 10.8% self-employed, 6.8% government, 1% agriculture. 1988, organized labor, 37% of labor force. 1987, government long-form name, United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, abbreviated UK type. Constitutional monarchy capital, London administrative divisions, 47 counties, 7 metropolitan counties, 26 districts, 9 regions, and 3 islands areas. England, 39 counties, 7 metropolitan counties *. Avon, Bedford, Berkshire, Buckingham, Cambridge, Cheshire, Cleveland, Cornwall, Cumbria, Derby, Devon, Dorset, Durham, East Sussex, Essex, Gloucester, Greater London *, Greater Manchester *, Hampshire, Hereford and Worcester, Hertford, Humberside, Isle of Wight, Kent, Lancashire, Leicester, Lincoln, Merseyside *, Norfolk, Northampton, Northumberland, North Yorkshire, Nottingham, Oxford, Shropshire, Somerset, South Yorkshire *, Stafford, Suffolk, Surrey, Tyne, and where *, Warwick, West Midlands *, West Sussex, West Yorkshire *, Wiltshire, Northern Ireland, 26 districts, Antrim, Ards, Armagh, Ballymena, Ballymoney, Banbridge, Belfast, Carrickfergus, Castlereagh, Coleraine, Cookstown, Craigavon, Down, Fermanagh, Larne, Mavity, Lisburn, Londonderry, Maherfelt, Moyle, Newry and Mourne, Newtown Abbey, North Down, Omagh, Strabane, Scotland. 9 regions, 3 islands areas *. Borders, Central, Dumfries and Galloway, Fife, Grampian, Highland, Lothian, Orkney *, Shetland *, Strathclyde, Tayside, Western Isles * Wales, 8 counties, CLWID, Dyfed, Gwent, Gwinnett, Mid Glamorgan, Powys, South Glamorgan, West Glamorgan Independence, January 1st, 1801, United Kingdom established constitution. Unwritten, partly statutes, partly common law and practice dependent areas. Anguilla, Bermuda, British Indian Ocean Territory, British Virgin Islands, Cayman Islands, Falkland Islands, Gibraltar, Guernsey, Hong Kong, scheduled to become a special administrative region of China in 1997. Jersey, Isle of Man, Montserrat, Pitcairn Islands, St. Helena, South Georgia and the South Sandwich Islands, Turks and Caicos Islands legal system. Common law tradition with early Roman and modern continental influences. No judicial review of acts of parliament. Accepts compulsory ICJ jurisdiction. With reservations national holiday. Celebration of the birthday of the Queen, second Saturday in June. June 10th, 1989 Executive Branch. Monarch, Prime Minister. Cabinet Legislative Branch. Bicameral Parliament consists of an upper house or House of Lords and a lower house or House of Commons judicial branch. House of Lords leaders. Chief of State. Queen Elizabeth II, since February 6, 1952. Heir apparent Prince Charles, son of the Queen, born November 14, 1948. Head of Government. Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher, since May 4, 1979. Deputy Prime Minister Geoffrey Howe, since July 24, 1989. Political parties and leaders. Conservative, Margaret Thatcher. Labour, Neil Kinnock. Social Democratic, David Owen, disbanded June 3, 1990. Social and Liberal Democratic Party, Jeremy, Paddy, Ashdown. Communist, Nina Temple. Scottish National, Gordon Wilson. Plaid Cymru, Daffyd Thomas. Ulster Unionist, James Molyneux. Democratic Unionist, Ian Paisley. Social Democratic and Labour, John Hume. Provisional Sinn Féin, Gerry Adams. Alliance/Northern Ireland suffrage. Universal at age 18 elections. House of Commons. Last held June 11, 1987. Next to be held by. June 1992. Results: Conservative 43%, Labour 32%, Social and Liberal Democratic Party 23%, Others 2%. Seats: 650 total. Conservative 376, Labour 228, Social and Liberal Democratic Party 18. Ulster official. Unionist Northern Ireland 9. Social Democratic Party 4, Scottish National Party 4, Plaid Cymru, Welsh Nationalist 3. Ulster Democratic Unionist, Northern Ireland 3. Social Democratic and Labour, Northern Ireland 3. Ulster Popular Unionist, Northern Ireland 1. Sinn Féin, Northern Ireland 1. Communists 15,961 other political or pressure groups. Trades Union. Congress, Confederation of British Industry, National Farmers Union, Campaign for Nuclear Disarmament member of ADB, CCC, Colombo Plan, Council of Europe, DAC, EC, ESCAP, ESA, FAO, GATT, IEA, IBRD, ICAC, ICAO, ICES, ICO, IDA, IDB, Inter-American Development Bank, IAIFAD, IFC, IHOLO, ILZSG, IMF, IMO, Intelsat, Interpol, IGOC, IPU, IRC, ISO, ITC, ITU, IWC, International Whaling Commission, IWC, International Wheat Council, NATO, OECD, UN, UPU, WU, WHO, WIPO, WMO, WSG Diplomatic. Representation. Ambassador Sir Anthony Ackland. Chancery at 3100 Massachusetts Avenue Northwest, Washington, D.C., 20008. Telephone 202-462-1340. There are British consulates general in Atlanta, Boston, Chicago, Cleveland, Houston, Los Angeles, New York, and San Francisco, and consulates in Dallas, Miami, and Seattle. U.S. Ambassador Henry E. Caddo. Embassy at 2431 Grosvenor Square, London, W.1A1AE. Mailing address is Box 40, FPO New York 09509. Telephone 4401-499-9000. There are U.S. consulates. General in Belfast and Edinburgh flag. Blue with the red cross of St. George, patron saint of England, edged in white superimposed on the diagonal red cross of St. Patrick, patron saint of Ireland, which is superimposed on the diagonal white cross of St. Andrew, patron saint of Scotland. known as the Union flag or Union Jack. The design and colors, especially the blue ensign, have been the basis for a number of other flags, including dependencies, Commonwealth countries, and others. Economy. Overview. The UK is one of the world's great trading powers and financial centers, and its economy ranks among the 4 largest in Europe. The economy is essentially capitalistic with a generous admixture of social welfare programs and government ownership. Over the last decade, the Thatcher government has halted the expansion of welfare measures and has promoted extensive reprivatization of the government economic sector. Agriculture is intensive, highly mechanized, and efficient by European standards, producing about 60% of food needs with only 1% of the labor force. Industry is a mixture of public and private enterprises, employing about 24% of the workforce and generating 22% of GDP. The UK is an energy-rich nation with large coal, natural gas, and oil reserves. Primary energy production accounts for 12% of GDP, one of the highest shares of any industrial nation. Following the recession of 1979 to 81, the economy has enjoyed the longest period of continuous economic growth it has had during the last 30 years. During the period 1982 to 89, real GDP grew by about 25%, while the inflation rate of 14% was nearly halved. Between 1986 and 1989, unemployment fell from 11% to about 6%. As a major trading nation, the UK will continue to be greatly affected by world boom or recession, swings in the international oil market, productivity trends in domestic industry, and the terms on which the economic integration of Europe proceeds. GDP, $818.0 billion. Per capita, $14,300. Real growth rate, 2.3%. 1989 EST. Inflation rate, consumer prices, 7.8%. 1989. Unemployment rate, 6.4%. 1989. Budget. Revenues, $348.7 billion. Expenditures, $327.8 billion, including capital expenditures of $42.0 billion. FY 89. Exports, $151.0 billion. FOB, 1989. Commodities, manufactured goods, machinery, fuels, chemicals, semi-finished goods, transport equipment. Partners, EC 50.4%, FRG 11.7%, France 10.2%, Netherlands 6.8%, US 13%, communist countries 2.3% imports. $189.2 billion. CF, 1989. Commodities, manufactured goods, machinery, semi-finished goods, foodstuffs, consumer goods. Partners, EC 52.5%, FRG 16.6%, France 8.8%, Netherlands 7.8%, US 10.2%, communist countries 2.1%, external debt, $15.7 billion. 1988, industrial production. Growth rate 0.9%. 1989, electricity. 98 million kilowatts capacity. 361,990 million kilowatt hours produced. 6,350 kilowatt hours per capita. 1989, industries. Machinery and transportation equipment. Metals. Food processing. Paper and paper products. Textiles. Chemicals. Clothing. Other. Consumer goods, motor vehicles, aircraft, shipbuilding, petroleum, coal, agriculture account for only 1.5% of GNP and 1% of labor force. Highly mechanized and efficient farms. Wide variety of crops and livestock products produced. About 60% self-sufficient in food and feed needs. Fish catch of 665,000 metric tons. 1987. Aid. Donor. ODA and OOF commitments, 1970 to 87. $18.9 billion currency. British pound or pound sterling, plural, pounds. 1 British pound L equals 100 pence exchange rates. British pounds L per 1 US dollar, 0.6055, January 1990, 0.6099, 1989, 0.5614, 1988, 0.6102, 1987, 0.6817, 1986, 0.7714, 1985, fiscal year, April 1st, 31 March. Communications railroads, Great Britain, 16,629 kilometers total. British Railways, BR, operates 16,629 kilometers, 1.435 meter standard gauge, 4,205 kilometers electrified, and 12,591 kilometers double or multiple track. Several additional small standard gauge and narrow gauge lines are privately owned and operated. Northern Ireland Railways, NIR, operates 332 kilometers, 1.600 meter gauge, 190 kilometers double track highways. UK, 362,982 kilometers total. Great Britain, 339,483 kilometers paved, including 2,573 kilometers limited access divided highway. Northern Ireland, 23,499 kilometers, 22,907 paved, 592 kilometers gravel. Inland waterways, 2,291 total. British Waterways Board, 606 kilometers. Port authorities, 706 kilometers. Other 979 kilometers pipelines. 933 kilometers crude oil, almost all insignificant. 2,993 kilometers refined products. 12,800 kilometers natural gas ports. London, Liverpool, Felixstowe, Tees, and Hartlepool. Dover, Sullenvoe. Southampton Merchant Marine. 285 ships, 1,000 RT or over, totaling 174, 142 GRT/9, 024, 090 DWT. Includes 7 passenger, 22 short sea passenger, 44 cargo, 44 container, 21 roll-on/roll-off cargo, 9 refrigerated cargo, 1 vehicle carrier, 1 rail car carrier, 78 petroleum, oils, and lubricants, PUL, tanker for chemical tanker, 5 liquefied gas, 2 combination or /oil, 1 specialized tanker, 45 bulk, 1 combination bulk civil air, 618 major transport aircraft airports, 522 total, 379 usable, 245 with permanent surface runways, 1 with runways over 3,659 m, 37 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m, 132 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications, modern, efficient domestic and international system, 30,200,000 telephones, excellent countrywide broadcast systems, stations, 223 AM, 165, 396 relays, FM, 205, 3,210 relays, TV, 38 coaxial submarine cables, communication satellite earth stations operating in Intelsat, 7 Atlantic Ocean and 3 Indian Ocean, Marisat, and Eutelsat systems, Defense Forces. Branches, Royal Navy, includes Royal Marines, Army, Royal Air Force military manpower. Males 15 to 49, 14,460,2,993, 12,180,580 fit for military service. No conscription defense expenditures. For 0.3% of GDP, or $35 billion, 1989 EST. Country, United States. Geography, total area, 9,372,610 square kilometers. Land area, 9,166,600 square kilometers, includes only the 50 states and District of Columbia comparative area, about 4/10 the size of USSR, about 1/3 the size of Africa, about 1/2 the size of South America, or slightly larger than Brazil, slightly smaller than China, about 2 1/2 times the size of Western Europe. Land boundaries, 12,248.1 kilometers total. Canada, 8,893 kilometers, including 2,477 kilometers with Alaska. Mexico, 3,326 kilometers. Cuba, U.S. Naval Base at Guantanamo, 29.1 kilometers coastline, 19,924 kilometers maritime claims. Contiguous zone, 12 nanometers. Continental shelf, not specified. Extended economic zone, 200 nanometers. Territorial sea, 12 nanometers. Disputes. Maritime boundary disputes with Canada. U.S. naval base at Guantanamo is leased from Cuba, and only mutual agreement or U.S. abandonment of the area can terminate the lease. Haiti claims Navassa Island, has made no territorial claim in Antarctica, but has reserved the right to do so, and does not recognize the claims of any other nation. Climate, mostly temperate, but varies from tropical Hawaii to Arctic Alaska, arid to semi-arid in west with occasional warm, dry Chinook wind terrain. Vast. Central plain, mountains in west, hills and low mountains in east, rugged mountains and broad river valleys in Alaska, rugged, volcanic topography in Hawaii. Natural resources. Coal, copper, lead, molybdenum, phosphates, uranium, bauxite, gold, iron, mercury, nickel, potash, silver, tungsten, zinc, crude oil, natural gas, timber. Land use, 20% arable land. NEGL% permanent crops, 26% meadows and pastures, 29% forest and woodland, 25% other, includes 2% irrigated environment. Pollution control. Measures improving air and water quality, acid rain, agricultural fertilizer and pesticide pollution, management of sparse natural water resources in west, desertification, tsunamis, volcanoes, and earthquake activity around Pacific Basin. Continuous permafrost in northern Alaska is a major impediment to development. Note. World's fourth largest country, after USSR, Canada, and China. People population, 250,410,000, July 1990. Growth rate, 0.9%. 1990. Birth rate, 15 births per 1,000 population. 1990. Death rate, 9 deaths/1,000 population. 1990, net migration rate, 2 migrants/1,000 population. 1990, infant mortality rate, 10 deaths/1,000 live births. 1990, life expectancy at birth, 73 years male, 80 years female. 1990, total fertility rate, 1.9 children born/woman. 1990, nationality, noun, Americans. Adjective, American ethnic divisions, 85% white, 12% black, 3% other. 1985, religion, Protestant 61%, Baptist 21%, Methodist 12%, Lutheran 8%, Presbyterian 4%, Episcopalian 3%, other. Protestant 13%, Roman Catholic 25%, Jewish 2%, other 5%, none 7%. Language, predominantly English. Sizable Spanish-speaking minority literacy. 99% labor force. 125,557,000, includes armed forces and unemployed. Civilian labor force, 123,869,000. 1989, organized labor. 16,960,000 members. 16.4% of labor force. 1989. Government long form name. United States of America, abbreviated U.S. or USA type. Federal Republic. Strong democratic tradition. Capital, Washington, D.C. Administrative divisions, 50. States and 1 district asterisk. Alabama, Alaska, Arizona, Arkansas, California, Colorado, Connecticut, Delaware, District of Columbia asterisk, Florida, Georgia, Hawaii, Idaho, Illinois, Indiana, Iowa, Kansas, Kentucky, Louisiana, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, Michigan, Minnesota, Mississippi, Missouri, Montana, Nebraska, Nevada, New Hampshire, New Jersey, New Mexico, New York, North Carolina, North Dakota, Ohio, Oklahoma, Oregon, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, South Carolina, South Dakota, Tennessee, Texas, Utah, Vermont, Virginia, Washington, West Virginia, Wisconsin, Wyoming. Independence. July 4, 1776, from England. Constitution. September 17, 1787, effective June 4, 1789. Dependent areas. American Samoa, Baker Island, Guam, Howland Island, Jarvis Island, Johnston Atoll, Kingman Reef, Midway Islands, Navassa Island, Palmyra Atoll, Puerto Rico, Virgin Islands, Wake Island. Since July 18, 1947, the U.S. has administered the Trust Territory of the Pacific Islands, but recently entered into a new political relationship with 3 of the 4 political units. The Northern Mariana Islands is a commonwealth associated with the U.S., effective November 3, 1986. Palau concluded a compact of free association with the U.S. that was approved by the U.S. Congress, but to date the compact process has not been completed in Palau, which continues to be administered by the U.S. as the Trust Territory of the Pacific Islands. The Federated States of Micronesia signed a compact of free association with the U.S., effective November 3, 1986. The Republic of the Marshall Islands signed a compact of free association with the U.S., effective October 21, 1986. Legal system. Based on English common law. Judicial review of legislative acts. Accepts compulsory ICJ jurisdiction, with reservations national holiday. Independence Day, July 4, 1776, Executive Branch. President, Vice President, Cabinet Legislative Branch. Bicameral Congress consists of an upper house or Senate and a lower house or House of Representatives judicial branch. Supreme Court leaders, Chief of State and Head of Government. President George Bush, since January 20, 1989. Vice President Dan Quayle, since January 20, 1989. Political parties and leaders. Republican Party, Lee Atwater, National Committee Chairman, and Jeannie Austin, Co-Chairman. Democratic Party, Ronald H. Brown, National Committee Chairman. Several other groups or parties of minor political significance. Suffrage. Universal at age 18 elections. President. Last held November 8, 1988. Next to be held November 3, 1992. Results. George Bush, Republican Party. 53.37%. Michael Dukakis, Democratic Party. 45.67%. Others 0.96%. Senate. Last held November 8, 1988. Next to be held November 6, 1990. Results. Democratic Party 52.1%. Republican Party 46.2%. Others 1.7%. Seats 100 total. Democratic Party 55. Republican Party 45. House of Representatives. Last held November 8, 1988. Next to be held November 6, 1990. Results. Democratic Party 53.2%, Republican Party 45.3%, others 1.5%. Seats 435 total. Democratic Party 259, Republican Party 174, vacant 2 communists. Communist Party claimed 15,000 to 20,000. Members: Gus Hall, General Secretary. Socialist Workers' Party claimed 1,800 members. Jack Barnes, National Secretary member of ADB, ANZUS, CCC, Colombo Plan, DAC, FAO, SCAP, GATT, IDB, IA, IBRD, ICAC, ICAO, ICM, ISIS, ICO, IDA, IDB, Inter-American Development Bank, IA, IFAD, IFC, IHO, ILO, ILZSG, IMF, IMO, Intelsat, Interpol, IPU, IRC, ITC, ITU, IWC, International Whaling Commission, IWC, International Wheat Council, NATO, OECD, PEHO, SPC, UN, UPU, WHO, WIPO, WMO, WSG, WDO. Diplomatic representation. U.S. Representative to the UN, Ambassador Thomas R. Pickering. Mission at 799, United Nations Plaza, New York, New York, 10017. Telephone 212-415-4444 flag. 13 equal horizontal stripes of red, top and bottom, alternating with white. There is a blue rectangle in the upper hoist side corner bearing 50 small, white 5-pointed stars arranged in 9 offset horizontal rows of 6 stars, top and bottom, alternating with rows of 5 stars. The 50 stars represent the 50 states. The 13 stripes represent the 13 original colonies, known as Old Glory. The design and colors have been the basis for a number of other flags, including Chile, Liberia, Malaysia, and Puerto Rico. Economy overview. The U.S. has the most powerful and diversified economy in the world, with a per capita GNP of over $21,000, the largest among the major industrial nations. In 1989, the economy entered its 8th successive year of growth, the longest in peacetime history. The expansion has featured continued moderation in wage and consumer price increases, an unemployment rate of 5.2%, the lowest in 10 years, and an inflation rate of 4.8%. On the negative side, the U.S. enters the 1990s with massive budget and trade deficits, huge and rapidly rising medical costs, and inadequate investment in industrial capacity and economic infrastructure. GNP, $5,233.3 billion, per capita $21,082, real growth rate 2.9%, 1989, inflation rate, consumer prices 4.8%, 1989, unemployment rate 5.2%, 1989, budget, revenues $976 billion, expenditures $1,137 billion, including capital expenditures of FY 89 EST. Exports, $322.3 billion, FOB, 1988. Commodities, capital goods, automobiles, industrial supplies and raw materials, consumer goods, agricultural products, partners, Canada 22.9%, Japan 11.8%, 1988. Imports, $440.9 billion, CF, 1988. Commodities, crude and partly refined petroleum, machinery, automobiles, consumer goods, industrial raw materials, food and beverages. Partners, Japan 19.6%, Canada 19.1%, 1988. External debt, $532 billion, December 1988. Industrial production, growth rate 3.3%, 1989. Electricity, 776,550,000 kilowatts capacity, 2,958,300 million kilowatt hours produced, 11,920 kilowatt hours per capita, 1989. Industries, leading industrial power in the world, highly diversified, petroleum, steel, motor vehicles, aerospace, telecommunications, chemicals, electronics, food processing, consumer goods, fishing, lumber, mining, agriculture, account for 2% of GNP and 2.8% of labor force. Favorable climate and soils support a wide variety of crops and livestock production. World second largest producer and number one exporter of grain. Surplus food producer. Fish catch of 5.7 million metric tons. 1987. Illicit drugs. Illicit producer of cannabis for domestic consumption, with 1987 production estimated at 3,500 metric tons, or about 25% of the available marijuana. Ongoing eradication program aimed at small plots and greenhouses has not reduced production aid. Donor commitments, including FY 80-88, $90.5 billion currency. United States dollar, plural dollars, one United States dollar, US dollars, equals 100 cents exchange rates. British pounds, L, per US dollars, 0.6055, January 1990, 0.6099, 1989, 0.5614, 1988, 0.6102, 1987, 0.6817, 1986, 0.7714, 1985, Canadian dollars, Kin dollar, per US dollars, 1.1885, February 1990, 1.2307, 1988, 1.3260, 1987, 1.3895, 1986, French francs, F per US dollars, 5.695, February 1990, 5.9569, 1988, 6.0107, 1987, 6.9261, 1986, 8.9852, 1985. Italian lire, lit, per US dollars, 1,244.8, February 1990, 1,301.6, 1988, 1,296.1, 1987, 1,490.8, 1986, 1,909.4, 1985, Japanese yen, Y, per US dollars, 145.55, February 1990, 128.15, 1988, 144.64, 1987, 168.52, 1986, 238.54, 1985, FRG Deutsche Marks, DM, per US dollars, 1.6775, February 1990, 1.7562, 1988, 1.7974, 1987, 2.1715, 1986, 2.9440, 1985, fiscal year, October 1st, 30 September, communications railroads, 270,312 kilometers highways, 6,365,590 kilometers, including 88,641 kilometers expressways, inland waterways, 41,009 kilometers of navigable inland channels, exclusive of the Great Lakes, EST, pipelines, 275,800 kilometers petroleum, 305,300 kilometers natural gas, 1985, ports, Anchorage, Baltimore, Beaumont, Boston, Charleston, Cleveland, Duluth, Freeport, Galveston, Hampton Roads, Honolulu, Houston, Jacksonville, Long Beach, Los Angeles, Milwaukee, Mobile, New Orleans, New York, Philadelphia, Portland, Oregon, Richmond, California, San Francisco, Savannah, Seattle, Tampa, Wilmington Merchant Marine, 373 ships, 1,000 GRT or over, totaling NAGRT/NADWT. Includes 2 passenger cargo, 37 cargo, 22 bulk, 165 tanker, 13 tanker tug, barge, 10 liquefied gas, 124 intermodal. In addition, there are 248 government-owned vessels civil air, 3,297 commercial multi-engine transport aircraft, including 2,989 jet, 231 turboprop, 77 piston, 1985 airports, 15,422 in operation, 1981 telecommunications, 182,558,000 telephones, stations, 4,892 AM, 5,200 FM, including 3,915 commercial and 1,285 public broadcasting, 7,296 TV, including 796 commercial, 300 public broadcasting, and 6,200 commercial cable, 495 million radio receivers, 1982, 150 million TV sets, 1982, satellite Earth stations, 45 Atlantic Ocean Intelsat, and 16 Pacific Ocean Intelsat, Defense Forces branches, Department of the Army, Department of the Navy, including Marine Corps, Department of the Air Force military manpower, 2,247,000 total, 781,000 Army, 599,000 Air Force, 793,000 Navy. Includes 200,000 Marine Corps, 1988, defense expenditures, 5.8% of GNP, or $302.8 billion, 1989. Country, Uruguay, geography, total area, 176,220 square kilometers, land area, 173,620 square kilometers, comparative area, slightly smaller than Washington state land boundaries, 1,564 kilometers total. Argentina, 579 kilometers. Brazil, 985 kilometers coastline, 660 kilometers maritime claims. Continental shelf, 200 meters or to depth of exploitation. Territorial sea, 200 nanometers, overflight and navigation. Permitted beyond 12 nanometers, disputes. Short section of boundary with Argentina is in dispute. 2 short sections of the boundary with Brazil are in dispute. Arroyo de la Invernada area of the Rio Quaurai and the islands at the confluence of the Rio Quaurai and the Uruguay. Climate, warm temperate. Freezing temperatures, almost unknown terrain. Mostly rolling plains and low hills. Fertile coastal lowland natural resources. Soil, hydropower potential. Minor minerals land use. 8% arable land. NEGL%. Permanent crops, 78% meadows and pastures, 4% forest and woodland, 10% other. Includes 1% irrigated environment. Subject to seasonally high winds, droughts, floods. People population, 3,036,660, July 1990. Growth rate 0.6%, 1990. Birth rate, 17 births per 1,000 population. 1990. Death rate, 10 deaths/1,000 population. 1990. Net migration rate, 2 migrants/1,000 population. 1990. Infant mortality rate, 22 deaths/1,000 live births. 1990. Life expectancy at birth, 70 years male, 76 years female. 1990. Total fertility rate, 2.4 children born/woman. 1990. Nationality. Noun, Uruguayans. Adjective, Uruguayan ethnic divisions. 88% white, 8% mestizo, 4% black religion. 66% Roman Catholic, less than half adult population attends church regularly. 2% Protestant, 2% Jewish. 30% non-professing or other language. Spanish literacy. 94% labor force. 1,300,000. 25% government. 19% manufacturing. 11% agriculture. 12% commerce. 12% utilities, construction, transport, and communications. 21% other. Service, 1988. Organized labor. Interunion Workers Assembly/National Workers Confederation, PIT/CNT, Labor Federation, Government long form name. Oriental Republic of Uruguay type. Republic capital. Montevideo Administrative Divisions. 19 departments, departamentos, singular, departamento. Artigas, Canelones, Cerro Largo, Colonia, Durazno, Flores, Florida, Lavalleja, Maldonado, Montevideo, Paysandú, Rio Negro, Rivera, Rocha, Salto, San Jose, Soriano, Tacuarembó, Trino y Trace Independence. August 25, 1828, from Brazil, Constitution. November 27, 1966, effective February 1967, suspended June 27, 1973, new constitution rejected by referendum November 30, 1980 legal system. Based on Spanish civil law system. Accepts compulsory ICJ jurisdiction national holiday. Independence Day. August 25, 1828, executive branch. President, Vice President, Council of Ministers, Cabinet, Legislative branch. Bicameral Congress, Congreso, consists of an upper chamber or Senate, Senado, and a lower chamber or chamber. Of deputies, Cámara del Diputados, judicial branch. Supreme Court leaders, Chief of State and Head of Government, President Luis Alberto Lacalle, since March 1, 1990. Vice President Gonzalo Aguirre, since March 1, 1990. Political parties and leaders. National, Blanco Party, Roberto Rubio. Colorado Party, Broad Front Coalition. Liber Seregni includes Communist Party led by Jaime Perez and National Liberation Movement. MLN, or Tupamaros, led by Eleuterio Fernandez Huidobro. New Space Coalition. Consists of the Party of the Government of the People, PGP, led by Hugo Batalla, Christian Democratic Party, PDC, and Civic Union led by Humberto Saganda. Suffrage. Universal and compulsory at age 18 elections. President. Last held November 26, 1989. Next to be held November 1994. Results. Luis Lacalle, Blanco, 37%. Jorge Battle, Colorado, 29%. Liber Seregni, Broad Front, 20%. Senate. Last held November 26, 1989. Next to be held November 1994. Results. Blanco, 40%. Colorado, 30%. Broad Front. 23%, New Space 7%. Seats. 30 total, Blanco 12, Colorado 9, Broad Front 7, New Space 2. Chamber of Deputies. Last held in November 1989, next to be held November 1994. Results, Blanco 39%, Colorado 30%, Broad Front 22%, New Space 8%, Others 1%. Seats, 99 total. Number of seats by party and A communists. 50,000 member of CCC FAO G77 GATT Group of 8 IDB IBRD ICAO IB Inter-American Development Bank IFAD IFC ILO IMF IMO Intelsat Interpol IRC ITOS PEHOSILA UN UNESCO UPU WIPO WMO WSG Diplomatic Representation. Ambassador Juan Podesta Opinion. Chancery at 1918 F Street in W. Washington, D.C. 2006. Telephone 202-331-1313 There are Uruguayan consulates general in Los Angeles, Miami, and New York, and a consulate in New Orleans, U.S. Ambassador Malcolm R. Wilkie. Embassy at Laurel Muller 1776, Montevideo. Mailing address is APO Miami 34035. Telephone 598 240-90-51 flag. 9 equal horizontal stripes of white, top and bottom, alternating with blue. There's a white square in the upper hoist side corner with a yellow sun bearing human face, known as the Sun of May, and 16 rays alternately triangular and wavy. Economy overview. The economy is slowly recovering from the deep recession of 1981 to 84. In 1986, real GDP grew by 6.6%, and in 1987 by 4.9%. The recovery was led by growth in the agriculture and fishing sectors. Agriculture alone contributing 20% to GDP, employing about 11% of the labor force, and generating a large proportion of export earnings. Raising livestock, particularly cattle and sheep, is the major agricultural activity. In 1988, despite healthy exports and an improved current account, domestic growth slowed because of government concentration on the external sector, adverse weather conditions, and prolonged strikes. High inflation rates of about 80%, a large domestic debt, and frequent strikes remain major economic problems for the government. GDP, $8.8 billion, per capita $2,950, real growth rate 1%, 1989 EST. Inflation rate, consumer prices 80%, 1989 EST. Une emploiement hot, 9.0%, 1989. Budget, revenues $1.2 billion, expenditures $1.4 billion, including capital expenditures of $165 million, 1988, exports, $1.5 billion FOB, 1989 EST. Commodities, hides and leather goods 17%, beef 10%, wool 9%, fish 7%, rice 4%, partners. Brazil 17%, US 15%, FRG 10%, Argentina 10%, 1987. Imports, $1.1 billion FOB, 1989 EST. Commodities, fuels and lubricants 15%, metals, machinery, transportation equipment, industrial chemicals. Partners, Brazil 24%, Argentina 14%, US 8%, FRG 8%. 1987, external debt, $6 billion, 1988, industrial production, growth rate, 2.9%, 1988 EST. Electricity, 1,950,000 kilowatts capacity, 4,330 million kilowatt hours produced, 1,450 kilowatt hours per capita, 1989. Industries, meat processing, wool and hides, sugar, textiles, footwear, leather apparel, tires, cement, fishing, petroleum refining, wine agriculture. Large areas devoted to extensive livestock grazing. Wheat, rice, corn, sorghum. Self-sufficient in most basic foodstuffs aid. U.S. commitments, including Exim, FI 70-88, $105 million. Western non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1970 to 87. $263 million. Communist countries, 1970 to 88, $69 million currency. New Uruguayan peso, plural, pesos, 1 new Uruguayan peso and $UR equals 100 centésimos exchange rates. New Uruguayan pesos and $UR per 1 US dollar. 832.62, January 1990, 605.62, 1989, 359.44, 1988, 226.67, 1987, 151.99, 1986, 101.43, 1985, fiscal year, calendar year, communications railroads, 3,000 kilometers, all 1.435 meter standard gauge and government-owned highways. 49,900 kilometers total, 6,700 kilometers paved, 3,000 kilometers gravel, 40,200 kilometers earth inland. Waterways, 1,600 kilometers, used by coastal and shallow draft rivercraft ports. Montevideo, Punta del Este Merchant Marine, for ships 1,000 GRT or over, totaling 65,212 GRT/116, 613 DWT. Includes 2 cargo, 1 petroleum, oils, and lubricants, fuel, tanker, 1 container civil air. 14 major transport aircraft airports, 92 total, 87 usable, 16 with permanent surface runways, none with runways over 3,659 m, 2 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m, 17 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications. Most modern facilities concentrated in Montevideo. New nationwide radio relay network, 337,000 telephones, stations, 99 AM, no FM, 26 TV, 9 shortwave, 2 Atlantic Ocean Intelsat Earth stations, Defense Forces branches, Army, Navy, Air Force military manpower, males 15 to 49, 711,700, 580,898 fit for military service. No conscription defense expenditures, 2.5% of GDP, 1986. Country, Vanuatu, geography, total area, 14,760 square kilometers, land area, 14,760 square kilometers, includes more than 80 islands. Comparative area, slightly larger than Connecticut land boundary, none coastline, 2,528 kilometers. Maritime claims, measure from claimed archipelagic baselines. Contiguous zone, 24 nanometers. Continental shelf, edge of continental margin or 200 nanometers. Extended economic zone, 200 nanometers. Territorial sea, 12 nanometers. Climate, tropical, moderated by southeast trade winds. Terrain, mostly mountains of volcanic origin. Narrow coastal plains. Natural resources, manganese, hardwood forests, fish. Land use, 1% arable land, 5% permanent crops, 2% meadows and pastures, 1% forest and woodland, 91% other environment. Subject to tropical cyclones or typhoons, January to April. Volcanism causes minor earthquakes. Note. Located 5,750 kilometers southwest of Honolulu in the South Pacific Ocean, about 3/4 of the way between Hawaii and Australia. People population, 165,006, July 1990. Growth rate, 3.2%, 1990. Birth rate, 37 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate, 5 deaths/1,000 population, 1990. Net migration rate, 0 migrants/1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate, 36 deaths/1,000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth, 67 years male, 72 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate, 5.5 children born/woman, 1990. Nationality. Noun, Vanuatuans. Adjective, Vanuatuan ethnic divisions. 94% indigenous Melanesian, 4% French, remainder Vietnamese, Chinese, and various Pacific Islanders. Religion, most at least nominally Christian. Language, English and French, official. Pidgin, known as Bislama or Bikalama. Literacy, 10 to 20% ST, labor force. NA organized labor, 7 registered trade unions. Largest include Oil and Gas Workers Union, Vanuatu Airline Workers Union, Government long form name, Republic of Vanuatu type, Republic capital. Port Vila Administrative Divisions, 11 Island Councils, Ambrim, Aoba/Mawo, Banks/Torres, Efata, Api, Malacula, Palma, Pinicote, Santo/Malo. Shepherd, Tafia Independence. July 30th, 1980, from France and UK, formerly New Hebrides, Constitution. July 30th, 1980 legal system. Unified system being created from former dual French and British systems national holiday. Independence Day, July 30th, 1980, executive branch. President, Prime Minister, Council of Ministers, Cabinet. Legislative branch. Unicameral Parliament. Note: the National Council of Chiefs advises on matters of custom and land judicial branch. Supreme Court leaders. Chief of State, President Frederick Timokata, since January 30th, 1989. Head of Government, Prime Minister Father Walter Haiti Linney, since July 30th, 1980. Deputy Prime Minister, vacant, political parties and leaders. National Party, Vanuatu Party, Walter Linney. Union of Moderate Parties, Maxine Carlot. Melanesian Progressive Party, Barack Soap Suffrage. Universal at age 18 elections. Parliament. Last held November 30th, 1987. Next to be held in A. By-elections were held in A. December 1988 to fill vacancies, resulting from the expulsion of opposition members for boycotting sessions. Results: percent of vote by party in A. Seats, 46 total. National Party 26. Union of Moderate Parties 19. Independent 1 member of ACP, ADB, Commonwealth, ESCAP, FAO, G77, IBRD, ICAO, IDA, IFC, IMF, ITU, NEM, SPF, UN, WHO, WMO diplomatic representation. Vanuatu does not have a mission in Washington. U.S. The ambassador in Papua New Guinea is accredited to Vanuatu flag, 2 equal horizontal bands of red, top, and green, bottom, with a black isosceles triangle. Based on the hoist side, all separated by a black-edged yellow stripe in the shape of a horizontal Y. The 2 points of the Y face the hoist side and enclose the triangle. Centered in the triangle is a boar's tusk encircling 2 crossed enamely leaves, all in yellow. Economy overview. The economy is based primarily on subsistence farming that provides a living for about 80% of the population. Fishing and tourism are the other mainstays of the economy. Mineral deposits are negligible. The country has no known petroleum deposits. A small light industry sector caters to the local market. Tax revenues come mainly from import duties. GDP, $120 million. Per capita, $820. Real growth rate 0.7%, 1987 EST. Inflation rate, consumer prices 8%, 1988 EST. Unemployment rate, an A% budget. Revenues $80.1 million. Expenditures $86.6 million, including capital expenditures of $27.1 million, 1988 EST. Exports $16 million, FOB, 1988 EST. Commodities: copra 37%, cocoa 11%, meat 9%, fish 8%, timber 4%. Partners: Netherlands 34%, France 27%, Japan 17%, Belgium 4%, New Caledonia 3%, Singapore 2%, 1987. Imports: $58 million, FOB, 1988 EST. Commodities: machines and vehicles 25%, food and beverages 23%, basic manufactures 18%, raw materials and fuels 11%, chemicals 6%. Partners: Australia 36%, Japan 13%, NZ 10%, France 8%, Fiji 5%, 1987. External debt: $57 million, 1988. Industrial production: growth rate in A% electricity, 10,000 kilowatts capacity, 20 million kilowatt hours produced, 125 kilowatt hours per capita, 1989 Industries: food and fish freezing, forestry processing, meat canning, agriculture. Export crops: copra, cocoa, coffee, and fish. Subsistence crops: copra, taro, yams, coconuts, fruits, and vegetables. Aid: Western, non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1970 to 87, $541 million currency. VATU, plural, VATU, 1 VATU VT equals 100 centimes exchange rates. VATU VT per 1 U.S. dollar. 107.17, January to 1990. 116.04, 1989. 104.43, 1988. 109.85, 1987. 106.08, 1986. 106.03, 1985. Fiscal year. Calendar year. Communications railroads. None highways. 1,027 kilometers total. At least 240 kilometers sealed or all-weather roads. Ports: Port Vila, Luganville, Palacollo, Sunta Merchant Marine. 65 ships, 1,000 GRT or over, totaling 885,668 GRT/1 for 73,443 DWT. Includes 26 cargo, 4 refrigerated cargo, 5 container, 2 roll-on/roll-off cargo, 1 vehicle carrier, 3 petroleum, oils, and lubricants (POL), tanker, 2 liquefied gas, 21 bulk, 1 combination bulk. Note: a flag of convenience registry civil air. No major transport aircraft. Airports: 33 total, 28 usable, 2 with permanent surface runways, none with runways over 2,439 m, 2 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications stations: 2 AM, no FM, no TV. 3,000 telephones. 1 Pacific Ocean Intelsat Earth Station. Defense Forces branches: a paramilitary forces responsible for internal and external security. No military forces. Military. Manpower. NA defense expenditures. NA. Country: Vatican City. Geography: total area 0.438 square kilometers. Land area: 0.438 square kilometers. Comparative area: about 0.7 times the size of the mall in Washington, D.C. Land boundary: 3.2 kilometers with Italy coastline. None. Landlocked maritime claims. None. Landlocked climate: temperate, mild, rainy winters September to mid-May, with hot, dry summers May to September. Terrain: low hill. Natural resources: none. Land use: 0%. Arable land: 0%. Permanent crops: 0%. Meadows and pastures: 0%. Forest and woodland: 100%. Other environment. Urban note: landlocked. Enclave of Rome, Italy, world's smallest state, outside the Vatican City. 13 buildings in Rome and Castel Gandolfo, the Pope's summer residence. Enjoy extraterritorial rights. People population: 774. July 1990. Growth rate: 0.5%. 1990. Nationality: no noun or adjectival forms. Ethnic divisions: primarily Italians, but also many other nationalities. Religion: Roman Catholic. Language: Italian, Latin, and various other languages. Literacy: 100%. Labor force: about 1,500. Vatican City employees divided into 3 categories: executives, office workers, and salaried employees. Organized labor: Association of Vatican Lay Workers, 1,800 members, 1987. Government long form name: State of the Vatican City. Note: the Vatican City is the physical seat of the Holy See, which is the central government of the Roman Catholic Church type. Monarchical sacerdotal state. Capital: Vatican City. Independence: February 11th, 1929, from Italy. Constitution: Apostolic Constitution of 1967, effective March 1st, 1968. National holiday: Installation Day of the Pope, John Paul II, October 22nd, 1978. Note: Pope John Paul II was elected on October 16th, 1978. Executive branch: Pope. Legislative branch: Unicameral Pontifical Commission Judicial Branch. None. Normally handled by Italy leaders. Chief of State and Head of Government, Pope John Paul II, Caro Wojtyla. Since October 16, 1978, political parties and leaders. None suffrage. Limited to cardinals less than 80 years old elections. Pope. Last held October 16, 1978. Next to be held after the death of the current pope. Results. Caro Wojtyla was elected for life by the College of Cardinals. Communists. N.A. Other political or pressure groups. None. Exclusive of influence exercised by church officers. Member. A. Intelsat ITU, IWC. International Wheat Council, UPU, WIPO, WDO. Permanent observer status at FAO, OAS, UN, and UNESCO diplomatic representation. Apostolic Pronuncio Archbishop Pio Laghi, 3339. Massachusetts Avenue Northwest, Washington, D.C., 20008. Telephone 202-333-7121. U.S. Ambassador Thomas P. Malatti. Embassy at Vellino Pacelli, via Aurelia 294-00165 Rome. Mailing address is APO New York 09794. Telephone 396-639-0558 Flag. 2 vertical bands of yellow, hoist side, and white with the cross keys of St. Peter and the papal tiara centered in the white band. Economy overview. The economy is supported financially by contributions, known as Peter's Pence, from Roman Catholics throughout the world, the sale of postage stamps, tourist mementos, fees for admission to museums, and the sale of publications. Budget. Revenues $57 million. Expenditures $113.7 million, including capital expenditures of $1 1986 electricity, 5,000 kilowatts standby capacity, 1989, power supplied by Italy Industries, printing and production of a small amount of mosaics and staff uniforms. Worldwide banking and financial activities currency. Vatican lira, plural, lire. 1 Vatican lira, valit, equals 100 centesimi exchange rates. Vatican lire, valit, per 1 US dollar. 1,262.5, January 1990. 1,372.1, 1989. 1,301.6, 1988. 1,296.1, 1987. 1,490.8, 1986. 1,909.4, 1985. Note: the Vatican lira is at par with the Italian lira, which circulates freely fiscal year. Calendar year. Communications railroads. 850M, 750 millimeters gauge. Links with Italian network near the Rome station of St. Peter's. Highways. None. All city streets telecommunications. Stations. 3 AM. For FM, no TV. 2000 line automatic telephone exchange. No communication satellite systems. Defense Forces note: defense is the responsibility of Italy. Swiss papal guards are posted at entrances to the Vatican City. Country: Venezuela. Geography: total area 912,050 square kilometers. Land area: 882,050 square kilometers. Comparative area: slightly more than twice the size of California land boundaries, for 1,993 kilometers total. Brazil 2,200 kilometers, Colombia 2,050 kilometers, Guyana 743 kilometers coastline, 2,800 kilometers maritime claims. Contiguous zone 15 nanometers, continental shelf 200 meters or to depth of exploitation. Extended economic zone 200 nanometers, territorial sea 12 nanometers. Disputes. Claims Essequibo area of Guyana. Maritime boundary disputes with Colombia in the Gulf of Venezuela and with Trinidad and Tobago in the Gulf of Paria. Climate: tropical, hot, humid, more moderate in highlands terrain. Andes Mountains and Maracaibo lowlands in northwest. Central Plains, Llanos. Guyana highlands and southeast. Natural resources: crude oil, natural gas, iron, ore, gold, bauxite. Other minerals, hydropower, diamonds. Land use: 3% arable land. 1% permanent crops, 20% meadows and pastures, 39% forest and woodland, 37% other. Includes NEGL% irrigated environment, subject to floods, rock slides, mudslides, periodic droughts, increasing industrial pollution in Caracas and Maracaibo. Note, on major sea and air routes linking North and South America. People population, 19,698,104. July 1990. Growth rate, 2.5%. 1990. Birth rate, 28 births per 1,000 population. 1990. Death rate, for deaths/1,000 population. 1990. Net migration rate, 1 migrant/1,000 population. 1990. Infant mortality rate, 27 deaths/1,000 live births. 1990. Life expectancy at birth, 71 years male, 77 years female. 1990. Total fertility rate, 3.4 children born/woman. 1990. Nationality. Noun, Venezuelans. Adjective, Venezuelan ethnic divisions, 67% mestizo, 21% white, 10% black, 2% Indian religion, 96% nominally Roman Catholic, 2% Protestant language, Spanish official. Indian dialect spoken by about 200,000 Amerindians in the remote interior. Literacy, 85.6% labor force, 5,800,000, 56% services, 28% industry, 16% agriculture. 1985, organized labor, 32% of labor force, government long form name. Republic of Venezuela type, Republic capital, Caracas administrative divisions, 20 states, estados, singular, estado, 2 territories asterisk, territorios, singular, territorio, 1 federal district asterisk asterisk, distrito federal, and 1 federal dependence asterisk asterisk asterisk, dependencia federal, Amazonas asterisk Enzo Ataguay, Apure, Aragua, Barinas Bolivar, Carabobo, Cojedes, Delta Amacaro asterisk, dependencias federales asterisk asterisk asterisk, distrito federal asterisk asterisk, Falcon, Guarico, Lara, Merida, Miranda, Monegas, Nueva Esparta, Portuguesa, Sucre, Taquira, Trujillo, Yaracuy, Zulia. Note, the federal dependence consists of 11 federally controlled island groups with a total of 72 individual islands independence. July 5, 1811, from Spain, Constitution. January 23, 1961 legal system. Based on Napoleonic Code. Judicial review of legislative acts in cassation court only. Has not accepted compulsory ICJ jurisdiction national holiday. Independence Day, July 5, 1811, Executive Branch. President, Council of Ministers, Cabinet, Legislative Branch, bicameral. National Congress, Congreso Nacional, consists of an upper chamber or Senate, Senado, and a lower chamber or Chamber of Deputies, Cámara de Diputados, Judicial Branch, Supreme Court of Justice, Corte Suprema de Justicia. Leaders, Chief of State and Head of Government. President Carlos Andrés Pérez, since February 2, 1989, political parties and leaders. Social Christian Party. COPI. Eduardo Fernandez, Secretary General. Democratic Action, AD. Gonzalo Barrios, President, and Umberto Celli, Secretary General. Movement Towards Socialism, MS. Teodoro Petkov, President, and Freddie Muñoz, Secretary General. Suffrage. Universal and compulsory at age 18, though poorly enforced elections. President. Last held December 4, 1988. Next to be held December 1993. Results. Carlos Andrés Pérez, D. 53%. Eduardo Fernandez, COPI, 40%. Others, 7%. Senate. Last held December 4, 1988. Next to be held December 1993. Results. Percent of vote by party NA. Seats, 49 total. ID 23. COPI 22. Others. 4. Chamber of Deputies. Last held December 4, 1988. Next to be held December 1993. Results. ID 43.7%. COPI 31.4%. MAS 10.3%. Others 14.6%. Seats, 201 total. ID 97. Copi 67. MAS 18. Others 19 communists. 10,000 members. EST. Other political or pressure groups. Feta Cameras, a conservative business group. Venezuelan Confederation of Workers, the Democratic Action-dominated labor organization member of. Indian Pact, AJOEC, FAO, G77, Group of 8, IDB, IBRD, ICAO, ICO, IDB Inter. American Development Bank, IFAD, IFC, IHO, ILO, IMF, IMO, Intelsat, Interpol, IPU, IRC, ITU, IWC, International Wheat Council, NEM, OAS, OPEC, PEJO, CELA, WFTU, UN, UNESCO, UPU, WMO, WDO, Diplomatic Representation. Ambassador Simon Alberto Consalvi Bataro. Chancery at 2445, Massachusetts Avenue Northwest, Washington, D.C., 20008. Telephone 202-797-3800. There are Venezuelan consulates general in Baltimore, Boston, Chicago, Houston, Miami, New Orleans, New York, Philadelphia, San Francisco, and San Juan, Puerto Rico, U.S. Ambassador-designate Eric Javits. Embassy at Avenida Francisco de Miranda and Avenida Principal de la Floresta, Caracas. Mailing address is P.O. Box 62291, Caracas 1060, A, or APO Miami 34037. Telephone 58-2-284-6111 or 7111. There is a U.S. consulate in Maracaibo flag. 3 equal horizontal bands of yellow, top, blue, and red with the coat of arms on the hoist side of the yellow band, and an arc of 7 white 5-pointed stars centered in the blue band. Economy overview. Petroleum is the cornerstone of the economy and accounted for 17% of GDP, 52% of central government revenues, and 81% of export earnings in 1988. President Perez introduced an economic readjustment program when he assumed office in February 1989. Lower tariffs and price supports, a free market exchange rate, and market-linked interest rates have thrown the economy into confusion, causing about an 8% decline in GDP. GDP, $52.0 billion. Per capita, $2,700. Real growth rate, 8.1%, 1989 EST. Inflation rate, consumer prices 80.7%, 1989. Unemployment rate, 7%, 1988. Budget, revenues $8.4 billion. Expenditures $8.6 billion, including capital expenditures of $5.9 billion. 1989. Exports, $10.4 billion. FOB, 1988. Commodities, petroleum 81%, bauxite and aluminum, iron ore, agricultural products, basic manufactures. Partners, U.S. 50.3%, FRG 5.3%, Japan 4.1%, 1988. Imports, $10.9 billion, FOB, 1988. Commodities, foodstuffs, chemicals, manufactures, machinery, and transport. Equipment, partners, U.S. 44%, FRG 8.5%, Japan 6%, Italy 5%, Brazil 4.4%, 1987. External debt, $33.6 billion, 1988. Industrial production, growth rate 3.7%, excluding oil, 1988. Electricity, 19,110,000 kilowatts capacity, 54,516 million kilowatt-hours produced, 2,830 kilowatt-hours per capita. 1989. Industries, petroleum, iron ore mining, construction materials, food processing, textiles, steel, aluminum, motor vehicle, assembly, agriculture. Accounts for 6% of GDP and 15% of labor force. Products, corn, sorghum, sugarcane, rice, bananas, vegetables, coffee, beef, pork, milk, eggs, fish. Not self-sufficient in food other than meat. Illicit drugs. Illicit producer of cannabis and coca for the international drug trade on a small scale. However, large quantities of cocaine and marijuana do transit the country. Aid. U.S. commitments, including XIM, FI 70-86, $488 million. Communist countries, 1970 to 88, $10 million currency. Bolivar, plural, bolivares. 1 bolivar, BS, equals 100 centimos exchange rates. Bolivares, BS, per U.S. dollars. 1. 43.42, January 1990. 34.6815, 1989. 14.5000, fixed rate 1987 to 88. 8.0833, 1986. 7.5000, 1985. Fiscal year, calendar year, communications railroads. 542 kilometers total. 363 kilometers, 1.435 meters standard gauge, all single track, government owned. 179 kilometers, 1.435 meter gauge, privately owned highways. 77,785 kilometers total. 22,780 kilometers paved, 24,720 kilometers gravel, 14,450 kilometers earth roads, and 15,835 kilometers unimproved earth inland waterways. 7,100 kilometers. Rio Orinoco and Lago de Maracaibo, except ocean-going vessels pipelines. 6,370 kilometers crude oil, 480 kilometers refined products, 4,010 kilometers natural gas ports. Amue Bay, Bajo Grande, El Tablazo, La Guaira, Puerto Cabello, Puerto Ordaz Merchant Marine, 70 ships, 1,000 GRT or over, totaling 997,458 GRT/1, 615, 155 DWT. Includes 1 short sea passenger, 1 passenger cargo, 28 cargo, 2 container, 3 roll-on/roll-off cargo, 17 petroleum, oils and lubricants, POL, tanker, 2 chemical tanker, 2 liquefied gas, 11 bulk, 1 vehicle carrier, 1 combination bulk, 1 combination or/oil civil air. 58. Major transport aircraft airports, 306 total. 278 usable, 134 with permanent surface runways, none with runways over 3,659 m, 12 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m, 92 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications, modern and expanding, 1,440,000 telephones, stations, 181 AM, no FM, 59 TV, 26 shortwave, 3 submarine coaxial cables, satellite Earth stations, 1 Atlantic Ocean Intelsat, and 3 domestic Defense Forces branches. Ground Forces, Army, Naval Forces, Navy, Marines, Coast Guard, Air Forces, Armed Forces of Cooperation, National Guard, military manpower. Males 15 to 49, 5,073,913. 3,680,176 fit for military service. 211,269 reach military age, 18. Annually, defense expenditures. 1.1% of GDP, or $570 million. 1990 EST. Country, Vietnam. Geography, total area, 329,560 square kilometers. Land area, 325,360 comparative area, slightly larger than New Mexico land boundaries. 3,818 kilometers total. Cambodia, 982 kilometers. China, 1,281 kilometers. Laos, 1,555 kilometers coastline. 3,444 km, excluding islands. Maritime claims. Contiguous zone, 24 nanometers. Continental shelf, edge of continental. Margin, or 200 nanometers. Extended economic zone, 200 nanometers. Territorial sea, 12 nanometers. Disputes. Offshore islands in 3 sections of the boundary with Cambodia are in dispute. Maritime boundary with Cambodia not defined. Occupied Cambodia on December 25, 1978. Sporadic border clashes with China. Involved in a complex dispute over the Spratly Islands with China, Malaysia, Philippines, and Taiwan. Maritime boundary dispute with China in the Gulf of Tonkin. Paracel Islands occupied by China, but claimed by Vietnam and Taiwan. Climate: tropical in south, monsoonal in north with hot, rainy season, mid-May to mid-September, and warm, dry season, mid-October to mid-March. Terrain: low, flat delta in south and north, central highlands. Hilly, mountainous in far north and northwest. Natural resources: phosphates, coal, manganese, bauxite, chromate, offshore oil deposits, forest land use. 22% arable land, 2% permanent crops, 1% meadows and pastures, 40% forest and woodland, 35% other, includes 5%. Irrigated environment, occasional typhoons, May to January, with extensive flooding. People population, 66,170,889, July 1990. Growth rate 2.1%, 1990. Birth rate, 30 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate, 8 deaths/1,000 population, 1990. Net migration rate, 1 migrants/1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate, 50 deaths/1,000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth, 62 years male, 66 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate, 3.8 children born/woman, 1990. Nationality: noun, Vietnamese, Sing, and PL. Adjective: Vietnamese. Ethnic divisions, 85 to 90% predominantly Vietnamese, 3% Chinese. Ethnic minorities include Muong, Thai, Mio, Khmer, Man, Cham, other mountain tribes. Religion: Buddhist, Confucian, Taoist, Roman Catholic. Indigenous beliefs: Islamic, Protestant. Language: Vietnamese, official, French, Chinese, English, Khmer, tribal languages. Mon Khmer and Malayo-Polynesian. Literacy: 78% labor force, 35 million, 1989 EST. Organized labor: reportedly over 90% of wage and salary earners are members of the Vietnam Federation of Trade Unions, VFTU. Government long form name: Socialist Republic of Vietnam, abbreviated SRV. Type: Communist state. Capital: Hanoi. Administrative divisions: 37 provinces, 10, singular and plural, 3 municipalities. Asterisk: Ton Pho, singular and plural: An Giang, Bac Thai, Binh Tre, Binh Tri Tien, Chao Bang, Q Long, Dac Lac, Dong Nai, Dong Thap, Gia Light Song Tum, Ha Bac, Hai Hung, Hai Phong. Asterisk: Ha Nam Ning, Hanoi, Ha Son Binh, Ha Tuan, Hao Giang, Hoang Lan Son, Ho Chi Minh, Kinh Giang, Lai Châu, Lam Dong, Lang Son, Long An, Minh Hai, Nghe Tinh, Nghĩa Binh, Phu Khanh, Quang Nam Da Nang, Quang Ninh, Song Be, Son La, Tây Ninh, Thái Bình, Thanh Hoa, Thuan Hai, Tan Giang, Vinh Phu, Vung Tau Con Giao. Note: Diakitisa Maka the not include. The number of provinces might have been changed with the limit of Binh Chi Ten, Nghĩa Binh, and Phu Khanh, and the did of Binh Jing. Con Hoa, Phu Yen, Quang Binh, Quang Nai, Quang Tri, and Thua. 10 independence. September 2nd, 1945, from France, Constitution. December 18th, 1980, legal system. Based on communist legal theory and French civil law system, national holiday. Independence Day, September 2nd, 1945, executive branch. Chairman of the Council of State, Council of State. Chairman of the Council of Ministers, Council of Ministers, legislative branch. Unicameral National Assembly, Quoc Hoi. Judicial branch, Supreme Peoples. Court leaders, Chief of State. Chairman of the Council of State, vote, Chi Tsong. Since June 18, 1987. Head of Government. Chairman of the Council of Ministers, Premier, Du Mui. Since June 22, 1988. Political parties and leaders. Only party, Vietnam Communist Party, VCP, Nguyen Van Linh. Suffrage. Universal at age 18 elections. National Assembly. Last held April 19, 1987. Next to be held April 1992. Results: VCP is the only party. Seats: 496 total. VCP or VCP-approved 496 communists, nearly 2 million member of ADB, SEMA, Colombo Plan, ESCAP, FAO, G77, IBC, IBRD, ICAO, IDA, IFAD, IFC, ILO, IMF, Intelsat, IRC, ITU, Mekong Committee, NAM, YIN, UNDP, UNESCO, UNICEF, UPU, WFDU, WIPO, WMO, WDO, diplomatic representation. None flag. Red with a large yellow 5-pointed star in the center. Economy overview. This is a centrally planned, developing economy with extensive government ownership and control of productive facilities. The economy is primarily agricultural, employing about 65% of the labor force and accounting for almost half of GNP. Rice is the staple crop. Substantial amounts of maize, sorghum, cassava, and sweet potatoes are also grown. The government permits sale of surplus grain on the open market. Most of the mineral resources are located in the north, including coal, which is an important export item. Following the end of the war in 1975, heavy-handed government measures undermined efforts and efficient merger of the agricultural resources of the South and the industrial resources of the North. The economy remains heavily dependent on foreign aid and has received assistance from communist countries, Sweden, and UN agencies. Inflation, although down from recent triple-digit levels, is still a major weakness, and per capita output is among the world's lowest. Since early 1989, the government has sponsored a broad reform program that seeks to turn more economic activity over to the private sector. GNP, $14.2 billion. Per capita, $215. Real growth rate, 8%, 1989 EST. Inflation rate, consumer prices, 40%, 1989 EST. Une emploiement hot, 25%, 1989. Budget, revenues, $3.2 billion. Expenditures, $4.3 billion, including capital expenditures of $528 million, 1987 EST. Exports, $1.1 billion, FOB, 1988. Commodities, agricultural and handicraft products, coal, minerals, ores, partners, USSR, Eastern Europe, Japan, Singapore imports, $2.5 billion, CF, 1988. Commodities, petroleum, steel products, railroad equipment, chemicals, medicines, raw cotton, fertilizer, grain, partners, USSR, Eastern Europe, Japan, Singapore external debt, $16 billion, 1989, industrial production. Growth rate 10%, 1989 electricity, 2,465,000 kilowatts capacity, 6,730 million kilowatt hours. Produced 100 kilowatt hours per capita, 1989, industries, food processing, textiles, machine building, mining, cement, chemical fertilizer, glass, tires, oil, fishing, agriculture. Accounts for half of GNP. Paddy, rice, corn, potatoes make up 50% of farm output. Commercial crops, rubber, soybeans, coffee, tea, bananas, and animal products other 50%. Not self-sufficient in food staple rice. Fish catch of 900,000 metric tons, 1988 EST. Aid, U.S. commitments, including Exim, FI 70-74, $3.1 billion. Western, non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1970 to 87, $2.7 billion. OPEC bilateral aid, 1979 to 89, $61 million. Communist countries, 1970 to 88, $10.9 million currency. New Dong, plural, New Dong, 1 New Dong D equals 100 Sioux exchange rates. New Dong D per 1 U.S. dollar, 4,000, March 1990, 900, 1988, 225, 1987, 18, 1986, 12, 1985. Note, 1985 to 89 figures are end-of-year fiscal year. Calendar year, communications railroads. 3,059 kilometers total. 2,454 1.000 meter gauge. 151 kilometers 1.435 meter standard gauge. 230 kilometers dual gauge, 3 rails, and 224 kilometers not restored to service highways, about 85,000 kilometers total. 9,400 kilometers bituminous, 48,700 kilometers gravel or improved earth, 26,900 kilometers unimproved earth pipelines, 150 kilometers refined products inland waterways, about 17,702 kilometers navigable, more than 5,149 kilometers navigable at all times by vessels up to 1.8-meter draft ports. Da Nang, Haiphong, Ho Chi Minh City Merchant Marine, 71 ships, 1,000 GRT or over, totaling 290,123 GRT/432, 152 DWT, includes 1 short sea passenger, 55 cargo, for refrigerated cargo, 1 roll-on/roll-off cargo, 1 vehicle carrier, 8 petroleum, oils, and lubricants, POL, tanker, 1 bulk. Note: Vietnam owns 10 cargo ships, 1,000 GRT or over, totaling 111,028 DWT under the Registry of Panama and Malta Civil Air, controlled by military airports. 100 total, 100 usable, 50 with permanent surface runways, 10 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m, 20 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications: 35,000 telephones in Ho Chi Minh City, 1984. Stations: 16 AM, 1 FM, 2 TV, 2,300,000 TV sets, 6 million radio receivers, at least 2 satellite Earth stations, including 1 Indian Ocean Intelsat, Defense Forces branches, Army, Navy, Air Force military manpower, males 15 to 49, 15,707,629, 10,030,563 fit for military service, 787,444 reach military age, 17. Annually defense expenditures, 19.4% of GNP, 1986 EST. Country: Virgin Islands, territory of the U.S. Geography: total area, 352 square kilometers. Land area: 349 square kilometers. Comparative area: slightly less than twice the size of Washington, D.C. Land boundaries. None coastline, 188 kilometers. Maritime claims. Contiguous zone, 12 nanometers. Continental shelf, 200 m. Extended economic zone, 200 nanometers. Territorial sea, 12 nanometers. Climate: subtropical, tempered by easterly trade winds, relatively low humidity, little seasonal temperature variation. Rainy season, May to November. Terrain: mostly hilly to rugged and mountainous with little level land. Natural resources: sun, sand, sea, surf. Land use: 15% arable land, 6% permanent crops, 26% meadows and pastures, 6% forest and woodland, 47% other environment. Rarely affected by hurricanes, subject to frequent severe droughts, floods, earthquakes. Lack of natural freshwater resources. Note: important location: 1,770 kilometers southeast of Miami and 65 kilometers east of Puerto Rico, along the Anegada Passage, a key shipping lane for the Panama Canal. St. Thomas has one of the best natural deepwater harbors in the Caribbean. People population: 99,200, July 1990. Growth rate: 0.3%, 1990. Birth rate: 22 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate: 5 deaths/1,000 population, 1990. Net migration rate: 20 migrants/1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate: 19 deaths/1,000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth: 70 years male, 76 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate: 2.7 children born/woman, 1990. Nationality: noun, Virgin Islanders. Adjective, Virgin Islander. Ethnic divisions: 74% West Indian, 45% born in the Virgin Islands and 29% born elsewhere in the West Indies, 13% U.S. mainland, 5% Puerto Rican, 8% other. 80% black, 15% white, 5% other. 14% of Hispanic origin religion. 42% Baptist, 34% Roman Catholic. 17% Episcopalian, 7% other language. English official, but Spanish and Creole are widely spoken literacy. 90% labor force. 45,000, 1987, organized labor. 90% of the government labor force, government long-form name. Virgin Islands of the United States. Type: organized, unincorporated territory of the U.S. administered by the Office of Territorial and International Affairs, U.S. Department of the Interior Capital, Charlotte-Amalie Administrative Divisions. None, territory of the U.S. Independence. None, territory of the U.S. Constitution. Revised Organic Act of July 22, 1954 serves as the Constitution legal system. Based on U.S. national holiday. Transfer day from Denmark to U.S. March 31, 1917, Executive Branch. U.S. President, Governor, Lieutenant. Governor Legislative Branch. Unicameral Senate Judicial Branch. U.S. District Court handles civil matters over $50,000, felonies, persons 15 years of age and over, in federal cases. Territorial Court handles civil matters up to $50,000 small claims, juvenile, domestic, misdemeanors, and traffic cases leaders. Chief of State and Head of Government. President George Bush. Since January 20th, 1989, represented by Governor Alexander Fairley. Since January 5th, 1987, Lieutenant Governor Derek Hodge. Since January 5th, 1987, political parties and leaders. Democratic Party, Marilyn Stapleton. Independent Citizens Movement, ICM, Verdon Brown. Republican Party, Charlotte Poole Davis suffrage. Universal at age 18. Indigenous inhabitants are U.S. citizens, but do not vote in U.S. presidential elections. Governor. Last held in A. 1986. Next to be held in A. 1990. Results. Alexander Fairley, Democratic Party. Defeated Adelbert Bryan, ICM. Senate. Last held November 8, 1988. Next to be held in A. Results. Percent of vote by party in A. Seats. 15 total. Number of seats by party in A. U.S. House of Representatives. Last held November 8, 1988. Next to be held November 6, 1990. Results. The Virgin Islands elects one non-voting representative diplomatic representation. None. Territory of the U.S. flag. White with a modified U.S. coat of arms in the center between the large blue initials V and I. The coat of arms shows an eagle holding an olive branch in one talon and 3 arrows in the other with a superimposed shield of vertical red and white stripes below a blue panel. Economy overview. Tourism is the primary economic activity, accounting for more than 70% of GDP and 70% of employment. The manufacturing sector consists of textile, electronics, pharmaceutical, and watch assembly plants. The agricultural sector is small with most food imported. International business and financial services are a small but growing component of the economy. The world's largest petroleum refinery is at St. Croix. GDP, $1.03 billion. Per capita, $9,030. Real growth rate in A%, 1985. Inflation rate. Consumer prices in A%. Unemployment rate, 3.5%. 1987. Budget. Revenues $315 million. Expenditures $322 million, including capital expenditures of NA, FY 88. Exports $3.4 billion, FOB, 1985. Commodities, refined petroleum products, partners, U.S., Puerto Rico imports. $3.7 billion, CF, 1985. Commodities, crude oil, foodstuffs, consumer goods, building materials, partners, U.S., Puerto Rico external debt, dollar. NA industrial production. Growth rate 12% electricity, 341,000 kilowatts. Capacity, 507 million kilowatt hours produced for 1,650 kilowatt hours per capita. 1989. Industries. Tourism, government service, petroleum refining, watch assembly, rum distilling, construction, pharmaceuticals, textiles, electronics, agriculture, truck gardens, food crops, small scale, fruit, sorghum, Senepal cattle aid. Western, non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1970 to 87, $33.5 million currency. U.S. currency is used exchange rates. U.S. currency is used fiscal year, October 1st, 30 September. Communications highways, 856 kilometers total ports, St. Croix, Christiansted, Frederiksted, St. Thomas, Long Bay, Crown Bay, Red Hook, St. John. Cruise Bay airports, 2 total, 2 usable, 2 with permanent surface runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. International airports on St. Thomas and St. Croix telecommunications. 44,280 telephones, stations, 4 AM, 6 FM, 3 TV. Modern system using fiber optic cable, submarine cable, microwave radio, and satellite facilities. 90,000 radio receivers, 56,000 television sets. Defense Forces note. Defense is the responsibility of the U.S. country. Wake Island, territory of the U.S. Geography, total area, 6.5 square kilometers. Land area, 6.5 square kilometers. Comparative area, about 11 times the size of the mall in Washington, D.C. Land boundaries, none. Coastline, 19.3 kilometers. Maritime claims, contiguous zone, 12 nanometers. Continental shelf, 200 m. Extended economic zone, 200 nanometers. Territorial sea, 12 nanometers. Disputes claimed by the Republic of the Marshall Islands. Climate, tropical terrain. Atoll of 3 coral islands built up on an underwater volcano. Central lagoon is former crater. Islands are part of the rim. Average elevation less than 4 meters. Natural resources, none. Land use, 0% arable land, 0% permanent crops, 0% meadows and pastures, 0% forest and woodland, 100% other environment. Subject to occasional typhoons. Note. Strategic location, 3,700 kilometers west of Honolulu in the North Pacific Ocean, about 2/3 of the way between Hawaii and the Northern Mariana Islands. Emergency landing location for trans-Pacific flights. People population, 195, January 1990. No indigenous inhabitants. Temporary population consists of 11 U.S. Air Force personnel, 27 U.S. civilians, and 151 Thai contractors. Note. Population peaked about 1970 with over 1,600 persons during the Vietnam conflict. Government long-form name, none. Type, unincorporated territory of the U.S. administered by the U.S. Air Force, under an agreement with the U.S. Department of Interior, since June 24, 1972. Flag. The U.S. flag is used. Economy overview. Economic activity is limited to providing services to U.S. military personnel and contractors located on the island. All food and manufactured goods must be imported. Communications ports, none. Because of the reefs, there are only 2 offshore anchorages for large ships. Airports, 1 with permanent surface runways, 2,987 m. Telecommunications, underwater cables to Guam and through Midway to Honolulu. AFRTS radio and television service provided by satellite. Stations, 1 AM, no FM, no TV. Note. Formerly an important commercial aviation base, now used only by U.S. military and some commercial cargo planes. Defense Forces. Note. Defense is the responsibility of the U.S. country. Wallis and Futuna, overseas territory of France. Geography, total area, 274 square kilometers. Land area, 274 square kilometers. Comparative area, slightly larger than Washington, D.C. land boundaries. None. Coastline, 129 kilometers. Maritime claims, continental shelf, 200 meters or to depth of exploitation. Extended economic zone, 200 nanometers. Territorial sea, 12 nanometers. Climate, tropical, hot. Rainy season, November to April. Cool, dry season, May to October. Terrain, volcanic. Origin, low hills. Natural resources, negligible land use, 5% arable land, 20% permanent crops, 0% meadows and pastures, 0% forest and woodland, 75% other environment. Both island groups have fringing reefs. Note, located 4,600 kilometers southwest of Honolulu in the South Pacific Ocean, about two-thirds of the way from Hawaii to New Zealand. People population, 14,910, July 1990. Growth rate 3%, 1990. Birth rate, 28 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate, 6 deaths/1,000 population, 1990. Net migration rate, 8 migrants/1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate, 32 deaths/1,000 population, 1990. Life expectancy at birth, 69 years male, 70 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate, 3.8 children born/woman, 1990. Nationality, noun, Wallisians, Futonans, or Wallis and Futuna Islanders. Adjective, Wallisian, Futunan, or Wallis and Futuna Islander ethnic divisions. Almost entirely Polynesian religion. Largely Roman Catholic language. French, Wallisian, indigenous Polynesian language. Literacy. NA% labor force. NA organized labor. NA, government long-form name. Territory of the Wallis and Futuna Islands type. Overseas territory of France capital. Mata-Utu administrative divisions. None. Overseas territory of France. Independence. None. Overseas territory of France. Constitution. September 28, 1958. French Constitution. Legal system. French national holiday. Taking of the Bastille, July 14, 1789. Executive branch. French president. High administrator. Note, there are 3 traditional kings with limited powers: legislative branch, unicameral territorial assembly, assembly territorial, judicial branch. None. Justice generally administered under French law by the chief administrator, but the 3 traditional kings administer customary law, and there is a magistrate in Mata-Utu leaders. Chief of State, President François Mitterrand, since May 21, 1981. Head of Government, Chief Administrator Roger Domecq, since July 15, 1988. Political parties and leaders. Rally for the Republic, RPR. Union Populaire Locale, UPL. Union pour la Démocratie Française, UDF. Suffrage. Universal adult at age NA elections. Territorial Assembly. Last held March 15, 1987. Next to be held March 1992. Results, percent of vote by party NA, seats, 20. Total, RPR 7, UDF Coalition 7, UPL 6. French Senate. Last held NA, next to be held NA. Results, percent of vote by party NA, seats, 1 total. Party of the representative is NA. French National Assembly. Last held NA, next to be held NA. Results, percent of vote by party NA, seats, 1 total. RPR 1 diplomatic representation. As an overseas territory of France, local interests are represented in the U.S. by France flag. The flag of France is used. Economy overview. The economy is limited to subsistence agriculture. The majority of the labor force earns its livelihood from agriculture, raising livestock, and fishing, with the rest employed by the government sector. Exports are negligible. The territory has to import food, fuel, and construction materials, and is dependent on budgetary support from France to meet recurring expenses. The economy also benefits from cash remittances from expatriate workers. GDP, $6.7 million, per capita $484. Real growth rate in %, EST 1985. Inflation rate, consumer prices in %, unemployment rate, in % budget. Revenues $NA, expenditures $NA, including capital expenditures of $NA exports, $NA, commodities, copra, partners, NA imports, $3.4 million, CF, 1977. Commodities, largely foodstuffs and some equipment associated with development programs. Partners, France, Australia, New Zealand. External debt, $NA industrial production. Growth rate NA % electricity. 1,200 kilowatts capacity, 1 million kilowatt hours produced, 70 kilowatt hours per capita. 1989. Industries: copra, handicrafts, fishing, lumber, agriculture. Dominated by coconut production, with subsistence crops of yams, taro, bananas. Aid. Western, non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1970 to 87. $118 million currency. Comptoirs Français du Pacifique franc, plural, francs, 1 CFP franc, CFPF, equals 100 centimes exchange rates. Comptoirs Français du Pacifique francs, CFPF, per 1 U.S. dollar, 104.71, January 1990. 115.99, 1989, 108.30, 1988, 109.27, 1987, 125.92, 1986, 163.35, 1985. Note: linked at the rate of 18.18 to the French franc fiscal year. INA, Communications Highways. 100 kilometers on Algeria, Wallis Island. 16 kilometers sealed. 20 kilometers Earth's surface on Al Futuna, Futuna Island. Inland waterways. None ports. Mata 2, Leva airports. 2 total, 2 usable. 1 with permanent surface runways. None with runways over 2,439 m. 1 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications. 225 telephones. Stations. 1 AM, no. FM, no TV. Defense Forces note. Defense is the responsibility of France. Country, West Bank note. The war between Israel and the Arab states in June 1967 ended with Israel in control of the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, the Sinai, and the Golan Heights. As stated in the 1978 Camp David Accords and reaffirmed by President Reagan's September 1, 1982 peace initiative, the final status of the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, their relationship with their neighbors, and a peace treaty between Israel and Jordan are to be negotiated among the concerned parties. Camp David further specifies that these negotiations will resolve the respective boundaries. Pending the completion of this process, it is U.S. policy that the final status of the West Bank and the Gaza Strip has yet to be determined. In the view of the U.S., the term West Bank describes all of the area west of the Jordan River under Jordanian administration before the 1967 Arab-Israeli War. However, with respect to negotiations envisaged in the framework agreement, it is U.S. policy that a distinction must be made between Jerusalem and the rest of the West Bank because of the city's special status and circumstances. Therefore, a negotiated solution for the final status of Jerusalem could be different in character from that of the rest of the West Bank. Geography: total area, 5,860 square kilometers. Land area, 5,640 square kilometers. Includes West Bank, East Jerusalem, Latrun Salient, Jerusalem, no man's land, and the northwest quarter of the Dead Sea, but excludes MT Scopus comparative area, slightly larger than Delaware land boundaries, 404 kilometers. Total: Israel 307 kilometers, Jordan 97 kilometers, coastline. None. Landlocked maritime claims. None. Landlocked disputes. Israeli occupied with status to be determined. Climate: temperate. Temperature and precipitation vary with altitude. Warm to hot summers, cool to mild winters. Terrain: mostly rugged dissected upland, some vegetation in west, but barren in east. Natural resources: negligible land use, 27% arable land, 0% permanent crops, 32% meadows and pastures, 1% forest and woodland, 40% other. Environment: highlands are main recharge area for Israel's coastal aquifers. Note: landlocked. There are 173 Jewish settlements in the West Bank and 14 Israeli-built Jewish neighborhoods in East Jerusalem. People population: 1,058,122, July 1990. Growth rate: 2.6%, 1990. In addition, there are 70,000 Jewish settlers in the West Bank and 110,000 in East Jerusalem. 1989 EST. Birth rate: 37 births per 1,000 population. 1990. Death rate: 6 deaths/1,000 population, 1990, net migration rate, 5 migrants/1,000 population, 1990, infant mortality rate, 48 deaths/1,000 live births, 1990, life expectancy at birth, 65 years male, 68 years female, 1990, total fertility rate, 5.0 children born/woman, 1990, nationality. NA, ethnic divisions. 88% Palestinian Arab and other, 12% Jewish religion. 80% Muslim, predominantly Sunni. 12% Jewish, 8% Christian and other language. Arabic. Israeli settlers speak Hebrew. English widely understood literacy. NA% labor force. NA, excluding Israeli Jewish settlers. 29.8% small industry, commerce, and business. 24.2% construction. 22.4% agriculture. 23.6% service and other. 1984, organized labor. NA, government long-form name. None note. The West Bank is currently governed by Israeli military authorities and Israeli civil administration. It is U.S. policy that the final status of the West Bank will be determined by negotiations among the concerned parties. These negotiations will determine how the area is to be governed. Economy overview. Economic progress in the West Bank has been hampered by Israeli military occupation and the effects of the Palestinian uprising. Industries using advanced technology or requiring sizable financial resources have been discouraged by a lack of financial resources in Israeli policy. Capital investment has largely gone into residential housing, not into productive assets that could compete with Israeli industry. A major share of GNP is derived from remittances of workers employed in Israel and neighboring Gulf states. Israeli reprisals against Palestinian unrest in the West Bank since 1987 have pushed unemployment up and lowered living standards. GNP, $1.0 billion. Per capita, $1,000. Real growth rate, 15%, 1988 EST. Inflation rate, consumer prices in %, unemployment rate. In % budget. Revenues, $47.4 million. Expenditures, $45.7 million, including capital expenditures of NA, FY86, exports, $150 million, FOB, 1988 EST. Commodities, NA. Partners, Jordan, Israel, imports. $410 million, CF, 1988 EST. Commodities, NA. Partners, Jordan, Israel, external debt. Dollar NA, industrial production. Growth rate NA % electricity. Power supplied by Israel industries. Generally small family businesses that produce. Cement, textiles, soap, olive wood carvings, and mother-of-pearl souvenirs. The Israelis have established some small-scale modern industries in the settlements and industrial centers agriculture. Olives, citrus and other fruits, vegetables, beef, and dairy products aid. None currency. New Israeli shekel, plural, shekels, and Jordanian dinar, plural, dinars. 1 new Israeli shekel, NIS, equals 100 new agorot, and 1 Jordanian dinar, JD, equals 1,000 fils exchange rates. New Israeli shekels, NIS, per $1 US. 1.9450, January 1990. 1.9164, 1989. 1.5992, 1988. 1.5946, 1987. 1.4878, 1986. 1.1788, 1985. Jordanian dinars, JD, per $1 US. 0.6557, January 1990. 0.5704, 1989. 0.3715, 1988. 0.3387, 1987. 0.3499, 1986. 0.3940, 1985. Fiscal year. April 1st, 31 March. Communications highways. Small indigenous road network. Israelis developing east-west axial highways airports. 2 total 2. Usable. 2 with permanent surface runways. None with runways over 2,439 m. One with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m telecommunications. Open wire telephone system currently being upgraded. Stations. No AM, no FM, no TV. Defense Forces branches. NA military manpower. NA defense expenditures. NA country. Western Sahara. Geography. Total area. 266,000 square kilometers. Land area. 266,000 square kilometers. Comparative area. Slightly smaller than Colorado land boundaries. 2,046 kilometers. Total. Algeria 42 kilometers. Mauritania 1,561 kilometers. Morocco 443 kilometers coastline. 1,110 kilometers maritime claims. Contingent upon resolution of sovereignty issue disputes. Claimed and administered by Morocco, but sovereignty is unresolved and guerrilla fighting continues in the area. Climate. Hot, dry desert. Rain is rare. Cold offshore currents produce fog and heavy dew terrain. Mostly low, flat desert with large areas of rocky or sandy surfaces rising to small mountains in south and northeast. Natural resources. Phosphates, iron, or land use. NEGL% arable land. 0% permanent crops. 19% meadows and pastures. 0% forest and woodland. 81% other environment. Hot, dry, dust/sand-laden Sirocco wind can occur during winter and spring. Widespread harmattan haze exists 60% of time, often severely restricting visibility. Sparse water and arable land. People population 191,707, July 1990. Growth rate 2.7%, 1990. Birth rate 48 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate 23 deaths/1,000 population, 1990 net. Migration rate 2 migrants/1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate 177 deaths/1,000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth 39 years male, 41 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate 7.3 children born/woman, 1990. Nationality. Noun, Saharans, Moroccans. Adjective, Saharan, Moroccan ethnic divisions. Arab and Berber religion. Muslim language. Hassaniya Arabic, Moroccan Arabic literacy. 20% among Moroccans, 5% among Saharans. EST. Labor force, 12,000. 50% animal husbandry and subsistence farming. Organized labor. NA. Government long-form name. None type. Legal status of territory in question of sovereignty unresolved. Territory contested by Morocco and Polisario Front. Popular Front for the Liberation of the Seguia, El Hamra, and Rio de Oro. Territory partition between Morocco and Mauritania in April 1976, with Morocco acquiring northern two-thirds. Mauritania, under pressure from Polisario guerrillas, abandoned all claims to its portion in August 1979. Morocco moved to occupy that sector shortly thereafter and has since asserted administrative control. The Polisario's government in exile was seated as an OAU member in 1984. Guerrilla activities continue to the present capital. None administrative divisions. None under de facto control of Morocco. Leaders. None diplomatic representation. None economy overview. Western Sahara, a territory poor in natural resources and having little rainfall, has a per capita GDP of just a few $100s. Fishing and phosphate mining are the principal industries and sources of income. Most of the food for the urban population must be imported. All trade and other economic activities are controlled by the Moroccan government. GDP, $NA, per capita, $NA, real growth rate NA %, inflation rate, consumer prices NA %, unemployment rate, NA % budget, revenues $NA, expenditures $NA, including capital expenditures of $NA exports, $8 million FOB, 1982 EST, commodities, phosphates 62%, partners. Morocco claims and administers Western Sahara, so trade partners are included in overall Moroccan accounts. Imports, $30 million CF, 1982 EST, commodities, fuel for fishing fleet, foodstuffs, partners, Morocco claims and administers Western Sahara. So trade partners are included in overall Moroccan accounts external debt. $NA industrial production. Growth rate NA percent electricity. 60,000 kilowatts capacity. 79 million kilowatt hours produced. 425 kilowatt hours per capita. 1989. Industries. Phosphate, fishing, handicrafts, agriculture. Practically none. Some barley is grown in non-drought years. Fruit and vegetables are grown in the few oases. Food imports are essential. Camels, sheep, and goats are kept by the nomadic natives. Cash economy exists largely for the garrison forces' aid. NA currency. Moroccan dirham, plural, dirhams. 1 Moroccan dirham, DH, equals 100 centimes exchange rates. Moroccan dirhams, DH, per 1 US dollar. 8.093. January 1990. 8.488, 1989. 8.209, 1988. 8.359, 1987. 9.104, 1986. 10.062, 1985. Fiscal year. NA, communications highways. 6,100 kilometers total. 1,350 kilometers surfaced, 4,750 kilometers improved and unimproved earth roads and transports. LIN. Ad-Dakhla airports. 16 total, 14 usable. 3 with permanent surface runways. None with runways over 3,659 m. 3 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m. 6 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications. Sparse and limited system. Tied into Morocco's system by radio relay, tropospheric scatter, and 2 Atlantic Ocean Intelsat Earth stations linked to Rabat, Morocco. 2,000 telephones, stations, 2 AM, no FM, 2 TV defense. Forces branches. NA military manpower. NA defense expenditures. NA country. Western Samoa. Geography. Total area. 2,860 square kilometers. Land area. 2,850 square kilometers. Comparative area. Slightly smaller than Rhode Island land boundaries. None coastline. 403 kilometers maritime claims. Extended economic zone. 200 nanometers. Territorial sea. 12 nanometers climate. Tropical. Rainy season, October to March. Dry season, May to October. Terrain, narrow coastal plain with volcanic, rocky, rugged mountains and interior natural resources. Hardwood forests, fish land use. 19% arable land. 24% permanent crops. NEGL% meadows and pastures. 47% forest and woodland. 10% other environment. Subject to occasional typhoons. Active volcanism note. Located 4,300 kilometers southwest of Honolulu in the South Pacific Ocean, about halfway between Hawaii and New Zealand. People population, 186,031, July 1990. Growth rate, 2.3%, 1990. Birth rate, 34 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate, 7 deaths/1,000. Population, 1990. Net migration rate, 5 migrants/1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate, 48 deaths/1,000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth, 64 years male, 69 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate, 4.6 children born/woman, 1990. Nationality. Noun, Western Samoans. Adjective, Western Samoan ethnic divisions. Samoan, about 7% Euronesians, persons of European and Polynesian blood. 0.4% Europeans religion. 99.7% Christian, about half of population associated with the London Missionary Society. Includes Congregational, Roman Catholic, Methodist, Latter-day Saints, Seventh-day Adventist. Language, Samoan, Polynesian. English literacy, 90% labor force, 37,000, 22,000 employed in agriculture, 1983 EST. Organized labor, Public Service Association, PSA. government long-form name, independent state of Western Samoa type, constitutional monarchy under native chief capital, Apia administrative divisions, 11 districts, Ana, Egalatai, Achua, Fazalaliga, Gagamaga, Gagafamaga, Palalai, Satapaidia, Tumasaga, Vaofanoti, Visagano independence. January 1st, 1962, from UN trusteeship administered by New Zealand, Constitution. January 1st, 1962 legal system, based on English common law and local customs. Judicial review of legislative acts with respect to fundamental rights of the citizen has not accepted compulsory ICJ jurisdiction. National holiday. National Day, June 1st. Executive branch. Monarch, Executive Council, Prime Minister, Cabinet Legislative Branch. Unicameral Legislative Assembly, Phono, Judicial Branch. Supreme Court, Court of Appeal Leaders. Chief of State. Susuga Malietoa Tanyamafili II, Co-Chief of State from January 1st, 1962 until becoming sole Chief of State on April 5th, 1963. Head of Government, Prime Minister Tafalo Eti Alisana, since April 7th, 1988. Political parties and leaders. Human Rights Protection Party, HRPP. Tafalo Eti, Chairman. Samoan National Development Party, SNDP. Tupua Tamases Efi, Chairman Suffrage. There are two electoral rolls, the Matai, head of family, roll, and the individual's roll. About 12,000 persons are on the Matai roll, hold Matai titles, and elect 45 members of the Legislative Assembly. About 1,600 persons are on the individual's roll, lack traditional Matai ties, and elect 2 members of the Legislative Assembly by universal adult suffrage at the age of NA elections. Legislative Assembly. Last held February 26, 1988. Next to be held by February 1991. Results: percent of vote by party NA, seats, 47 total. HRPP 25, SNDP 22. Member of ACP, ADB, Commonwealth, SGAP, FAO, G77, IBRD, IDA, IFAD, IFC, IMF, SPC, SPF, UN, UNESCO. Who diplomatic representation. Ambassador Philly, Felix, Tuapeep went. Chancery, temporary at the Western Samoan Mission to the UN, 820 2nd Avenue, New York, New York. 10017212-599-6196. U.S. The ambassador to New Zealand is accredited to Western Samoa flag, red with a blue rectangle in the upper hoist side quadrant bearing 5 white 5-pointed stars representing the Southern Cross. Constellation. Economy overview. Agriculture employs 2/3 of the labor force, contributes 50% to GDP, and is the source of 90% of exports. The bulk of export earnings comes from the sale of coconut oil and copra. The economy depends on immigrant remittances and foreign aid to support a level of imports about 5 times export earnings. Tourism has become the most important growth industry, and construction of the first international hotel is underway. GDP, $112 million, per capita $615, real growth rate 0.2%, 1989 EST. Inflation rate, consumer prices 8.5%, 1988, unemployment rate, an 8%, shortage of skilled labor budget, revenues $54 million, expenditures $54 million, including capital expenditures of $28 million, 1988, exports, $9.9 million, FOB, 1988, commodities, coconut oil and cream 42%, taro 19%, cocoa 14%, copra, timber, partners, NZ 30%, EC 24%, Australia 21%, American Samoa 7%, US 9%, 1987, imports, $51.8 million, CF, 1988, commodities, intermediate goods 58%, food 17%, capital goods 12%, partners, New Zealand 31%, Australia 20%, Japan 15%, Fiji 15%, US 5%, EC 4%, 1987. External debt, $75 million, December 1988 EST. Industrial production. Growth rate, 4%, 1987. Electricity, 23,000 kilowatts capacity, 35 million kilowatt-hours produced, 190 kilowatt-hours per capita. 1989 Industries. Timber, tourism, food processing, fishing, agriculture. Coconuts, fruit, including bananas, taro, yams, aid. U.S. commitments, including Exim. FI 70-88, $16 million. Western, non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1970 to 87, $261 million. OPEC bilateral aid, 1979 to 89, for million-dollar currency. Tala, plural, Tala, 1 Tala, WS dollar, equals 100 cena. Exchange rates, Tala, WS dollar, per 1 U.S. dollar, 2.2857, January 1990. 2.2686, 1989, 2.0790, 1988, 2.1204, 1987, 2.2351, 1986, 2.2437, 1985. Fiscal year, calendar year. Communications highways, 2,042 kilometers total, 375 kilometers sealed. Remainder mostly gravel, crushed stone, or earth ports. Apia Merchant Marine. 3 ships, 1,000 GRT or over, totaling 24,930 GRT/34, 135 DWT. Includes 2 container, 1 roll-on/roll-off cargo civil air. 3 major transport aircraft airports. 4 total, for usable. 1 with permanent surface. Runways. None with runways over 3,659 m. 1 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m. None with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications. 7,500 telephones. 70,000 radio receivers. Stations. 1 AM. No FM. No TV. 1 Pacific Ocean Intelsat station. Defense Forces branches. NA military manpower. NA defense expenditures. NA country, world, geography, total area. 510,072,000 square kilometers. 361,132,000 square kilometers. 70.8% is water and 148,940,000 square kilometers. 29.2% is land. Comparative area. Land area about 16 times the size of a U.S. land boundaries. 442,000 kilometers coastline. 359,000 kilometers maritime claims. Contiguous zone. Generally 24 nanometers, but varies from 4 nanometers to 24 nanometers. Continental shelf. Generally 200 nanometers, but some are 200 meters in depth. Exclusive fishing zone. Most are 200 nanometers, but varies from 12 nanometers to 200 nanometers. Extended economic zone. 200 nanometers. Only Madagascar claims 150 nanometers. Territorial sea. Generally 12 nanometers, but varies from 3 nanometers to 200 nanometers. Disputes. 13 international land boundary disputes. Argentina, Uruguay, Bangladesh, India, Brazil, Paraguay, Brazil, Uruguay, Cambodia, Vietnam, China, India, Chinese Cesar, Ecuador, Peru, El Salvador, Honduras, French Guiana, Suriname, Guyana, Venezuela, Qatari climate. 2 large areas of polar climates separated by 2 rather narrow temperate zones from a wide equatorial band of tropical to subtropical climates terrain. Highest elevation is Mt. Everest at 8,848 meters, and lowest elevation is the Dead Sea at 392 meters below sea level. Greatest ocean depth is the Marianas Trench at 10,924 meters. Natural resources. The oceans represent the last major frontier for the discovery and development of natural resources. Land use. 10% arable land. 1% permanent crops. 24% meadows and pastures. 31% forest and woodland. 34% other. Includes 1.6% irrigated environment. Large areas subject to severe weather, tropical cyclones, natural disasters, earthquakes, landslides, tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, industrial disasters, pollution, air, water, acid rain, toxic substances, loss of vegetation, overgrazing, deforestation, desertification, loss of wildlife resources, soil degradation, soil depletion, erosion. People population, 5,316,644,000, July 1990. Growth rate 1.7%, 1990. Birth rate, 27 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate, 9 deaths/1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate, 70 deaths/1,000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth, 60 years male, 64 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate, 3.4 children born/woman, 1990. Literacy, 77% men, 66% women, 1980. Labor force, 1,939,000,000, 1984. Organized labor, NA. Government administrative divisions, 248 nations, dependent areas, and other entities. Legal system varies among each of the entities. 162 are parties to the United Nations International Court of Justice, ICJ, or World Court. Diplomatic representation. There are 159 members of the Union. Economy overview. In 1989, the world economy grew at an estimated 3%, somewhat lower than the estimated 3.4% for 1988. The technologically advanced areas, North America, Japan, and Western Europe, together account for 65% of the gross world product, GWP, of $20.3 trillion. These developed areas grew in the aggregate at 3.5%. In contrast, the communist Second World countries typically grew at between 0% and 2%, accounting for 23% of GWP. Experience in the developing countries continued mixed, with the newly industrializing countries generally maintaining their rapid growth, and many others struggling with debt, inflation, and inadequate investment. The year 1989 ended with remarkable political upheavals in the communist countries, which presumably will dislocate economic production still further. The addition of nearly 100 million people a year to an already overcrowded globe will exacerbate the problems of pollution, desertification, underemployment, and poverty throughout the 1990s. GWP, gross world product, $20.3 trillion. Per capita, $3,870. Real growth rate, 3%. 1989 EST. Inflation rate, consumer prices 5%, developed countries 100%, developing countries with wide variations, 1989 EST. Unemployment rate, NA percent exports, $2,694 billion, FOB, 1988. Commodities, NA, partners in value, about 70% of export from industrial countries imports, $2,750 billion, CF, 1988. Commodities, NA, partners in value, about 75% of imports by the industrial countries' external debt, $1,008 billion for less developed countries, 1988 EST. Industrial production, growth rate 5%, 1989 EST. Electricity, 2,838,680,000 kilowatts capacity, 11,222,029 kilowatt hours produced, 2,140 kilowatt hours per capita, 1989. Industries, chemicals, energy, machinery, electronics, metals, mining, textiles, food processing, agriculture, cereals, wheat, maize, rice, sugar, livestock products, tropical crops, fruit, vegetables, fish aid, and communications ports, Mina Al Ahmadi, Kuwait, Chiba, Houston, Kawasaki, Kobe, Marseille, New Orleans, New York, Rotterdam, Yokohama, Defense Forces branches, ground, maritime, and air forces at all levels of technology, military manpower. 29.15 million persons in the defense forces of the world, 1987. Defense expenditures, 5.4% of GWP, or $1.1 trillion, 1989 EST. Country, Yemen, Arab Republic, Yemen, Sana'a, or North Yemen. Geography total area 195,000 square kilometers. Land area 195,000 square kilometers. Comparative area slightly smaller than South Dakota land boundaries 1,209 kilometers total. Saudi Arabia 628 kilometers. PDRY 581 kilometers. Coastline 523 kilometers. Maritime claims contiguous zone 18 nanometers. Continental shelf 200 meters. Territorial sea 12 nanometers. Disputes. Sections of the boundary with PDRY are indefinite or undefined. Undefined section of boundary with Saudi Arabia. Climate desert, hot and humid along coast. Temperate in central mountains. Harsh desert in east terrain. Narrow coastal plain, Tahama. Western mountains. Flat dissected plain in center sloping into desert interior of Arabian Peninsula. Natural resources. Crude oil, rock salt. Marble. Small deposits of coal, nickel, and copper. Fertile soil. Land use 14% arable land. NEGL% permanent crops. 36% meadows and pastures. 8% forest and woodland. 42% other. Includes 1% irrigated environment. Subject to sand and dust storms in summer. Overgrazing, soil erosion, desertification. Note. Controls northern approaches to Bab el-Mandeb, linking Red Sea and Gulf of Aden, one of the world's most active shipping lanes. People population 7,160,981, July 1990. Growth rate 3.1%, 1990. Birth rate 52 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate 17 deaths/1,000 population, 1990. Net migration rate for migrants/1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate 129 deaths/1,000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth 48 years male, 49 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate 7.6 children born/woman, 1990. Nationality noun Yemenis. Adjective Yemeni. Ethnic divisions 90% Arab, 10% Afro-Arab. Mixed religion 100% Muslim, Sunni, and Shia. Language Arabic. Literacy 15% EST. Labor force NA 70% agriculture and herding, 30% expatriate laborers EST. Government long form name Yemen Arab Republic, abbreviated YR type. Republic. Military regime assumed power in June 1974. Capital Sana'a. Administrative divisions 11 governorates Mahafazat, singular, Muhafaza, Al-Baida, Al-Hudaida, Al-Jaf, Al-Mawat, Damer, Haja, Ib, Marib, Sada. Sana'a. Taiz independence. November 1918 from Ottoman Empire. Constitution. December 28, 1970. Suspended June 19, 1974. Legal system. Based on Turkish law, Islamic law, and local customary law. Has not accepted compulsory ICJ jurisdiction. National holiday. Proclamation of the Republic, September 26, 1962. Executive branch. President, Vice President, Prime Minister, for Deputy Prime Ministers, Council of Ministers, Cabinet. Legislative branch. Unicameral Consultative Assembly, Majlis Ashura. Judicial branch. State Security Court leaders. Chief of State, President Colonel Ali Abdullah Saleh, since July 18, 1978. Vice President vacant. Head of Government, Prime Minister Abd al-Aziz Abd el-Ghani, since November 12, 1983. Previously Prime Minister from 1975 to 1980 and co-Vice President from October 1980 to November 1983. Political parties and leaders. No legal political parties. In 1983, President Saleh started the General People's Congress, which is designed to function as the country's sole political party. Suffrage. Universal at age 18 elections. Consultative Assembly. Last held July 5, 1988. Next to be held in A. Results. Percent of vote in A. Seats. 159 total. 128 elected. Communists. Small number other political or pressure groups. Conservative tribal groups. Muslim Brotherhood, leftist factions, pro-Iraqi Baathists, Nazarists, National Democratic Front, NDF, supported by the PDRY member of ACC, Arab League, FAO, G77, IBRD, IKO, IDA-IDB, Islamic Development Bank, IFAD, IFC, ILO, IMF, IMO, Intelsat, Interpol, ITU, NM, OIC, IN, UNESCO, UPU, WFDU, WIPO, WMO Diplomatic Representation, Ambassador Mohsen, LNI, Chancery at Suite 840, 600, New Hampshire Avenue Northwest, Washington, D.C., 20037. Telephone 202-965-4760 or 4761. There is a Yemeni consulate general in Detroit and a consulate in San Francisco, U.S. Ambassador Charles F. Dunbar. Embassy at address in A. Sana'a. Mailing address is P.O. Box 1088, Sana'a. Telephone 967 271,950 through 271958 flag. 3. Equal horizontal bands of red, top, white and black with a large green 5-pointed star centered in the white band. Similar to the flags of Iraq, which has 3 stars, and Syria, which has 2 stars, all green and 5-pointed in a horizontal line centered in the white band. Also similar to the flag of Egypt, which has a symbolic eagle centered in the white band. Economy overview. The low level of domestic industry and agriculture make North Yemen dependent on imports for virtually all of its essential needs. Large trade deficits are made up for by remittances from Yemenis working abroad and foreign aid. Once self-sufficient in food production, the YR is now a major importer. Land once used for export crops, cotton, fruit, and vegetables, has been turned over to growing cat, a mildly narcotic shrub chewed by Yemenis that has no significant export market. Oil export revenues started flowing in late 1987 and boosted 1988 earnings by about $800 million. GDP, $5.5 billion, per capita, $820. Real growth rate 19.7%, 1988 EST. Inflation rate consumer. Prices 16.9%, 1988. Unemployment rate 13%, 1986. Budget. Revenues $1.32 billion. Expenditures $2.18 billion, including capital expenditures of $588 million, 1988 EST. Exports $853 million, FOB, 1988. Commodities, crude oil, cotton, coffee, hides, vegetables. Partners, U.S. 41%, PDRY 14%, Japan 12% imports. $1.3 billion, FOB, 1988. Commodities, textiles and other manufactured consumer goods, petroleum products, sugar, grain, flour, other foodstuffs, and cement. Partners, Italy 10%, Saudi Arabia 9%, US 9.3%, Japan 9%, UK 8%. 1985, external debt, $3.5 billion, December 1989 EST. Industrial production, growth rate 2% in manufacturing, 1988, electricity, 415,000 kilowatts capacity, 500 million kilowatt hours produced, 70 kilowatt hours per capita, 1989. Industries, crude oil production, small-scale production of cotton textiles and leather goods, food processing, handicrafts, fishing, small aluminum products factory, cement agriculture, account for 50% of GDP and 70% of labor force. Farm products, grain, fruits, vegetables, cat, mildly narcotic shrub, coffee, cotton, dairy, poultry, meat, goat. Meat, not self-sufficient in grain aid. U.S. commitments, including XIM, 1970 to 88, $354 million. Western, non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1970 to 87, $1.4 billion. OPEC bilateral aid, 1979 to 89, $2.9 billion. Communist countries, 1970 to 88, $248 million currency. Yemeni rial, plural, rials. 1 Yemeni rial, YR, equals 100 fils exchange rates. Yemeni Rials, YR per 1 US dollar. 9.7600, January 1990. 9.7600, 1989. 9.7717, 1988. 10.3417, 1987. 9.6392, 1986. 7.3633, 1985. Fiscal year. Calendar year communications highways. 4,500 kilometers. 2,000 kilometers bituminous. 500 kilometers crushed stone and gravel. 2,000 kilometers earth, sand, and light gravel. EST. Pipelines. Crude oil. 424 kilometers ports. Al Hudaida. Al Mukha. Salif. Ras Al Khatib Merchant Marine. 1 Petroleum, oils, and lubricants. POL. Tanker, 1,000 GRT or over, totaling 192,679 GRT/40, 640 WT civil, air, 7 major transport aircraft airports, 19 total, 14 usable, 3 with permanent surface runways, none with runways over 3,659 m, 9 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m, 3 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications system poor, but improving. New radio relay and cable networks. 50,000 telephones. Stations. 3 AM, no FM. 17 TV. Satellite Earth stations. 1 Indian Ocean Intelsat. 1 Atlantic Ocean Intelsat. 1 Arabsat. Tropospheric scatter to PDRY. Radio relay to PDRY. Saudi Arabia, and Djibouti, Defense Forces branches, Army, Navy, Air Force, Police, military manpower, males 15 to 49, 1,289,217, 734,403 fit for military service, 79,609 reach. Military age 18, annually defense expenditures, $358 million, 1987. Country, Yemen People's Democratic Republic of Yemen, Aden, or South Yemen. Geography, total area, 332,970 square kilometers. Land area, 332,970 square kilometers. Includes Param, Socotra comparative area. Slightly larger than New Mexico land boundaries. 1,699 kilometers total. Oman 288 kilometers. Saudi Arabia, 830 kilometers. YR 581 kilometers coastline. 1,383 kilometers maritime claims. Contiguous zone, 24 nanometers. Continental shelf. Edge of. Continental margin or 200 nanometers. Extended economic zone. 200 nanometers. Territorial sea. 12 nanometers disputes. Sections of boundary with YR indefinite or undefined. Administrative line with Oman, no defined boundary with Saudi Arabia. Climate, desert, extraordinarily hot and dry terrain, mostly upland desert plains, narrow, flat, sandy coastal plain backed by flat-topped hills and rugged mountains. Natural resources, fish, oil, minerals, gold, copper, lead. Land use, 1% arable land, NEGL percent permanent crops, 27%. Meadows and pastures, 7% forest and woodland, 65% other. Includes NEGL percent irrigated environment. Scarcity of natural freshwater resources. Overgrazing, soil erosion, desertification. Note, controls southern approaches to Bab el-Mandeb, linking Red Sea to Gulf of Aden. One of world's most active shipping lanes. People population. 2,585,484, July 1990. Growth rate 3.2%. 1990. Birth rate 48 births per 1,000 population. 1990. Death rate 14. Deaths /1,000 population. 1990. Net migration rate 2 migrants /1,000 population. 1990. Infant mortality rate 110 deaths /1,000 live births. 1990. Life expectancy at birth 50 years male, 54 years female. 1990. Total fertility rate 7.0 children born /woman. 1990. Nationality. Noun, Yemenis. Adjective, Yemeni ethnic divisions. Almost all Arabs. A few Indians, Somalis, and Europeans. Religion, Sunni Muslim, some Christian and Hindu. Language, Arabic. Literacy, 25%. Labor force, 477,000, 45.2%. Agriculture, 21.2%. Services, 13.4%. Construction, 10.6%. Industry, 9.6%. Commerce and other, 1983. Organized labor, 348,200. The General Confederation of Workers of the People's Democratic Republic of Yemen has 35,000 members. Government long-form name, People's Democratic Republic of Yemen. Abbreviated PDRY. Type, Republic. Capital, Aden. Administrative divisions, 6 governorates. Mahafazat singular, Muhafaza, Abayan, Adan, Al-Mara, Hadramaut, Lahij, Shawa. Independence, November 30th, 1967. From UK. Constitution, October 31st, 1978. Legal system, based on Islamic law for personal matters and English common law for commercial matters. National holiday. National Day, October 14th. Executive branch, President, Prime Minister, 2 Deputy Prime Ministers, Council of Ministers. Legislative branch, Unicameral Supreme People's Council. Judicial branch, Federal High Court. Leaders, Chief of State, President Haider Abu Bakr al-Adas, since February 8, 1986. Head of Government, Chairman of the Council of Ministers, Prime Minister Dr. Yassin Said Newman, since February 8, 1986. Deputy Prime Minister Salih Abu Bakr bin Hussein, since February 8, 1986. Deputy Prime Minister Salim Munasser al-Asfali, since February 8, 1986. Political parties and leaders. Only party, Yemeni Socialist Party, YSP, is a coalition of National Front, Ba'ath, and Communist Party. Suffrage, universal at age 18. Elections, Supreme People's Council, last held 28 to 30 October 1986, next to be held in A. Results, YSP is the only party. Seats, 111 total. YSP or YSP approve 111 communists. In A, other political or pressure groups. In A, member of Arab League, FAO, G77, GATT de facto, IBRD, IKO, IDA, IDB, Islamic Development Bank, IFADILO, IMF, IMO, ITU, NEM, OIC, UN, UNESCO, UPU, WFDU, WHO, WMO, WDO. Diplomatic representation, none. The UK acts as the protecting power for the US and the PDRY flag. 3 equal horizontal bands of red, top, white, and black with a light blue isosceles triangle based on the hoist. Side bearing a red 5-pointed star. Economy overview. The PDRY is one of the poorest Arab countries, with a per capita GNP of about $500. A shortage of natural resources, a widely dispersed population, and an arid climate make economic development difficult. The economy has grown at an average annual rate of only 2 to 3% since the mid-1970s. The economy is organized along socialist lines, dominated by the public sector. Economic growth has been constrained by a lack of incentives, partly stemming from centralized control over production decisions, investment allocation, and import choices. GNP, $1.2 billion. Per capita, $495. Real growth rate, 5.2%. 1988 EST. Inflation rate, consumer prices, 2.8%. 1987. Unemployment rate. In a percent budget. Revenues, $429 million. Expenditures, $976 million, including capital expenditures of $402 million. 1988 EST. Exports, $82.2 million. FOB, 1988 EST. Commodities, cotton, hides, skins, dried and salted fish. Partners, Japan, YR, Singapore. Imports, $598.0 million. FOB, 1988 EST. Commodities, grain, consumer goods, crude oil, machinery, chemicals. Partners, USSR, Australia, UK. External debt, $2.25 billion. December 1989 EST. Industrial production. Growth rate in a percent electricity. 245,000 kilowatts capacity. 600 million kilowatt hours produced. 240 kilowatt hours per capita. 1989. Industries. Petroleum refinery. Operates on imported crude oil. Fish agriculture. Account for 13% of GNP and 45% of labor force. Products, grain, cat, mildly narcotic shrub, coffee, fish, livestock, fish and honey major exports. Most food imported aid. U.S. commitments, including Exim, FI 70-80, for $0.5 million. Western, non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral. Commitments 1970 to 87. $241 million. OPEC bilateral aid, 1979 to 89, $279 million. Communist countries, 1970 to 88, $2.2 billion currency. Yemeni dinar, plural, dinars. 1 Yemeni dinar, YD, equals 1,000 fils exchange rates. Yemeni dinars, YD, per 1 US dollar, 0.3454, fixed rate. Fiscal year. Calendar year, communications highways, 11,000 kilometers, 2,000 kilometers bituminous, 9,000 kilometers natural surface, EST. Pipelines, refined products, 32 kilometers ports. Aden, Al-Khaf, Nishtan Merchant Marine, 3 ships, 1,000 GRT or over. Totaling 4,309 GRT/6, 568 DWT. Includes 2 cargo, 1 petroleum, oils and lubricants, POL, tanker civil air, 8 major transport aircraft airports, 42 total, 29 usable, 7 with permanent surface runways, none with runways over 3,659 m, 11 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m, 10 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications. Small system of open wire, radio relay, multi-conductor cable, and radio communication stations. 15,000 telephones EST. Stations. 1 AM, no FM, 5 TV. Satellite Earth stations. 1 Indian. Ocean Intelsat. 1 Intersputnik, 1 Arabsat. Radio relay and tropospheric scatter to YR. Defense Forces branches. Army, Navy, Air Force. People's Militia, People's Police military manpower. Males 15 to 49, 544,190, 307,005 fit for military service defense expenditures. NA. Country. Yugoslavia. Geography. Total area. 255,800 square kilometers. Land area. 255,400 square kilometers comparative area. Slightly larger than Wyoming land boundaries, 2,961 kilometers total. Albania, 486 kilometers. Austria, 311 kilometers. Bulgaria, 539 kilometers. Greece, 246 kilometers. Hungary, 631 kilometers. Italy, 202 kilometers. Romania, 546 kilometers coastline. 3,935 kilometers. Including 2,414 kilometers offshore islands. Maritime claims. Continental shelf, 200 meters or to depth of exploitation. Territorial sea, 12 nanometers disputes. Kosovo question with Albania. Macedonia question with Bulgaria and Greece climate. Temperate, hot, relatively dry summers with mild, rainy winters along coast. Warm summer with cold winters inland terrain. Mostly mountains with large areas. Of karst topography, plain and north natural resources, coal, copper, bauxite, timber, iron ore, antimony, chromium, lead, zinc, asbestos, mercury, crude oil, natural gas, nickel, uranium land use. 28% arable land, 3% permanent crops, 25% meadows and pastures, 36% forest and woodland, 8% other. Includes 1% irrigated environment. Subject to frequent and destructive earthquakes. Note. Controls the most important land routes from Central and Western Europe to Aegean Sea and Turkish Straits. People. Population 23,841,608. July 1990. Growth rate 0.6%, 1990. Birth rate 15 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate 9 deaths/1,000 population, 1990. Net migration rate 0 migrants/1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate 22 deaths/1,000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth 70 years male, 76 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate 1.9 children born/woman, 1990. Nationality. Noun, Yugoslavs. Adjective, Yugoslav ethnic divisions. 36.3% Serb, 19.7% Croat, 8.9% Muslim, 7.8% Slovene, 7.7% Albanian, 5.9% Macedonian, 5.4% Yugoslav, 2.5% Montenegrin, 1.9% Hungarian, 3.9% other. 1981 census. Religion 50% Eastern Orthodox, 30% Roman Catholic, 9% Muslim, 1% Protestant, 10% other language. Serbo-Croatian, Slovene, Macedonian, all official. Albanian, Hungarian literacy, 90.5% labor force, 9,600,000, 22% agriculture, 27% mining and manufacturing. About 5% of labor force are guest workers in Western Europe. 1986, organized labor. 6,200,000 members in the Confederation of Trade Unions of Yugoslavia, SSJ. Government long form name. Socialist Federal Republic of Yugoslavia, abbreviated SFRY type. Communist state, Federal Republic in form capital. Belgrade administrative divisions. 6 socialist republics, Socialistic Republic, singular, Socialistica Republika. Bosnia I Herzegovina, Crna Gora, Hrvatska, Makedonija, Slovenija, Serbija. Note, there are 2 autonomous provinces, Autonom Pokajine, singular, Autonomna. Pokajina, named Kosovo and Vojvodina within Serbija independence. December 1st, 1918. Independent monarchy established from the kingdoms of Serbia and Montenegro, parts of the Turkish Empire and the Austro-Hungarian Empire. SFRY proclaimed November 29, 1945 Constitution. February 21, 1974 Legal system. Mixture of civil law system and communist legal theory. Has not accepted compulsory ICJ jurisdiction national holiday. Proclamation of the Socialist Federal Republic of Yugoslavia. November 29, 1945. Executive branch. President of the Collective State Presidency. Vice President of the Collective State Presidency. Collective State Presidency. President of the Federal Executive Council. 2 Vice Presidents of the Federal Executive Council. Federal Executive Council Legislative Branch. Bicameral Federal Assembly. Savezna Skupština. Consists of an upper chamber or chamber of republics and provinces and a lower chamber or federal chamber judicial branch. Federal Court. Savezna Sud. Constitutional Court leaders. Chief of State President of the Collective State Presidency Borisav Jovic, from Serbija. 1-year term expires May 15, 1991. Vice President of the Collective State Presidency. Stipe Suvar, from Hrvatska. 1-year term expires May 15, 1991. Note: the offices of President and Vice President rotate annually among members of the Collective State Presidency, with the current Vice President assuming the presidency and a new Vice President selected from area which has gone the longest without filling the position. The current sequence is Serbija, Hrvatska, Crna Gora, Vojvodina, Kosovo, Makedonija, Bosnia I Herzegovina, and Slovenija. Head of Government President of the Federal Executive Council Ani Markovic, since March 16, 1989. Vice President of the Federal Executive Council Aleksandar Mitrovic, since March 16, 1989. Vice President of the Federal Executive Council Zivko Pregel, since March 16, 1989. Political parties and leaders. There are about 90 political parties operating countrywide, including the League of Communists of Yugoslavia, LCY, suffrage. At age 16 if employed, universal at age 18 elections. Direct national elections probably will be held in late 1990. Communists, 2,079,013 party members, 1988. Other political or pressure groups. Socialist Alliance of Working People of Yugoslavia, SAPI. The major mass front organization. Confederation of Trade Unions of Yugoslavia, CDUY. League of Socialist Youth of Yugoslavia, Federation of Veterans Associations of Yugoslavia, SUBNOR. Member of ASIMER, CCC, SEMA, observer but participates in certain commissions, FAO, G77, GATT, IBA, IBRD, ICAC, ICAO, IDA, IDB, Inter-American Development Bank, IFAD, IFC, ICHOLO, LZSG, IMF, IMO, Intelsat, Interpol, IPU, ITC, ITU, and EM, OECD. Participant in some activities, UN, UNESCO, UPU, WHO, WIPO, WMO, WDO, diplomatic representation. Ambassador Zevad Mujizanovic. Chancery at 2410, California Street Northwest, Washington, D.C., 20008. Telephone 202-462-6566. There are Yugoslav consulates general in Chicago, Cleveland, New York, Pittsburgh, and San Francisco, U.S. Ambassador Warren Zimmerman. Embassy at Neza Milosa 50, Belgrade. Telephone 38-11-645-655. There's a U.S. Consulate General in Zagreb. Flag. 3 equal horizontal bands of blue, top, white and red with a large red 5-pointed star edged in yellow superimposed in the center over all 3 bands. Economy overview. Tito's reform programs 20 years ago changed the Stalinist command economy to a decentralized semi-market system, but a system that the rigid, ethnically divided political structure ultimately could not accommodate. A prominent feature of the reforms was the establishment of workers' self-management councils in all large plants, which were to select managers, stimulate production, and divide the proceeds. The general result of these reforms has been rampant wage price inflation, substantial rundown of capital plant, consumer shortages, and a still larger income gap between the poorer southern regions and the relatively affluent northern provinces of Hrvatska and Slovenia. In 1988 to 89, the beleaguered central government has been reforming the reforms, try to create an open market economy with still considerable state ownership of major industrial plants. These reforms have been moving forward with the advice and support of the International Monetary Fund through a series of tough negotiations. Self-management supposedly is to be replaced by the discipline of the market and by fiscal austerity, ultimately leading to a stable dinar. However, strikes in major plants, hyperinflation, and interregional political jousting have held back progress. According to U.S. economic advisors, only a highly unlikely combination of genuine privatization, massive Western economic investment and aid, and political moderation can salvage this economy. GNP, $129.5 billion, per capita $5,464. Real growth rate, 1%, 1989 EST. Inflation rate, consumer prices 2,700%, 1989 EST. Unemployment rate, 15%, 1989. Budget, revenues $6.4 billion, expenditures $6.4 billion, including capital expenditures of $1 1990, exports, $13.1 billion, FOB, 1988, commodities, raw materials, and semi-manufacturers 50%, consumer goods 31%, capital goods and equipment 19%, partners, EC 30%, SEMA 45%, less developed countries 14%, US 5%, other 6% imports, $13.8 billion, CF, 1988, commodities, raw materials and semi-manufacturers 79%, capital goods and equipment 15%, consumer goods 6%. Partners EC 30%, SEMA 45%, less developed countries 14%, US 5%, other 6% external debt, $17.0 billion, medium and long term. 1989, industrial production, growth rate, 1%, 1989 EST. Electricity, 21 million kilowatts capacity, 87,100 million kilowatt hours produced, 3,650 kilowatt hours per capita. 1989. Industries: metallurgy, machinery and equipment, petroleum, chemicals, textiles, wood processing, food processing, pulp and paper, motor vehicles, building materials, agriculture. Diversified, with many small private holdings and large combines. Main crops: corn, wheat, tobacco, sugar beets, sunflowers. Occasionally a net exporter of corn, tobacco, foodstuffs, live animals. Aid. Donor: about $3.50 billion in bilateral aid to non-communist, less developed countries. 1966 to 88. Currency: Yugoslav dinar, plural, dinars. 1 Yugoslav dinar, YD, equals 100 paras. Note: on January 1st, 1990, Yugoslavia began issuing a new currency with 1 new dinar equal to 10,000 YD exchange rates. Yugoslav dinars, YD, per 1 US dollar. 118,568, January 1990. 28,764, 1989. 2,523, 1988. 737, 1987. 379, 1986. 270, 1985. Note: as of February 1990, the new dinar is linked to the FRG Deutsche Mark at the rate of 7 new dinars per 1 DUSH Mark. Fiscal year. Calendar year. Communications railroads: 9,270 kilometers total, all 1.435-meter standard gauge, including 926 kilometers double track, 3,771 kilometers electrified. 1987. Highways: 120,747 kilometers total, 71,315 kilometers asphalt, concrete, stone block, 34,299 kilometers macadam, asphalt treated, gravel, crushed stone, 15,133 kilometers earth. 1987. Inland waterways: 2,600 kilometers. 1982. Pipelines: 1,373 kilometers crude oil, 2,900 kilometers natural gas, 150 kilometers refined products. Ports: Rijeka, Split, Koper, Bar, Plos. Inland port is Belgrade, Merchant Marine. 270 ships, 1,000 JRT or over, totaling 3,608,705 JRT/5, 809, 219 DWT. Includes 3 passenger for short sea passenger, 131 cargo, 3 refrigerated cargo, 16 container, 14 roll-on/roll-off cargo, 3 multi-function large load carrier, 9 petroleum, oils, and lubricants (POL) tanker, 3 chemical tanker, 3 combination or /oil, 73 bulk, 8 combination bulk. Note: Yugoslavia owns 19 ships, 1,000 JRT or over, totaling 229,614 JRT/353, 224 DWT under the registry of Liberia, Panama, and Cyprus Civil Air. In A, major transport aircraft airports: 184 total, 184 usable, 54 with permanent surface runways, none with runways over 3.659 m, 22 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m, 20 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications stations: 199 AM, 87 FM, 50 TV, for 1,107,846 TV sets, for 1,700,000 radio receivers, satellite Earth stations, 1 Atlantic Ocean Intelsat, and 1 Indian Ocean Intelsat. Defense Forces branches: Yugoslav People's Army, Ground Forces, Naval Forces, Air and Air Defense Forces, Frontier Guard, Territorial Defense Force, Civil Defense, Military manpower. Males 15 to 49, 6,135,628, for 1,970,420 fit for military service. 188,028 reach military age, 19. Annually defense expenditures: 14.8 trillion dinars, 4.6% of national income, 1989 EST. Note, conversion of the military budget into U.S. dollars using the official administratively set exchange rate would produce misleading results. Country, Zaire. Geography, total area, 2,345,410 square kilometers. Land area, 2,267,600 square kilometers. Comparative area, slightly more than one-quarter the size of U.S. land boundaries, 10,271 kilometers total. Angola, 2,511 kilometers. Burundi, 233 kilometers. Central African Republic, 1,577 kilometers. Congo, 2,410 kilometers. Rwanda, 217 kilometers. Sudan, 628 kilometers. Uganda, 765 kilometers. Zambia, 1,930 kilometers coastline. 37 kilometers maritime claims. Territorial sea. 12 nanometers disputes. Tanzania's Zambia Tripoint in Lake Tanganyika may no longer be indefinite, since it is reported that the indefinite section of the Zaire-Zambia boundary has been settled. Long section with Congo along the Congo River is indefinite. No division of the river or its islands has been made. Climate, tropical, hot and humid in equatorial river basin, cooler and drier in southern highlands, cooler and wetter in eastern highlands, north of equator. Wet season April to October, dry season December to February. South of equator. Wet season November to March. Dry season April to October. Terrain. Vast central basin is a low-lying plateau. Mountains and east. Natural resources. Cobalt, copper, cadmium, crude oil, industrial and gem diamonds, gold, silver, zinc, manganese, tin, germanium, uranium, radium, bauxite, iron or coal. Hydropower potential. Land use, 3% arable land. NEGL% permanent crops, 4% meadows and pastures, 78% forest and woodland, 15% other. Includes NEGL% irrigated environment, dense tropical rainforest in central river basin and eastern highlands, periodic droughts in south node, straddles equator. Very narrow strip of land is only outlet to South Atlantic Ocean. People population, 36,589,468, July 1990. Growth rate 3.3%, 1990. Birth rate, 46 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate, 13 deaths/1,000 population, 1990. Net migration rate, NEGL migrants/1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate, 103 deaths/1,000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth, 51 years male, 55 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate, 6.2 children born/woman, 1990. Nationality, noun, Zairians. Adjective, Zairean ethnic divisions. Over 200 African ethnic groups. The majority are Bantu. For largest tribes, Mongo, Luba, Congo, all Bantu, and the Mangbetu Zanda, Hamitic, make up about 45% of the population. Religion, 50% Roman Catholic, 20% Protestant, 10% Kimbanguist, 10% Muslim, 10% other syncretic sects and traditional beliefs. Language, French official, Lingala, Swahili, Kingwana, Kikongo, Chiluba. Literacy, 55% males, 37% females. Labor force, 15 million, 75% agriculture, 13%. Industry, 12% services, 13% wage earners. 1981, 51% of population of working age. 1985, organized labor. National Union of Workers of Zaire, UNTZ, is the only trade union, government long-form name. Republic of Zaire type. Republic with a strong presidential system. Capital, Kinshasa. Administrative divisions, 8 regions, singular, region, and 1 town. Ville, Bandundu, Bazaire, Equateur, Haute-Zaire, Kasai Occidental, Kasai Oriental, Kinshasa, Kivu, Shaba. Note, there may now be 10 regions with the elimination of Kivu, an addition of Maniema, Nord Kivu, and Sud Kivu independence. June 30th, 1960 from Belgium, formerly Belgian Congo, then Congo/Leopoldville, then Congo/Kinshasa. Constitution, June 24, 1967, amended August 1974, revised February 15, 1978. Legal system, based on Belgian civil law system and tribal law, has not accepted compulsory ICJ jurisdiction. National holiday. Anniversary of the regime, Second Republic, November 24, 1965. Executive branch, President, Prime Minister, Executive Council, Cabinet. Legislative branch, unicameral National Legislative Council, Concile Legislative National, Judicial branch, Supreme Court, Cour Supreme. Leaders, Chief of State, President Marshal Mobutu Sese Seko Kuku Ingbendu wa Bunga, since November 24, 1965. Head of Government, Prime Minister Lunda Bulyalu, since April 25, 1988. Political parties and leaders. Only party, Popular Movement of the Revolution, MPR, suffrage. Universal and compulsory at age 18 elections. President. Last held July 29, 1984. Next to be held July 1991. Results. President Mobutu was re-elected without opposition. National Legislative Council. Last held September 6, 1987. Next to be held September 1992. Results. MPR is the only party. Seats, 210 total. MPR, 210 Communists. No Communist Party member of ACP, FDB, APC, CCC, CIPEC, EMA, EIB, Associate, FAOG 77, GATT, IBRD, ICAO, ICO, IDA, IFAD, IFC, IHO, LO, IMF, IMO, Intelsat, Interpol, IPU, ITC, ITU, NEM, OU, SIM, YIN, UNESCO, UPU, WHO, WIPO, WMO, WDO. Diplomatic representation. Ambassador, vacant. Charge d'affaires Mukeni Tambo, a Kabila. Chancery at 1800 New Hampshire Avenue Northwest, Washington, D.C. 20009. Telephone 202-234-7690 or 7691. U.S. Ambassador William C. Harrop. Embassy at 310 Avenue de Aviateurs, Kinshasa. Mailing address is APO New York 09662. Telephone 243-012, 25,881 through 25,886. There is a U.S. Consulate General in Lubumbashi flag. Light green with a yellow disc in the center bearing a black arm holding a red flaming torch. The flames of the torch are blowing away from the hoist side. Uses the popular Pan-African colors of Ethiopia. Economy overview. In 1988, in spite of large mineral resources and one of the most developed and diversified economies in sub-Saharan Africa, Zaire had a GDP per capita of $195, one of the lowest on the continent. Agriculture, a key sector of the economy, employs 75% of the population but generates under 30% of GDP. The main impetus for economic development has been the extractive industries. Mining and mineral processing account for about 1/3 of GDP and 2/3 of total export earnings. During the period 1983 to 88, the economy experienced slow growth, high inflation, a rising foreign debt, and a drop in foreign exchange earnings. Recent increases in foreign prices for copper, a key export earner, and other minerals offer some hope of reversing the economic decline. Zaire is the world's largest producer of diamonds. GDP, $6.5 billion, per capita $195. Real growth rate 2.8%, 1988. Inflation rate, consumer prices 82%, 1988. Unemployment rate, an 8% budget. Revenues $856 million. Expenditures $2.3 billion. Including capital expenditures of $655 million, 1988. Exports, $2.2 billion, FOB, 1988. Commodities, copper 37%, coffee 24%, diamonds 12%, cobalt, crude oil. Partners, U.S., Belgium, France, FRG, Italy, UK, Japan. Imports, $1.9 billion, FOB, 1988. Commodities, consumer goods, foodstuffs, mining, and other machinery, transport equipment, Fuels. Partners. U.S., Belgium, France, FRG, Italy, Japan, UK. External debt, $8.6 billion, December 1989 EST. Industrial production. Growth rate in %. Electricity, 2,574,000 kilowatts. Capacity, 5,550 million kilowatt-hours. Produced, 160 kilowatt-hours per capita. 1989. Industries. Mining, mineral processing, consumer products, including textiles, footwear, and cigarettes, processed foods and beverages, cement, diamonds. Agriculture, cash crops, coffee, palm oil, rubber, quinine. Food crops, cassava, bananas, root crops, corn. Illicit drugs, illicit producer of cannabis, mostly for domestic consumption. Aid. U.S. commitments, including Exim, FI 70-88, $998 million. Western, non-U.S. countries, ODA and OOF bilateral commitments, 1970-87, $6.0 billion. OPEC bilateral aid, 1979-89, $35 million. Communist countries, 1970-88, $263 million. Currency. Zaire, plural Zaire, 1 Zaire, Z, equals 100 Makuta. Exchange rates. Zaire Z, per 1 U.S. dollar, 465.000, January 1989, 381.445, 1989, 187.070, 1988, 112.403, 1987, 59.625, 1986, 49.873, 1985, fiscal year, calendar year, communications railroads, 5,254 kilometers total, 3,968 kilometers 1.067 meter gauge, 851 kilometers electrified, 125 kilometers 1.000 meter gauge, 136 kilometers 0.615 meter gauge, 1,025 kilometers 0.600 meter gauge highways, 146,500 kilometers total, 2,550 kilometers bituminous, 46,450 kilometers gravel and improved earth, remainder unimproved earth inland waterways, 15,000 kilometers including the Congo, its tributaries, and unconnected lakes pipelines, refined products 390 kilometers ports, Matadi, Boma, Banana Merchant Marine, for ships 1,000 GRT or over, totaling 41,802 GRT/60 for 96 DWT, includes 1 passenger cargo, 3 cargo civil air, 38 major transport aircraft. Airports, 312 total, 258 usable, 25 with permanent surface runways, 1 with runways over 3,659 m, 6 with runways 2,440 to 3,659 m, 71 with runways 1,220 to 2,439 m. Telecommunications, barely adequate wire and radio relay service, 31,200 telephones, stations, 10 AM, for FM, 18 TV, satellite earth stations, 1 Atlantic Ocean Intelsat, 14 domestic, Defense Forces branches, Army, Navy, Air Force, National Gendarmerie, Logistics Corps, Special Presidential Division, military manpower. Males 15 to 49, 7,970,619. For 1,057,561 fit for military service defense expenditures, $67 million, 1988. Country, Zambia. Geography, total area, 752,610 square kilometers. Land area, 740,720 square kilometers. Comparative area, slightly larger than Texas land boundaries, 5,664 kilometers total. Angola 1,110 kilometers, Malawi 837 kilometers, Mozambique 419 kilometers, Namibia 233 kilometers, Tanzania 338 kilometers, Zaire 1,930 kilometers, Zimbabwe 797 kilometers coastline. None landlocked maritime claims. None landlocked disputes. Quadrupoint with Botswana, Namibia, and Zimbabwe is in disagreement. Tanzania-Zambia tripoint in Lake Tanganyika may no longer be indefinite since it is reported that the indefinite section of the Zaire-Zambia boundary has been settled climate. Tropical, modified by altitude. Rainy season, October to April. Terrain, mostly high plateau with some hills and mountains. Natural resources. Copper, cobalt, zinc, lead, coal, emeralds, gold, silver, uranium, hydropower. Potential land use, 7%. Arable land, NEGL% permanent crops, 47% meadows and pastures, 27% forest and woodland, 19% other, includes NEGL% irrigated environment. Deforestation, soil erosion, desertification. Note. Landlocked, people population, 8,112,782, July 1990. Growth rate 3.2%, 1990. Birth rate, 49 births per 1,000 population, 1990. Death rate, 12 deaths/1,000 population, 1990. Net migration rate, 6 migrants/1,000 population, 1990. Infant mortality rate, 80 deaths/1,000 live births, 1990. Life expectancy at birth, 55 years male, 58 years female, 1990. Total fertility rate, 7.0 children born/woman, 1990. Nationality. Noun, Zambians. Adjective, Zambian. Ethnic divisions, 98.7% African, 1.1% European, 0.2% other religion, 50 to 75% Christian, 1% Muslim and Hindu, remainder indigenous beliefs. Language, English official. About 70 indigenous languages. Literacy, 75.7% labor force, 2,455,000, 85%. Agriculture, 6% mining, manufacturing, and construction, 9% transport and services. Organized labor. About 238,000 wage earners are unionized. Government long-form name. Republic of Zambia type. One-party state capital. Lusaka administrative divisions. 9 provinces. Central, Copperbelt, Eastern, Luapula, Lusaka, Northern, Northwestern, Southern. Western independence. October 24, 1964, from UK, formerly Northern Rhodesia, Constitution. August 25, 1973, legal system, based on English common law and customary law. Judicial review of legislative acts in an ad hoc constitutional council has not accepted compulsory ICJ jurisdiction. National